Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 41, War Against IWA. He's fucking fast, was the first thing May thought the moment the fight started. Nary a second had passed since AO dropped his hand to begin the battle, but in that time, he'd closed much of the distance between them, hand coming straight at her face in a closed jab. Taijutsu first. Of course, it was Taijutsu first. They always thought themselves so clever. Oh, she's a ninjutsu specialist, let me close the distance so I can punch her in the face and end the fight quickly. Idiots. She leaned back, easily avoiding the jab while completing her jutsu at the same time. When her mouth opened, it was to release a storm of acidic steam, prepared to melt the skin off his bones. The boy jumped backwards the second my jutsu activated, but even that wasn't completely enough to save him, she noted. The skin around his fists had a reddish tint to them that they hadn't had before the fight began. She smiled, a savage, smug thing. First blood was hers, and they both knew it. This time, the boy moved slowly. Slow enough that she could see his every action. The scroll on his waist was opened and he began by unsealing the very first of the swords. Himurakai, the twin sword. She didn't need to rack her mind to figure out what exactly the sword did. Like every child that attended the Mist Academy, she could recite the names and functions of every single one of the 7 swords with ease. Himurakai's power, chakra storage. The ability to store vast amounts of chakra and unleash it by either increasing its size or changing its shape. The first Mizukage, Seize Keep his name, had famously used the sword to cut through the shell of the 3-tailed turtle and gave it that famous scar across its eye. Luckily for her, Mangetsu Hozuki was nowhere near as strong as that fabled weirder. The sword in his hands had a bright blue glow, and when he slashed it at her, she had all the time in the world to dodge the arc of blue chakra that followed the blade's movements. Of course, it had been a feint. She'd seen it coming miles away. When he attempted to close the distance this time, he found himself to be just a hair's breadth too slow. She completed her seals before he could take the crucial first step, and she did not hesitate to bathe the ground between them with steaming lava. He was forced to jump backwards again, playing her game, and only hers. Multiple balls of lava followed his path as he tried to do his best to block them by cutting across them with the twin sword. He landed, placed a hand on each of the sword's handles and separated it into 2 separate blades. That was where the name, twin sword, had come from after all. Too little, too late, the Terumi heiress spoke before blanketing much of the field between them in mist. They call you the second coming of the demon, she said, disappearing into the mist. But do you even know who had the privilege of being on a team with Zabuza Momochi? I fought by his side more times than I can count, and he was a monster of a man. Dangerous with or without his blade. The mist is lesser for his absence. But you. You are nowhere near that strong, her voice sounded from every corner of the mist, boxing Mangetsu Hozuki in. He felt it for perhaps the first time in years, that chaotic feeling. The feeling that made one's heart beat like a drum. The feeling that brought men to their knees. Fear. He clenched his fingers around the blades in his hands. He was the last of the mist swordsmen. The last of the 7. Some Kekkei Genkai bitch that had everything handed to her would not be the one to beat him. Her stayed still and concentrated, using his hearing to try to pick out her approach. There. He thought to himself as he caught a passing flicker. He jumped with all the force his body could generate and brought both blades down on the form of Mei Terumi, smiling in victory. It was not to be as the blades passed right through her before he landed on the ground. A strange sound caught his attention, and it was all he could do to jump backwards and cross the blades in front of him to block much of the force of the explosive tag on the floor. She was a crafty one, he thought to himself. But she wasn't winning. Sure, he hadn't killed her yet, but the only reason for that was this pesky mist. If she could have taken him head on, she'd have done so. He picked up the scroll and sealed the twin sword while unsealing the blast sword this time. The goal, use explosive force to get rid of the mist. If he knew some wind style, this would have been easy, but his only element was water. He could have sunk into the mist and challenged her in silent killing, but she was Zabuza's teammate. No one was as good as the demon when it came to silent killing, and he wasn't going to risk it against her. 8 points, larynx, spine, lungs, her voice began to echo all around Mangetsu, and he swept the blast sword in an arc, explosions drowning it out for a second as he cleared a bit of the mist around him. It was pointless and the mist rushed back in again, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, her voice returned with the mist. He could feel himself suddenly beginning to feel drained. What the hell was this? Kidneys, and heart, she finally said, her voice never changing pitch as she listed all the killing points to him like she was reading out from a list. He swept around again, rotating his body and activating the blast sword as he did so. The explosions, just like before, sent the mist away, but it was quick to return. This time, however, he'd gotten a glimpse of her. He knew where she was. That was why he sealed the blast sword back before unsealing his latest acquisition, the Kiba blades. The lightning blades with jagged teeth hungered for his chakra, and he was more than happy to feed it to its fill, pointing the blades right at where he knew she was. "Dai," he shouted. Mei Terumi watched the boy flounder about with a smug smile on her face. He never even noticed her chakra enter his with the mist that scarred his hands. The second Mizuki's notes had been extremely instructive on the matter. He controlled his mist-based genjutsu like an artist, weaving it and tailoring it to the recipient while subtly altering their chakra with his own and making his way inside. Her way could not have been more different. Where he was cautious, she was bold. Where he was subtle, she was brash. She used her boil release to control the toxic mist that she wove with her chakra. Right from the beginning, when she burned his hands, she'd gotten in. It was only a matter of time for her to skirt past whatever natural defenses he had and begin to fool his senses. She'd done well in genjutsu classes in school, and even under her sensei, but what she just did would never have been possible without Genetsu Hozuki's help. That was why she was going to give his descendant some measure of dignity, even if the boy was a little piece of shit. When he sent the massive blast of lightning at the sky, he fell to his knees, surely almost drained of chakra. That was when she removed her genjutsu. She could see his confusion as his view of the situation instantly changed. It took him nearly a minute to figure out what had happened, and when he did, the scowl on his face was a sight to behold. He knew it was lost. He'd exhausted himself fighting an apparition. Nothing more than a ghost. While she was fresh and untouched. He'd had little chance against her when they were both fresh, but now he had to know it was impossible. Credit to him, though, he didn't give up. He got to his feet again. He was finished. He had to know it, but he had to have this last act of defiance. May allowed him close the distance, swords raised above his head, all the form he'd learned forgotten in his present state. He brought the both of them down on her, and like the Mr. People hid in, Mei Terumi slipped between his attacks before slapping one of the Kiba blades out of his hand before punching him in the midsection, knocking the wind out him before slipping his legs out from under him in a quick leg movement and then placing her foot on his neck before he could stand. "Yield," she asked, Nei commanded. "I yield." XXXXX, unruly eye. Faster than ever, brother B said, completing the rest of his transformation as he returned from human-tailed beast hybrid to the brother he knew and loved. "Still not fast enough," I replied, knowing that he was right. He'd logically known that he wasn't the strongest ninja in the village since B mastered the beast within him, but he'd at least thought that the gap was smaller. The past few months had done nothing less than thoroughly remove that thought from his head. Every sparring session they had, B beat him into the ground. But it was getting better. He was getting stronger and faster. Before, B had been able to do it with just 4 tails. Now, he needed to go into the second version of the transformation and call upon 6 tails to put him down. It was progress. Slower than he wanted, but still progress. Perhaps the worst part was that he knew that the difference between one tail and the next was not merely additive, it was exponential. The 7th tail would be orders of magnitude stronger than the 6th, and after that would come the full transformation. Would he ever be strong enough to contend against the entire 8 tails in its full glory? His father had done it, but his father was a ninja beyond compare in virtually every respect. Sure, he wore the same lightning armor that his father sported, but they were different in virtually every way. His father adapted his for durability and power, while Ice was focused on speed. There was a reason he bore the title of fastest ninja in the world. That was the goal now, get even faster. Level 2 of the lightning armor was powerful, but not absolute. It could not be his ceiling, surely there had to be more he could do. Look up, brother, you are stronger than you've ever been. With the 2 of us together, there's nothing that will be our equal in the world. Kumo is safe. There's no need to overwork yourself like this. He said, for the first time in a while not even bothering to resort to his terrible raps. That was one way he could tell that he was being serious now. "I'm fine, B," he said, shrugging off the hand his younger brother placed on his shoulder. His brother was taller than him now. His little brother. This was how he knew he was aging. He'd seen one war from the beginning to the end, and now he was certainly about to see another one. Those he'd fought with on the front lines. Now most of them were either dead or retired to raise families. This war was not for his generation. It was for the next, and that scared him. Almost like his thoughts had summoned him, a messenger came running up to him. "Reikage-sama," the man said as he covered the distance at snail's pace to Ice Eyes. "What do you have?" he asked, voice gruff. He noticed from the corner of his eyes that B was similarly tense. Any news at this point was likely to be important. "Gaara, the 5th Kazakage of Sunagakure has declared war on Iwagakure. He sent it on messenger birds across the nations," he said. "And so it begins," I grimly thought to himself. Once more the children of the storms would fight and bleed for the glory of Kyumo. XXXX, Gaara of the desert. I closed my eyes as I came to terms with what I was about to do. This was it. The beginning of everything. If there was anything that would ever have made me hesitate, it was the thought that I was about to become just the kind of person I'd have criticized in my past life. A warmonger. But I'd still much rather be a warmonger than the kind of man who failed in his duties, and that is what would happen if I failed to cripple Suna now. For some reason, Konoha was not attacking. And they also weren't going to be attacking anytime soon. Our spies had been particularly useful in sussing that out. There was no mass mobilization indicative of a wide-scale attack or invasion. And I'm sure what you wondered now was what I was going to do if they planned an attack like just the one I was doing now. Well, there was a reason most of Suna's greatest resources were contained in my inventory now. I was essentially leaving everyone behind to die if things went wrong, but I was confident in my senses. Even beyond that, the game had blessed this mission by giving me a quest. The game had never led me astray before, so it was the final piece of data I needed to take the risk. I had safety measures in place, of course. Kankuro and Tamari were here with me. Shira slept peacefully in my inventory, still recovering from the surgery, and Mabuki had orders in place to help her make a quick escape if anything went wrong. Even beyond that, I had seals littering the walls of Suna and much of the surrounding area. Any invading force would find out for themselves that Suna was no easy target. I'd even made the decision to make sensory barriers for Suna that extended well beyond the village's walls to ensure they had ample forewarning of any impending attack. The goal was to ensure that we were ready for whatever happened, and I'd done my best to make sure they were. With that settled, I had to be in the here and now. The mission objectives were sevenfold. 1. Assassinate the Yondaime Tsuchikage to further throw them into chaos. 2. Capture members of every bloodline clan in the village. 3. Steal their scroll of forbidden jutsu. 4. Steal their academy training regiment. 5. Destroy the hospitals and whatever recovery capacity they had. 6. Steal all their ninja records including mission statements and their ninja database. 7. Free whatever prisoners they had within the village walls. The goal here was to strike hard, strike fast, and leave chaos in our wake. Luckily, or unluckily, for us, neither of their Jinchuriki were likely to be within the village. It was good because I'd get to avoid a large-scale fight and being bogged down in combat with a person who was either my equal or close enough in ability. It was bad because I wouldn't get the chance to test myself against another Jinchuriki to see how I measured up. And I wouldn't even get the opportunity to kill one of them to toss a wrench into whatever plans Akatsuki had. A tailed beast, when its host was called, would take exactly as many years to reform as it had tails. So killing Son Goku or Kokuo could grant me anything from 4 to 5 years of extra time to prepare for the Akatsuki. It was moot at the end of the day. We made good time to IWA, only taking about 4.5 hours to cover the distance. We couldn't move at full speed since I'd been forced to take the platform well beyond the cloud cover to ensure that we weren't spotted on the off chance that someone did actually decide to look upwards. The downside for us at least was that we wouldn't be able to see or know when the time came for us to stop. We couldn't see through clouds after all. Not most of us, at least. I turned to the men I'd brought for precisely that purpose. Yomi-san, please have a look, I said. Stepping a bit to the side for the men to take point. One of the first things I'd done after my return to the village was track down some of the people I'd known to have useful abilities from the anime. One of them was Shira's teammate in the anime, Yom. Luckily for her, she had a father who was in border patrol who shared her abilities. If she hadn't, she'd have found herself conscripted into my service automatically. The ability was too useful to not have in the direct service of the Kazekage. It was one of the many ways my father dropped the ball when he held the role. Abilities like this should have been rewarded and studied. Like how I knew that what he and his daughter could do wasn't just a hidden jutsu but a full-blown dojutsu. He'd explained it to me more times than I could count, how to manipulate the chakra and everything, but nothing I'd done allowed me replicate it. Even more interesting was the fact that I could isolate a clearly biological component of their abilities. Work was being done to figure out his origin since he was an orphan who didn't know his parents, but I was willing to bet that there was a Byakugan or two in his ancestry. Speaking of the great Dojutsu, Kakashi's Sharingan remained in stasis in my inventory while his body was now being actively studied back in the village. We'd removed the eye, but left him alive in the meantime. He'd barely survived Daidara's explosive death, but keeping him in my inventory was enough to prolong his life long enough to get him medical attention. Now, he was still alive as his body revealed secret after secret under Chiyo's masterful knife skills. We're about 10 kilometers away from being directly above the village's centers. He said to me, and I nodded. At present speeds, we'd be there in about 5 minutes. I nodded at him, and began the last preparations. From my inventory, I took out backpacks. Each of them was lined with seals to act as a parachute. Not just that, but the rest of the features wouldn't matter if everything went well. Do me a favor and hand these out, EY. I asked him and he nodded before walking across the platform handing one bag to each person. When they'd all put theirs on, I turned to them to speak. We're about to go. Once I give the signal, we all jump. On your backs are what I'd like to call parachutes. They'll slow down your descent when you get close enough to the ground. Remember your teams and your individual objectives. Do not forget that all we do for the glory and safety of Suna. May the winds fare you well, I said to them. Winds fare you well, they all chorused. Most of them looked resolute, ready. Of course they did. These were the best ninja in Suna, after all. The strongest, sharpest, and most skilled of our jounin. Well, with Kankuro and Tamari, but they were with Ebizo, so I'd leave their safety in his hands. A traitorous part of me whispered that it might even be better for me if I allowed them perish here. Whatever threat they presented to my reign could die here. I shut it up coldly and quickly. They were family. The rest of the ride was agonizingly slow as I trembled with anticipation. I'd been training in between my efforts at wet tinkering, and I knew that this was going to be a fight I'd enjoy. Just me and a Kage-level opponent. No pressure, no frills. Maybe he'd even be enough to get me to go all out. But the best part was that I was finally going to be doing something with my energy. I wasn't just sitting around waiting for the shoes to drop. That knowledge alone was worth more than I'd ever expected. We're there, Yomi said to me, and I stopped the platform's movement. Let's go, I said to them as I jumped out of the platform, and I wasn't disappointed when they all followed. Down to Naraka, we go. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kusagakure of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 500/7,000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Wet tinkering. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 42, Melted Stone and Glassy Sands. I felt the wind rush through my hair as we free fell down the sky. I resisted the urge to scream in exhilaration as we covered the distance so quickly. There was some sort of joy that came with falling. That breathless feeling from being unable to inhale any meaningful breaths of air. It was something else. When I judged the distance to be close enough, I released a pulse of chakra that activated the seals on the backpacks I'd had them all put on. They beeped twice and then activated. Ropes and cloth shooting out from the ether before being caught by the wind and slowing down all their descents. Don't forget your goals, I told them as I used my wind release to release even more wind behind me, accelerating towards the ground. The pulse of chakra could not have gone entirely undetected, so virtually every sensor in the village was going to know something was up. That was why I was making double time to achieving my own goal in this attack. Distraction. The best way for me to get the Tsuchikage off the board was to get him to come to me. My Fuinjutsu skills were excellent, but only an idiot would face a Kage right at the seat of their power. Instead, I'd move the battle here. Right in the center of Iwagakure's population center. As I got closer to the ground, I could see more and more things become visible and distinct. The first was that my aim was a bit off and I was going to end up landing a bit farther from the Kage Tower than I'd intended, but in the end of the day, it was going to prove to be advantageous since I was going to be landing right on top what our maps indicated was the ninja residency area. Good, I wouldn't be killing that much innocence today. I flipped in mid-air as I got closer to the ground to bleed off a bit of my momentum before I braced for landing, and slammed into the ground immediately after I turned my lower limbs into sand. The landing was perfectly cushioned and my sand began to burrow into the ground, eating through it and creating more sand for my use. This was going to be a marathon, not a sprint, so I had to make sure I was prepared for that. Now, where were they? It took 42 seconds, much longer than it should have, for me to get confronted by anyone even though I'd been basically blasting my chakra into the air to attract attention. They were a team of 3, their vests marked them as chunin. None on the bingo book, so as they jumped forwards while yelling at me to surrender, I just breathed in, filling my lungs with air before emptying my lungs of said air and multiplying it as it passed the tenketsu on my throat. When I breathed out, it was a storm of cutting winds that sliced through the 3 ninja with ease. If this was what IWA had to offer, then this was going to be a very disappointing attack. I allowed the men who snuck up on me to stab the blade into my chest before holding tightly onto it with the sand that said chest had been transformed into right before he made contact. He was quick enough to let go of his weapon and jump backwards, but not quick enough to avoid being tapped by one of my fingers as he retreated. His retreat ended instantly as he collapsed to the ground after having his weight spontaneously multiplied 100-fold. I'd still not been forced to move from my position. In the time it had taken me to take care of my first 4 assailants, I'd been surrounded. Now, by Jounin. A cursory glance told me there were at least a dozen of them here. Wasteful, I thought to myself with a tisk. I was supposed to be a distraction for the Kage and their strongest ninja, allowing the rest of the team to move with impetus, but I didn't actually want to slaughter my way through the entire village. If I left them too weak, Danzo would take an IWA as a whole with no resistance and would be in a position to fight a war on 2 fronts with us. A bold ninja tried to take control of the ground before me to impale me with spikes, but I crushed the pitiful attempt with my chakra before I slammed my foot into the ground. If they wanted Earth Release, I'd show them Earth Release. Spikes taller than me, at least as tall as a few of the bungalows around us, rose from the ground with no warning. Dozens of spikes, but only 3 of them ended up catching any of their targets. The rest of them had dodged out of the way the second I'd made contact. I felt it then, a strong chakra signature. Strong enough that even my shit chakra senses were able to identify it with ease. The men walked forwards, stepping around my spikes to meet me face to face. Or face to chest rather. I was tall for my age, but the men dwarfed me with ease. Kitsuchi, 5th Tsukikage of Iwagakure. Finally. I thought I'd go through puberty standing here and waiting for you, I said with a sharp smile on my face. This was going to be fun. Kuro was right. Your arrogance does indeed know no bounds. I would have sought you out in time, removed your skin from your bones to avenge my father's death, but you've done me the favor of presenting yourself before me. Prepare to die, boy, he said, tone calm and bellying the words he spoke. Just like his father, Kitsuchi embodied the will of stone. He'd break before he bent, and even more likely, he'd break you before you managed to make him do either. I could feel it standing in front of him. There was no fear on his face. This was a man who had been a ninja for even longer than I'd roamed this world. He's been killing and almost getting killed for decades. Of course, he wasn't scared. Wary, maybe. But not scared. I was sure Kurotsuchi had told him exactly how I killed Inoki and he was underestimating me for it. He thought he was comparable to me. I'd see how long he managed to hold on to that delusion before despair sunk in. I smiled at him before slamming both my hands together, clapping and holding the position as if I was offering a prayer to some god. The apartment buildings around us, massive things with hundreds of shinobi within them scrambling to equip themselves to reinforce their village under attack, suddenly began to sink. Their foundations turned to sand as my newest jutsu came into effect. Hidden Jutsu, primitive return to nothingness, I said the grandiose name as my chakra enhanced the ability of my sand to weather down stone. Now, my sand ate stone to become sand, and that same sand did the same over and over as it spread through the sinking buildings, capturing and burying hundreds alive. I leaned backwards from a punch that threatened to pulverize my skull and spread my brains over the floor beneath us. I'm going to make you regret that, I heard him say as I backpedaled from the punch's natural follow-up. I led him in a dance as he struggled to hit me while I acted like the wind of the desert, impossible to catch or even pin down. Eventually, he left an opening that I took advantage of ruthlessly. He punched at me, and as I leaned backwards, I lifted one of my feet and slammed it into his midsection in a brutal Spartan kick. A Spartan kick that my opponent took with only a grunt to show his discomfort. He didn't even move backwards. This was one strong motherfucker, I thought to myself. And then my senses screamed at me to move before I get hit. I jumped backwards, hurling myself through the air at speed to avoid the flaming missile that landed right where I'd been standing only a second earlier. It was difficult to make out the person through the aura of flames, but there was only one person who that could be. Roshi, Jinchuriki of Son Goku, S-rank ninja of IWA. Where he had landed, all the sand had been instantly glassed. What the fuck was that? It was an almost instant reminder of who I'd be facing now, a true Jinchuriki. Not one like me with only a granted ability and no other benefits. This one could use his tailed beast's chakra with abandon. Said chakra choked the air around us with miasma. I could see why the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki that housed them were looked upon as demons now. When I looked at Roshi, all I saw was death. You thought IWA would be easy pickings? Kitsuchi said with a scoff. The second I was named as Tsukikage, I reached out to my old friends Roshi and Han from the war. Thank you for coming. I trust Han is still on his way. His last sentence was not addressed at me, but I got the very strong feeling that it still was. The threat was unmistakable. I have one Jinchuriki here, and another is on its way. You have one tail, we have a combined 9 on our side, I was sure he said mentally. If all I was a Jinchuriki, I'd even be frightened. Maybe the 3 of you working together will manage to give me the fight your father failed to, I said with a savage smile. I was going to be delayed here, so there was no chance of me accomplishing any secondary goals. I just hoped the others made the best use of this distraction. First things first, I dispelled the clone I had back in Suna, returning my chakra back to me. It was necessary for the safety of the village for the most part, but my life was more important. While I did that, I passed along instructions to my clone posing as the daimyo to retire for an early rest and find a way to dispel himself. I'd need every drop of chakra I could get if I wanted to stand a chance here. Roshi and I moved at once. He blurred at me while I gestured towards him, palm outstretched. Physical gestures made my sand move even faster, responding even more readily to my will, and that was why it was just barely fast enough to slam into the Jinchuriki of the four tails with all the force of a train before he could reach me. Even more sand piled on, pushing him backwards and attempting to bury him in its weight. I lifted both hands, commanding all the sand that surrounded us to rush towards him before I was suddenly tossed off my feet from the force of a shockwave. Transforming and reforming in seconds, I found my feet. Now, Roshi stood atop a mountain of sand, most of it being actively melted into liquid glass with his chakra choking up the air around us even more. Behind him, I could make out two tails that looked to me made of pure lava. Fuck. I guess it was too much to hope for a quick conclusion here. He widened his stance while snarling at me. In the span of a few seconds, he spat out several balls made out of pure lava. Lava release was really fucking annoying, I thought to myself before instantly cooling every single ball into dry earth in one breath with wind release, allowing them to fall to the ground after failing to reach their target. I allowed my head turn into sand as a fist wreathed in stone punched right through it. I couldn't see, but I could feel my surroundings with the sand that made up my essence. I took advantage of the position of Katsuchi's fist to surround his arm with sand before crushing down on it with a quick application of will. Blood dripped down on my sand as I felt him rush backwards. I couldn't hear anything, but I knew he didn't scream. I was intimately aware of what the posture of a screaming person was. Trying to force my sand to flow up his body was useless as he pushed it away by flaring his chakra. I reformed my head to see a flying comet heading for me, Roshi. I breathed in before breathing out a massive gale of hurricane-force winds. I expected the wind to toss him backwards, but the man planted his feet on the ground and braced himself. He did not move, even as I fed the Jutsu a shit ton of chakra. Even as the winds continued behind him to level buildings and kill ninja that weren't even targets of the Jutsu. I ran out of air before he ran out of endurance. He tanked the entire attack with nothing to show that he'd even been hit. This time when he ran at me, I had the good sense to retreat again. Once again the space I'd occupied was now filled with glass. I wasn't in much danger of running out of sand, but the fact that he kept glassing up so much of the essential resource was nothing short of annoying. I had 3 elemental affinities, wind, earth, and fire. Considering he was literally made out of lava, fire was a bust. If I somehow managed to burn him in that state, I'd shave myself bald and join the wind temple as an acolyte. That left wind and earth. I had nothing in my earth release arsenal that would stand a chance of hurting him unless I massively weakened him first. Wind could either blow or cut, and blowing had done a good deal of nothing, so let's see how this aura of his would do at preventing him from being turned into mincemeat. Rotation, power, containment, wind, I recited to myself as I formed the wind release, raised on in less time than it took him to cover the distance between us, and this time instead of leaping backwards, I ran right at him. XXXX, Roshi of IWA. It was all he could do to keep the damn monkey out of my way as he fought off the Ichibi brat. Shikaku, the monkey, shouted in his head, almost upset at his choice of words. Roshi shoved the monkey's voice down for the 10th time in as many minutes with a blast of irritation and continued to run at the brat. This time, instead of retreating, he was running forwards. A stupid move, I could already tell. He'd spent all his time fighting against humans, and that was where his mistake lay. He thought that by beating a few humans over the years that he'd be able to call himself Roshi's equal with a weaker beast in his stomach and less chakra in his whole body than Roshi could have had in a finger. While running at him, he began forming a jutsu in his hand. His left hand. TCH. He still fought like one of them, Roshi thought to himself, using jutsu and ninja techniques. He thought he was human like they were. Limited. It was a pity that he would die ignorant of what he truly was and his true potential. When they were about to clash with each other, Roshi smiled as he knew what the brat was planning but had an even better idea up his sleeves. He screamed, tapping into the consciousness and mind of the Yonbi, Son Goku, it shouted in his head. The scream was a trick that he'd learned from Han. And just like it did when Han had used it against him, it sent the boy reeling. He stumbled, faltering in his approach and struggling to move forwards. The boy almost dropped to his knees, but didn't get the opportunity as Roshi ran forwards and punched him with a lava-sheathed fist, sending the boy flying at least a mile away, chest caved in. He could hear the supposed Tsuchikage, Katsuchi, let out a breath of relief at that, clearly believing the boy had been taken out. Foolish. That hit would have killed any man, Roshi knew. He'd been killing men since the day he was born, but the Ichibi brat, Shikaku, was no man. That was a demon, just like him, and he knew that something like that wouldn't get anywhere close to killing him. He was proven right a few seconds later when Sand rose up from the ground and attempted to rush right at him. Foolishness was doing the same thing over and over again while expecting the same result. We are monsters, not idiots, Roshi thought to himself with suspicion, wondering what the brat was up to. He pulled at the beast in his stomach and increased his chakra flow, turning all the same around him to glass in a second. He was the worst possible matchup for the Ichibi brat. Maybe his harebrained attack on a hidden village would have gone better if he wasn't around, and Han wasn't on his way. By the time Han got here, he'd be disappointed to see him still fighting against a brat with 3 less tails, Roshi thought to himself. When the brat revealed himself again, he was unharmed, only the blood dripping off his clothes showed that he'd even taken any damage. That was even faster than his own healing, Roshi thought to himself before noticing a slight green aura around the boy's hand that was placed on his slide. Medical ninjutsu. With an aura that faint, it was either he was a complete novice with it or he was so good that he was only using precisely as much chakra as he needed to and so was wasting little of it in that aura. The latter was more likely, but that meant he was still fighting like a human. Trying to conserve chakra, Roshi scoffed to himself. Pull on that beast in your belly, boy. If you want to have any chance of taking me on, Roshi shouted across the space separating them that was littered with molten glass and sand. Much of the IWA city center was being torn apart in their battle. The brat had done most of the damage before he'd even arrived, but Roshi already knew he'd get a good portion of the blame. Humans like to think of themselves as logical creatures, common sense and all that. But when it really got to it, they were beasts just like he, Han, and the brat. They just showed their bestial natures in different ways. In the way they'd treated him when he was a child. In the way they somehow managed to find a way to blame him for everything that went wrong. He wasn't the only one to lose to the damn yellow flash, but he was the one who got the blame for losing the war. Even the 9 tails had lost to the bastard, what did they expect him to do with his lowly 4? Oh, you have no fucking idea, the brat shouted back at him before jumping right at him this time with a blade held in his left hand. A sword, Roshi nearly guffawed. He was still fighting like one of them. He allowed the boy close the distance, not even bothering to dodge out of the way of the blade, preferring to catch it in his palm like the toy it was, but then something went wrong. The blade cut through the Yambi's chakra and began to cut into his skin. What? He shouted in his head before pulling his hand back, noticing that the exposure to his lava-clad form had done nothing to the blade where most other weapons would be nothing but slag at this point. He backpedaled, dodging out of the way of the blade as it came lashing for his neck. The boy was skilled, that went without saying. So it was almost expected that with an advantage like that sword, he'd be able to keep him on the back foot. Not for long though. The yellow flash was the only human Roshi would ever lose to, and until he pulled on his tailed beast, this brat would remain a human in his eyes. That was why he released a scream as he increased his chakra pull from the beast again. He was knocking on the door of entering the second version of the tailed beast cloak where he actually became too dangerous for anyone to fight. Han would never let him live it down if he let a brat push him that far. The next time the blade came, he let out another scream laden with tailed beast chakra, but this time there was no reaction from the boy, beyond a smirk as he tried to take advantage of Roshi's seeming distraction to skewer him with the sword. Roshi just smiled and ramped up his speed before kicking the boy in the chest. The boy's body collapsed in sand before reforming with the sword still clutched in his left hand and aiming for Roshi's neck with a lunge. Roshi spat, a concentrated ball of magma that forced the boy to retreat as Roshi released even more, bigger, lava balls that tore chunks out of the battlefield and ruined much of the sand around them. Might as well get rid of the brat's pesky ammunition and keep him running, Roshi thought as he spat out more and more lava, watching the boy run across the field like a headless chicken before one brat suddenly became 2. One kept running, the other scattered in the winds. He kept a careful eye on the clone as it ran to the other end, miles away and began to run through hand seals while the original remained God knows where. Don't let him use jutsu, the accursed Sasuke shouted at him, still clutching the crushed remnants of his hand. Roshi would have killed him where he stood for his presumption that he was in any danger from human techniques, but Inoki's son had made promises, and Roshi would be damned if he didn't hold him to them. He'd give him no excuse or reason not to keep up with his end of the deal, and so that was why Roshi jumped in the air after bending his knees a tiny bit to increase the strength in his jump. He covered miles in seconds, crossing the distance between him and the clone in less time than it would have taken any human except the yellow flash before lifting his hands to the sky and bringing them down with him as he landed on the clone, destroying it. No, he amended. The clone wasn't destroyed, just turned into sand like the original and scattered into the wind. Fucking coward, he thought to himself. Before the ground all around him began to glow as invisible seals etched in the stone itself began to light up. You see, you're actually powerful as fuck. Strong, but you fight stupid. It was easy to lure you here with some bullshit handsets while my clone, invisible to you, etched these seals into the very ground around you. Stand tall, Roshi of IWA. For this is your burial ground. The brat had suddenly appeared at the edge of the glowing seals, looking smug. Roshi almost laughed. Fuinjutsu. He thought he could seal him. The foolishness of the young merged with the arrogance of humanity was not a good combination at all. Roshi covered the distance between them in less time than it would have taken him to blink, tailed beast chakra increasing and swelling within him. He slammed against the purple barrier with all his strength, expecting it to budge, only for it to hold strong. This is something I prepared months ago for in case I ever had to face off against a rampaging nine-tails Jinchuriki. I expect that it will be more than enough for you. The brat said with a smirk. Roshi wanted to scream in frustration as he punched at it, slamming hit after hit into it with no effect. There was no give. He increased his draw on the tailed beast chakra, bearing the pain with a grunt as he felt his skin being burnt to ash and healed again by the corrosive heat of the Yanbis. Son Goku, the beast screamed once again, chakra. He felt a skeleton form above his own as he tapped into the very limit he could approach. Only one human had forced him this far, and it was the damned yellow flash. Instead of the boy to be justifiably frightened or scared at the transformation, he only looked amused. Roshi was still being mocked. Not for long, he thought as he walked backwards. He retreated to the very edge of the barrier, before running forwards, half on his legs, and half on his hands. He felt the world blur around him until he slammed into the barrier. Roshi felt true despair for the first time when the barrier still did not move. Won't work, his ears could barely make out the boy's words over the sound of him hitting the barrier over and over again. It still didn't move. He was beginning to feel lightheaded. He swayed on his feet for a second or two before he caught himself and kept still. You're feeling it now, heh? There's no air in that barrier. By exerting yourself like you just did, you just made sure you won't even have more than a minute left before you run out of oxygen. The boy's smirk was infuriating. He wanted to march forwards and smash the barrier to nothing, but that was exactly what the boy wanted. It would achieve nothing. Nothing beyond shortening his time. He was beaten, and he was going to die, Roshi thought to himself. Yanbi, he finally said internally when he felt his grip on consciousness beginning to slip. He'd lost, but this brat was going to pay for his insults one way or another. If you want my help, you will say my name and rip off the seal. The great ape said within him, voice stern as ever. If I die, you die with me, he said, trying to appease the beast with logic. I will reform again, free of shackles. What is a few years to one such as I, it said. Fine, just kill this sand brat, Roshi conceded, losing against the beast within in a battle of wills. Son Goku, he shouted within himself, and he felt his body become flooded with chakra. His skin gained a red tinge as it began to swell. He felt his will be supplanted as the great ape took charge, and the tails at his back turned from lava to flesh. His point of view changed as he rose higher and higher, standing taller than even the tallest buildings. I am free, the Yanbi's voice was not within his head this time, it spread across the world as the great ape screamed its victory. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kusagakure of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 6.650/7000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II, on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Wet tinkering. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 43, Eruption. Well, fuck, I thought to myself as I stared at literally the worst case scenario right now. The whole entire fucking Four Tails in its whole entire fucking glory. This was just some bullshit. There was nothing in his files, or history that recorded that a move like this was even possible, and beyond that, even something he'd ever resort to. There were records of fights between Han and Roshi, and Minato from the Third War, and even when he ran circles around them, never once did they transform into their full-tailed beast forms. There was only one perfect Jinchuriki out there, and if IWA had one of their own, then they'd have started the next war with Konoha much earlier. And if Roshi had the power to transform into the fucking Yanbi, where had he been during the Konoha invasion? These were just some of the completely irrelevant thoughts that took over my mind as I turned tail and fucking ran. They said panic cleared the mind, that fear made it easy to focus on only one thing. I guess my brain didn't get the message, hitting 1,000,001 thoughts at once as I felt myself go from wondering about where Roshi had been hiding a trump card like this to commenting on the coloring of the Yanbi as it jumped clear in the air and landed in front of me with a snarl on its face. You're very red, Yanbi-san, my mouth said before I could control it, and bless his soul, when the monkey opened its mouth it was to laugh and not be Judama me out of existence. Fuckity, fuck. And to make things worse, with my improved chakra sensing, I could feel the strong chakra presence that just entered my range. Anyone with even a modicum of ability would have felt the Gobi Jinchuriki as it stepped into the village perimeter. If Roshi had shone like the sun, Han was a fucking supernova. He was fucking everywhere. Nothing compared to the nuclear reactor in front of me, but the fact that I could feel his chakra even in the presence of the Yanbi told me all that I needed to know. That was one free one, brat. Next time you call me that, I'll blow you to dust. The name is Son Goku, nothing else, it said, not saying any more. Of course, it wasn't. It probably didn't honestly give a fuck about whatever I could come up with to either escape or beat it. It was so comfortably above me on the scale, in its estimation, that it was fine just laughing and talking to me. I've missed this air, you know. It can get really stuffed up in that cage. It said, stepping back and beginning to stretch, just enjoying its freedom. I could honestly imagine what Katsuchi was thinking now. He'd brought Roshi in to secure his village or prepare for war or whatever, and now that same trump card was going to burn down IWA. In much the same way the Kyuubi hadn't needed much incentive to attack Konoha, I was sure the Yanbi considered it his solemn duty to ensure that all that remained of IWA was molten slag. The beast stomped its right foot down once, and it was all I could do to transform my feet into sand and fly upwards. Where I'd stood, there was nothing but lava. Not just where I stood, the entire block Roshi and I had been fighting in. I agreed to kill you in exchange for Roshi ceding control, and I'll get on that, but only after I have my fun, he said. And then he stomped his foot again, making the lava rise and encircle him for a few seconds before exploding outwards, landing on a building blocks away. I hoped none of my ninja got caught up in that. At this point, my mission was an uncontroverted success. The bulk of Iwa's forces had been converging on my position since my fight with Katsuchi began. Now that the Yanbi was out and about, even those elements that hadn't bothered to approach were now committed either to civilian evacuation or attacking the Yanbi. Needless to say, those who took the latter path didn't get much time to regret their decisions. There was something about the way the Yanbi fought. It wasn't malice or rage, it was just a calm flow, one move bleeding into the next. Every movement he made killed dozens, but he somehow managed to make it look like it wasn't personal. I saw why he called himself the Monkey Sage now. He was something else. Some full part of me wondered what I'd be able to achieve if I had him as a tailed beast instead of the Ichibi. Underscore along with underscore, another traitorous part of my body whispered. I actually considered it. Two tailed beasts. I already had a compatible affinity with fire release and earth release on the table for me. Along with that, I could already visualize all the improvements I'd need to make to be able to accommodate a second tenant with my body. Gamer's body would even help in that it would manage to prevent me from actually crippling myself if things did go wrong. The worst that could happen is that it just wouldn't work. But on the other hand, I had to think about the possible downsides that would come with it even if it did succeed. My chakra control would be shot to all 7 hells. The recovery time would also be something else. Not medically, but returning all my skills. I also had no idea how the 1 tails and the 4 tails would react to inhabiting my body together. Even sealing it would be an immense bother. I had no idea if I could manage to keep a clone active while having that kind of upheaval with my chakra network. If the clone popped halfway through, then the Yanbi would be unleashed, then I'd be a very dead man. And finally, and perhaps most notably, I had no way to take out the fucking beast of mass destruction. None that I could think of right now, at least. I should escape. I probably should just call it a day with my mission accomplished and fly off into the sunset with all the things I needed. But I was greedy. Even though I knew it was stupid, I wanted the fucking Yanbi for myself. I wanted Sage Mode, and who better than the fucking Monkey Sage to teach me? My body had been unconsciously salivating for this fight. I could feel it. I could tell as many lies to myself as I wanted to, but the truth of the matter was that I relished the challenge. Beyond it all, I wanted to fucking fight. Mind made up, my legs became legs beneath me, rested on a sand platform I created with sand from my inventory. Sand manipulation was going to be next to useless against this creature. It was my natural counter in plenty of ways. But that also made it the worst opponent to be faced with me right now. It wouldn't get the vanilla and boring shit. It wasn't going to be fought in tried and true ways. No, I'd have to get inventive. And that would be fun for me, but so fucking painful for it. Prepare yourself, Yanbi, I shouted, staring right down at it. You dare. Its roar nearly knocked me off the platform. I'm coming, I screamed as I jumped down, heading right for it. I didn't do it unconsciously, but I could feel it form of its accord. Everyone who looked at me as I dropped must have thought me to be insane. I was smiling. Bright as could be. From ear to ear. XXXXXX, Tamari POV. What the fuck is he doing? She heard her brother curse behind her as they watched from a rooftop, miles away. The rest of the team had separated across the village, and with Gaara basically drawing every ninja above the rank of Gen into his position or to react to his actions in one way or the other, the rest of the mission was going perfectly. More than perfectly, in fact. They'd been given the mission of capturing 2 users of the explosion release and stealing some worms or whatever from the Kage Tower, and they already had 4 users sealed up in scrolls. We can't worry about that. Trust Kazekage-sama to know what he is doing and focus on the mission, Ebizo-sensei said to both of them before he jumped to the next rooftop. They'd all stopped what they were doing the second the fucking Four Tails appeared on the scene, with his bloodlust stopping everyone in their tracks, but now their sensei seemed to have got over it completely. He's fighting the Four Tails, Kankuro hissed back at their sensei as he jumped right after him. She followed next. The only reason they managed to remain undetected was the stealth seals applied to the bags they wore that allowed them to communicate but prevented anyone else from hearing them. They also erased their scents and sounds from the environment, while applying a small chameleon effect that made them difficult to spot when their enemies weren't paying attention. That was why they'd been able to take all 4 members from an explosion core team without anyone even being any the wiser. He's fulfilling his part of the mission. He's causing a distraction to allow the rest of us to move unhindered. I assure you that none of the other teams are sitting around watching him fight. Our Kazekage is doing his job, leading and being the tip of the spear. I would not want to make that all for nothing by failing in my own comparatively easier mission, Ebizo-sensei said. I nodded along with his words, trying to bury the lump of worry that came with the territory of watching your brother dive right at a giant creature of rage and malice with the power to wipe out a whole ninja village. Now, pay attention. This is the hard part, he said before he bent his knees at the last rooftop and jumped straight onto the Tsuchikige's tower. Her landed on the glass with no sound, and both her and Kankuro followed his lead. Kankuro wasted no time in opening his bag and taking out the lock-picking set Gaara had placed in it. Out of the box came a simple circular wooden puck that was lined with seals on every visible part of it. He placed it on the glass, and it stuck. When he gestured for them to join him as he moved backwards, she and Ebizo-sensei did not hesitate. A single handset later and the seals flashed for a second before the circular device began to do its job. She watched as a circle, large enough for all of them to squeeze through one at a time, began to be drawn on the glass with the puck at the center. Kankuro breathed out for a second, and the glass in the circle just disappeared, seemingly erased from existence. Kankuro caught the falling puck and dove insides. She and Ebizo followed suit. Their map of the Tsuchikage Tower was over a decade old already, but still, they could recognize where they were and knew where to go next. Gaara was right, Kankuro said with a chuckle before he followed Ebizo-sensei's lead and began walking across the room. She brought up the rear, looking backwards every few seconds to make sure they weren't being followed or watched. It took them less than 5 minutes to make it to the vault. Follow my lead and don't touch anything, Ebizo-sensei reminded them. A bit needlessly in her opinion, as that was precisely what they'd been doing since the beginning of the mission. Gaara had made them swear to before letting them on the mission, after all. For the vault, it was blocked off by a steel door that looked to be at least several inches thick. It wasn't something that the average ninja could break through. When Ebizo-sensei walked closer, and they followed, she could make out the seals on it. She could see the circles that marked them out as Uzumaki seals. Each seal began with a spiral that led into the next and into the next. It was beautiful, just like Gaara had said. When the rest of the world was stumbling in the dark, our ancestors made art, she heard Kankuro whisper. It was his voice, but they were Gaara's words. She agreed. She didn't have Kankuro's talent for Fuinjutsu. She didn't learn it instantly the way Kankuro and Gaara could, but she still knew enough to know this was beauty. Fuinjutsu was in her blood, after all. Their birthright, Gaara called it. Can you open it? Ebizo-sensei asked, and Kankuro's scoff in reply was expected. Even Ebizo-sensei cracked a smile at it. Since Gaara started teaching him, there was nothing Kankuro took more pride in than his Fuinjutsu skills. They stole this. It wasn't theirs to steal, and it definitely wasn't made for them, Kankuro said. They managed to copy it, probably from a vault in the ruins of Uzushio, but they didn't understand it. Not truly. I don't even need to break it. It was made for me to open, Kankuro said, walking forwards and placing a hand on it. She wanted to advise caution, but it was all for naught. The seal glowed for a second or two, and then it fell open right before their eyes. Their seal masters had some talent for at least managing to copy this. But not enough to get rid of the automatic override. Any Uzumaki could open this just by placing their chakra against it, he explained to them. She nodded, and followed him as he walked in. This time, it was the shocked Ebizo that brought up the rear. When they entered, it was to a sight they'd expected, but was still no less surprising. They'd recently begun to expand the mining in the mountains that made up their border with Tsuchi no Kuni, but even then, they were already finding gold in droves. Of course, here that it's been happening for centuries, they'd have lots more. Iwa's vault was overflowing with gold bars. There was probably more gold in this vault than the daimyo of Kaze no Kuni had ever seen in his life. To sit on wealth like this, Ebizo-sensei commented with scorn. Well, they won't have it for long, she replied and got to work, taking out the scrolls from her bag. She could already see the worms that Gaara had asked for deeper in the vault, and since Kankuro was moving for it, she might as well do her bit. Gaara did say they should feel free to empty out the vault if they had the time, and from what she could hear, they'd have more than enough time to do as they wished. XXXXXX, Sabaku no Gaara. The Yambi paid no attention to me as I dove towards him. No attention at all, and that changed in seconds. I gathered the winds in my hands and forced them to obey my will as I fell right at him. By the time he looked up, it was too late. I landed right on his left shoulder and planted my hands downwards, cutting rents into his flesh. Disappointingly enough, the cuts didn't go nearly as deep as I expected them to. Still, the scream of pain I got was well worth it. The Yambi moved to dislodge me, and I happily jumped off his shoulder to land on a brand new sand platform. You'll pay for that, it screamed to the heavens. The winds from his voice threatened to send me flying, but a quick assertion of chakra made them bend right around me, falling into my control with no hesitation. I had 3 affinities: wind, earth, and fire. When it came to the latter two, I had no doubts that the Yambi had me comprehensively beat in those regards. That left only my wind release on the table. I couldn't make fire hot enough to burn a creature that took baths in lava, and whatever earth release I would have attempted was easily invalidated by the fact that much of the ground around us was literally lava. In the same way as he could turn my sand to lava at will, he could do the same with the earth release I'd attempt. It wasn't just my nature releases that were, for the most part, taken off the table by the Yambi's very presence. My taijutsu and kenjutsu that I spent hours working on daily were useless. No matter how sharp I made Dark Sister by channeling wind release into it, it had never cut deeply enough to do any damage. It was like trying to kill a human with a toothpick, except 1,000 times harder because of his tough armor-like fur, and the fact that his skin had a leathery quality to it even behind the fur. Fuinjutsu was similarly useless until I could find a useful receptacle to use in placing the seals on his person. It was going to be a bitch and a half to hijack the seal already in place, but I had an idea or two that could prove useful at the end of the day. But only after I managed to weaken the Yambi enough. All those thoughts flashed through my mind in less than a second as the Yambi reached out for me with his hand to swat me out of the sky, and my sand platform carried me well out of his grip. Placing my hand in front of me, I bent my chakra and the wind around me to my will in record time. The Raisin Shuriken announced its presence on the battlefield with a telltale whine. "Let's go," I said with a smile, getting more ideas added to my arsenal for ways to deal with the worst-case scenario. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kusagakure of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 6.650/7000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Wet tinkering. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 44, Iwagakure melts down. I smiled right at it, a savage, bloodthirsty smile, as I prepared to do what few had done before me. Defeat a whole fucking tailed beast right in its element. The longer the fight went on, the more of Iwagakure's landmass was consumed by the lava that the Four-Tail spawned with every step of his. The lava spread around us in a circle, melting and consuming everything in its path with little resistance. "That looks like a Bijudama," the Yambi said, shocking me with its astute analysis. As well as with the fact that it could talk without screaming my head off. I nodded and shot forwards, diving right at it. The tails lashed out, attempting to swat me out of the air like a troublesome bug. I spun in the air, barely having the first tail miss me by a hair's breadth. The second one was mistimed, so it was easy to dodge it. For the last two, it was all I could do to dodge the third, and for the fourth I made the right choice of substituting with a clone I'd formed at the last SEC, and before it was about to hit me. With my new position, right above the beast, I reared my hand backwards for a second before I tossed it right at him. The spinning disc of chakra and wind weaved through the air, dodging around all the balls of lava he tried sending at it to detonate it, as I controlled it using the same chakra principles Kankuro and Chiyo used to control their puppets. When it finally hit, it was with an astonishing explosive sound, slamming into the beast's jaw right as it was about to try forming a tailed beast bomb to head it off once it saw nothing was working. Microscopic blades of wind tore through the side of the tailed beast's face, leaving bloody tissue in their wake, but beyond that, I could tell that the attack had not penetrated deep enough to cause meaningful damage. What effect it had slowly begun healing right before my eyes. And it was angry. Fucking pissed. I'd have called it quits right then and there if a voice did not ring out suddenly towards the fourth tails. Roshi, what are you doing? Han asked, clad in 2 tails of his own tailed beast's chakra that allowed him to walk right on top of the lava with seemingly no ill effects. The rest of the village around the 3 of us was being evacuated. It's Son Goku, boy, the monkey safe replied to the 5 tails Jinchuriki, who merely snarled in reply. If so, I command you to return to Roshi now and cease this madness. You command me. You. Me. I am Son Goku, the monkey sage. No one commands me, he screamed, tossing me backwards with the force of the scream while Han maintained his position by bracing against it and upping his tailed beast chakra output up to 3 tails. With so much chakra, it was difficult to have my senses active or concentrate on them. In the span of seconds, Han was off. The 5 tails Jinchuriki moved with speed I'd never seen any human capable of, and took the Yanbi right in the face with a punch that caused a shockwave but failed to move the larger creature. Its tails lashed out, smashing Han right back into the ground and leaving him there. It is only for Kokuo that I do not kill you where you lay, upstart, Son Goku said, clearly not taking the host of his fellow Bijou seriously. When he turned back to me, it was with murder in his eyes. I guess he didn't like Shikaku as much. He walked forwards, the ground shaking around him as the lava sloshed from right to left under his command. When he felt he was close enough, he lashed out, testing at my reflexes. It was all I could do to spin backwards from the slap that would have turned me into paste. The next attack, a tail swipe, was blocked as a shield of sand formed around me with sand from my inventory. Just having the Yambi's tail touch it was enough for the sand to lose consistency, as a good portion of it was instantly turned into glass. The longer the fight went on, the more I could see it. Tailed beasts. Natural disasters. I could see the reason behind the looks the villagers had tossed at me, with no justification. A tailed beast was a natural disaster given flesh, and Jinchuriki had the power to toss out those disasters whenever they wanted to. I felt a beep on my vambrace and nodded to myself. That was the 7th squad announcing mission completion. As it stood, my people would be done with IWA in a few minutes, and by then the Yanbi would be down. I just had to figure out how to do it without having to resort to the nuclear option. I crossed my fingers in a hand sign familiar to every Naruto fan and increased my numbers 3-fold. Plan Alpha, I said to my clones as we all took to the sky. 3 of them used the Tsuchikage weight reduction technique along with wind release to glide in the sky while I surfed on my sand platform. The goal was to confuse the Yanbi while preparing our jutsu. All of his attempts to swat us out of the air were dodged with ease, as each of us moved much faster than a creature as large as the giant 4 tails could ever hope to react to. In my left hand formed the jutsu, a sphere of pure chakra surrounded by blades of wind, before it began to flatten with a telltale whine into the familiar Raisin Shuriken. All around me, I could hear the same thing happening. The clone above me was the first to move in as he flew right at the Yanbi. He had an easy time dodging hands and tails and weaving right through, until it was met with the Yanbi's smiling visage. The tailed beast opened its mouth and roared, sending us all flying back and popping 2 of my clones as they lost control of the jutsu. Keeping 3 different jutsu active at the same time while trying to control them all was no mean feat. It was only me and my last clone remaining, so we flew at the same time, me from the left, and him from the right. Another powerful roar made my clone lose concentration before his body was smashed to smoke by a lashing tail. When the Yanbi turned to me, I didn't wait for him to use its roar, as I just tossed the Raisin Shuriken right at it. It seemed to have learned its lesson this time, though. The Yanbi's mouth spread impossible wide, revealing its 2 far back teeth once more. Something started gather above the teeth. I blinked, peering closer. Multicolored pearls of chakra, dancing with deep blue and red and the occasional flash of black, swirled above the Yanbi's mouth. They began to drift towards each other, fusing into a whirling dark orb hovering above the beast's mouth. The orb suddenly doubled in size, and the Yanbi sunk, the ground under it cratering and sending out a shockwave of displaced air that ruffled my hair and rolled rubble away from the monster like leaves in a storm. Bijudama. The Yanbi's jaw snapped out, swallowing the orb, and then its head dropped. Its beastly eyes glared out, boiling with something beyond simple hate. Then it opened its mouth with an ear-bursting scream, and the super-compressed ball of deadly chakra shot out, right at the Raisin Shuriken. It tore away everything before it, creating a long rift 10 meters deep in the concrete it passed over. Then, it clashed, and for about 3 seconds it was as if the sun had risen on Iwagakure as the world went white. Boom. The Yanbi suddenly screamed in annoyance and I looked over to see Han smashing a fist into its knee before jumping off to avoid the retaliation and landing right on the back of the Yanbi's hand. I just remained where I flown away from the impact of the explosion. Laying down on my sand platform watching the fight. My head was pounding. It felt like every thought I had was a drum banging against my head. I just wanted to rest and think of something that I can use to contain the Yanbi. XXXXX, Tamari. Sealing up the contents of the vault had taken less time than even Tamari had expected. After it was empty, they began making their way to the room they'd used as their entrance. At least, they were, until she spied an open door that led into what looked like a large amphitheater. Kankuro followed her eyes and walked into the room before she could say anything. It had a large window that gave them front row seats to the fight between Gaara and the Yanbi. She watched as her brother formed the clones and prepared multiple instances of one of the most powerful wind-release jutsu she'd ever seen him use as it clashed with a tailed beast bomb. No, she heard Kankuro whisper behind her in shock. She could share the sentiment. Why the hell was Gaara just laying there, not standing up? Surely, he wasn't dead or unconscious. The sand that carried him was still floating. That couldn't be it. She wanted to yell out his name from their position, but that would have given up everything. Who the fuck are you? She heard a voice behind them. Even Ebizo-sensei had been so distracted by Gaara's fall that someone had been able to sneak up on them. She dropped a knife into her hand before she turned around, keeping that hand out of sight. We're just maintenance people, a little lost, she said, already cursing herself for her terrible lies as she met the coal-black eyes of the Tsuchikide's daughter, Kurotsuchi. You. The older girl said in shock but was quickly interrupted as Tamari's wind-enhanced knife made its way for her neck. She cursed within her as the Tsuchikide's daughter merely leaned out of the way of the attack. Considering the girl was wearing a blouse and loose trousers, she could guess that she wasn't really on duty now. Even off duty, a ninja was a ninja, Tamari grudgingly admitted. I wanted to get a crack at that brother of yours, but the two of you here together is just a perfect opportunity, Kurotsuchi said, black eyes falling on Kankuro. She probably thought they were still Chunin level ninja. She thought them weak. They'd show her and all those who thought them lesser. Tamari took her stance as she saw the girl begin to weave hand signs. She mentally went through what she knew of her. Kurotsuchi of IWA. Strong lava release, middling taijutsu, and no genjutsu. Use wind release to nullify lava release attacks. Trust Kankuro to derail her fire release if she decided to whip it out, and do your best to give Ebizo an opening to take her out in close range. She heard a voice that sounded like Gaara's speak to her in her mind. They'd gone through so many strategy sessions with each other that she'd begun to think in his voice sometimes, especially when she was coming up with plans on her own. The girl was almost done with her signs, so Tamari brought her hands together, slapping her wrists with the opposite hands, left with right and vice versa, unsealing her new weapons. 2 hand fans, with frames made of chakra metal, that had the telltale whorls and circles of Gaara's sealing script. He'd made them for her a few weeks ago, and they still made her warm at their sight. Special weapons as worthy of the name as the 7 Swords of the Mist, and Gaara deemed her worthy of them. That was what family meant. The handguns appeared right in time as the girl across from her unleashed her jutsu, a barrage of balls of molten lava. Tamari widened her feet to give herself more of a base as both Kankuro and Ebizo-sensei jumped behind her. She held the fans in front of her and then waved them right at the oncoming attack with a violent slash. She didn't have to spend the time consciously shaping or transforming her chakra into its wind nature with these fans. They did it automatically for her by default, like the Thunder Swords of Kiri. And even better, when she did go through the trouble of performing the conversion herself, they amplified her results exponentially. Where she would have just barely managed to cool the lava attack to become solid before, now she cooled the balls into stone and sent them flying right back at their creator. Kurotsuchi jumped right out of the way, but was faced with a shambling mass of wood. One of Kankuro's new puppets, the Death Dealer. She hadn't even seen him get unsealed. Crafty. Kurotsuchi leaned out of the way of the puppet's blade hands, barely avoiding getting scratched by a poison that she'd seen turn a prisoner into a sobbing mess in second. Gaara called it a neurotoxin. Whatever he and Chiyo cooked up in that lab of theirs still gave her chills because apparently this was one of the least effective ones. Kurotsuchi made the mistake of standing still for a second too long, and the Death Dealer's midsection opened up. Blades upon blades, all poison to the T shot out. She slammed her hand down on the ground at the last second, upsetting the puppet's aim with a small earthquake and lifting a stone wall to protect herself for those attacks that still managed to remain on target. Your jutsu must accomplish more than one goal, Gaara would always tell her that when they trained, and she could see it in Kurotsuchi's movements. Her fans flashed out as she waved them again, cutting straight through Kurotsuchi's earth wall, and the clone that she'd left behind it apparently as it collapsed in mud. Ebizo-sensei didn't quite shout out, but he did jump behind her urgently. She was unable to react as he used his kunai to block an attack that she hadn't even seen coming. He and Kurotsuchi remained in a deadlock before the girl snarled and spat a ball of lava at him. He kicked her away and jumped out of the attack's path in the same motion. She felt her heartbeat out of control as she realized that she'd almost died right then and there. She would have, if Ebizo-sensei hadn't stepped in the way. The Death Dealer pursued Kurotsuchi as she ran backwards, but this time she fended off the offbeat puppet with the knife in her hands with apparent ease. Tamari could recognize the knife, anywhere, as she saw the ceremonial hilt and design. That was her knife. The knife Grandpa had given her for her birthday after Gaara got them back in contact. She scowled at the thought of that knife remaining in enemy hands. Not for long, she consoled herself. Kurotsuchi would be dead in a few minutes, and she'd pry her knife from the girl's cold dead hands if she had to. She waved her fans again, sending a storm of cutting winds at her once all her attention looked to be taken up by the puppet. Kurotsuchi turned to her with a smirk before, almost faster than she could track, she jumped forwards, kicking right at the death dealer, somehow avoiding all the blades that littered its frame and sending it backwards. She spun into a backflip and formed a single seal. Katan, Great Fireball Jutsu. Tamari didn't need to hear the jutsu's name with how often Gaara had pulled it out when he sparred with her. Kankuro, she shouted with what she would later deny was alarm as the fire release technique came into contact with her own attack and multiplied in size, threatening to completely cover the entire room. It was impossible to dodge. A puppet dove right in front of the attack out of nowhere. She recognized this one as well. Glutton, it opened its mouth and the entire attack flowed into it as it ate the powerful fire release technique. There was an audible belching sound as the puppet belched up smoke after that. Fuinjutsu is fucking broken, she thought, quoting Gaara to herself with a smile as she saw the look of confusion on Kurotsuchi's face as her attack failed to achieve anything. Kankuro's fingers twitched again as a third puppet joined the battle. This one looked more man-like than any other puppets she'd seen him use. Iron Man, Gaara called it. The adult-sized suit of wood raised its hand and fired off a concentrated beam of chakra that Kurotsuchi was lucky to dodge. Behind her, the blast had torn through the wall of the room they were in and continued past the wall of the next room. Would have been a killing blow for sure if it managed to hit. After dodging the attack, it was all Kurotsuchi could do to parry Ebizo-sensei's flurry of hits as he engaged her in a furious taijutsu exchange. Even a non-taijutsu master like Tamari could see it. She was trained well, but nowhere as good or fluid as the likes of Ebizo-sensei or even Gaara and Shira. The only thing that let her keep ahead of Tamari-sensei and prevented him from ending the fight instantly was that chakra enhancement could only go so far. The man was so old that his body was lagging behind. He wasted no time in proving Tamari wrong, however, as he baited Kurotsuchi in with a feint that he quickly capitalized on by leaning backwards and kicking her right in the midsection, sending her flying. It was with no small amount of awe that Tamari watched Kurotsuchi get sent flying, only to keep flying upwards as she floated towards the high ceilings of the room they'd found themselves in. The three of you are strong. Not as strong as your brother, but strong enough that you will be worthy foes to hone my jutsu against before I use it to claim your brother's life, she proclaimed grandly, almost making Tamari facepalm. She held her fans in a tight grip before stepping forwards and waving them in unison, creating a storm of cutting winds. Once again, Kurotsuchi countered with fire release, but the Tsuchikide's granddaughter was forced to abandon her position as the winds cut through the fire this time. Wind is the greatest of affinities, Tamari. Do you know why that is? Gaara asked, staring at her as she unfurled his gift for the first time, because we can do the coolest stuff. She'd replied, giving a reply that Kankuro would have, since she knew that whatever swear she had would be wrong and Gaara was going to give her a lecture either way. Her genius younger brother was cute like that. No. Because wind is the only affinity that is also strong against its elemental superior, fire, he said, What? How? She'd asked, shocked, There is a secret subset of wind release techniques only practiced by absolute masters of the art that I have been able to discover. It is called vacuum style. And what is that, You know how regular wind release is dedicated to either blowing or cutting, right? She nodded, Well, this form of wind release is aimed primarily at countering fire release. Just like us, fire breathes. It needs air to exist. Vacuum techniques use wind release to remove the air in an area. That's a gross oversimplification, but that's the basis. What makes your fans special is their secondary ability. They can use vacuum techniques by default. They'll take more chakra, but I'll teach you how to activate the seals. The Tsuchikide's daughter looked flabbergasted as the stone behind her was scarred as Tamari's technique tore large rents into it. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kusagakure of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 6.650/7000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Wet tinkering. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 45, Sasori. XXXXX, Katsuchi the Earthshaker. If someone had warned him that this is what would have happened if he involved Roshi and Han in this fight, then he'd probably have let the Kusagakure brat do as he willed and left it that. Because as bad as it could have been, it would never have got this bad if the brat was left alone to his own devices. The brat fought like a regular ninja. A regular ninja, strong enough that even Katsuchi knew he had no chance against him. But at the end of the day, a human was a human. What had been unleashed on the village hidden in the stone was no human. There was nothing human about it. The Yambi had done what 4 great ninja villages across 3 wars had failed to do. It had brought the great stone low. Before him, he could see another building sink into the lava as the fight between Han and the Four Tails continued to rage in what had become the ruins of his father's legacy. His right hand had been crushed to a bloody pulp, so he was well and truly out of the action, but he knew that even if he'd been whole, fresh, and rested, this fight would have been leagues beyond his pay grade. He knew he wasn't ready to beat Sasukage. He knew he didn't have the strength to compare with the S-rank monsters who wore the hat, and now it was obvious to not just him, but his entire village. The Yondaime Hokage had died, sealing away a rampaging 9 tails. The Yondaime Sasukage stood at the top of a building, watching his village sink into lava as a rampaging 4 tails proved that he'd be no match for it. The comparison was obvious, and it irritated him to no end. Katsuchi had lived with the shadow of Minato Kamikaze hanging over his head like a sword poised for an execution. And even after succeeding his father, that shadow would never leave him. Because he could already tell that regardless of what happened, history would remember him as the Sasukage that lost Iwa to their own weapon. And what made it worst was that whatever Gaara of the desert had come here to accomplish was probably still happening without any delay. Katsuchi ground his teeth watching them fight, and then the devil began to whisper in his ear. He could see it there, the sand platform that carried the resting body of his enemy. He ached to jump upwards and take revenge for his father's village with his own 2 hands. He wouldn't be able to save Iwa, but at least he could give them the head of their enemy. Rather, he would have been able to if the bastard hadn't already crippled him. Some ninjas could learn to work with only 1 limb, but that was after years of training and experience. Report, Katsuchi said, acknowledging the ANBU who dropped from the air and landed next to him. The attack from the Kusagakure was a distraction. Several ninja have come in contact with shinobi of the hidden sand hidden around the village. None were captured, but we have a good enough idea of their targets, he said, making my scowl deepen. Something had been foul about this attack from the beginning. I'd assumed it was the arrogance of youth who believed in his own invincibility, but now I could see that he was acting like the Raikage of old. It was a strange way to play the game. Putting the king out in the open and using him to cause chaos and draw enemy attention, while the rest of the pieces moved on the board undetected and unnoticed, free to do as they placed and achieve the goals. What are the probable targets? The Ninja Academy, the morgue, the hospital, and the Explosion Corps headquarters were all broken into during their raids. We know that at least 2 users of the explosion release have been captured and that the ninja archives were looted to the end. An operative was able to observe the Kusakage's siblings and their sensei in combat with Jonin Kurotsuchi, and the Kaga vault was also empty. He said, making Katsuchi clench his 1 remaining fist. This attack had been specially designed to cripple their means of waging war. And even his daughter had got caught up in the madness. He knew she'd be fine. She was already stronger than he was when his wealth of experience wasn't taken into account, and all their reports suggested that the Kusakage's siblings were lesser versions of their younger brother, failing to be anything more than average chunin at the last estimation. Switch to first-person POV. Send a team to Kurotsuchi for backup. Ebizo of the 1,000 Fists is not one to be underestimated. After that, assemble a team of the best jounin. Scramble them across all the priority targets in the village. Hunt down the Suna operatives. We might not be able to do much about that clusterfuck at the center of our village, but we can still make sure the Suna brat doesn't achieve all that he hopes to. We are the stone. We have the will of stone. We will break before we bend, and some brat from the sands and a mindless monkey will never manage to break us. They've enjoyed the initiative, but that ends now. Our counterattack begins now. I said, tossing a kunai into the ground as a symbol, and all the ninja who had been around me, from Genin to Chunin, to Jounin and Umbu stood a bit taller at those words of mine. I might have been the lesser son of a greater sire, but father was gone. I was all the stone had now, and I would not see her break. Not while I had breath in me. You should take it easy, Sasukage-sama, the medic that had been tending to my hand whispered as she bandaged it up. I haven't the time, Psycho, I said, using her name with an easy smile on my face. I will take it easy when I'm dead, I told her before walking forwards abruptly and jumping off the rooftop, heading for the next one. Her shouts for me to slow down were left behind. My personal ANBU forces followed me as I jumped through the village, heading for what many would consider the priority target 1. The academy. I'd take over the evacuation efforts on that end, while keeping an eye out for any sand bastards. While I wanted to be at the front lines, keeping my people safe and hunting down every invader, I knew Psycho was right. I couldn't rob the village of a Kage in its present condition. That had definitely been one of the reasons why the original attack had been so close to the Kage Tower. He'd aimed to draw me out to kill me. Staying alive would have to be the vengeance I exacted on the Suna brat for his actions. Just the knowledge that the one who the Kazekage had intended to kill above others still remained alive would be enough for me. It would have to be. Apart from the academy, the other priority targets would be left to the others. Han was doing a good job of isolating the fight with the Yanbi and preventing the beast from causing any more widespread chaos. My earlier thoughts had proven to be a bit dramatic. If the fight ended now, a fair portion of IWA would survive. The repairs would be crippling though, and the knowledge that the Kage vault had been looted brought me no small amount of fury, but Kurotsuchi would handle that. I had to have enough confidence in my daughter for her to do that little, at least. Especially with a full team of ANBU agents at her back. XXXXXX, Sasori of the Red Sands. Sasori paid careful attention to his surroundings as he and his new partner made their way through the mountainous region that housed the village hidden in the clouds. He spied a look at the boy once again, and just had to wonder how he'd found himself in this situation in the first place. He could remember most of it, of course. It was easy enough to track the decisions that had led to this. Choosing to fight that woman, Conan, instead of attempting to escape all those years ago. And then there was deciding to join her little organization for what they promised. Those were some of the earliest decisions that had placed him on his path. For the most part, he had few regrets. What the Akatsuki had promised, the Akatsuki had delivered. They'd even given him a fun enough partner to banter with until the idiot had gone and got himself killed in a fight against the Kazekage. Gaara of the desert was clearly more dangerous than his predecessors, he knew. But still, it had been a disappointment to lose Deidara. While the men made too much noise for his own good, Sasori had begun to appreciate not being left to his own thoughts all the time. And their debates about art had been amusing, at the very least. Even if it was obvious that Sasori's view had been the superior one. The puppet master was the one left standing now, wasn't he? He was the one who had the capacity to affect the world, while Deidara's last explosion had been forgotten in the storm of things that surrounded the Konoha attack. Victory felt hollow to Sasori. In certain ways, at least. One was his new partner. Noelle of the Storm Release, missing Nin of Kimobakure. One of the few truly dangerous shinobi to escape Cloud's famous storm. The hunter Nins that ensured that anyone who dared betray the village found themselves a quick death and an unmarked grave. If Sasori didn't have a thorough hatred for organized ninja villages, then he might have even managed to be impressed by their effectiveness. How much farther? Sasori asked, giving in and being the one to break the thick silence that had blanketed them from the moment they'd left the village hidden in the rain to begin this mission. Not much, his partner said with a quiet grunt, and Sasori resisted the urge to lash out. To poke a senbon into his partner's leg. Maybe when he got to feel Sasori's newest invention, he'd find his voice. His taciturn partner was not the only downside to being a member of the Akatsuki, however. This mission was another. He'd been summoned by the enigmatic leader, and basically told to abandon his preparations and training for fighting against the Kazekage. He was, instead, to be sent after the Two Tails. Niyujito. If he were being completely honest, he could understand why that mission was being allocated to others. Like he'd said, Gaara of the desert was a dangerous fellow. Dangerous enough that Sasori had been wary of when they'd finally clash fists. Even with his partner at his side, he'd have given them barely winning odds against the Kazekage. Noelle of the Storm Release had already lost to the boy once before, and that had been a while ago. A while in which they'd both grown stronger, but given that the Kazekage had been named Kage and then gone on to slay not just Deidara, an established S-rank ninja, but also the sand-aimed Tsuchikage, a bastion of the old world. A man who epitomized what it meant to be a shinobi, while Noelle had gone on to become a jounin of exceptional competence, but still one who'd easily lost in combat to the Yondaime Reikage. If he had to pick a winner, he'd give it to the established Kage killer. It was clear that he himself would be the difference maker. But he also had no idea if any of the ideas he'd had for countering the Kazekage's skill set would be enough to grant them the win. That was another benefit of being in the Akatsuki, he guessed. Apart from his own information network, membership of the organization granted him access to so much raw data that he had already theorized that whoever wrote the bingo book had at least some connection to the organization. If it weren't for that information network, he'd have felt even more unsure about the fight he was about to step into. Niyujito was a powerful Jinchuriki. Only an idiot would think otherwise. She'd not participated in the last war, but that had been because of her age. Apart from that mark against her, she had a perfect record. The bingo book recognized her as an S-rank threat in the same vein it recognized both himself and his partner. The difference between them was the fact that Kumo's outer-facing Jinchuriki had never failed a mission. Not once in thousands of missions. Assassinations, searches and rescues, protection details, and all sorts. Not once had she ever been forced to fill one of those dreadful mission failure reports. That fact alone made him wary. It meant two things, unfailingly. 1. She was smart. Smart enough that she'd never been outsmarted by either enemy ninja or even the environment itself. 2. She was powerful. She'd never been overpowered on a mission before, and that was telling. Especially considering that she most often went on protection missions with some of the most sought-after people on the planet. Kumo was not shy about lending out her services, and the Reikage charged a premium for it. It was why they'd been able to track her here. Somehow, the leader had been able to ensure that she'd be sent on a mission to escort a merchant lord to his castle on the other end of the region. She'd be as far away from Kumo's famed village guard as possible. That meant that they'd have the opportunity to get to take her out before reinforcements arrived. Despite all that, Sasori wasn't really worried about Yujito, he was more concerned about potential reinforcements such as Killer Bee. Sasori had no doubts that if Killer Bee showed up, that was going to be the end of it. He was many things. A liar would never be one of them. Especially when it came to himself. He would not lie to himself that he had anything resembling a chance against the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. The famed perfect, Jinchuriki, the guardian of Kumo. Considering each tailed beast was as powerful as all the ones that came before it combined, facing off against a fully realized Hachibi was extremely low on his list of priorities. He had no desire to find out how his attempts at immortality would survive against a tailed beast bomb. "We're here," his partner said, and Sasori nodded. Like it was not obvious. He could see the giant castle built right into the mountain just as clear as the Kumo native could. "I'll take her on first. Do not interfere unless I fall," he spoke again. Oh, the great mute one could speak in more than just two-word sentences, could he? Sasori said none of the words that ached to fall from his lips in favor of merely continuing to move forwards. If Noel Yatsuki wanted to get himself killed in battle, then there was nothing Sasori of the Red Sands could do to stop him, he decided. XXXXX. Niyujito, his new partner, spoke as the woman entered the main hall of the castle, where they'd chosen to wait for her. Noel Yatsuki, the blonde woman said in recognition, chest heaving with invisible fury. "The Reikage will honor me when I return with your head," she said, making his idiot partner laugh, even as blue chakra began to surround her. The fact that the chakra was visible to his naked eyes told Sasori all that he needed to know, and he wasted no time in stepping backwards to give his partner the space he needed to get himself killed. "Submit, woman. You stand no chance against." Noel was unable to complete the sentence as he was forced to move his head out of the way of a set of claws that threatened to rip out his throat. Sasori had barely been able to track the woman's movements. "Shut up and die," she said, another swipe of her hands almost tearing his fellow Akatsuki member in two. In the idiot's defense, he was doing a good enough job of staying ahead of the woman's attempts to kill him. Noel Yatsuki leaned out of the way of another swipe before he counterattacked. His punch was waved aside, but he took the opportunity to step into her guard, and then they began to dance. Because that was all Sasori could describe it as. Every so often, he regretted never spending more time polishing his taijutsu. This was one of those times. Two taijutsu adepts, fighting it out in what looked like a carefully choreographed dance to any outsiders. They'd trained in the same academy, and in the same fighting style, and it showed. It showed in the way each of them could predict the other's moves before they made them. The Jinchuriki had the advantage in speed, but his partner was clearly the better taijutsu practitioner. It showed in the way, while slower by a small margin, none of his opponent's attacks had come close to landing while his opponent struggled to keep his methodical counterattack at bay. The woman, in one single movement, lashed out with a powerful axe kick that his partner had to cross his hands above his head to block. That proved to be just what she'd wanted because she wasted no time in using said hands as a springboard to fly backwards while weaving hand seals. In much the same way as Sasori had been able to tell that she was inferior when it came to taijutsu, she'd been able to see the same. Now, she was switching gears. Noel would have to hope that he had what it took to keep her at bay when it came to ninjutsu. If the bingo book score of 5 was any indication, then it would be a tall ask. She finished her jutsu first. Sasori was not surprised. Noel was skilled, but she weaved seals faster than anyone he'd seen except from Itachi and Kisame. That team of absolute monsters could weave seals so quickly it was like their fingers were blurs even to his eyes. Niyujito was only a bit slower than that. Her jutsu's completion was marked by her fingers rising towards her mouth while in the ram seal. She spat out several balls of bright blue flame that scorched the air as they flew right at his partner's form. They bathed the hall in an eerie blue glow. His partner's voice rang out next. "Suten, Suijin Hiki," he said as he spat out a massive amount of water that rose to form a wall. Both jutsu clashed with a hissing sound that grated on his ears as the fire prevailed. The fireballs continued on their path, while the water turned to naught but quick-spreading steam. Noel was able to dodge them with ease, body twisting to allow the fireballs to miss him by a wide margin. The woman showed her creativity as the fireballs spun in the air, reorienting themselves to strike at her opponent from his blind spot. To exactly no one's surprise, the cheap trick didn't kill the S-rank missing mean. He twisted at the last minute and spat out a tight, compressed lance of water that drilled straight through the fireballs, one after another. A ninjutsu master with little in the way of peers, was the language leader Sama had said to describe him during his introduction, and Sasori could see it. Clear as day. Noel lifted his hand, and all that marked the activation of his jutsu to Sasori's senses was a telltale feeling of static in the air. Niyujito dove to the floor with no hesitation, and where there had been previously castle walls behind her, there was now nothing but a view of the outside world. Again, there was static in the air, and again the woman jumped out of the way. Once again, where there'd been something, there was now nothing. I've gotten much stronger, Yujito. Don't underestimate me, he said with laughter in his voice. 100 times 0 is still 0, Noel-chan. She smugly replied before closing the distance, not giving him the time to reply to her barb. He dodged out of the way of the first swipe. This time, however, with the blue chakra that surrounded her getting more intense, her speed has seen a notable jump. Where before, he might have had an easy time keeping ahead of her attacks, Noel was now thoroughly on the black foot. It was all he could do to stay ahead. That was why, this time, he was the one to retreat from close quarters. He did it with style as well, planting his hands on the ground before thrusting at her with a mule kick that she blocked. In the same movement, he executed a swift backflip that took him out of her range. Even before he'd landed, there was a stream of pure blue flames heading for him. I watched as instead of forming multiple seals, he formed only a single one as his chakra output nearly tripled. The fire washed over him a second later, and when it all cleared, I was left with a view of my partner in his undersuit, and a clear cloak of lightning-natured chakra surrounding him. You dare use that jutsu? After all you've done, Yujito was the one who sounded furious now. Not furious, Sasori amended, apoplectic. The blue chakra surrounding her thickened as an intangible weight began to settle on the room. The fire shifted, moving into the appearance of a cat's head, before it swelled and began to rise from the floor as the rest of the Nibi's body began to form. I don't know what organization you belong to, but you both die here and now, she said before she moved. He'd been wrong with his previous descriptions. She wasn't fast before. Now, this was speed. She moved faster than he could track, and both her and Noel clashed in the middle of the hall. The force of their bodies hitting each other was enough to cause a shockwave that sent everything that wasn't bolted to the ground flying. It also caused a spiderweb of cracks on the floor. Sasori could already tell that there wouldn't be much of a castle left by the time they finally finished with each other. The cracks spread as they hit each other again, with one tail of the Nibi slamming right into Noel's outstretched fist. With his cloak gone, Sasori could see the musculature that the Akatsuki cloak had hidden from view. Noel Yatsuki was absolutely massive, with a body that reminded one of the Reikage at their fittest. It was impressive how he'd managed to achieve such a constitution, especially considering the Reikage had genetics to help them get there. Sasori had needed to study the human body to a startling degree to perfect his human puppet project, and those studies told him just how much effort would have been required to build a body like that. Sasori enjoyed the view as both beast and man clashed over and over again. He could already tell that while he was putting up a valiant fight, his partner was already being pushed back, slowly but surely. Man was not made to strive against tailed beasts like this. He could already see what would happen soon enough, and began to execute his plan. Within Hiriko, his fingers twitched with muscle memory, even though he no longer needed them so. He guided multiple balls across the room, making sure that everything was done when both beast and man were distracted. And then he pulled with his chakra, triggering the trap. Nothing happened. Nothing that either of the fighters would notice, at least. The poison that was spreading across the air was virtually undetectable. He might have been more hesitant about using this particular poison if he hadn't gotten to use the time they spent in close proximity to each other during the journey to help his partner build a resistance without his knowledge. Sasori watched the next clash between the two of them carefully as the tailed beast exerted itself in its combat with the smaller human. On an ordinary day, with things being equal, he wouldn't expect even a tailed beast as weak as the two tails to lose out to poison, but he hoped that with the exertion from engaging in combat with someone on relatively the same level of power would sway things in his favor even more. Besides, he'd read through briefings on Niyujito cover to cover, multiple times. She wasn't a perfect Jinchuriki like Killer Bee. She had a time limit to the transformation, and was limited in what she could do. According to Kimo's own intelligence, even, this wasn't a true transformation where the body of the human was replaced with that of the tailed beast, but her body was in there somewhere. They clashed again, except this time, the Nibi's tails overpowered her human opponent and slammed him right into the wall. The giant cat scoffed audibly and rested on its haunches, waiting for its opponent to reveal itself again. Sasori almost smiled as he saw what it was doing. When Noel flew right out of the wall like a bat from hell and slammed into another tail that tossed him into the ground, it was all he could do to prevent himself from bursting into laughter at the sight. The Nibi seemed keen on humiliating the human before her. He rose again, but it was only for the Nibi to rear back and unleash a roar that Sasori smartly prevented from affecting him by disabling his auditory function the moment the first hint of the sound got to him. With a lowly human body of flesh and bone, his partner didn't have such an ability and was sent right to his knees, head clutched right in his hands. Sasori couldn't hear, but from what he could see, the sound was torture of some sort. Noel, normally the stoic sort, was on his knees screaming, with blood leaking from his hands as it escaped his eardrums. Fascinating. The pain on his face was something of legend. In all his years of testing pain-causing poisons, not a single one had managed to get the kind of effect from a Jounin-level ninja with the training to match. Noel was finished. Sasori knew it. Even the poison hadn't been enough to make the man a match for the beast. It was a saddening fact, but there was simply nothing the puppet master could do about it. Instead, he decided to honor his partner's last words by allowing him to fall in combat with his pride intact. His puppets began to spread into the floor as he prepared himself to do battle against the mighty Nibi. His body dropped into the ground with the _subterranean voyage technique as he continued to see through Hiriko's eyes. A puppet body came with hundreds of advantages over a purely human one. One aspect of that was that he could turn off vision in his main body completely and focus on seeing through Hiriko's eyes. The files had said that the Nibi would be incapable of calling upon the mighty Bijudama as an imperfect Jinchuriki, but he was not going to test it with his life on the line. He was well aware of how incomplete information could mean the difference between life and death. He watched as the beast reached down. Not with its claws or tails, but with its mouth. It intended to eat the men, Sasori thought with a mixture of revulsion and intrigue. Fascinating. He wondered if he should poison Noel's body now to see if it would have more profound effects on the tailed beast than the airborne poison that seemed to be doing a good amount of nothing. When it was about to snap its teeth around his body, Noel lifted his head suddenly, and there was a strange feeling in the air. Not something he could perceive through Hiriko, but even underground he could feel it. He watched as Noel's armor, previously a calm blue cloak, began to spark and sizzle. Finally, he shouted, probably much louder than he'd intended to, considering the busted eardrums. He caught the Nibi's teeth right in his hands, using his strength and that alone to prevent said teeth from turning him into dinner. He fought against the strength of the beast's jaws for a second or two before the jaws clamped down on thin air. He'd escaped, faster than he'd previously been moving. Storm release armor, complete, he said, with an audibly smug tone. Ha ha ha. He said it was impossible. They all said it was impossible. Of course, it was. Impossible for them. Never me. I'm better. This proves it, he said, going on about the seeming achievement endlessly. If Sasori's suspicions were correct, then the pride would be understandable. Nay, even expected. This was a new form of the lightning armor that matched nothing he'd read about the Reikage. First of all, he could not a single thing about the man's body within the cloak. It was like the lightning cloak had become his body. In the same deep blue color that marked his storm-release jutsu, this new form of the lightning cloak had a distinctively inhuman feeling to it. This time, when the men moved, the tailed beast was too slow to react. It was not even a blink to Sasori's eyes. All he knew was that in one instant, Noel had been standing at least 100 meters away, and in the next, his fist was buried in the Nibi's flame-cloaked face. The Nibi did not move, the beast too strong to be shaken by the strength of the human, but it did feel the attack. At the very least, the speed had surprised the creature. When its tail swept out, trying to smash the one who dared lay hands on it, Noel was gone. He dodged the barrage of attacks with ease. With movements that Sasori's eyes failed to track. All while weaving seals and humming to himself. It was disrespectful. And if it was designed to irritate the Jinchuriki, then it accomplished its goal. Every swipe of the twin tails tore through the ground now. Tearing deep rents as the beast put all its strength into it. Nothing changed for Noel as he dodged the attacks with ease. Eventually, the Jinchuriki gave up and lifted its head up. Balls of red and black chakra began to gather, and Sasori needed no other hint to know just what Noel had foolishly unleashed on them all. The tailed beast was going to destroy the entire castle. Nay, the whole mountain. Just to take them out. He'd have been flattered if it wouldn't have meant his death. Always one with a backup on top of a backup, Sasori kept watching the fight through Hiriko's eyes while his real body swam deeper and deeper into the ground at an angle. He was certain that by the time the attack landed, he would be well out of its radius. The puppets he'd already spread were of little consequence. Each one had a copy on his person already, and more back at the base. Nothing of value would be lost, and he knew the beast would be exhausted after the attack, so he'd have an even easier time taking out Niujito. It was just a shame that his partner had to perish in the attempt. Through Hiriko's eyes and ears, he heard Noel burst into laughter. Laughter that his cloak converted into barely intelligible static. He disappeared from his previous position before appearing right in front of the forming tailed beast bomb. "Take this, bitch," he screamed as he completed whatever seals he'd been forming and threw forth his hands. Hidden jutsu, storm release, roar of the storm god, he screamed to the heavens as he executed an impossibly impressive jutsu. Hiriko's eyes had been carefully calibrated to function in all forms of lighting, but this jutsu managed to blind said eyes for a second. The entire jutsu was a flash, as a veritable pillar of light slammed into the half-formed tailed beast bomb before destabilizing it and pushing it right into its creator. Sasori's retreat proved to be the right move, as the entire castle's foundation shook from the impact as it began to collapse. Hiriko's feet ended as the puppet perished from the jutsu's blast radius. He'd better get that woman's body with him, Sasori said to himself in irritation as he kept swimming through the ground. That escapade had taken his number of Hiriko bodies down to 5. He'd have to make at least 2 more to replenish his supply and ensure he didn't run out any time soon. He could already imagine the griping he'd get from the cheapskate Kakuza when he'd send him the bill for the supplies and the new Akatsuki cloak custom-made to fit Hiriko's form. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kusagakure of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 6.650/7000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Wet tinkering. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 46, The Sanin Reunite. Jiraiya of the Sanin, POV. Jiraiya did his best not to blink as they were guided down the twisting waterfalls marking the entrance to the village hidden in the waterfall. He couldn't see a thing, his head bound and covered, but he could at least resist completely surrendering to the indignity. A small act of rebellion. He could already feel Orochimaru and Tsunade's irritation. Even as genin, they had been students of the Hokage, granted the privilege of using the more dignified entrance reserved for visiting dignitaries. But those days were long gone. Now, they were prisoners of circumstance, forced to endure this insult, a stark reminder of how far they had fallen. Worse still, they knew the only reason for this treatment, a power play. The ever-grasping council of Takigakure would not let them forget that they were the supplicants here. They had spent months in the Fire Lord's court after recruiting Tsunade, only to be met with delays and evasions. The daimyo had no interest in picking a side. Jiraiya understood why. The relationship between Konoha and the Fire Daimyo had never been more strained. And from the Fire Lord's perspective, interfering in Konoha's civil strife was a gamble with his own head on the line. If he backed the losing side, the victors would ensure he shared the fate of their enemies. But if he remained neutral, neither faction could justify attacking him outright. And they wouldn't dare. The assassination of a sitting daimyo was a death sentence for the perpetrator. The remaining 4 nations would unite to crush any village foolish enough to set the precedent. Feudal lords protected their own, bound by both blood ties and self-preservation. That mutual fear was the only reason shinobi hadn't simply wiped out the daimyo system in favor of raw military rule. After all, even the most powerful shinobi had to consider the 1,000-strong armies each daimyo controlled. Still, they traveled deeper into the village, and Jiraiya kept his senses trained on Naruto's presence beside him. It was always a concern when traveling with Orochimaru, one had to ensure he didn't get too much opportunity to indulge his tendencies. Jiraiya still remembered their first conversation with Tsunade, months ago. Flashback, the reunion. Hey. Go away. Tsunade's voice was groggy, thick with exhaustion. She was slumped over the bar counter, an empty glass in front of her. Hours had passed as they watched her drink in silence. The bar had long since emptied, the bartender handing over the keys to her apprentice, Dan's niece, before leaving them to lock up. Tsunade-sama, the apprentice whispered, hesitant, nudging her shoulder. What? Tsunade's tone softened slightly, directed at her student rather than the intruders disturbing her night. It's Jiraiya-sama. That got a reaction. Even in her drunken haze, her posture tensed. But then the apprentice added, voice barely above a whisper. And Orochimaru. Jiraiya heard the sharp intake of breath before Tsunade bolted upright. Faster than he expected, even for her. She barely wobbled as she pivoted, swinging an uppercut at Orochimaru's face. His head exploded into mud. A substitution. Not that Tsunade noticed, or cared. She never expected the hit to land in the first place. Instead, she turned, grabbing her apprentice with an ease that belied her drunken state and leaping away at impressive speed. Too bad it wasn't fast enough. Jiraiya appeared in front of her before her alcohol-clouded mind could react, striking her pressure points with frog Kyumite. Unconscious before she hit the ground. Sage mode had always been his greatest strength. The only good thing that had come out of Danzo's takeover was the improvements he'd made in Senjutsu. When the great elders had flooded his brain with natural energy to purge the genjutsu that had taken control of his mind, it had left lasting effects. He no longer needed the full transformation, some benefits of Sage mode remained even in his base state. And with enough meditation, he could now access perfect Sage mode on his own. Training had been scarce, with how much they had been moving, but the potential was there. When Tsunade woke, she wasted no time glaring at Orochimaru. You do realize Sensei's death is practically his fault, right? Jiraiya sighed. Here we go. Sensei had decades of life left, he replied, tone even. Danzo took that from him. Because of his damn invasion. I don't see how you can trust this bastard. Are we going to keep talking about me like I'm not in the room? Orochimaru drawled. Yes, we are. Orochimaru just chuckled, lounging on the couch. Fine. I'll just sit here and tempt your respective apprentices to my nefarious ways. Shizen stiffened. Naruto scowled. How can you trust him, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked again. Jiraiya rolled up his sleeve, revealing the intricate seals inked into his arm. I got the idea from Danzo. Juinjutsu. Tsunade's frown deepened as she studied the seals. Despite public perception, she had a solid understanding of the art. She had designed the strength of 100 seal, after all. This is stupid, she muttered. It's necessary. No, it's not. You don't need him. Going this far to secure his alliance is the dumbest thing you've ever done. There was worry in her eyes. Jiraiya crushed the thought before it could become something painful. He had been down that road before. It always ended the same way. I disagree. I need him. And I need you. He locked eyes with her. Danzo killed Sensei. He has Konoha. That was all it took. She wouldn't admit it, not yet. But he had her. Back in the present. What do you mean I should wait behind? Naruto's voice was thick with indignation. Gigi was my Hokage too, you know. Jiraiya would have liked to bring Naruto along. The experience would have been valuable. But Tsunade had the final say, and she was firm. You're following the nice lady to our accommodations while we negotiate, brat. But why? I promise to behave. Naruto. An explosion ripped through the air. From the sky, a girl tumbled, wings of chakra flickering behind her. Before she could react, a detached hand shot out, grabbed her ankle, and slammed her to the ground. Jiraiya's eyes snapped to the threads leading back to her attacker. A dead-eyed man in a tattered cloak. No. Not just any cloak. Red clouds on black. Kukuku, what a coincidence. Orochimaru's chuckle cut through the moment. The man's gaze shifted to them. Specifically, to Naruto. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki, in the company of the legendary Sanin. His voice was rough, like sandpaper on stone. Jiraiya tensed. He knew who this was. Kakuzu the Immortal. Between the four of you, I see 500 million Ryo. Kakuzu's fingers curled. Do me a favor and die quickly. He wove a seal. Orochimaru matched him. Tsunade surged forward, the tip of the spear. Jiraiya exhaled, steadying himself. The fight was on. Lightning release, false darkness, Kakuzu intoned, his voice cold and unhurried. He extended his hands forward, twin lances of lightning chakra surging toward them, crackling with lethal intent. Before the attack could land, Naruto appeared in front of Tsunade with a speed that would have caught most off guard. He clapped his hands together, and the air howled in response. A powerful wind release technique erupted outward, shredding through the lightning and reducing it to nothing. The same storm of invisible wind blades surged toward Kakuzu. His skin darkened in an instant, earth release armor. The blades tore through his cloak, but his flesh remained untouched. Tsunade, however, didn't give him time to recover. She flowed around Naruto with effortless grace, her speed quadrupled as she surged forward like a predator catching the scent of blood. Kakuzu barely had time to raise his arm before her punch connected. But resistance was meaningless. Her fist shattered his hardened defenses, ripping his arm clean off. A second attacker lunged at her from behind Kakuzu's staggering form, attempting to stop her before she could press her advantage. Tsunade didn't even acknowledge him. Flames roared to life, consuming the would-be assailant midair before he could touch her. Orochimaru stood lazily behind the fire, his lips curling in amusement. Jiraiya almost felt his throat tighten. It had been a long time since he had seen teamwork like this, since they had fought like this. This was the power of the legendary Sanin. He played his part, forming a single seal. The ground beneath Kakuzu's feet twisted, stone hardening around his legs like iron shackles. As the bounty hunter struggled to move, Tsunade took her time winding back for another blow. She didn't hold back. Her fist tore through his midsection, turning muscle and organs into shredded ruin. She exhaled sharply, watching the body slump. So this is the Akatsuki. Nothing impressive at all, she scoffed, turning her back on the corpse. And that was her mistake. She was rusty. The Tsunade of old would have never turned her back on a fallen enemy, not even a corpse. Shinobi had a habit of faking death. The charred body Orochimaru had incinerated twitched. A smile, wide and crazed, split through the blackened flesh. Kakuzu's partner, Haiden. Still very much alive. With a flick of his wrist, his scythe rose into the air, poised to carve into the unaware Tsunade. Jiraiya moved without thinking. His fingers wove a seal he hadn't used in over a decade, his personal substitution technique. In an instant, he and Tsunade switched places. The scythe missed its mark, slicing through empty air. Jiraiya ducked beneath the next swing, his movements fluid as he rose with the fury of a storm god. A massive, grinding sphere of chakra whirled into existence in his right hand. Otama Reasonon. Unlike Naruto's preferred version, designed to blast enemies away, Jiraiya's was a meat grinder. A technique that had put Minato's name on the map even before the Flying Thunder God had been perfected. The Reasonon tore into Haiden with brutal efficiency. His body crumpled under the sheer force, his head popping off with a sickening crack. Jiraiya exhaled, allowing the jutsu to dissipate. That was his mistake. For the first time in the fight, he had let his guard down. In focusing on the enemy in front of him, he had forgotten the one behind. Squelch. A cold pressure gripped his chest. Jiraiya froze. A hand was inside him. You three, you're terrifying, Kakuzu muttered from behind him, his voice eerily calm. Especially the woman. She took 4 of my hearts with one punch. If I hadn't sent my earth heart underground the moment I was trapped, I'd be dead. Jiraiya could barely turn his head, the motion making the grip around his heart tighten. So that was it. Multiple hearts. One for each element. That was the secret to his immortality. Kakuzu's fingers curled slightly. The pressure increased. Jiraiya clenched his jaw, bracing for the inevitable. Maybe the men wanted to use him as a bargaining chip. He'd never get the chance. A sword blade burst through Kakuzu's chest, skewering him clean through. Jiraiya recognized the weapon instantly, Kusanagi. Orochimaru twisted the hilt, a quiet tsk leaving his lips. How careless of you, he mused, gripping Kakuzu's wrist before he could fully crush Jiraiya's heart. Tsunade was already at Jiraiya's side, hands glowing with medical chakra. We've gotten rusty, Jiraiya muttered, his voice weak. Stop talking, you fool, Tsunade snapped, working quickly to extract the invading hand from his chest. Jiraiya chuckled weakly. Tell Naruto. I've always been proud of him. Shut up, idiot. You're not dying, Orochimaru said dryly. Jiraiya blinked. I'm not. Tsunade huffed, sealing the last of the wound. The bastard didn't do anything I can't fix. A few minutes, and you'll be fine. Jiraiya wasn't convinced. If it was taking minutes for Tsunade to heal him, then Kakuzu had done far more damage than she was admitting. Still, he let himself smile. Good to know, he murmured. Of course he was still alive. He has some unfinished business with Danzo after all. XXXX, Gaara of the Desert POV. Gaara smiled as he stirred back to consciousness. A nap. That was exactly what he had needed. Not that he wasn't irritated by the fact that the Four Tails had given him this much trouble. That was water under the bridge now. He had a new idea. As Han's body was sent hurtling through a building by one of the Yonbi's massive tails, Gaara finished formulating his plan. It had all started with a simple, absurd thought as he fell into unconsciousness. How is that so loud? That single question had led his mind down an unexpected path, sound. Sound was just vibrations traveling through a medium. In this case, air. The interesting part. Sound changed when passing through different mediums, like how Dosu's technique worked. The sound waves were harmless in the air, but the moment they entered an opponent's ear, they wreaked havoc on the inner workings of the body. That simple fact had given him an idea. Could he use wind release to amplify sound? To alter its frequency? Could he weaponize something as simple as the snap of his fingers? The battlefield was as good a place as any to test it. First, precautions. Gaara lifted his hands to his ears and used a simple medical jutsu to deactivate his auditory nerves. He snapped his fingers. Nothing. Good. Now for the next step. He clapped his hands together, then focused, trying to feel the sound as it moved through the air. A subtle ripple. He clapped again, refining his focus. There. He could sense the vibrations shifting through the wind. He wasn't feeling the sound itself, he was feeling how it moved. That was progress. Now, he had to manipulate it. First, make it travel faster, he thought. He clapped again, and as the vibrations left his fingers, he pushed them forward, speeding them through the air. Success. But that was only step one. Gaara wanted payback. That damn beast had been roaring this entire fight, shaking the very air itself. He clapped again, directing the vibrations where he wanted. He was close. But frequency manipulation was another problem entirely. He knew that higher-pitched sounds, past a certain threshold, became imperceptible to humans while being intolerable for certain animals. Monkeys had similar hearing ranges to humans. That meant. He clapped. Nothing. Again. Still nothing. The technique resisted his attempts at altering the frequency, remaining just as it was. Damn. It was different from manipulating air currents. It wasn't actively fighting him, it just wasn't changing. Perhaps. He shifted his approach, trying instead to use the air itself to stretch and expand the sound wave. Slight progress. But minimal. He was about to try again when something in his peripheral vision made him freeze. A fucking tsunami. And not a small one. The towering wall of water made Mei's previous feats look like a child's game. Gaara restored his hearing just as a deep, sinister cackling reached his ears. He traced it to the crest of the tsunami. Even from this distance, he could see the black cloak with red clouds. Akatsuki. Kisame Hashigaki. Where Kisame went, Itachi would follow. Fighting the tailless-tailed beast and the clan killer at the same time. Absolutely not. Not in his current state. Gaara made the only logical choice. He turned on his heel, summoning a platform of sand beneath his feet and soaring into the sky. Before leaving, he created a clone, leaving it behind to observe the battle. If he couldn't stay for the show, he could at least enjoy it later. As he rose above the clouds, he summoned more sand to widen his platform before biting his finger and weaving seals. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. A large puff of smoke signaled the arrival of the sand ninja who had accompanied him on this mission. Not all of them, though. Gaara frowned, noticing 2 backpacks without their owners attached. Report, he ordered sharply. XXXX, clone Gaara, because I know you want to see Itachi and Kisame get it done. The battlefield shifted. It was like night and day, the difference before and after their arrival. Kisame rode in on a monstrous tsunami, a tide of destruction that swallowed streets and drowned buildings. Lava that had once carved through Iwa's landscape sizzled and faded as the water consumed it. The 4 tails bellowed, its sheer body heat working to evaporate the wave. But it wasn't enough. The beast was forced under. Gaara almost choked at the sight. The Yambi was engaged in a physical battle, and it was losing. The moment Kisame submerged it, the tsunami shape shifted. The water that had crashed down rose again, sealing the battlefield in a colossal dome of liquid. A third of Iwa was now underwater. The Yanbi roared. It swallowed water instead. Kisame moved through the depths, his body more shark than man, cutting through the water with unnatural grace. The 4 tails flailed, struggling to break free. It never got the chance. Kisame latched on, and he began to feed. Gaara knew the fight was over. His attention shifted to the other battlefield. Han had recognized Itachi the second the Uchiha appeared. That much was obvious. His entire fighting style changed. He abandoned wide-ranged attacks in favor of something more controlled, more deliberate. It didn't matter. When he and Itachi clashed, Gaara saw it immediately. It wasn't even close. Even with the raw power of a tailed beast coursing through him, strength and speed beyond reason, Han could not touch Itachi. The Uchiha moved like liquid shadow, each attack foreseen, each motion perfect. Han struck, Itachi was already gone. Han kicked, it missed by a hair's breadth. Every attack was accounted for before it was even made. Han knew it too. Desperate, he changed tactics, closing the distance in a burst of speed, aiming to overwhelm Itachi before he could react. He failed. The Uchiha sidestepped the attack with such fluidity that it was almost insulting, as if Han had been moving in slow motion. Gaara watched in silence. They had been wrong. All those who had compared his own talents to Uchiha Itachi's had never seen the man fight. This wasn't just skill. It was mastery. Then, Itachi shifted. The moment was so subtle that anyone not paying attention would have missed it. He moved back. His hands came together, seals blurred into motion. Too fast to track. Gaara knew the technique before it even formed. A massive fireball roared to life, consuming everything in its path. Han spun his tails around himself, weathering the flames with minimal damage. He had no time to celebrate. Itachi was already there. A flicker of motion. A single second. Han made the fatal mistake of looking at him. The second their eyes met, it was over. Han's body froze. Still. Silent. Gaara exhaled. Itachi blinked, glancing toward him as if he had known he was being watched. The clone grinned and gave a cheeky wave, before vanishing in a puff of smoke. After watching Itachi fight, Gaara had a pretty good idea of what to do with Kakashi's Sharingan that he has in his possession. End of chapter. Tested out a new style for this chapter. Better or worse? Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level. Title, Kusagakure of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 6.650/7000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Wet tinkering. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 47, Plug-in Sharingan. Gaara POV, 1 month later. Are you sure about this? Chiyo asked for the 7th time in the past hour. Gaara knew she was only concerned for him, but that didn't mean he had the patience to endure having his motivations questioned at every turn. If I wasn't, we wouldn't be here. Now get it over with, he replied tersely, his patience long worn thin. Since his return from IWA a month ago, Gaara had devoted every spare moment to studying one thing, the Sharingan, specifically, Kakashi Hataki's Sharingan. Or, if one wanted to be pedantic, Obito Uchiha's, but there was no point in splitting hairs over such a minor detail. A month of research had yet to make him an expert, but he knew significantly more than when he started. Most importantly, he was confident that the eye wouldn't go blind from overuse before he had the chance to wield its Mangekyo ability. His theory on Obito's ability to use his Mangekyo continuously revolved around Hashirama's cells, which likely allowed him to regenerate faster than the strain could blind him. Gaara, however, had his own solution. The blessed seal of Theodata, a seal he had been perfecting for some time now, was nowhere near the strength of Tsunade's strength of 100 seal, but it was something he took pride in. It was designed to provide near-instant regeneration to the Sharingan. The connection between the implanted eye and his chakra network would run through the seal first, ensuring it acted as a buffer. At a glance, the seal was nothing more than an unobtrusive black dot on his forehead, but its functions were anything but simple. Chakra regulation, the seal passively absorbed excess chakra, storing it much like Tsunade's seal, while also allowing him to manually funnel chakra into it when needed. Restorative function, instead of conventional healing, which pushed the body forward, this function dragged it backward, returning the Sharingan to a previous undamaged state. It worked by first scanning the eye and then rejecting any inflicted damage, almost as if rewinding time. However, the greater the damage, the more chakra the process demanded. Sharingan power supply, the seal provided a constant flow of chakra to counteract the Sharingan's passive drain, ensuring his reserves remained untouched. Emergency energy source, if necessary, the stored chakra could be diverted to power ninjutsu in combat. Despite these advantages, the blessed seal of Theodata was still incomplete. Currently, it only relied on his chakra reserves, which meant sustaining the Sharingan over time was viable, but catastrophic damage, such as someone slashing the eye in half, could drain him dry. His long-term goal was to incorporate nature chakra absorption, much like a cursed seal, to create a virtually unlimited energy source. When Gaara had explained this to Chiyo, her first question was, why not apply the seal to your entire body? The answer was obvious. The blessed seal reverted things to their original state. If applied to his body, it would instantly erase all progress from training, leaving him perpetually stagnant. Are you ready? Chiyo asked. Gaara simply glared at her. Taking that as her answer, she reached out with glowing green hands, and without hesitation, plucked out his left eye. The numbing effects of medical ninjutsu kicked in instantly, dulling any pain. Chiyo moved swiftly, beginning the delicate process of connecting the Sharingan to his optic nerve. What fascinated Gaara was how remarkably easy dojutsu transplantation was in this world. It was as if the eyes had been engineered to be plug and play. The moment the procedure was complete, his vision returned, except now, his left eye saw the world in startling clarity. The difference was staggering. His right eye, normal as ever, paled in comparison. His left eye, however, rendered reality in razor-sharp definition. He could see dust particles floating through the sterilized air, the faintest micro-expressions on Chiyo's face, and for a fleeting second, it felt as if he could pluck the very thoughts from her mind. Before he could even consider testing that theory, a familiar blue screen flashed across his vision. Notice, foreign intrusion detected. Player has implanted a Sharingan in his left eye socket. Perception plus. Wet tinkering plus. Intelligence plus. Genjutsu plus. Endurance. Gaara barely spared the notification a glance before dismissing it and turning back to Chiyo. I assume everything went according to plan, he said. See for yourself, she replied, tossing him a mirror. His reflection stared back at him. The same familiar face, unblemished, unchanged, except for one stark difference. Where his right eye remained its usual calm teal, his left eye now burned with a fiery crimson glow, exuding the same intensity and menace that the world had come to fear from Sharingan wielders. Perfect. Now, it was time to test this bitch out. But first. What do you think of the formulas I submitted, he asked, setting the mirror down. Chiyo pursed her lips. The idea is ambitious, but I'm concerned about the side effects, and the risk of permanently crippling yourself by going down this route. It's fine, Gaara dismissed. While I was in the throes of your amnesia, I had an idea or two. With some fine-tuning, I should be able to mitigate most of the side effects. The extra 20 points in wet tinkering were nothing to scoff at. His mind raced, processing countless improvements at once. He could already see dozens of ways to refine his previous work, better, more precise methods for transplanting the dead bone pulse into Shira. Even more exciting were the possibilities of harnessing explosion release, the Kekkei Genkai he had stolen from IWA. Transplanting it into promising academy students. That was only the beginning. It took all his willpower to resist bursting into maniacal laughter. Chiyo might actually try to kill him again if he did. XXXXXX, Jiraiya of the Sanin POV. He hadn't expected a parade. Certainly not a festival or a national holiday in their name. But he had expected at least some gratefulness from the detestable Taki elders. They had saved the village's sole claim to fame, yet here they were, being cantankerous old codgers. He had Tsunade to thank for that delightful bit of phrasing. To avoid offending their hosts, they had left Orochimaru with Naruto and Shizune at the hotel. And yet, after all that consideration, the bastards had left them waiting outside the meeting room. Jiraiya could already tell that if the clock struck 12, marking a full hour of waiting, Tsunade was going to break the door down. The patience she was displaying was impressive, but even an idiot could tell it was wearing thin. Legendary Sanin. A head poked out of the council chambers 5 minutes before the dreaded hour mark. Since they were literally the only ones in the waiting room, neither of them bothered responding. The elders will see you now, the men continued. In a blink, Tsunade had crossed half the distance to the door, dragging Jiraiya along with her. Introducing Jiraiya the Gallant, the one and only Toad Sage, and Tsunade, the legendary healer, students of Hiruzen the Professor, the late third Hokage of Konohagakure. Jiraiya nearly preened at the introduction. Then he laid eyes on the elders of Takigakure, and all thoughts of flattery vanished. From the start, the meeting was a disaster. For one, he hadn't noticed it at first, but the announcer had conveniently failed to acknowledge them as the official envoys of Konohagakure. Even worse, the village's so-called leader wasn't even running the show. Instead, the actual decision-makers, a bunch of stubborn, self-important old men, were spewing so much bullshit that Jiraiya was tempted to pull out his own hair and stab them with it. The actual village leader, Shibuki, sat silently to the side, watching as his elders openly disrespected Konoha's strongest shinobi. What a spineless coward, Jiraiya thought with disgust. So what exactly are you saying? Tsunade asked, her voice deceptively calm. A clenched fist was the only sign of her growing fury. It took real audacity to do what these village elders were doing. Pissing off 2 S-rank shinobi with nothing to lose was a surefire way to end up in a shallow grave with a very painful journey there. What I am saying, said Hizuki, the mouthpiece of this farce, in clear and unequivocal terms, is that we cannot support you in this civil war of yours. To supplant the Hokage of Konohagakure is no small thing. It is only out of respect for your previous deeds that we have not reported this to the 5th Hokage himself. That is why we even agreed to this meeting. Jiraiya's fingers twitched. Have you not listened to a word we've said? Tsunade demanded. Danzo killed Hiruzen. He's no rightful Kage of Konoha. You would be taking the right side in this. Jiraiya already knew this would go nowhere. Just another rejection to add to the growing pile. We only have your word for that, Hizuki countered. And even if he did, the daimyo has confirmed him as Hokage, has he not? So you will not be helping us, Tsunade stated, voice flat. Even if we could, we would not. Another elder spoke up, perhaps sensing Hizuki was about to get himself punched into next week. Would you have us send dozens of our jonin to die in a civil war in exchange for nothing? Based solely on your promises. Tsunade turned to Shibuki, her final appeal. Is this your decision? Shibuki swallowed thickly. Maybe you should ask one of the major villages. We really can't help you with this. Tsunade scoffed audibly and stood. Jiraiya followed. We will not forget that Taki broke faith this day, she declared, turning on her heel. Jiraiya let her have the last word. So, what's the next step? He asked once they had put some distance between themselves and the council's meeting room. Under the shade of the great tree, he couldn't get a proper look at her eyes, but he knew that glint. That mischievous glint. People always remembered him as the prankster, but those who lived through their younger years knew better. Tsunade had a streak of her own. We seek a major village, of course, she said. One of the big five. Or, well, big four, since we can't exactly go back to Konoha for help overthrowing the damn Hokage. Jiraiya opened his mouth to reply. And then he saw it. A tiny tadpole, flickering into existence at the corner of his vision. His body tensed. Naruto. That's our signal, he said sharply. Back to the hotel. Now. They vanished in a blur. Civilian speed be damned. Jiraiya knew, logically, that it wasn't an emergency. Their actual distress signal would have been much harder to miss, like, say, Gamabunta appearing in the middle of the village. Still, he wasn't about to take chances with the Akatsuki roaming around. They arrived at the hotel swiftly, diving through an open window in perfect sync and landing in Orochimaru's room. Naruto barely looked up from the letter in his hands. Got a message, Ero-senin. Jiraiya sighed, against his will, smiling at the nickname. Tsunade chuckled, ruffling Naruto's hair before plucking the letter from his hands. It's for me, brat, Jiraiya corrected. The ink smudges on the edges of the parchment suggested it had been written in haste. The script was coded, one of the basic ciphers he used with his spies in the land of Earth. He read it once. Then twice. Then a third time. Jiraiya. Tsunade prompted, seeing something in his expression. He exhaled slowly. The fifth Kusagakure, Gaara of the desert, led an attack on Iwagakure. He maimed the fourth Tsuchikage, Kitsuchi. In a battle against Iwa's Jinchuriki, he caused the release of the four tails. Much of the hidden stone was destroyed. Estimated damages are in the billions. A heavy silence fell. He didn't mention the final detail, that two men in black and red cloaks were seen leaving the wreckage, carrying both of Iwa's Jinchuriki. There was no point in alarming Naruto. He'd tell Tsunade and Orochimaru later. So what now? Tsunade asked, voice grim. That's one less great village to turn to. Orochimaru scoffed. I maintain the belief that we don't need them. My forces in Odogakure are more than sufficient. The three of us together would crush that old cripple Danzo. Jiraiya sighed. And how would we fare against the second Tsuchikage? Or the third? Especially under Edo Tensei. I doubt his operatives could revive them at even half their power, Orochimaru retorted. Besides, if you were so concerned, you shouldn't have forced me to release the jutsu. Jiraiya's eyes darkened. I wouldn't have had to if you told me Danzo forcibly made you teach it to his rude agents. That jutsu is an abomination. I couldn't accept it. Tsunade, ever the peacemaker, stepped between them. If you two aren't going to fight, step back. They did. The question remains, Jiraiya muttered. Where do we go for help? Tsunade smirked. Between cloud, mist, and sand, the choice is obvious. Jiraiya groaned. I still don't trust that Kusagakure brat. I don't care, Tsunade shot back. He's strong. He has motive. And he has a bone to pick with Danzo. He's perfect. Jiraiya scowled. I know you think he'll be easy to manipulate. But trust me, there's something foul in his eyes. I don't care, she repeated. We need help. He'll give it to us. Orochimaru, your vote. XXXXX, Tamari of the desert, 2 months later. Faster. Tamari heard the command barked out as Gaara weaved effortlessly around Shira's stabbing attacks. Scowling, she swung both of her battle fans wide, unleashing a storm of invisible wind blades toward her frustrating little brother. Trapped in the middle of his exchange with Shira, he shouldn't have been able to dodge in time. But, of course, he did. Gaara leaned away from one of Shira's bone blades, then slammed a palm into his teammate's midsection before the older boy could react. Shira was sent flying out of range, leaving Gaara smirking at her before he did the impossible, again. For what felt like the 70th time this session, he twisted his body midair, contorting in a way that not a single wind blade so much as grazed him. The glowing red eye in his left socket spun ominously, almost mocking them. Release. Tamari blinked as Kankuro's hand pressed against her shoulder, breaking her out of the genjutsu. She turned to glare at him before casting a quick look at Gaara and Shira, who were still fighting a few meters away. Sharingan Genjutsu, she asked, already knowing the answer. Kankuro nodded, and she let out a frustrated sigh. 7th time. Even Kankuro, who mostly fought from a distance using his puppets, had been caught a few times already. She had thought that forcing Gaara to fight without his sand manipulation or ninjutsu would at least give them a fair chance. Clearly, that had been wishful thinking. His fully evolved Sharingan was the ultimate cheat code. Even with Shira's newly acquired ability to manipulate his own bones, he was barely keeping up. Is this what the Senju felt? Fighting the Uchiha? Kankuro muttered. It was rhetorical, but Tamari still felt compelled to answer. Most Uchiha never even mastered the Sharingan the way Gaara has in just 2 months. And even fewer ever lived long enough to evolve it fully. This is a different level entirely. She remembered the day Gaara had come home with someone else's eye in his socket. At first, she'd been too furious to care about the details, too focused on chastising him for undergoing life-altering surgery without so much as a heads-up. They were his siblings, damn it. But as much as she hated how he went about it, she couldn't deny the results. Gaara had been terrifyingly strong before, now, his growth bordered on the absurd. She had watched some of his Kenjutsu spars with the ANBU commander, and at first, they had been evenly matched. But now, they were equals. It was unnerving. The sheer efficiency of the Sharingan made her stomach twist. Itachi Uchiha deserves an award or something. If even 10% of the Uchiha clan had been as skilled as Gaara was now, then maybe the massacre had been a necessity. Tamari snapped back to reality as Gaara effortlessly danced around Shira's flurry of bone blades. The boy had spikes protruding from his fists, elbows, and chest, attacking in a seamless, deadly rhythm. And yet, Gaara moved like he had already seen every strike. Her eyes narrowed. Shira's new Kekkei Genkai had been another mind-boggling development. Somehow, Gaara had figured out how to transplant bloodline abilities. Shira, a boy born with zero talent for ninjutsu, now wielded the dead bone pulse as if he'd been born with it. Tamari exhaled sharply and looked down at her hands, gripping her fans. Kankuro was shaping up to be a renowned seal master. Shira had a Kekkei Genkai that let him fight almost evenly with Gaara, and she was getting left behind. Sure, Gaara had reforged her fans into legendary weapons on par with the hidden mist swords, but a weapon was only as strong as its wielder. And she wasn't strong enough. The snap of bone breaking jolted her out of her thoughts. She looked up just in time to see Gaara standing over Shira, pressing one of his own broken bone blades to his throat. The older boy lay sprawled on the sand, glaring up at him. You held back, Shira grouched. Gaara smirked, tossing the bone blade aside. Using genjutsu on someone with almost no resistance would have been too much like cheating, he admitted, offering Shira a hand. With a sigh, Shira took it and was hauled to his feet effortlessly. Gaara hummed as he studied Shira's now-healed leg. That was fast. It was a clean fracture. Shira shrugged. You stomped at an angle to make sure the break was precise. The bone probably started mending the moment I hit the ground. Gaara nodded, then crossed his arms. So, what do you think you did wrong? Tamari grimaced. Here we go. Gaara never just won their fights. He had to rub salt in the wound by making them review every single mistake immediately after. I didn't guard my feet well enough, Shira admitted. Gaara chuckled. No. To my eye, you were full of openings. Guarding your feet wouldn't have mattered, I'd have just exploited something else. Your mistake is the same one you've been making since we started this training. He sighed, rubbing his temples. You're trying to use 2 fighting styles at once. You can't. The dead bone pulse changed your entire combat dynamic. You can't fight like you used to, not with 4 extra bones sticking out of your body. Tamari tuned out as Gaara launched into an in-depth taijutsu lecture. She knew taijutsu was important. She knew it was a key skill for shinobi. But it was boring as hell. It required too much repetition, too much effort for minor improvements, and nowhere near the flair that ninjutsu had. And, well, she was shit at it. Tamari. She snapped back to attention, realizing Gaara was staring at her. What I did wrong is obvious, she said quickly. I kept meeting your eye. Gaara smiled. Wrong. Her stomach sank. What I used on you today was something I saw Itachi Uchiha use on the Five Tails Jinchuriki in IWA. His eyes gleamed with something close to excitement. Han was a veteran shinobi. He knew not to meet the Clankeler's eyes. And yet, he did. Tamari frowned, intrigued despite herself. It confused me at first, Gaara continued. Until I realized what Itachi did. He threw a fireball jutsu, knowing full well that Han, being a Jinchuriki, would walk straight through it. But it wasn't the flames that mattered. It was the genjutsu laced inside. Tamari inhaled sharply. That's what you did to me, she muttered. Gaara grinned. Exactly. His expression sobered as he ran a hand over his stolen eye. Unlike Itachi, I have the chakra reserves to just flood the battlefield with my energy. And since you were only expecting Sharingan genjutsu through direct eye contact, you never checked for anything else. The moment our eyes met, it was already over. Tamari exhaled slowly, pressing her lips together. What else did you do wrong? Gaara asked, tone expectant. She thought back, replaying the battle in her mind. Finally, she sighed. I can't find anything else. Gaara's grin widened. Neither can I. Her heart stuttered. You played your role perfectly. There wasn't much more you could have done with the arsenal at your disposal. His gaze softened. We'll work on expanding that arsenal. But today. You were incredible. Her cheeks burned. Gaara turned away, setting his sights on Kankuro. Unlike our brother, who's currently trying his hardest to blend in with the sand. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 13. Level. Title, Kusagakure of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 6.650/7000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Wet tinkering. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Mangetsu has a pretty bad day. XXXXX, Neji of the Byakugan POV. West, 300 meters, Neji said, his Byakugan effortlessly locking onto their quarry. There was nothing that could hide from his sight, and under Danzo-sama's guidance, that truth had only become more absolute. His range expanded constantly, refining his perception to near perfection. On it, his partner responded, vanishing in a blur of speed that even Rock Lee would envy. Neji forcefully pushed aside any lingering thoughts of his old team. Danzo-sama would not tolerate such distractions during a mission, especially one of this importance. Tracking his partner was easy. The younger boy weaved through the trees with a grace that left almost no sign of passage. When he finally reached the targets, he moved with an efficiency that Neji's former self might have envied. He dropped from above, kunai in hand, while his other hand flicked 5 shuriken toward a second enemy. The projectiles flew in an arc designed to make dodging nearly impossible, unless the Kusagakure Chunin abandoned his position entirely. That retreat, however, sealed his fate. Sasuke was already upon the other enemy, clashing in a fierce exchange of taijutsu. Flashing red eyes tracked every movement, dissecting his opponent's technique with ease. The Kusa shinobi looked like an academy student under the Uchiha prodigy's relentless assault. Neji didn't waste any more attention on the battle. The outcome was preordained by destiny. Instead, he focused on the third target, the one who had tried to take a less direct route back to Kusagakure, believing he could escape the Byakugan's gaze. Foolish. Adjusting his course for an intercept, Neji moved swiftly. Minutes later, he was within striking distance. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. The words left his lips in a whisper as he executed the jutsu flawlessly. The Kusa scout, mid-leap, collapsed as the invisible force pierced his heart. He was dead before he hit the ground. Back at the command tent, Neji and Sasuke executed flawless salutes upon arrival. Around them, the tent bustled with activity, Chunin and Genin moving with purpose, fulfilling the countless administrative tasks necessary for war. Even Neji's genius mind struggled to grasp the sheer complexity of mobilizing an entire nation for battle. You succeeded, their immediate commanding officer inquired. Yes, Sasuke confirmed. All who saw the encampment now rest in the halls of Naraka. Neji resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Even as a Hyuga, a clan known for their reserved mannerisms, Sasuke outmatched him in sheer dramatism. Perfect. The officer nodded. We move in 12 hours. Rest and prepare yourselves. Your roles in the invasion are of paramount importance. The Yamanaka turned away, already shifting his attention to other matters. His golden hair flicked over his shoulders as he resumed coordinating the massive operation. Neji had seen dozens like him emerge in the wake of Danzo-sama's rise to power, shinobi appearing out of nowhere to assume positions of authority. Whispers in the wind spoke of a secret Umbu division, operating beyond the third Hokage's control, now fully integrated into Konoha's hierarchy. But Neji dismissed such rumors as nonsense. The idea that the third had allowed an entire unit of elite operatives to exist outside his command was absurd. More likely, Danzo was simply promoting individuals from the lesser-known branches of Konoha's military to replace those loyal to the previous Hokage. A logical move. As Neji exited the tent, a voice called out to him. Neji. He turned to face his partner. I'll be at the stream if I'm needed, Sasuke said before vanishing in a shunshin. Neji frowned slightly. Did the Uchiha honestly believe there was anywhere in this camp I couldn't find him within seconds? Dismissing the thought, he leapt onto a high tree branch, surveying the hidden encampment below. The cover had been meticulously crafted by one of their commanding officers, Tenzo, a man rumored to wield the first Hokage's legendary Kekkei Genkai, would release. Another of the many officers who had seemingly materialized after Danzo-sama's ascension. It was strange. A Kekkei Genkai as renowned as would release, remaining hidden for so long. Tenzo was no Senju, that much Neji knew for certain. Even as a branch family member, his clan's records were thorough, and they made it clear that no direct descendants of the first Hokage remained, save for Lady Tsunade. The Senju had once been Konoha's backbone, yet their numbers dwindled due to their own policies. Unlike the Hyuga, who maintained strict bloodline purity, the Senju had encouraged intermarriage, integrating with civilians and other clans. Additionally, their philosophy of leading from the front lines had decimated their ranks in the first two shinobi wars. When the second war escalated, it was Senju Genin who were sent into battle first, on the orders of Lord Second himself. Neji could not imagine a world without the Hyuga clan. And yet, the Senju were gone. I heard you and Sasuke are part of the first charge, a familiar voice greeted. Neji acknowledged Tenten with a nod. Indeed, he confirmed. Lord Fifth wants us to gain real combat experience against a hidden village's forces. Since Kusagakure is not one of the Great Five, even their Jounin won't be as strong as those from Konoha. But why are we doing this at all? Tenten asked, genuine confusion in her voice. I get why we'd go after Iwa or Suna, they were the ones who attacked us during the Chunin exams. But why Kusa? Neji considered his response carefully. The information had been shared with him in confidence, but was it truly a secret? Did Tenten not have as much right to know as he did? Iwa is already crippled, he revealed. The Kazekage led a strike team and destroyed the bulk of the village. They'll be rebuilding for years. Suna, on the other hand, is strong. The Kazekage fought a fully manifested Yanbi without sustaining injuries. We're not in a position to challenge him directly, especially not in the desert, where he's at his strongest. Then why Kusa? It's one step in a larger plan, Neji explained. If Iwa becomes a threat again, we'll be positioned to strike. At the same time, it serves as a warning to Suna. They won't make moves against us if they see we won't hesitate to act first. Tenten frowned. Suna is in the opposite direction. Neji opened his mouth to explain further but hesitated. The strategic depth of war wasn't something easily conveyed in a single conversation. Years of training under both the Hyuga and Danzo had given him the necessary understanding, but could he really expect Tenten to grasp it so quickly? Fortunately, he was spared from answering. A sharp whistle cut through the air. Change of plans, someone shouted from below. Neji gave Tenten a brief nod before turning away. Their next mission awaited. XXXXXXXXXX. Neji suppressed the urge to scowl, a skill honed through years of discipline, as he and his partner closed the distance between the forest and the walls of Kusagakure. Their objective was simple, infiltrate the village and assassinate its head Jonin, cutting off the snake's head before it could strike. The problem? The sudden shift in plans. This wasn't how their mission had originally been outlined. The drastic change could only mean one thing. This was a test. Danzo was testing them again. The realization grated on Neji. He had believed they were past their instructor's relentless examinations, yet here they were, faced with another. What frustrated him even more was knowing they hadn't been informed earlier purely to add an element of surprise. Danzo had planned this well in advance. The men despised rash, impulsive actions with the same intensity a cat loathed a bath. If this change had been premeditated, then their commanding officers were undoubtedly aware as well. A subtle hand signal caught Neji's attention. Follow my lead. Sasuke's fingers moved fluidly, forming one of the dozen variations of Konoha's sign language that Danzo had drilled into them during their earliest weeks of training. Neji watched him closely, his Byakugan inactive, even the slightest flare of chakra risked detection. Kusagakure wasn't one of the 5 great villages, but it was still a hidden village at the end of the day. Sasuke increased his speed, and in a sequence of movements that would have once bewildered Neji's younger self, he closed the gap with the wall. He planted a foot against its surface, using it as a springboard to propel himself upward. Not a single drop of chakra was wasted, only sheer, practiced agility. He twisted midair, gaining momentum, and landed atop the wall. The guard didn't even have time to react. A flicker of silver, and Sasuke's kunai lashed out, slicing cleanly through the man's throat. Silent. Efficient. Final. Neji inhaled deeply before following suit. He still disliked the directness of Sasuke's approach, but he couldn't argue against its efficiency. They were on a tight schedule. The body would be discovered soon enough, but with night settling over the village, Neji estimated they had a window of time before the next shift arrived. Long enough to complete their mission. Now that they were inside the village, they could afford to use small amounts of chakra. Activating his Byakugan, Neji immediately scanned the surroundings, confirming that they had yet to be detected. Beside him, he sensed Sasuke doing the same. Follow me. He signed the command before melting into the shadows, his partner doing the same. Moving without a sound, they navigated through the village's outskirts, weaving through dark alleys and side streets. With the Byakugan and Sharingan, avoiding detection was almost effortless. This was the power of Konoha's premier Kekkei. As they neared their target, Neji studied the structure before them. Compared to Konoha's Hokage Tower, Kusagakure's central government building was underwhelming. While Konoha and other major villages built upwards, symbols of power that pierced the sky, Kusa had taken the opposite approach. For anyone without eyes like his, it would appear as nothing more than another modest bungalow. But Neji could see beyond the illusion. Beneath the unassuming exterior lay a vast network of tunnels, sprawling beneath the village like a hidden root system. Kusa had buried its heart beneath layers of earth and deception. Is that the only entrance? Sasuke's fingers moved swiftly, his eyes never leaving the building as they observed the steady foot traffic. Yes. We can't burrow either, landmines everywhere. A moment passed before Sasuke shifted, stepping slightly into the moonlight. If Neji hadn't been watching him so closely, he might have missed what happened next. Silent as a phantom, Sasuke grabbed a passing man and vanished back into the shadows. The captive barely had time to register what had happened before he found himself ensnared by Genjutsu. Neji watched as Sasuke rifled through the man's mind, extracting information with ruthless efficiency. When he was done, he released the captive's grip on reality, allowing him to fall unconscious before seamlessly assuming his appearance. Neji gave a small nod before mirroring the action, capturing another passing guard and doing the same. Disguised and prepared, they made their way toward the entrance. Gaara of the Desert POV. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been known as the Professor, the god of shinobi, for his legendary mastery of nearly every jutsu within the village hidden in the leaves. Gaara had once considered attempting something similar with Suna, cataloging and mastering every technique his village had to offer, but the demands of leadership and survival had made that impossible. Now, with access to the jutsu archives of IWA, that ambition should have been even more daunting. But things had changed. Why? The eyeball spinning languidly in his left socket held the answer. Obito Uchiha's Sharingan, now in Gaara's possession, changed everything. His high intelligence stat had already gifted him with an eidetic memory, but the Sharingan pushed that advantage to absurd levels. It wasn't just about memorization, the Sharingan decoded the nature of jutsu in real time, allowing him to analyze and refine them at a speed no ordinary shinobi could match. The ability to see the precise flow of chakra within himself accelerated his learning process beyond all expectations. With this, he wasn't just limited to combat-oriented ninjutsu. He could now strive to master every single jutsu that both IWA and Suna had to offer. Do it again. Gaara's voice carried no emotion as he issued the command. Across from him, an IWA shinobi complied, chakra surging as he combined earth and lightning release, triggering the famed explosion release. A puff of smoke burst from the man's outstretched hand as the jutsu activated, all under the grip of Gaara's genjutsu. It was a shame. The conventional wisdom had turned out to be correct this time. Everyone knew the Sharingan couldn't copy Kekkei, but Gaara had only gotten this far by questioning so-called truths. Yet, after a full week of relentless experimentation, the results were undeniable. He could see how the chakra natures merged, could analyze the process down to the smallest fluctuation. But replicating it? Impossible. At least, for now. His wristband vibrated twice, an alert signaling that it was time to move on. Gaara stepped back from his captive and let out a slow breath before reaching into his pocket. He retrieved a small glass bottle, twisted the cap open, and swallowed 2 of the bitter pills within. They burned. The sensation crawled down his throat like liquid fire, but he endured it with only the faintest grimace. He had perfected his regimen of supplements and drugs, optimizing his body's efficiency for this work. The side effects were tolerable. Unfortunately, making them taste even remotely bearable was an entirely different challenge, one he hadn't figured out yet. Any attempts at flavor improvement came with trade-offs, either reducing their effectiveness or worsening the already grueling side effects. For now, he would endure. Now, show me what earth-release jutsu you know. The captive stiffened under the command of Gaara's spinning Sharingan, and obeyed. Jiraiya the Toad Sage POV. Jiraiya strolled across Mount Myaboku, stepping out of the humble hut he'd built for himself and toward the one Tsunade had claimed as her own. This was their chosen meeting point, a temporary base of operations while they made their preparations. The decision had already been made, they would seek out the Kazekage brat. But only once they had removed all potential weaknesses he could exploit. He, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were the closest thing to an unstoppable force in the shinobi world, but Naruto wasn't there yet. With the Akatsuki prowling, they couldn't afford to risk anything. Giving the boy time to grow stronger before making any reckless moves was the only logical course of action. Hiya! Naruto's voice rang out behind him, followed by the unmistakable sounds of combat. Jiraiya didn't turn. He already knew what was happening. His apprentice and Gamakichi were being drilled by Gamabunta in Toad-style taijutsu. A formalized hand-to-hand style might help patch the glaring holes in Naruto's close-quarters combat. Jiraiya kept moving forward, his mind focused on the bigger picture. They needed a plan for approaching the Kazekage. As the only one among them with direct experience interacting with Gaara, outside of a battlefield, Jiraiya had been given point in formulating their strategy. Tsunade was waiting when he stepped inside. Got something, she asked, always straight to the point. Jiraiya exhaled. He did. But he wasn't sure if he liked it. If we go through with this, he said, rubbing the back of his head, Konoha is going to lose a lot. His voice turned grim. But it's the only way to save the village from total collapse. Then let's hear it. The snake lounging lazily on the couch, Orochimaru, spoke first, his usual amusement playing at the edges of his words. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Tsunade had used reverse summoning to transport furniture to their temporary base, and now Orochimaru had fully claimed the most comfortable spot. Typical. Still, it was because they were together again that Jiraiya felt secure enough to make this call. Before Sensei died, he made a deal with the brat. Gave him land and money as payment for his role in the invasion. Jiraiya exhaled through his nose. I doubt Danzo ever honored it. We could offer him that. Tsunade shook her head almost instantly. Won't work. Jiraiya grimaced. He should have known she'd spot the flaw right away. He probably sees that payment as something that's already owed to him. We won't get his support just by giving him what's already his. But we'd be his only real chance of actually getting it, Orochimaru countered, playing devil's advocate. Jiraiya smirked despite himself. He'd missed this, Orochimaru arguing for the sake of argument, rather than actual malice. Not if he wages war against Konoha. Jiraiya's tone darkened. Tensions at the Firewind border have never been this high. Orochimaru tapped a finger against his knee. Then why bother trying to recruit him? Let him start his war with Danzo. When he's weakened, we eliminate the old fool ourselves. Tsunade shook her head. Because we only want Danzo gone. Her voice was sharp, firm. If we let Wind and Fire go to war, Konoha's military strength will be devastated. Even if we win, we'll be so weakened that Kyumo will sweep in and finish the job. Silence. Jiraiya leaned back against the wall, folding his arms. Then what do we even have to offer him? Orochimaru asked. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. You know what he wants. Jiraiya let out a slow breath. Land and money, obviously. But the daimyo won't give up any more land. The initial deal Sensei made will be hard enough to push through. As for money, he scoffed. We'd bankrupt the village trying to pay him off. We're still reeling from Iwa's attack, and from the damage he left behind when he defected. Orochimaru watched him closely. You wouldn't have brought this up if you didn't have something else in mind. Spit it out. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment. Then. The Scroll of Seals. Silence. Then. Absolutely not. Orochimaru and Tsunade spoke at the same time. Jiraiya sighed. He had expected that reaction. The brat wants jutsu, he argued. My intel says he stole dozens of Kekkei Genkai users when he sacked IWA. If we give him techniques from the Scroll of Seals. No. Tsunade's glare could have incinerated a lesser man. That scroll contains the most dangerous jutsu in existence. Orochimaru, however, simply smiled, a slow, sinister expression. You said he wants techniques. Jiraiya stiffened. I have an idea. XXXXX, Mangetsu Hozuki of the Seven Swords, POV. For this mission, he had chosen the Thunder Swords. Against the tailed beast they were sent to capture, it was the most effective of the seven, and since he was limited to just one set, he had to pick based on the prey he would be hunting. The thought nearly made him scoff. That bitch Mei Terumi had the gall to suggest he wasn't strong enough to safeguard the swords, as if he hadn't wielded most of them on his own. Just because she had won a single battle with some bullshit genjutsu, she thought she could look down on him. She gave him orders like he was one of her trained dogs, something to be summoned and sent out at her convenience. It irritated him. The fact that she had sent her little hunter-neen lapdog to fetch him, instead of facing him herself, had nearly pushed him over the edge. He had been tempted, so tempted, to damn the mission and cut her down right then and there. But he waited. If there was one thing his sensei had taught him, it was that patience could make the hunt so much sweeter. That was the goal here. He would wait. And when the time came, he'd be the shark that took the final bite. Are you even listening? The hunter-neen's voice cut through his thoughts. Mangetsu grunted. That was all the answer he got. This is a highly dangerous mission, boy. Mizuki-sama has made it clear, our priority is to use diplomacy to return the traitor Jinchuriki to the village. The world is going to hell, and we can't afford to be without a Jinchuriki. The bastard's tone was sharp, authoritative. That means no attacking him, no killing him. You will restrain yourself. Mangetsu let out a slow breath, barely restraining the urge to roll his eyes. And what, exactly, am I here for? He scoffed. He was no diplomat. Nobody in Kirigakure was. What was the point of sending him if he wasn't supposed to fight? Your uncle was the Jinchuriki's former teammate. Reports suggest they developed some level of trust and camaraderie. Your presence is meant to ease the tension, to make him hesitate before fighting or running. Mangetsu wanted to slam his head into a tree. What kind of idiot came up with that bullshit? Watch your mouth, boy, the one-eyed bastard snapped, voice dropping its last trace of warmth. He turned to glare at Mangetsu with his single eye, cold and unyielding. Mangetsu, uncaring of whatever threat the washed-up relic thought he posed, pushed forward. For one, my uncle is long dead. He crossed his arms. Second, even if he weren't, what does that have to do with me? What, he's supposed to see the family resemblance and decide to play nice. You're not here to question your superiors. Stay quiet and do as you're told. Mangetsu sneered. Of course. Mangetsu rolled his eyes. Fine. Whatever. He'd see how this brilliant plan of theirs turned out. The conversation ended there, silence reigning as they continued their approach. Just as he preferred. XXXXX. Utakata, Jinchuriki of the Rokubi, Chojuro greeted as they entered the clearing. Mangetsu resisted the urge to facepalm. Really? The idiot was going to just call out to the guy. No caution, no slow approach. If they didn't want to fight, why the hell were they confronting him in the middle of his own damn home? Sure, Chojuro had ditched his hunter-neen uniform, but he might as well have carried a damn sign saying, "Come quietly or die." Mangetsu saw it, the split-second decision in Utakata's eyes. There was only one question that ever mattered in a shinobi's life. Fight or flight. Utakata chose wrong. In an instant, the Jinchuriki moved, a blur of motion as he feinted forward before twisting left, diving straight through the window. TCH. Mangetsu and Chojuro weren't stupid enough to follow. While the hunter-neen bolted for the door, Mangetsu stayed still for half a breath, just long enough to spot the bubbles floating in the air. Then. Boom. The explosion behind him tore through the hut. The shockwave hurled him forward, but Mangetsu twisted midair, using the force to push himself further instead of resisting it. He hit the ground rolling, already rising to his feet as he took off after the others. In the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Chojuro, somehow still upright, still chasing after Utakata. Mangetsu briefly wondered how the hell the bastard managed to stay on his feet despite being closer to the explosion. He let the thought go. Whatever. No time for that. His fingers curled around the hilts of his blades as he unsheathed the thunder swords from his back. Lightning crackled along the edges, humming in anticipation. He grinned. Stop running, Jinchuriki. I don't want to kill you. The lie rolled off his tongue with practiced ease. Your voice sounds just like your uncle's when you lie, the Jinchuriki tossed back with a laugh. All right, time to die, buddy. Mangetsu shrugged and pointed the swords at his fleeing prey. He channeled his chakra into the blade, but before he could make his move, he felt his legs swept out from under him. The attack missed, and he watched as the lightning sailed past his quarry. No killing shots, idiot boy, Cyclops' voice rang down from above, harsh and commanding. Mangetsu barely registered him. The lightning attack had torn through several trees, but then it stopped, vanishing into thin air. With his vision cleared, he was met by the strangest man he'd ever seen. Piercing black jewelry adorned every visible opening on his face, far beyond what even the most eccentric civilians would wear. Despite the forest, the man was the most imposing presence around. As Mangetsu took in his surroundings, he realized something: his attack had vanished. It was as if it had been absorbed. Utakata, Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Surrender, another voice cut through the air. This time, a much slimmer man with impossibly long hair stepped forward, his demeanor nonchalant. Mangetsu noted the similarity between him and the first man, too many piercings and the same black cloak adorned with red clouds. What was this, some kind of entertainment troupe? As the two men approached, another emerged from the forest. He looked nearly identical to the first two, except his eyes. Their eyes. Purple with concentric rings. Mangetsu's gaze sharpened, this was no coincidence. They shared a jujutsu, a bloodline ability, something he'd never encountered before. Despite their strange appearance, their shared power put him at ease. A clan, perhaps. No clan with such a unique jujutsu could have escaped the notice of the wider ninja world. They weren't from a major village, either. The headbands they wore marked them as missing nin from the village hidden in the rain. If there were any noteworthy shinobi from there, he'd have heard about them. Not knowing who he was facing only emboldened Mangetsu. These men were probably too weak to warrant his full attention. I don't know who you are, but this is private Karakura business. If you stay any longer, we'll be forced to disembowel you for national security, Mangetsu threatened, hoping they'd give him an excuse to act. He missed the carefree violence of being a missing ninja. Back under Yagura's rule, there had been more excitement. Unlike now, with Mei holding everyone to her teamwork nonsense. The first of the men to appear let out a barely audible chuckle. Your impertinence amuses me. Begone, fly, said the second, raising his hand toward Mangetsu and Ao. Before either could react, Mangetsu was thrown back by an invisible force. It felt as if an unseen giant hand had swatted him across the forest. He, Ao, and several trees were flung into the distance. Only his hydrification technique saved him. He briefly thanked his father for forcing him to learn the difficult jutsu. As he reformed his body, he tried searching for Cyclops, but there was no sign of him. Whatever had hit them had sent them flying over a kilometer. The trees had been obliterated, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. What kind of jutsu could cause that? It outclassed anything Mangetsu could do with his swords. He took zero comfort in knowing he didn't yet possess same hada. If he had, he might have had a chance against whatever had just been unleashed. The fight between Utakata and the three men continued. Utakata blew into his pipe, releasing a series of bubbles at his attackers. One of the men raised his hand, the same one who had flung Mangetsu, and sent both the bubbles and Utakata himself flying. The bubbles and the clone Utakata created exploded into steam. Mangetsu's attention flickered to the original Utakata, who had begun fighting the large man. The Jinchuriki dodged effortlessly while the fat man pummeled him. One of Utakata's clones detonated, but the larger man touched it, and it simply faded out of existence. Who were these people? Mangetsu thought, no longer able to dismiss them as insignificant. One could send opponents flying with a wave of his hand, the other could cancel attacks with a touch. These men were powerful. The spiky-haired one, seemingly the leader, stretched out his hand and spoke words that Mangetsu could barely hear. Bansho Tenin. Mangetsu realized the jutsu was pulling the Jinchuriki in when Utakata suddenly flew downward, confirming that the leader's technique was designed to reel in a target. Utakata had created clones and escaped, but his efforts were futile. The men had closed the distance. As the third man, who had said nothing so far, joined the fight, Mangetsu tensed. With their power, the Jinchuriki would have a hard time escaping. The fight turned chaotic as Utakata's chakra cloak thickened and changed color. His rage was palpable, dark hatred hung in the air. Mangetsu was forced to kneel, shocked at the intensity of the killing intent that seeped into his very being. When had he fallen to his knees? Blood stained the ground as Mangetsu gasped in disbelief. A hand was placed on his back, and a voice whispered in his ear, "Calm down. It's the Biju's killing intent." Mangetsu turned to find Cyclops beside him, chakra enveloping him to shield him from the pressure. Cyclops was using his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. Finally able to observe the fight again, Mangetsu's eyes widened. Utakata's body was consumed by a massive chakra aura as he charged the three men. The leader raised his hand, sending Utakata flying once more. The larger man transformed his hand into a cannon-like weapon, pointing it at the Jinchuriki as he prepared for another attack. In a blink, a beam of pure chakra tore through the air, hitting Utakata head-on. "We will not let these men capture the Six Tails," Cyclops whispered, his tone grim. Mangetsu couldn't believe what he was hearing. How could they stop this? The Six Tails reappeared, more furious than ever. The chakra surrounding it was thick, almost impenetrable, and the sound of its scream was terrifying. As the Jinchuriki charged again, the leader dodged, while the larger man blocked with his transformed arm. The fight grew more intense as the two men teamed up, overwhelming Utakata's tailed beast form. Mangetsu watched in disbelief as the large man was sent flying by a single swipe of a tail. The long-haired man joined the battle, and together, they began to push Utakata to the brink. Then, the Jinchuriki's chakra shroud darkened, and it roared again, a sound filled with primal rage. Mangetsu could feel the intensity building. As Utakata rushed forward, his movement blurred, and his tails lashed out with terrifying speed. He slammed the large man into the ground, his strength nearly unparalleled. But the fight wasn't over. As Mangetsu watched, he knew they had to escape. "Run," Cyclops said, suddenly leaving him behind. "Why?" Mangetsu asked, hurrying to catch up. "That's a tailed beast bomb," Cyclops said, his voice urgent. "The Six Tails is going to destroy this whole forest." Mangetsu glanced back as the Jinchuriki prepared its attack. A ball of energy began to form, and the forest trembled in anticipation. As the attack reached its peak, the Jinchuriki opened its mouth wide and swallowed the blast, leaving Mangetsu in stunned silence. The next thing he knew, he was thrown off his feet by a shockwave that ripped through the forest. "What?" Ao muttered in disbelief from the ground beside him. The energy beam from the Jinchuriki's mouth surged toward the cloaked men, but to Mangetsu's astonishment, it began to disappear as it neared them. "They're absorbing the blast," Mangetsu whispered, stunned. The realization hit him, he was out of his league. This was no mere battle, this was the stuff of legends. "Let's just get out of here," he said before he turned around only to come face to face with another man with the same eyes and same cloak. Oh. He noticed that there was about 6 different people with those purple ringed eyes. Fuck me. Chapter 49, Making a Deal. X Mangetsu Hozuki POV. Turns out that when the going got tough, Cyclops could haul ass with the best of them. He covered the distance between them and the Dojutsu user in seconds, with Mangetsu doing his best not to fall behind. Cyclops lunged, stabbing with his kunai, but the cloakman weaved out of the way, letting the blade pass harmlessly by. Mangetsu took a step forward, then leaped. The air was a dangerous place for a shinobi, but he committed to the strike, stabbing downward with his left-hand blade. The Kiba sword cut deep into the soft earth as the man moved back, his every motion quick and fluid. Cyclops pressed the attack, lashing out with a high kick. The cloakman blocked effortlessly with a single forearm. Mangetsu moved with him, flowing around his ally to stab with his blade, only for a black rod to materialize in the way, blocking his strike. Mangetsu smirked. A quick application of chakra electrified the Kiba blade. That smirk died a second later as the electricity flowed harmlessly into the rod and disappeared. No effect. Before he could react, the same rod lashed out at him. He barely avoided it, jumping backward as Cyclops continued his relentless assault, stabbing and striking in unpredictable sequences. But their opponent remained unfazed, dodging or blocking every attack with mechanical precision. Ox Snake Ram. Mangetsu's hands blurred through the signs before he exhaled, releasing a dense mist. The thick, swirling vapor swallowed everything, turning the battlefield into a blank slate. Visibility dropped to a foot at most. He heard Ao leap back, vanishing into the mist. "Formation 2, he whispered. Cyclops would hear it. Standard Hunter-Nin protocol dictated they enhance their hearing the moment the Karakura no Jutsu was activated. Mangetsu listened, pinpointing their target. Cloak 4, he decided to call him. The men stood still within the mist. How foolish. He wouldn't be the first to try such a thing, thinking he could detect an attack if he focused enough. Ridiculous. 8 points, larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Each one will kill you. Where shall I strike? Mangetsu projected his voice through the mist, just as his elders had taught him. The men shifted slightly. That was all Mangetsu needed. Dead. In a blur, he flickered through the mist and struck, aiming both blades at the man's heart. But somehow, his opponent dodged, leaning back until his torso was parallel with the ground. Impossible. Before Mangetsu could adjust, Cloak's legs shot upward. A powerful kick connected with his chest, sending him flying back. He absorbed the pain with barely a grunt before vanishing into the mist once more. Then, something changed. A presence entered the mist. A large presence. A summon. Mangetsu scowled, his body instantly surrounding itself with chakra in preparation. Lightning crackled across his blades. In an instant, the entire mist turned into a web of electricity, pulsing with chakra. Anything inside should have been paralyzed. He dove, certain of his victory. A moment later, something slammed into him with crushing force, hurling him backward. He hit the ground hard, his vision swimming. His head throbbed, wet warmth leaked from his scalp. He blinked against the haze, struggling to keep himself conscious. The mist around him vanished. Gone. A single jutsu had blown it all away. Mangetsu groaned, rolling onto his side, forcing his body to move. He managed to open his eyes. And froze. Cyclops was locked in combat with Cloak 3, the leader. Except it wasn't a fight. The cloaked man toyed with him, dodging and striking with inhuman efficiency. Then Cloak 2 joined in. Even as the best hunter Nin Kirigakure had ever produced, Cyclops didn't stand a chance. They trapped him between them. A punch from one sent him reeling into the other's attack. They overwhelmed him with a rhythm Mangetsu had never seen before. Then it happened. A black rod pierced through Cyclops' throat. Mangetsu's breath hitched. Cyclops didn't falter. He lunged forward, forcing himself deeper onto the rod, grabbing Cloak 2 with the last of his strength. One-hand seal. Mangetsu recognized it instantly as he used his hydrification jutsu to save his life at the last second. No. But he would never know if it was the blood loss or the explosion that finally dragged him into unconsciousness afterwards. XXXXXXXX. Head Jounin of Kusa POV. She weaved away from a sudden strike aimed at her heart, barely suppressing the irritation bubbling beneath the surface. How had things gone so wrong so quickly? She had started her day expecting nothing more than another round of tedious meetings, report after report from her spies, all trying to pick apart the fallout of Iwa's downfall. Ever since the Kazekage had effectively wiped IWA off the map, not a single day had passed without her being dragged into at least 10 different discussions. Some meetings even overlapped, forcing her to be shuttled between them, each one dedicated to figuring out how to exploit the power vacuum left behind by one of the 5 great nations. She had been on her way to yet another meeting when she caught sight of him, a lowly clerk, nothing more than a paper pusher. Or so she had thought. His gait, however, had set off alarms in her mind. He moved too deliberately, weaving through the class around her with unnatural precision. That brief suspicion was all that saved her life when he suddenly transformed, his form shrinking into that of a child, 2 fingers extended, thrusting for her heart. The gentle fist. Recognition flickered in her mind even as she twisted to evade the strike. So. Konoha finally makes its move. But a child. She had always assumed that if Konoha ever came for her head, it would be someone like Sharingan no Kakashi or the Green Beast. Not this. Her instinct screamed again, forcing her to lean back just as a katana swiped for her neck. Her eyes narrowed. 2 children. She scoffed inwardly while subtly signaling to her guards. Go. Fortify the village's defenses. This was likely a distraction, an opening move in something larger. If Konoha thought Kusa was easy prey, they were in for a rude awakening. They had learned much since the Third War. Even if most of their plans had been geared toward an IWA invasion, their preparations would serve just as well against the Leaf. She retreated step by step, carefully positioning herself to keep both boys within her field of vision. It was then that she truly got a good look at the second child, and felt a shiver of recognition. Him. He was identical to another. To someone she would never forget. Anyone who had ever encountered Uchiha Itachi would immediately recognize his little brother. You look just like him, a mini Itachi, she remarked, watching as the boy's face twisted with rage. And then, he roared. The sudden, reckless charge surprised her. What did I say to set him off? She barely dodged the furious sword swipe aimed at her skull, sparks crackling from the blade. With expert chakra control, she absorbed the charge harmlessly into the ground beneath her feet. His teammate followed immediately after, pressing the attack with 2 quick strikes. She smirked. A more rewarding fight than I expected. Their heads held immense value, but their eyes, oh, their eyes would be priceless. If she captured them alive, Kusa could breed its own Uchiha and Hyuga clans. And wouldn't that be a surefire way to ascend to the ranks of the 5 great nations? The thought sent a thrill through her. She struck back, slipping a pair of senbon into her palms. The Hyuga boy moved well, dodging the first strike, but the second, hidden in the shadow of the first, found its mark. Or so she thought. He burst into smoke. Substitution. A flicker of lightning, her instincts flared. Chakra surged through her body, absorbing the Hyuga's lightning jutsu just before she redirected it toward the Uchiha. He dove out of the way. Sloppy. He lacks mastery over the element. How I'd love to face his sensei. The famous Rikiri, now that was a technique she would love to test herself against. She was one of the few shinobi in the world who had cut a lightning bolt in half. No easy feat her hands met in a rapid seal before she stomped the ground. The Hyuga boy shot out of the earth like a ragdoll. Subterranean voyage won't work against a stronger opponent, she stated coolly. Anyone stronger than a Chunin knows how to counter it. Sasuke, the name surfaced from her reports, rushed her, only to halt at the last second, jumping back with a grunt. Not completely stupid, then. She mirrored his seals as he weaved them. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Flames roared to life between them. His fireball, larger than hers, met her own in a furious clash, before his crumbled first, exploding in a blazing inferno. The Hyuga tried to use the chaos to his advantage, but she was already moving. 2 senbon cut through the air, forcing him to adjust his approach. When he finally reached her, she was ready. His thrust came, she dodged it effortlessly. Once. Twice. Then she slammed into him, sending him tumbling back. Your teamwork is terrible, she mocked, smiling slightly. Aren't Konoha ninja supposed to be good at that? That's why my sensei discarded me, wasn't it? Threw me back into the core. The Uchiha glared at her. And you talk too much. She smirked. Cocky. He lunged. She twisted just in time, sidestepping his blade before kicking him in the face and sending him flying. Your speed, strength, chakra, and reactions. She mused. All still at the Chunin level. High Chunin, but still. Her smile widened. Even together, you don't stand a chance. Gaara of the Desert, POV. The Sharingan was the ultimate cheat code. It made everything, learning, fighting, thinking, almost laughably easy. Techniques that once seemed difficult became child's play. Take learning jutsu, for example. The Sharingan wasn't just a copier, it was an analyzer, a tool that deconstructed the very essence of what it observed. It had two primary ways of absorbing techniques. First, there was the basic copying ability. With its photographic memory and heightened chakra control, the Sharingan allowed its user to reproduce any technique it witnessed with the same level of proficiency. But there were limits. I couldn't copy a technique that required more chakra than I had, it simply wouldn't work, or it would kill me. The same applied to techniques that required finer chakra control than I currently possessed. The Sharingan enhanced my control in certain ways, but it didn't outright grant me mastery. For instance, when I copied the mud bullet jutsu, I didn't have to concentrate on my chakra manipulation, the Sharingan did it for me. But when I watched Chiyo perform the mystical palm, I couldn't instantly replicate her expertise. Her skill came from years of refining her chakra control. However, once my control improved, I wouldn't need to spend years of trial and error, I'd be able to execute the jutsu flawlessly in an instant. The second ability was arguably even more broken, understanding. With the Sharingan, the workings of the universe were laid bare before me. I could see how chakra flowed to cast Genjutsu, how it moved to trigger ninjutsu, how it enhanced taijutsu. Even though I couldn't replicate Kekkei Genkai, everything else became clear as day. This was why my Genjutsu skill had skyrocketed. Suna had no shortage of illusionists, and their decades of mastery became mine in a matter of months. The Sharingan's natural proficiency in Genjutsu, combined with their expertise, had turned what was once a neglected art into an essential part of my arsenal, especially against weaker opponents. A voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Kazekage-sama, a message from the barrier core, Mabuki announced as she entered. I turned away from the scroll I had been devouring with my eyes. Mabuki had changed over the past year, just as I had. My growth was artificial, fueled by drugs and supplements, while hers was earned, a refinement of experience and duty. She now wore proper office attire instead of the casual scrubs she used to favor at the hospital. Appointing her as my right hand had been the only choice that made sense. She was loyal, helped keep Suna's factions in check, and was a damn good secretary. Honestly, she was half the reason the village still functioned, considering how much time I spent on my projects. Without her, my lackluster leadership skills would have sparked a coup long ago. But my strengths lay elsewhere, results. I had turned Iwa's war chest into economic salvation for Suna. Social programs uplifted the village, while I ensured the adverse effects of rapid wealth influx, like inflation, were controlled with ruthless precision. Owning every grain of food that entered Suna allowed me to set prices as I pleased. My dictatorial hold over the economy made social welfare a weapon in my hands. I broke the seal on the scroll and scanned its contents. A year ago, this message would have made me hesitate. A battle against two Sanin and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Instead of fear, I felt excitement. I didn't know why they were picking a fight, but I welcomed the opportunity to test how far I had come. They were good, Gaara thought, watching the trio traverse the desert. Naruto was the least experienced, but even his movements were practiced and smooth. None of them could match a true desert warrior, but their effort was passable. He flexed his chakra and dissolved into sand, reforming right in front of them. Naruto was the only one who reacted in time, jumping back with his hands raised, ready for combat. His stance was polished, far better than what Tamari remembered from the Chunin exams, but that had been nearly 2 years ago. He had grown. Perhaps, even enough to pose a threat. Jiraiya-san, I began, my tone light and amused. I assumed freeing you from your Kage's Genjutsu would have been enough to guarantee that you'd never attempt to attack me or mine again. Tsunade was the one to respond. That's not why we're here. Really? Then what do you want? I took a step forward, relaxing my stance. It was a feint, and they all knew it. A subtle Genjutsu concealed my spinning Sharingan, making my left eye appear teal, identical to my right. We have an offer for you, Jiraiya said, taking control of the conversation. I gestured lazily. I don't have all day. Speak. Your manners have taken a sharp nosedive, I see. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya for his comment, but I ignored him. After a pause, he spoke again. Danzo is a false Kage who broke faith with you. We will help you infiltrate Konoha and assassinate him. My smile widened. Ah. So you two don't like the men who killed your sensei being Hokage. And what, exactly, does that have to do with me? Danzo attacked you, nearly killed you, and orchestrated an attack on your daimyo. He even broke your agreement with the third Hokage. You should want him dead as much as we do. I tilted my head. Should I? He broke our agreement, yes. But apart from that, bygones can be bygones. I flashed a predatory grin. If you want my help with your little coup, you're going to have to sweeten the deal. You don't see how Danzo is a threat to everyone. Jiraiya took a step forward. His idea of peace is a world where everyone flies Konoha's flag. If you think he won't eventually come for Suna, you're dead wrong. I stepped forward as well, now standing face to face with him. Let him come. Let him take the world, and when he comes for me, he'll find the ninja of Suna waiting to tear his intestines from his body and scatter his ashes to the wind. Jiraiya snorted. Sure you could, kid. I took another step forward. He was taller than me, but my stare was just as cutting. I ached to slice his throat open for his arrogance. Enough with the dick measuring contest, Tsunade snapped. Jiraiya backed off, and I turned to her. We will pay you 4 million Ryo. I barked a laugh. I have more money than I know what to do with. Try again. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. We'll honor the land deal you had with the third Hokage. I scoffed. You can't pay me with what you already owe. Try again. She sighed. We can't offer more land without the daimyo's approval. I smirked. Then offer me something valuable. I want techniques. Tsunade's lips thinned. You might as well ask to see me naked. I grinned. Is that on the table? She rolled her eyes. Nice try. Pick something else. I pointed at Naruto. I want him. Naruto's eyes widened. What? Jiraiya finally broke the silence, letting the blonde stew in his discomfort. We don't engage in slave trade. Not like that, I clarified. I want to study his seal. And I need at least a week to do it. They exchanged glances, then turned toward each other, Jiraiya and Tsunade, communicating through a series of intricate hand signs. I memorized every movement with my Sharingan, but it wasn't a code I recognized. It wasn't standard Konoha, nor did it match the ciphers of any other village. Worse still, their signals contradicted themselves, 5 different meanings wrapped into identical motions. Maddening. After a pause, they turned back to me. We've come to a decision, Tsunade said. 3 days with the seal. That's all. And 40 million Ryo, I added. Jiraiya sighed. What happened to money not matching? I shrugged. Doesn't mean I don't want a shit ton of it. I sat cross-legged before the Jinchuriki, eyes locked on the seal. At first glance, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. The 8 trigrams seal wasn't of Uzumaki design, that realization alone had thrown me off. The spirals had an Uzumaki flair, but the structure. Too different. Too refined. It wasn't just an accent on existing formulas. This was something else entirely. The most logical conclusion. Kushina had taught Minato Uzumaki script, and he had gone ahead and remade it in his own vision. By the second day, I was certain Minato Namikaze was a genius of a caliber no one could ever match. I had been scammed. Jiraiya and Tsunade hadn't hesitated to grant me access because they knew there was little I could gain, at least, that's what they believed. But with each hour of study, I could feel my Fuinjutsu knowledge growing. The more I analyzed, the more the seal unraveled itself to me. The spirals, initially just aesthetic similarities to Uzumaki script, had an actual function. Unlike traditional Uzumaki seals, which served multiple roles, these spirals had one specific purpose, regulating chakra flow. 3 spirals, arranged in a triangular formation, surrounded one large spiral in the center. The smaller spirals acted as conduits. Any chakra attempting to escape without flowing through them was slammed back into the seal, painfully. That explained why Naruto had never been influenced by the Kyuubi as a child. The seal physically prevented it. Stay still, I muttered as Naruto shivered beneath my ink brush. It's cold, he grumbled. Stick it through, kid. I'm older than you. I flicked my hair back, locking eyes with him. I'm taller, so what does that matter? Naruto scowled, but I ignored him. Another 5 minutes passed, and I had reached the limits of my current understanding. I'd copied the seal into my scroll, saving it for future study when my Fuinjutsu skills had improved. Well, that's enough, I declared, standing up. Jiraiya chuckled, a smug smirk playing at his lips. Didn't find what you were looking for, huh? I met his eyes with a sharp glare. The time I negotiated isn't up, is it? Before he could react, I lunged forward, grabbing Naruto by the throat and forcing him to meet my gaze. My Sharingan spun wildly, the Genjutsu shrouding it dissolving as I reached beyond the boy, into the seal. XXXXXXXX mindscape. Darkness. Then light. Red light. A single, ominous source. The Kyuubi no Kitsune loomed before me, its malevolent chakra seeping through the bars of its prison-like thick miasma. The water beneath my feet rippled, but I paid it no mind. My focus was solely on the colossal beast before me, Malice incarnate. What do you want? It snarled, its voice reverberating through my bones. I inhaled, steadying myself. Just testing a theory, Fox. Our eyes met. My Sharingan pulsed, and then twisted. The world shifted. The Kyuubi fell silent. Instinctively, my eyes evolved into their next stage, Mangekyo. For a brief moment, I hesitated. Was this real? Could it be this easy? Jump, I commanded. The Kyuubi obeyed. A massive, earth-shaking motion. It bent its knees, then launched itself skyward, only to crash down in an instant. I smirked. It wasn't faking it. Now, give me your chakra, Fox, I ordered, stepping forward as I activated my second seal. Not the blessed seal that healed my Sharingan, no, this was something else. A simpler formula, inspired by the strength of 100, designed to store chakra separately from my main network. The Kyuubi reacted violently, whipping a tail toward me. I smiled as it passed through one of the regulating spirals, its chakra forced to undergo purification before reaching me. With a deep breath, I reached forward, accepting the chakra as it surged into my seal. Mission accomplished. XXXXXXXX reality. The Reiznon in Jiraiya's hand spiraled toward me with devastating force, but I met it head-on. With a precise thrust of my hand, I countered his chakra rotation from the opposite direction. The technique exploded between us, sending Jiraiya skidding backward while I held my ground with a controlled burst of chakra. I released Naruto, letting the boy drop to the floor. Don't do anything reckless. The kid's fine, I said, keeping my voice steady as I met Jiraiya's gaze. Jiraiya took a cautious step forward, scrutinizing me. Behind him, Naruto scrambled to his feet and rushed toward his guardian without hesitation. What the hell was that? Jiraiya barked. I was testing a theory, I replied evenly. Testing what? His voice was sharp, demanding. Give me the truth. I didn't like his tone. None of your business. I met his glare without flinching. Our deal is done. You upheld your end, and I'll uphold mine. Stay in your quarters, we move out to Konoha in 48 hours. Before Jiraiya could protest, my body collapsed into a swirl of sand. I was confident they wouldn't act rashly. Yes, Naruto had seen my Sharingan, but that didn't concern me. Even if Jiraiya figured out where I had obtained it, either common sense or Tsunade's fist would keep him from making it an issue. I put it all out of my mind. It was time to meet destiny. Ichibi no Shikaku. I stepped into the chamber prepared specifically for this moment. The same one that once imprisoned Banpuku before he was sealed within the tea kettle. Failure was not an option. I wasn't as unprepared as I had been the first time. Now, I had my Sharingan, and a much deeper understanding of what needed to be done. More importantly, this time, I wasn't summoning Shikaku into my world. I was entering his. I took a deep breath and glanced at my stat sheet. My Genjutsu skill had increased by 3 points after successfully subduing the Kyuubi no Kitsune. But my focus was on something else. Meditation, 72. The number stood out. Countless hours of training had paid off. And the moment I had crossed level 70, a notification had appeared. You can now enter the seal at will. I exhaled slowly, centering myself. Enter seal, I commanded. The world around me shifted. No dark sewer. No damp tunnels. A beach. I turned, my eyes locking onto the massive form of the Ichibi, confined to a tiny island floating on an endless sea. Water stretched infinitely in all directions, and I realized its purpose almost immediately. The seal had been designed with cruel precision. Shikaku was trapped in his true form, unable to shrink or shift his mass for comfort. The island barely contained him, forcing him to remain still. If he moved, if even a single claw dipped into the water, he would burn as if submerged in acid. I can see why he has underwent insanity. His voice shattered the silence. You bastard, he roared, his rage vibrating through the air. I ignored him. Instead, I lifted my hand, commanding the sand beneath my feet to carry me toward him. Shikaku's glare followed me, his one visible eye narrowing. Comfortable with the power I gave you, aren't you? He sneered. I smiled, a slow, cruel expression. There are many ways to tame a tailed beast, I mused. The best method, for both of us, would be talking. Building trust. Becoming friends. Shikaku scoffed, and I almost laughed with him. That was never going to happen. Even if the seal's construction forced a degree of obedience, the Ichibi was too unhinged to ever cooperate willingly. And I had neither the time nor the patience to try Naruto's naive approach. So instead, I was going to cheat. That would be the most comfortable way for both of us, I admitted. But the most comfortable way for me. I activated my Sharingan. Obey. My left eye spun, casting its irresistible command. Shikaku's pupils dilated. Where once there had been dark pools of malice, now they reflected the scarlet glow of my Sharingan. I could feel it. He was mine. And now, it was time to rewrite the seal. If I wanted a deal as good as Naruto's with Kurama in the anime, I had work to do. End of chapter. Stat sheet. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 14. Level. Title, Kusagakure of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 7000/7000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45000/45000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength. Speed. Agility. Endurance. Intelligence. Durability. Perception. Charisma. Stat points. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II on. Taijutsu. Kenjutsu. Ninjutsu. Genjutsu. Fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Wet tinkering. Sand control. Pain tolerance. Meditation. Shape manipulation. Chakra sensing. Chakra affinities. Wind. Earth. Fire. Chapter 50, Slaughter. Orochimaru of the Sanin, POV. Orochimaru had never considered himself an overly complicated man. His goals had always been clear-cut, ambitious, yes, but simple. Learn every jutsu in the world. Ensure no one can kill you before achieving that goal. That was all. But time spent dead, in captivity, and under genjutsu had forced him to re-evaluate his methods. His goals had never been the issue, his approach had been. Why had he wasted so much time and effort on suboptimal pursuits? He had sought to learn all jutsu, even Kekkei Genkai, yet he had built a village and invaded Konoha. For what? Hiruzen Sarutobi had been an obstacle, but an irrelevant one. The old man hadn't posed a real threat to his operations for over a decade. Given time, old age would have done the job for him, without Orochimaru needing to lift a single finger. And the Sharingan? A diversion. One prodigy, Uchiha Itachi, had showcased its potential, but an entire clan of hundreds had still fallen to that same prodigy. If the Sharingan was so powerful, why hadn't it saved them? Even if it was worth pursuing, he had gone about it the wrong way. Danzo had a collection of Uchiha eyes, stealing one would have been easier than corrupting and grooming Sasuke Uchiha. Even Kakashi Hataki's prized Sharingan would have sufficed. But the truth was far simpler. He had pursued Sasuke not out of necessity, but out of wounded pride. His ambitions were beyond such petty emotions now. That was why he entertained Jiraiya's schemes, for now. The cursed seal Jiraiya had branded onto both of them was an intricate piece of Fuinjutsu, but nothing that couldn't be worked around. Orochimaru strode into the underground chamber and released a pulse of killing intent. Instantly, the creatures within, the wretched results of his failed experiments, stopped their frenzied attacks on each other. Their grotesque, malformed faces turned toward him, their fear palpable. He resisted the urge to shudder at what he had wrought. Abominations. Kneel. They obeyed without hesitation, dropping to one knee. Perfect. This was how a true army should behave, without hesitation, without question, without a need for threats. They feared him more than death itself. Return to your cells. You will not move until I command it. The creatures scrambled to obey, vanishing into the darkness. Orochimaru turned and swept out of the chamber, his mind already on his next move. He had promised Jiraiya an army for the battle to reclaim Konoha. He would provide it. And then, when the time was right, he would betray them all. The cursed seal on his forearm burned, warning him of his traitorous thoughts. He ignored it. Kabuto. The shadows shifted, and Kabuto materialized from the wall itself, dropping to one knee. Master. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. You have done well in my absence. The words were followed by a sudden eruption of lightning chakra. The cavern was flooded with blinding light, and Kabuto's agonized screams echoed through the space. Orochimaru watched with satisfaction as Kabuto collapsed, his flesh charred. Even as his body began to regenerate, Orochimaru stepped closer, voice cold. It was bold of you to attempt to take the reins of Odogakure in my absence. But never forget, this village, this land, even you, are mine. Do not overstep again, Kabuto. Through ragged breaths, Kabuto whispered, yes, Orochimaru-sama. Good. Orochimaru turned away. Now, I have a mission for you. XXXX Sasori of the Red Sands, POV. Red clouds over a still dawn. The code phrase activated the sleeper agent within the hidden waterfall village. Without hesitation, the nondescript Chunin turned, driving his kunai into his comrade's throat. He held the body still, ensuring the man was well and truly dead before turning to face Sasori. What are my orders, Sasori-sama? Take us into the village. The agent obeyed, leading Sasori and his ever-reckless partner through the entrance hidden behind the massive waterfall. As they passed through the tunnel, Sasori fought the urge to squirm. Growing up in the desert, he had never learned to swim. Water was foreign to him, dangerous. He disliked relying on another for something as simple as crossing a river. Finally, they surfaced inside the village. So this is where Kakuzu and Haiten met their ends, Noel muttered, his tone unimpressed. Sasori resisted a scoff. The so-called zombie duo had learned the hard way that nothing is truly eternal. They had been slaughtered by the reunited legendary Sanin. Take us to the girl. Their agent led them deeper into the village. The Jinchuriki had been moved closer to the village center after Kakuzu's failed attack. Their presence did not go unnoticed. Within minutes, waterfall shinobi surrounded them. Sasori barely paid them any mind. Weaklings, all of them. So how do you want to play this? Noel asked, cracking his knuckles. Their Akatsuki cloaks had already drawn too much attention, there was no turning back now. Sasori smiled coldly. Slaughter everything indiscriminately. Perhaps she will come to us. His words barely left his lips before Noel vanished. A flash of lightning, a single moment in time. The waterfall Jonin never even saw it coming. 1 second he stood at the front of the formation, the next his body split clean in half. Blood sprayed across the cobblestone street. Sasori smirked. Noel had gotten faster. More shinobi poured from the surrounding streets, forming a larger perimeter. Fools. Then, at the center of it all, she appeared. A girl with vibrant green hair and translucent wings of chakra unfolding from her back. Surrender, Akatsuki scum. You are surrounded, a Jonin barked. Sasori marked him for last. He would watch his comrades fall before meeting his own grisly fate. Or so Sasori had planned. In the space between heartbeats, Noel flickered forward and bisected the Jonin in an instant. Blood pooled beneath the twitching corpse. Sasori sighed. Impatient as always. The waterfall forces rallied, more shinobi emerged from the village depths. No matter. Sasori reached into his cloak, fishing out a familiar scroll. The Hiriko puppet's armor shifted, allowing chakra to flow from his core. The privilege of death by my greatest technique. His monotone voice carried through the battlefield as he tossed the scroll into the air. Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. The sky darkened as countless puppets materialized midair. Several waterfall shinobi stumbled back in terror. Sasori only smiled. The fun was just beginning. As his army of puppets blurred into motion, Noel flickered once more, appearing in the center of a cluster of waterfall jonin. The slaughter began. XXXXXXX, Fu, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki's POV. They're endless, she muttered, her voice laced with frustration as she grabbed hold of another puppet and ripped it in half. The jagged metal left a deep scratch along her arm, but Komiai could handle the poison. The two most dangerous aspects of this puppet army were their sheer numbers and the insidious venom that coated their weapons. Fu hovered in the air, briefly considering another approach. Every jutsu had a weakness. And with this one, it was obvious, the men at the center of the storm, orchestrating the chaos. The problem. The second she moved toward him, dozens of puppets swarmed her. Even Komiai struggled against that much poison. She had tried once and nearly succumbed, forcing her to retreat. Worse still, the puppets weren't the only threat. The men wreathed in lightning was cutting down loyal Takigakure shinobi like they were nothing. Komiai, she said aloud. Yes. The voice resonated in her mind. Ramp it up. We need to deal with glowy McSparkpants over there. Gladly. A surge of power flooded her body, and the world took on a crimson tint. She didn't need to look behind her to know that 5 luminous wings had spread from her back, each one glowing a deep red. 6 tails were a true limit, but that would be overkill, she could only maintain it for about 5 minutes. Not enough time to take down both enemies. 5 tails would have to do. She turned toward the man cloaked in lightning and dove at him like a missile. He sensed her approach and turned, but it was too late. Fu slammed into him with the force of a meteor, driving him into the ground and dragging his body through the dirt. They skidded to a stop when his feet finally planted against solid stone. He pried at her grip but couldn't break free, so instead, he lashed out with a punch aimed at her face. She grinned savagely, and met his fist head-on with her forehead. The impact didn't faze either of them, but the sheer audacity of it made him hesitate. That moment was all she needed. Fu pulled back a hand and buried her fist in his gut, driving him even deeper into the ground. Before she could follow up, a wall of black iron sand erupted between them. "I still have some use for him," came a cold voice. Fu's eyes snapped to the red-haired puppeteer hovering above the battlefield. But it was what floated behind him that sent a chill down her spine. A face she recognized. From an old bingo book. The third Kazekage. No. She's mine. The lightning warrior, Noel, was it, climbed to his feet, shedding his cloak. Beneath it, he wore a tight-fitting kimo uniform. He flashed her a cocky smirk, as if he actually stood a chance. She scoffed. He was lucky to be breathing. If he thought they were equals, she'd have to fix that real quick. She blasted forward again, fists cloaked in red chakra. This time, he reacted fast enough to block, but she was already moving. Twisting midair, she brought her leg down in an axe kick aimed at his skull. He crossed his arms to block, but the sheer force shattered the ground beneath them. She flipped back in the air, meeting his eyes for a split second before launching straight into his chest. He barely managed to halt his momentum, but Fu had to break off her attack as a barrage of iron spikes speared toward her. Her eyes locked onto the third Kazekage. What the hell was he doing here? More importantly, how was he even alive? She shot toward him, weaving through the storm of iron sand. A monolithic black wall formed in her path. Fu barely had time to react before crashing into it. The impact barely made a dent. Fine. She planted her feet against the wall, red chakra surging into her fists. Eraser blow. A crack formed in the iron, but it still refused to break. Fu snarled and banked right, taking the fight straight to the puppet master himself. But as she closed in, she saw something deeply, fundamentally wrong. His skin wasn't skin. Not really. It had a strange sheen, too smooth, like lacquered wood covered in some kind of resin. Not a person. A puppet. A human puppet. Her breath hitched. What the actual fuck? That single moment of hesitation cost her. Twin iron sand cubes shot toward her from either side. Too fast. Too close. No way out. She knew she wouldn't make it in time. And then. Someone grabbed her hand. Shibuki. In a single, desperate motion, he threw her out of the trap. She barely cleared the crushing walls, spiraling upward, but not him. The cubes slammed shut. When they pulled apart. Blood. Nothing but red. Shibuki was gone. Fu hung in the air, staring at the pool of red where her best friend had just been. Her first friend. Her only friend. Her everything. "I'll kill you." The guttural scream was her own. XXXXXXXX Sasori of the Red Sands POV. Well. That's not ideal. Sasori mused, watching the monstrous transformation unfolding before him. The Jinchuriki was no longer a shinobi. She was a beast. 7 burning wings spread from her back, her red chakra so thick it was nearly black. Her once bright orange eyes were now brilliant white. The creature breathed out a mist, and the battlefield exploded in a blinding flash of light. Sasori's optical sensors overloaded. TCH, annoying. Switching to chakra sonar, he quickly recalibrated, just in time to see the devastation she left in her wake. His third Kazekage puppet barely dodged an attack that would have shattered it to pieces. Even at this distance, the wind force alone sent it skidding back. This was a problem. He wasted no time. He signaled the remains of his puppet army to abandon the Taki shinobi and swarm the Jinchuriki. They emptied their poison reserves into the air, forming a deadly, inescapable toxic cloud. She still had to breathe, even in this state, didn't she? Except, she wasn't slowing down. She tore through the army like a hurricane, leaving nothing but shattered wood and splintered limbs in her wake. Sasori clicked his tongue. Problematic. He commanded the third Kazekage forward. Iron spikes rained down on her, piercing through the storm of chakra, only for them to stop. Her cloak of chakra absorbed the attacks. Damn. Then, a puppet lunged. Point blank. A full poison payload unleashed right in the face. She ripped it apart. But staggered. Got you. The poison was starting to kick in. She thrashed, movements growing erratic, as the third Kazekage struck again, iron sand forming cruel, jagged spears. Sasori almost smirked. This was his bread and butter. A slow and suffocating descent towards death. And then his idiot partner got into the way. Noel crashed into her from behind, tackling her midair. They plummeted, but her tails lashed out, wrapping around his throat. His chakra surged, he broke free, raining blows on her weakened form. She swung, but he dodged, driving punches into her ribs, her stomach, her face. It was a beatdown. Strike. Dodge. Strike again. Sasori narrowed his eyes. This was unnecessary. He already had her handled but okay. Noel powered up, entering the second stage of his lightning armor. Ripping her tails away, he struck. A devastating punch to the face. Another to the ribs. She lashed out, he dodged, countering with 2 precise jabs to her midsection. Her movements grew desperate. She missed. He didn't. Punch. 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 Each blow landed with surgical precision, disassembling her piece by piece. Even a Jinchuriki couldn't fight forever. And Sasori already went straight to producing more puppets from the new resources he acquired in Taki. XXXXXX, Hyuga Neji POV. He had never been so thoroughly outclassed in his life. He and Sasuke had thrown everything they had, all their taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu prowess pushed to the absolute limit, but the woman across from them had only chuckled and matched their efforts effortlessly. No matter how hard they fought, she simply ramped up her own power in response. Now, they were on their last legs. Neji knew that the only thing keeping the Uchiha standing was his pride, that indomitable pride that refused to let him fall, refused to let him concede defeat. Foolish pride. Neji resisted the urge to smirk. He was no different. Too blinded by his own stubbornness to give up, Sasuke weaved a set of 5 seals, far slower than Neji had ever seen him perform. The fireball he launched was pitiful, barely the size of a beach ball, a far cry from the house-sized infernos he was capable of at his peak. The woman merely tilted her head, letting the attack pass harmlessly by. And then, before Neji could even perceive her movement, she was standing right in front of Sasuke. A single tap on the forehead. Sasuke crumpled. Your turn, Hyuga. Those were the last words he heard before darkness claimed him. Neji woke up in a tent. A familiar one. It was the same makeshift medical tent that had been set up weeks ago to treat the wounded. Across from him, Sasuke lay motionless in a cot, still unconscious, dead to the world. Neji tried to move. Pain. His entire body protested, exhaustion weighing down every fiber of his being. A medical nin entered the tent, rushing to his side. She offered him a glass of water, which he gulped down eagerly. It barely made a dent in his thirst, though the cool liquid was heavenly against his raw throat. It took 3 full glasses before he felt capable of speaking. What happened? He cursed himself for the stutter. Captain Fu found you and your partner unconscious before he engaged the Kusagakure head shinobi. He killed her, of course. And now, here you are. We've taken the village and are moving even further inland. Her hands glowed softly as she placed them on his chest, continuing her diagnostic. Neji's mind stalled. Further inland. Surely, that couldn't mean what he thought it did. If it did, then, that was against orders. Can I speak to him? Neji asked. He needed answers. Now. The medic nodded. Captain Fu instructed me to notify him the moment one of you woke up. She stood, finished with her assessment. I'll go get him now. Neji watched her leave, his thoughts racing. Further inland. It had to be a mistake. Maybe she had misinterpreted the marching orders. They were supposed to take over Kusa and return home. That was the mission. Those were the orders he and Sasuke had received. Danzo's students wouldn't be the ones getting false orders. Would they? Captain. The blonde-haired Yamanaka stepped into the tent, and Neji made a token attempt at a bow despite his condition. The man was still his superior officer, after all. And considering he had single-handedly killed the woman that neither Neji nor Sasuke had been able to even scratch, he deserved that respect. Hyuga Neji, Fu greeted. You failed your mission. Neji's jaw clenched. Kusagakure's head Jonin was far more powerful than we were led to believe, he countered, his words carefully chosen to place blame where it belonged, on their intelligence. Fu nodded. Agreed. She was one of the stronger Jonin I had the pleasure fighting in my life. I dare say she would have killed me if my own partner hadn't been present to assist. He chuckled, as if the battle had been nothing but an amusing challenge. Neji did not return the smile. The medic mentioned something about moving further inland. His tone remained neutral, but the question was pointed. Yes, Fu confirmed. After taking over Kusa, we received new orders. New orders that directly contradict the old ones. Precisely. That is the way of things. Neji's mind reeled as Fu continued. Some personnel were reshuffled across the army. Some were reassigned, others sent back to the village. I am now in full command of this battalion. And our orders are clear, we will take the land of rain or die trying. A sharp, sinking feeling settled in Neji's gut. The land of rain. We will secure another avenue into Sunagakure, Fu explained. Neji's brows furrowed. Didn't we already have a way into Suna? The land of rivers. Fu sighed. After the Kazakage's assault on Iwa, the land of rivers formalized a treaty with the land of wind. Suna now operates freely throughout the entire country. Our agents report multiple outposts have already been constructed. If we were to attack Suna from the land of rivers, we'd first have to dismantle their entire presence there, an impossible task. We'd get bogged down in a drawn-out conflict and give Mist or Cloud the perfect opportunity to strike while we're vulnerable. The land of rain, on the other hand. Neji exhaled slowly. But that means we'd have to contend with Hanzo the Salamander. Last I checked, we don't have 3 Kaga-level shinobi to hold him off this time. Fu smiled. Hanzo is dead. Danzo-sama is certain of it. The only obstacle now is Amagakure's forces. His expression hardened. Prepare yourself, Hyuga Neji. Amagakure will be ours by the end of the month. The march was brutal. Once cleared by the medics, Neji was expected to rejoin the battalion. Ninja armies moved differently from samurai or traditional forces, they moved fast, in quick, silent bursts. Speed and stealth were paramount, and one could not suffer at the expense of the other. Neji scouted ahead in intervals, his Byakugan scanning the terrain kilometers at a time. They were still in grass country, meaning the likelihood of enemy patrols was low, but carelessness got shinobi killed. The real test would begin once they crossed the border. When he returned to the main group, he relayed his findings to Fu using quick, practiced sign language. Sasuke stood beside him, silent and seething. Neji understood his frustration. Unlike Sasuke, he had already come to terms with his limits. He had seen firsthand what true power looked like. The battle between Gaara and the Tsuchikage during the invasion of the Leaf had shattered any illusions he had of his own strength. He had no misconceptions. Kaga-level shinobi were gods among men. The Kusa head Jonin had been only a few steps below that. Losing to her was an inevitability. Sasuke, however, refused to accept it. Because Sasuke was chasing a ghost. Uchiha Itachi had been ranked S-class at 13. At 15, Sasuke was barely mid-Jonin level. It was harsh. But it was the truth. Neji wouldn't say it out loud. But he would let reality teach Sasuke the lesson. They reached the border of the land of rain. There were no physical markers, but the shift was immediate. One step, and they were suddenly beneath an unrelenting downpour. The rain began precisely at the border, as if nature itself had drawn a hard line between the two countries. Neji extended a hand past the invisible threshold. Cold, pounding raindrops met his skin. Fu stepped forward. "I'll take point from here," he said. "You and your partner will fall back to reserves. You're not at 100%, and I don't expect you to fight the first wave." His smile was fake. Neji didn't argue. He simply walked away, leading a brooding Uchiha deeper into the storm. Amagakure was only a few dozen kilometers away. By the end of the day, they would be standing in its shadow. XXXXXXXXXXX. In hindsight, it should have been obvious that they were walking into a disastrous trap. No border patrols. No traps. No mines. Nothing. A village that had lost its greatest deterrent wouldn't have been so lax with its security. So when one of his cousins called their attention to a figure floating in the sky, Neji felt his heart plummet. A bad feeling gnawed at him. That feeling worsened as the figure descended, revealing a hauntingly beautiful woman. White paper wings spread from her back, their sharp edges reflecting the dim light. A moment of eerie silence passed before Fu barked orders, and a fireball shot towards her. The flames washed over her wings, yet she remained untouched. Unbothered. The look in her eyes, disdain. Neji didn't need his Byakugan to recognize it. That should have been the second warning. It wasn't until her wings fully extended, unleashing a barrage of paper shuriken, that the army realized just how dire their situation was. Not a single shuriken hit its mark, yet it didn't matter. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, screams echoing in their wake. The air filled with fire, smoke, and chaos. Sasuke weaved seals, as did the rest of the army. Long-range ninjutsu soared toward the woman, yet she danced around them effortlessly, gliding as if time itself bent to her will. Meanwhile, her own attacks landed with devastating accuracy. Neji couldn't believe it. One person was fighting an army, and winning. And then, things got worse. A second figure materialized in their midst. Neji was one of the first to spot him, the red and black cloak standing out starkly against the battlefield. But he was too slow to react. The men slammed a single hand onto the ground, and with a thunderous puff of smoke, hell itself was unleashed. First, a pair of monstrous dogs, each as large as any boss summon Neji had ever seen. Then, a massive caterpillar that reared up before slamming down, crushing shinobi beneath its bulk. A chameleon followed, vanishing into thin air. Only Neji's Byakugan allowed him to see the invisible menace moving through their ranks, sowing destruction. A bird-like creature took to the skies, adding to the chaos. The summoned beasts tore through their forces while the paper bombs continued to rain from above. A shuriken hurtled toward Neji, but he deflected it with a swift gentle fist strike. It exploded a safe distance away. By his side, Sasuke stood frozen, Sharingan spinning wildly as he watched the massacre unfold. They had no chance. Neji wasn't a coward, but he wasn't a fool either. This was a lost battle. A death sentence. He grabbed Sasuke's arm and made a single gesture. Sasuke hesitated. Perhaps, in another world, that hesitation would have cost him his life. Here, Neji didn't wait for permission, he turned, dragging Sasuke along as they fled. Behind them, another cloaked figure appeared, lifting his hands and sending half the army flying. By the time Fu finally sounded the retreat, Neji and Sasuke were already far from the battlefield. Not that it mattered. One by one, every single fleeing shinobi was cut down. Some died in groups. Some made it farther than others. Some perished beneath falling paper shuriken, others to the monster summons. Some were thrown into the air by invisible force. Others were torn apart by strange canisters fired from a third man's arm. Some died quickly. Some died slowly. They all died. Neji and Sasuke ran like the hounds of hell were at their heels. Even when they crossed into the land of grass, they didn't stop. Neji deactivated his Byakugan to conserve chakra, but they still didn't stop. They ran until their legs felt like they would give out. They ran until darkness clouded Neji's vision. The last thing he saw before collapsing was a man with a scar across his nose catching him. Sasuke had fallen long before. XXXXXXXXX Danzo Shimura POV. Danzo stared at the letter in his hands. A missive, delivered by a chunin who had nearly run himself to death crossing the land of fire in mere hours. Part of him wanted to dismiss it as a forgery, a lie. But the code, the very one he himself had devised, stared back at him from the page. The handwriting was unmistakable. Neji's usual flowery script was absent, replaced by cold, precise strokes. An entire battalion. 2,000 loyal Konoha shinobi. Dead. The land of rain was a gift that never stopped taking. Danzo's jaw clenched as he reread the descriptions of the massacre. He ground his teeth, a habit he had picked up far too often since taking the hat. Hiruzen must have been laughing at him from beyond the grave. Years of planning. Decades of careful maneuvering. The first domino had finally fallen, and instead of toppling his enemies, his house of cards had gone up in flames. First, the failure to kill the Kazekage. That brat had proven himself deserving of the hat, especially after the daring first strike on Iwa. Bold. Decisive. Effective. A shame he hadn't been born in Konoha. A bigger shame that their own blonde Jinchuriki had been utterly useless. Useless under Hiruzen. Missing under his rule. Not missing, taken. By Hiruzen's accursed students. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. Danzo sneered. Nothing would have delighted the old monkey more than seeing his students work together again. That it was against him would have been the cherry on top. But those were mere annoyances. His plan had still been progressing, until now. The Akatsuki. If only he could go back and slap his past self for his foolishness. Those brats should have been assassinated on sight. Instead, he had chosen to use their lives as leverage, seeking favor with Hanzo. He had thought to eliminate two enemies of Konoha at once. A perfect plan back then. A foolish plan now. The brats had lived. And in their survival, they had become monsters. A woman who killed by the hundreds with paper techniques. Multiple shinobi with the accursed purple-ringed Rinnegan. His fingers twitched at the memory. The cold, sickening dread of that day. The abomination that the Rinnegan had summoned. The Gedo Mazo. If such a thing was to be turned against Konoha, drastic measures had to be taken. He reached for a scroll and wrote swiftly, decisively. Think twice, act once. The first order, Neji and Sasuke were to be transported back to Konoha once they were stable. A medical squad would be sent immediately. Neji had been well enough to write the report himself, but Sasuke's unconscious state was troubling. The second order, prepare for war. Danzo sealed the scrolls with a flick of chakra and gestured to the silent figure in the shadows. The root operative vanished. He stood. Time to set things in motion. How is it coming along, he asked, stepping into the dimly lit tunnel of the root's most secret chamber. Across from him stood a boy, pale, sickly, yet focused. Very well, Hokage-sama. The jutsu should be operational in a few weeks. Danzo scowled. Unacceptable. This is vital to Konoha's security. The boy hesitated. I cannot learn the seals any faster. Forgive me, Hokage-sama. Danzo sighed. He had no choice but to break his own rules. Forming a single-hand seal, he focused on the mark hidden beneath the boy's scalp. Fuin, Kai. The boy slumped as Danzo freed him from every seal he has ever placed on him. Moments later, he stirred. Hokage-sama. What happened? Nothing. Now, look at the seal again and tell me how long it will take. Sai's gaze sharpened. Oh. This is easy. I'll have it mastered by the end of the week. Danzo smirked, though a sliver of unease crept into his chest. He had just solved one problem. He had likely created another. But that was the burden of the hat. And Edo Tensei would solve all his problems at the end of the day. End of chapter. Chapter 51, World in Chaos. X-Sai's POV. Lariat, he roared as they smashed into each other. For the first time in a long while, their strengths were equal. B wasn't holding back, he was giving it his all, no longer restraining himself to avoid harming his big brother. I smiled. It was brief, fleeting, but it was there. Then, in one decisive motion, B overpowered him. Completely. I was sent flying, crashing hard into the steps of Onreikyo. Gritting his teeth, he got back on his feet, words already forming on his tongue, until he saw them. The tails. 6 of them. He'd finally pushed B to 6 tails. Well done, big bro, B said, momentarily abandoning his ridiculous rapping to acknowledge the milestone. I wanted to puff up with pride, but he held back. 6 was still a long way from 8. Worse, this was only the version 1 cloak. The second version was exponentially stronger, faster, deadlier, and laced with toxicity. It's not enough, B. I need to get stronger. Faster. Better. And I need to do it fast. There's no rush, big bro, don't rush. Fool ya fool. Who are you calling a fool, B? Better not be me. B made a sound that was definitely not a whimper before turning on his heels to flee. No running from the Iron Claw, B. I roared, cracking his knuckles. Come face your punishment like a man. XXXXXXX Mei Terumi's POV. She stared at the report. For the first time in her life, she had no idea what to do. 2 years ago, it was rare for her to come across a problem she couldn't solve. Now, it happened every other day. Ao was dead. His Byakugan was gone. Somewhere between retrieving Mangetsu's body and bringing it back, the Byakugan had disappeared. Gone. That was 2 irreplaceable assets lost. And then there was the 6 tails. Taken by a group of men in black and red cloaks, Akatsuki. No Jinchuriki. No Byakugan. A dead former ANBU commander. This was a disaster. To make matters worse, her operatives in Cloud had just sent in their latest report. The village was militarizing. Kumo was always prepared for war, but this was beyond standard wartime mobilization. This was a prelude to something inevitable. They were going to attack. And they were going to do it soon. Her best analysts had already crunched the numbers. Cloud had at most a few months before they'd be forced to declare war. If she were a more hopeful woman, she might have deluded herself into thinking that Cloud had a different target in mind. But Mei Terumi wasn't hopeful. Hope was expensive in the shinobi world. She had to be realistic. If she were in the Reikage position, there would be no other target but Karagakure. IWA. Stripped bare after the Kazekage's ruthless attack. The Reikage was too prideful to pick at another Kage's leftovers. Konoha. Too strong. Actively expanding their military, preparing for war against Suna. Suna. A village ruled by a man named after the desert itself. Only a fool would think of attacking Suna. That left only Kiri. And if she was being honest, Kiri was barely better off than during Yugura's madness. She was trying, but things took time. Time they didn't have. Mei ran the scenarios in her head. How would Cloud attack? By sea. They had the largest fleet and would use it to land shinobi at her doorstep. She could probably force them to land in Nagasaki, but beyond that, she had no chance. If the Reikage was arrogant, he'd rush straight for Kiri's heart. Big mistake. Kiri wasn't like the other villages. Even if the Kaguya Tower fell, they still wouldn't own the village. Power lay in the islands. If I rushed in recklessly, Kiri could bleed him dry. Cut off his supply lines. Sink his fleet. Starve his army to death. But she couldn't assume I would make that mistake. The Reikage wasn't stupid. If he played it smart, he'd take the islands one by one. Slowly. Methodically. And if he did that, Kiri was finished. She needed an alliance. Someone strong enough to stand with her. Someone who could give Kiri the illusion of strength, enough to ward off their enemies. Konoha. Danzo Shimura was the last person she would ever trust. Ao's words echoed in her mind. He is the darkness of the shinobi world. Let him in, and he will never leave. That wasn't an option. She'd rather surrender to I than Danzo Shimura. IWA. 2 weakened villages joining forces to form one strong one. Not a bad idea. But it might only make the Reikage even more eager to attack. 2 villages for the price of 1. 50-50 odds. Good for fighting. Useless for deterring. That left only one real option. Suna. A village on the rise. Her spies all said the same thing, Suna was growing stronger. Gaara of the desert had somehow become a Fuinjutsu master without peer. His shinobi were equipped with weapons she could barely comprehend. An alliance with that power. That might just be what she needed. But he destroyed an island. A minor one, sure. But still, a whole island. He was part of Kiri's weakness. Could she really trust him? Between Danzo Shimura and Gaara of the desert, there's only one choice. But then, a whisper of doubt. Was there? Was there only one choice? Her mind betrayed her with the thought. There was another option. One she hadn't even considered. Akatsuki. A group of S-rank missing mean. They'd taken the 6 tails, sure. But, if she was being honest, there was no guarantee Utakata would have ever truly fought for Kiri. Perhaps the source of her problems could also be the solution. And unlike Konoha or Suna, Akatsuki wasn't a major power of its own. An alliance with them could be equal. A partnership. Kisame Hoshigaki was among them. Returning the most powerful of the 7 swordsmen to Kiri was a benefit she couldn't ignore. It had to be done. Mei Terumi never noticed the shadowy corner of the room. Nor the single, blood-red eye watching her. Spinning. Smiling. And then. Gone. Gaara POV. How do you want to approach this? I asked the 2 S-rank shinobi sitting in my office, my gaze fixed on the glass window overlooking Sunagakure in all its newfound glory. We have an associate who will lead an attack on Konoha's walls to draw out as much of the village as possible. Jiraiya will get us through the barrier, and we eliminate whatever forces Danzo has prepared before severing his head from the rest of his body. Associate. I repeated, leveling them with a hard stare. Did they really think I wouldn't demand specifics? Yes, an associate of ours. Orochimaru, you mean? My father's killer, I interrupted, feigning outrage. If Orochimaru hadn't killed Raza, I might have been forced to do the job myself. Our teammate, yes, Jiraiya confirmed, unbothered. We trust there won't be a problem. A problem. I let the sarcasm drip from my voice. You mean with working alongside the men who assassinated the 4th Kusagakure, my own father? Why would that possibly be an issue? Well, you're going to have to stomach it. That's the nature of alliances, Jiraiya said bluntly. I bristled at his tone, shifting slightly. He matched my movement, tension thickening the air, until Tsunade placed a calming hand on his arm. Nobody is killing anyone, at least, not yet, she said firmly. We ask you to set aside your grievance with Orochimaru, just as Konoha is choosing to ignore the ice spinning beneath that hair of yours. Her meaning was clear. They knew. My fingers twitched, but I kept my expression neutral. We're aware of when Kakashi was killed, she continued. It happened during our alliance. Yet we are willing to overlook your actions in exchange for a similar courtesy. Raza was a Kazakage. My father. The 2 situations are not the same, I countered. Fine, she conceded. Then we ask for a temporary truce. Hold off on any vengeance against Orochimaru until after Konoha is free from Danzo's rule. Once that's done, the 3 of you can settle things however you like. She was playing her cards well. She thought that if I challenged both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, I would lose. I could see how she might believe that, but she had no idea what I had become. I wasn't the same man I was before infusing my Sharingan. I wasn't even the same as I had been when I used it to hypnotize the 9 tails. Controlling a tailed beast completely was an equalizer like no other. Fine, I said, my voice calm. We leave at dawn tomorrow. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged looks before walking out of my office. Without another word, I dissolved into sand. XXXXXXXXX. The seal was an intriguing thing. The endless hours of meticulous work, refining the design, incorporating insights from the 8 trigrams seal, it had all been a pleasure. This was the kind of deep, intellectual challenge I could truly sink my teeth into. It was perfect. What wasn't perfect was the agonizing process of removing my old seal and replacing it with the new one. Inscribing a seal onto oneself was no simple feat, and using a clone barely made it easier. The chakra networks being virtually identical introduced all sorts of unpredictable anomalies. Fuinjutsu was like that sometimes. The best metaphor I'd found was that it was akin to programming, except you were coding reality itself, and every so often, the laws of mathematics would shift beneath you. The key was recognizing when and how the rules changed. Those who failed. Well, there was a reason so few Fuinjutsu masters existed. Anyone talented enough had a fair chance of killing themselves before they reached true mastery. As an Uzumaki, even if only half, I had the rare luck of instinctively knowing what would work and what wouldn't. It was almost like genetic memory. It told me that anything less than 64 prongs in this seal wouldn't function. Fuinjutsu wasn't purely logic-based, it carried deep symbolic elements. The 5-element seal worked because it had 5 prongs, 1 for each element. The 8 trigrams seal worked because of its 8 prongs, 1 for each gate. This seal. It had to have 64, aligning with every major tenketsu in the human body. The prongs would center on the gates, allowing the seal to function far beyond the complexity of the 8 trigrams seal. And what would it do? Everything. First, it would finally shut out the Ichibi from my mind. From now on, he would hear only what I wanted him to hear. Complete control. Second, it would give me unrestricted access to his chakra whenever I desired. Even better, I had designed 2 distinct outlets for its release. Tailed Beast Chakra, pure, unfiltered power. This would allow me to enter version 1 and 2 states, though as the Jinchuriki of the weakest tailed beast, it wasn't much of a force multiplier. But when used to amplify my ninjutsu, it meant I could unleash techniques on an unprecedented scale with zero risk of running out of chakra. It also opened the door to tailed beast bombs, a theory I hadn't yet tested, but soon would. Natural chakra, yes. Sage mode. The tailed beasts knew about nature energy, and rifling through Shikaku's mind, while he was locked under my genjutsu, was almost too easy. He already knew how to gather and stabilize nature energy. The second outlet would funnel that stabilized natural chakra directly into my system. That meant constant sage mode. Free sage mode. Unlimited sage mode. I saw no reason to grant Shikaku more freedom, and as long as he remained under my genjutsu, he would simply be an infinite source of power. The third function of the seal, and the most difficult to integrate, was linking it to my blessed seal of Theodata. This meant that both tailed beast and human chakra would fuel my personalized version of the Byakugo seal. Tailed beast chakra already had immense regenerative properties, so with careful adjustments, I could achieve more with less. All these functions in a single seal, and yet, there was one final safeguard I had built in. The Byakugo seal was partitioned, half for regeneration, half for storage. This half would accumulate as much tailed beast chakra as possible. But more importantly, it had a failsafe. If I ever went more than 2 minutes without a drop of Ichibi's chakra in my system, the seal would forcibly inject it back into me. A contingency for the worst-case scenario, capture. If the Akatsuki ever managed to rip Shikaku from my body, I would not die. They could try. I would be back on my feet within minutes, ready to return the favor. Unlikely. Extremely. I was certain I was the strongest shinobi in the world unless Madara suddenly got resurrected. But this world had already proven it was no longer bound by the timeline I once believed in. Danzo's Kage rule, secured with an army of Edo Tensei shinobi, was proof enough of that. So if the rules had changed, I would simply change faster. With the last brushstroke, the intricate design was finally complete, drawn onto my bare skin. My clone stepped back, and Inesa, head of the seal corps, moved forward. This was the easy part. All he had to do was spark the engine. He pressed his palm against my stomach, inhaled, and roared. Fuin. With that single word, everything changed. Tsunade's POV. In the shadows of the village hidden in the leaves, they stood. Watching. Waiting. Orochimaru had promised to help them in this uprising. She still couldn't believe she was trusting him, even now. After everything he had done, after everything he had become, she was still relying on him. Insanity. But that was what it meant to be a teammate, wasn't it? For 6 years of her childhood, she had been surrounded by him and Jiraiya. They were family, as much as Nawaki had been. And wasn't that just one hell of a mindfuck? Any second now. Jiraiya's voice came from seemingly nowhere. He was cloaked with the Maisegakure no Jutsu, a technique he had always claimed to be the best user of in the world. She was starting to believe it. His invisibility was so seamless that even knowing he was there, she had to strain to perceive him. Naruto stood at her side, his own version of the technique still inferior, but good enough. No one who could spot them would be in this area anyway. This was an intentional blind spot in Konoha's defenses. One left by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. A sudden, earth-shaking crash rang through the village. The signal. Jiraiya rushed to the wall, his hands weaving a flurry of seals, 12 in total, disabling the sensing barrier around their section of the perimeter. Tsunade launched herself over Konoha's towering walls, Naruto under her arm, landing in a crouch. Gaara followed, effortlessly shifting into sand, reforming beside her as they touched down. She eyed him for a moment. He had changed. There was a confidence in him now, something that hadn't been there when he first greeted them at the border. Good. He would need it. Danzo would not go down without a fight. XXXXXX Karen Uzumaki's POV. Is she outside, Conan? A weak voice drifted through the room. Karen stood at the threshold, her spine tingling. The presence within was unlike anything she had ever felt. It was raw, immense, stronger than even Orochimaru-sama at his peak. And that terrified her. Conan alone was frightening enough, a woman whose mere presence commanded respect. But the fact that she answered to someone even stronger made Karen's mind reel. She could feel it, dark and menacing, yet layered with something else. It was resolute, unshakable, driven by a purpose so intense that it burned. Whoever this person was, they wanted something. Badly. Badly enough to give up everything for it. And yet, the chakra was familiar. It felt like home. She had only encountered something like this twice before, once with her mother, and once with that blonde kid from Sasuke-kun's team. Both had been good people. Trustworthy. She clung to that hope, because what else could she do? When Conan had first appeared at the hideout, Karen had nearly collapsed from the sheer weight of her chakra. She had slaughtered the cursed seal abominations Orochimaru had created with a terrifying ease. Paper shuriken sliced through flesh that should have been as hard as stone like it was nothing. After that display, when Conan told her to come, Karen had no choice. Conan had pretended there was a choice, but her chakra said otherwise. Karen would have been brought here whether she liked it or not. She had adapted, just as she always had. Like when the Kusanine killed her mother and made her take her place, like when Orochimaru-sama saved her and then used her in much the same way, only, this time, she prayed it was another step up. Send her in, the weak voice commanded. Conan appeared at the doorway in an instant. Go on in, she said with a smile. A sharp, deceptive smile. It was meant to disarm. It had the opposite effect. Karen could feel the tension in Conan's chakra. She didn't want her to go in. Conan was on edge, ready to kill her if she made one wrong move. Come in, cousin, the voice called again. Karen stiffened. Cousin. Hesitantly, she stepped inside, and nearly recoiled. A man sat before her, emaciated, skeletal, with rods protruding from his back, connected to some strange device. Karen's breath hitched. The rods were acting as chakra transmitters, sending out waves of energy. She could feel them. Uzumaki Karen. That is your name, right? She nodded. Who was this man? Good. I am Uzumaki Nagato. Your cousin. Her mind shattered. That wasn't possible. The Uzumaki were dead. Her mother had told her a million times, there was no one left. No one had come when Kusa took them. No one had come when her mother screamed in agony. No one had come when they dragged her away, leaving Karen to wonder if she'd ever see her again. She had prayed for an Uzumaki to save her. But none had come. You're lying, she hissed, anger burning away the shock. Her hair rose with her chakra. You're a liar. Never, he said simply. He lifted a bony, shaking hand from the machine and stretched it toward her. His chakra told the truth. Chakra never lied. Her breath caught. Her throat tightened. See, cousin. Nagato gave a solemn nod. I have searched for decades, he murmured. For someone who shared my blood. I found a few, but none like me. None like us. A pure-blooded Uzumaki is a rare thing these days. I am happy to meet you. Where were you all this time, then, she demanded, her voice shaking. Where were you when my mother died? Kusa hid your existence well, Nagato said. It was only after Orochimaru's death, when we dismantled his operations, that we found any mention of you. If I had known sooner, I would have moved the heavens to set you free. An Uzumaki alone in this world is a terrible thing. Truth. The words unraveled her. A sob wrenched itself from her throat. She collapsed inward, arms wrapped around herself, shaking with relief, grief, everything. She had family. She wasn't alone. And then, arms encircled her. Weak, bony arms, but warm. Real. Nagato's chakra wrapped around her like a shield, like a home she had long since forgotten. She sank into it. And for the first time in her life, she felt safe. A week later. She had expected him to use her. Everyone else had. Kusa had. Orochimaru had. Even Sasuke had. And Nagato had every reason to. She had seen his body. He was dying. His chakra, as immense as it was stretched too thin, keeping him alive rather than healing him. And yet, he never asked. He spoke of her ability like an academic curiosity, fascinated more by their bloodline than the fact that she could save him. Why? The question ate at her until she finally voiced it. Why haven't you asked me to heal you? Nagato's puppet, the one watching over her in the library, turned to face her. His Rinnegan eyes felt heavy, like they saw too much. I don't need you to, he said. She stared. What? I have 7 years left, at best, he said. By then, I will have accomplished my goal. She gaped. You're joking. I am not. The conversation ended. XXXXXXXXXX. It took her a week to track down Conan. She had gone from fearing being used, to realizing that the one person who didn't see her as a tool was willingly throwing his life away. When she told Conan, the woman's reaction shocked her. Fury. Sharp, burning rage. Conan had questioned her over and over, making sure, absolutely sure, that Karen could heal him. And then, without another word, Conan dissolved into paper and disappeared. That night, Nagato's paths were gone. Conan was gone. For an entire week. Then, Conan returned. Follow me, she said, her voice tight. Nagato has seen the error of his ways. Relief slammed into Karen. She followed, heart pounding. When they reached the basement, she froze. Nagato looked tired. More so than ever. His eyes, once sharp, looked through her rather than at her. Conan turned to her, voice firm. Help him. Please. Nagato said nothing. Even so, when she held out her wrist, he obeyed. His teeth sank into her skin, and the drain was immediate. Her vision blurred. Her body weakened. But his hair darkened, his skeletal frame filled out, his once gray skin flushed with life. And then, darkness took her. The last thing she heard was his voice, stronger than ever. Calling her name. She smiled. And let the darkness take her. A/N, end of the chapter. Yeah, Nagato is getting a massive buff. He's going to need it. I think it's really funny how I have done no clarification on the timeline at all and I just have like a dozen things going on different timelines. Hopefully, everything makes sense. Chapter 52, World in Chaos, 2. XXXXXI's POV. I had seen a lot of stupid things in his lifetime. But this was a new level of stupidity. Akiri Jonin lunged at him, attempting to skewer him with a water bullet. Pathetic. I sidestepped the slow-moving jutsu with ease, then drove his arm straight through the man's chest. This was so stupid. Did one of his fellow Kaguya actually authorize this? 35 Kiri Jonin had infiltrated Kumogakure under the cover of darkness, attempting a coordinated attack on his village's core infrastructure. As if Kumo were a fool's village. One of them had been spotted. The alarm had been raised. And now they were dying. 7, he called out, his voice carrying over the battlefield as he shattered a man's ribcage with a single lariat. I smirked. He was ahead. 9, he countered, gripping a Jonin by the head and ripping it clean off. The body slumped, lifeless. Without missing a beat, he hurled it at another Kiri shinobi, sending the men crashing to the ground in a heap of broken bones. It was over in minutes. The final enemy fell, his body twitching as Darui electrocuted him to death. Silence settled over the battlefield, but it was the wrong kind of silence. I turned to his men, scanning the battlefield. They had won. But the Kiri cowards had made them bleed for it. For every 3 Kiri nin they'd slaughtered, one of his own lay dead. His fists clenched. Rage burned through him. A rage unlike anything he had ever felt before. Draft the letter to the daimyo, he said, his voice like thunder. He wasn't even sure who he was speaking to. It didn't matter. Kumo goes to war at sundown tomorrow. Dusk was the earliest he could unleash Kumo's war machine on the mist. They had been preparing for this, but not this fast. This was an acceleration. And acceleration meant more blood. More of his people would die. But so would theirs. Xxgaren's POV. Her head ached. It felt like she had used it to test the durability of a dozen frying pans. Groaning, she tried lifting it from the pillow, but even that small effort sent a wave of pain through her skull. Where was she? Good to see you awake, Karen. A voice. One she didn't recognize. And Karen? Who was that? A hand rested gently on her forehead, followed by something pressing against her lips. Instinct took over. She obediently parted them, allowing the liquid to trickle down her throat. Warmth spread through her body as the pain she hadn't even noticed, began to fade. Her mind grew lighter with each sip. She was Karen Uzumaki. And that voice, she knew it. It was stronger now, more confident, but she could still recognize it. Cousin Nagato, she tried to say, only to choke on the water still flowing into her mouth. Laughter rang around her. Some of it splashed onto her, but before she could react, she felt a wave of chakra brush over her, and suddenly, she was dry again. She opened her eyes. Nagato's gaze met hers. Not through a puppet. He stood above her, watching her with his own eyes, standing on his own power. She wanted to memorize every detail. His red hair, so much like hers. She reached out, running her fingers through it. Silky. Smooth. Perfect. A part of her felt jealous. She laughed. He laughed with her. How ridiculous. To be jealous over something so simple. But then she noticed it, his laughter. Not strained. Not interrupted by coughs. Not short and raspy. Deep. Full. Free. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever heard. And she would do anything, to protect that sound. It worked, she murmured, hearing the smile in her own voice. Nagato smiled back. His cheeks were full now. It suited him. She had to remind herself that she hadn't known him her entire life. But it felt like she had. He was family. She hadn't been able to save her mother. But she had saved him. It worked, he agreed, his voice warm. She didn't know what triggered it, the relief, the exhaustion, the joy, but suddenly, tears spilled down her face. And then his arms were around her. She sobbed, burying herself in his warmth, the warmth of family. XXXXX 1 week later, the library. What do you plan on doing next? Karen sat beside him in the library, watching as he flipped through an ancient Uzumaki barrier technique scroll. She had tried peeking at it earlier, only to realize it made no sense to her. For Nagato, though, it was light reading. A lot, he said simply, his tone calm, almost detached. We will continue acquiring the remaining tailed beasts. The plan must move forward as scheduled. The war between Mist and Kumo will work to our advantage. Akatsuki. That's who he meant when he said we. A collection of rogue ninja, each as powerful as Orochimaru. And how exactly is that going to work, she asked, folding her arms. You really want to know? He asked, pinning her to her seat with his gaze. There was something there. Something serious. Something foreboding. But Karen had never been praised for her caution. Yes, she said, lifting her chin. I want to know. Then follow me, he said, standing up. And don't say a word. Nagato led her through a section of the building she had never found, not even after all her exploring. She watched carefully as he dispelled genjutsu so subtle that only her mind's eye of the Kagura could detect them. Layer after layer. Beyond the illusions, the path grew more bizarre. At one point, they had to walk with one foot up and a hand on their stomachs. By the time they reached their destination, she had no idea where they were. A massive cavern stretched before them, an underground chamber so vast it seemed unreal. She almost gasped. The chakra signatures below, monstrous. Only Nagato's sheer overwhelming presence kept her from outright panicking. He gestured for her to move forward, leading her to a vantage point overlooking the gathering. At the center of the group, Deva Path Nagato stood at the head of the table, Conan at his right. His voice cut through the cavern, leaving no room for argument. Toby has engineered a war between Kumo and Kiri to keep both villages occupied and out of the way as we move for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Deva stated. The others nodded. And Zetsu. Deva turned his gaze to a half-plant creature wearing the same Akatsuki cloak. I can't spy on the Kyubi Jinchuriki while he remains in the hidden sand village, Zetsu reported. But before he entered, the word was that he was planning an attack on Konoha, with the Ichibi Jinchuriki in tow. That plays well into our hands, does it not? A red-haired boy commented. It should. The shark-like man next to Sasuke's brother smirked. 2 fish, 1 spear, Itachi-san. Precisely, Itachi replied, his tone unreadable. Toby is a good boy, the masked man said randomly. The big blonde one scoffed. I want in on the attack on Kumo, he declared. That's all that matters to me. A sharp silence followed. You must have misheard, Conan said, fixing him with an icy stare. Because surely you don't think you have the final say on assignments. Karen expected a fight, this was Akatsuki, after all. But there was no chaos. No explosions. Just sharp words, a brief standoff. And then, shockingly, the blonde one backed down. Yes, yes. Of course, he said quickly. I just wanted to say that I would be very happy to be assigned there. No need to bring out the big guns again. Karen blinked. Again. She reached out and pinched Nagato. He just smiled. That's Noel Yatsuki, he explained. Mouthy little thing when he first joined. I sparred him 7 times, healed him 7 times, and beat him 7 times again. He learned his place quickly. She smirked. No wonder. Now, pay attention, Nagato said, eyes fixed below. It's time to lay down the law. The Deva Path coughed, gathering the room's focus. The plan is simple, he stated. Sasori, Noel, Tobi, and Zetsu will lead the assault on the hidden cloud and secure the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. As for the Kyuubi and his escort of Sanin, Itachi, Kisame, and Konan will handle that. I will personally deal with the Kazekage. His tone was flat. Unbothered. Absolute. And yet, every shinobi in the room nodded. Karen let her senses expand, feeling their chakra. They were satisfied. Even Itachi, Sasuke-kun's psychopath brother, was content with his placement. The meeting ended. XXXXXXXPOV, Obito Uchiha, 4 weeks earlier. So, you are the one they call Madara, huh? Obito resisted the urge to reach out and crush Kabuto's skull like an overripe melon. The sheer audacity of this fool speaking to him in such a manner was almost laughable. Orochimaru's servant, he said, his tone edged with irritation. Give me one good reason not to cleave your foolish head from that useless body of yours. Kabuto remained unfazed. The same thing I promised our monochromatic friend, an alliance. Join forces with my master, and we will deliver the remaining Jinchuriki to you. Obito couldn't help himself, he laughed. A hollow, scornful sound. This was pathetic. Orochimaru had played this little game before, and it had led him nowhere. What use do I have for you and your so-called master, he scoffed. The Akatsuki is more than capable of acquiring the remaining Jinchuriki. If you've been keeping count, you'd know that only 3 remain beyond our grasp. He watched Kabuto carefully, gauging his reaction. Part of him was mildly curious, what could the snake possibly offer that would entertain him before he decided to dispose of him? Kabuto smiled. The last 3 Jinchuriki are far more dangerous than the others. The Kazekage remains an enigma. The only things you know for certain are that he fought a fully transformed 4 Tails one-on-one and killed the 3rd Tsuchikage, all while sealing away reanimated copies of the 2nd Tsuchikage, the 1st Hokage, and the 2nd Hokage. To underestimate him would be a grave mistake. Then there's Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Perhaps the strongest of them all. He has perfect symbiosis with his beast. Even if you sent 3 of your most powerful Akatsuki after him, they'd struggle to claim victory. And finally, Uzumaki Naruto, the wild card. Not just because of his own strength, but because of those who protect him. If this came down to a fight between what remains of Akatsuki and the legendary Sanin with Gaara, I doubt many would bet on your side. For the first time, Obito did not laugh. These were legitimate concerns, ones he had himself. Itachi's loyalty was questionable at best. Nagato, he wasn't sure if he would be willing to do what was necessary when the time came. The Akatsuki had moved relatively unchallenged thus far, but these final battles would be different. The Kazekage was an unforeseen complication. The 1 Tails alone wasn't a major threat, but that bastard had stolen his left eye from Kakashi, as if robbing him of his kill wasn't enough. Now, his most dangerous jutsu had been compromised. Would the Kazekage figure out how Kamui worked? Could he counter it in a one-on-one fight? Obito wasn't about to take that risk. As if that wasn't enough, the bastard had somehow cut off Zetsu's access to the hidden sand village, leaving them completely blind to his recent plans. And now, with the Sanin duo and the 9 Tails in the picture, the Akatsuki was stumbling in the dark. This was a problem. Still, Obito remained cautious. And what exactly do you and your master offer that makes this worth my time? Kabuto's smirk widened. Edo Tensei. Obito narrowed his eyes. You've seen how dangerous Danzo became with an imperfect version. We've perfected the technique. That smug smile. That confidence. Kabuto knew that his bait was too enticing to ignore. Obito exhaled, letting a brief silence linger before speaking. Very promising, he murmured. Now, listen carefully, Snake, Longing, Rusted, Furnace, Daybreak, 17, Benign, 9, Homecoming, 1. The effect was instantaneous. Kabuto went rigid, his smirk vanishing. By the time Obito finished the sequence, the would-be manipulator dropped to one knee. I am yours to command, my lord, he intoned, voice void of its usual arrogance. Perfect. Obito smirked beneath his mask. He owed Sasori for the control code, a clever failsafe to override Kabuto's will. To think that Orochimaru had sent his precious pawn into enemy territory without securing him from outside influence. That was the difference between arrogant Konoha prodigies and the rest of the shinobi world. Are you capable of executing Edo Tensei? He asked, his voice measured. Yes, master, Kabuto replied obediently. Good. Obito's grin widened beneath his mask as his Sharingan menacingly spun. Now, listen carefully, and do as I say. Everything was falling into place. Exx the disputed islands, unruly IPOV. I surveyed his men with pride. There were no more disputed islands after their latest push, this was now the land of Lightning's territory. Like his father before him, he was leading Kumo to war, the tip of the spear against which no enemy could stand. He had already proven that by taking over the islands in record time. They had landed their ships to reinforce the existing garrison, and from there, taking over Kiri's installations had been a simple task. The key was preventing the enemy from sending word back to their main forces, or at least, that's what they wanted Kiri to believe. Did it go according to plan? He asked as Darui landed beside him. Darui exhaled before answering. Perfectly. We gave the Chunin just enough leeway to pull off a daring escape. We made it hard, of course, had to sell the ruse, but there's little chance he won't make it back before his wounds become fatal. They'll hurt like hell, but they look worse than they really are. I nodded. For such a quiet man, Darui had a sharp mind. That was why I trusted him more than anyone else. If it hadn't been for the mess with the Yatsuki boy, Darui would have been his guaranteed successor. A shame. Kumogakure wasn't Konoha. They couldn't afford a Kage whose student had betrayed the village. That kind of weakness could not be tolerated, it would set a dangerous precedent. The stability and unity of Kumogakure was its greatest strength, and any threat to that had to be eradicated. So now we wait, I said. Darui nodded. I turned and walked into the stronghold, which was rapidly being fortified. The goal was simple, force Kiri to commit their best to defending these islands. Make them believe he was preparing a full-scale invasion of their mainland. Then strike elsewhere. A reckless leader would try to attack the Mist Village directly. Sure, I would win. But he'd have to drown in the bodies of his own shinobi to do it. A Pyrrhic victory at best. This plan was different. Let Kiri believe he was committing to an expansion of Kumo's military might. Let them think he was preparing to march on their capital. Then let them hear that the Reikage himself was leading the charge. If Mei Terumi, the new Mizukage, had even an ounce of intelligence, she would know that the only way to stop him would be to mobilize in person, bringing her strongest warriors with her. That was the real objective, draw them out, defeat them in neutral territory, and cripple Kiri's defenses before making a decisive move. Simple. Efficient. Deadly. Just the way he liked things. It took 16 hours for Kiri to take the bait. I had gone to bed, ensuring he was well rested for the fight to come. The sound of screams woke him. Not just any screams. His men. I steeled himself. Some of them would die today, there was no avoiding that. But if it meant saving thousands in the long run, it was a sacrifice worth making. He stood, fastening his bracers. He considered putting on his cloak but decided against it. No point in ruining it in battle. Mabui would be proud of that decision. He smirked. This feeling. It had been a long time. The last man to make him feel this way. Minato Namikaze. I walked out of his quarters and immediately noticed the unnatural mist drifting toward him. His lightning-enhanced senses processed everything at once, the slumped bodies of two Chunin, their skin dry and lifeless. His mind snapped to a conclusion. Before the mist could reach him, I activated his lightning cloak and dove through the wall. He landed on the grass, assessing the battlefield. His men were holding their ground, not caught completely by surprise. Good. A flash from the corner of his eye. I turned and cleaved through a stream of lava with a lightning-coated chop. Unruly eye. You've truly lived up to your name, a sultry voice said. Mei Terumi. Her beauty was just as the reports had claimed, enough to make a man hesitate. By her side stood a boy he didn't recognize. But he did recognize the twin Kiba blades in his hands. I grinned. A shame Kiri holds the Raijin no Ken and the Kiba blades, he said. No village deserves those legendary weapons more than Kumo. The boy scoffed. Keep yapping, old man. I'll shut you up soon enough. He brandished the blades. Remember the name, Mangetsu Hozuki. Lightning arced toward Ai, but he stood his ground, letting the energy course through his body before channeling it into his lightning cloak. A neat trick he'd perfected with B. Hozuki, huh? He stored the information for later. The hydrification jutsu would come into play soon, if the boy was stupid enough to use it. Then again, I had seen plenty of stupid opponents in his lifetime. Mei weaved hand seals and launched a wave of lava into the sky. I amped up his lightning cloak's defenses, letting the molten rock crash against him harmlessly. Enough waiting. He attacked. Mangetsu tried to react, swinging his blade, but he was too slow. I stepped into his guard, shoulder-checking him backward. Mangetsu stumbled. I didn't give him a chance to recover. He grabbed the boy's shoulder, lifted him into the air, and slammed him into the ground in one fluid motion. Mei tried to skewer him with a water spear, he ducked. Lava orbs followed, he weaved between them. She jumped back, he advanced. Another shinobi emerged from his blind spot, wielding a chakra-infused sword. I caught the blade mid-swing, stopping it dead. "You're out of your depth, kid," he muttered, but the boy only looked confused. Damn. He was speaking too fast again. Another boy attacked, wielding a massive hammer. Another Hozuki. I sidestepped, grabbing the incoming axe mid-swing. He tightened his grip and wrenched it sideways. The boy stumbled. I slammed his fist into the kid's stomach, bones cracked. The other boy had retrieved his sword and launched chakra arrows. I barely paid attention. His eyes were on Mei. Shameful. Hiding behind children. She formed a seal and launched a massive fireball. I charged through it. A lava ball met him on the other side, he powered through. He reached Mei in an instant, grabbing her by the mouth before she could unleash her next technique. Her fists, encased in stone, slammed into him, he ignored them. Then, her body dissolved. Lava burned his hands as the clone melted. He grit his teeth, ignoring the pain. His real fight was just beginning. Then. Reikage-sama. A new figure appeared, breathless. Word from the mainland, Akatsuki is attacking Kumo. The battlefield blurred. Each word struck like a hammer. Akatsuki. B. There was no time. He turned, ignoring the brats and their Mizukage. A boy stepped in his way. I cleaved his head from his shoulders. Sound the retreat, he roared. To B. And then, he ran. A/N, yeah. This is a fine ending for the chapter for me. We see Ice hot-headedness on display here. This is a terrible decision he's making from a tactical standpoint, but B is his one emotional weak point in the story. And yes, Toby pulled the strings of the war in Mei to make sure I would be drawn out of the village for their attack. Considering I is the one person in the same speed range as Minato, he'd probably be the threat Obito would consider the most. Chapter 53, Gaara vs the Kazekages. XXXXX Sakura Haruno POV. The Leaf hadn't felt like home in years. As Sakura walked past the stadium that had once hosted the Chunin exams, the exams that had changed everything, she felt an old, familiar ache settle in her chest. Sometimes, she wished she had done what she truly wanted to that morning, stayed home, feigning illness so Team 7 couldn't join the Chunin exams. Naruto and Sasuke would have been furious, but maybe she'd still have her team. But things hadn't turned out that way. Kakashi-sensei was dead, killed in Deidara's final explosion. Naruto was gone, taken, the Hokage Danzo had claimed, by Jiraiya when he betrayed the village to join his former teammate, Orochimaru. The same men who had marked Sasuke, who had killed the third Hokage. And Sasuke. He was still a shinobi of Konoha, technically. But between his ANBU training and his secret missions, she might as well have lost him too. He and Neji had been recruited for special ANBU operations under Danzo, leaving her without a team, without a purpose. For a while, she had drifted. Then Kurenai-sensei had pulled her into her own squad. Akamaru's death during the Chunin exams attack had left Kiba broken, he had retired to care for his clan's kennel and hospital. That left Kurenai needing a third, and Sakura had stepped in. It had been different from Team 7 in every way. In some ways, it was better. Training with Kurenai-sensei wasn't just being thrown into endless missions and given scraps of guidance whenever their sensei remembered to teach. No, Kurenai planned. She tailored their training, ensuring they grew stronger, not just survived. For Hinata and Shino, training focused on refining their existing clan techniques. But Sakura. She had no clan to guide her. Neither did Kurenai-sensei, which meant she understood. And for the first time, Sakura felt like she was the priority. Every genjutsu Kurenai taught her came naturally, too naturally. She mastered them faster than expected, often pushing beyond what was required. Kurenai-sensei even joked that she was running out of things to teach her. But Sakura didn't let herself feel pride. Not when she walked this path every day and saw it. To her left stood the massive sand pyramid. A monument, not to the Leaf, but to the Kazekage. Proof that Gaara could scar their village and Konoha still wouldn't remove it, even 2 years later. That was real power. She wasn't even a Jonin yet. Meanwhile, Gaara had been killing Jonin since he was 8. Her thoughts were shattered by the deafening roar of an explosion. Sakura turned sharply, searching for the source. She spotted the rising smoke almost instantly, black clouds billowed from the top floors of the Hokage Tower. The upper 2 levels had been completely obliterated. A moment later, a different sound shook the air, louder than the explosion itself. A pop, deep and unnatural. The air split as massive shapes reared over the village walls. Snakes. Giant, monstrous snakes. Her knees buckled. No. No. Not again. Then, a voice cut through the chaos. Stand up, Sakura. Let's go. You remember the protocol, don't you? Her mind struggled to place it. She focused on the words instead. Protocol. Right. As a Chunin, she had orders, respond to the most immediate threat. That meant the gates. She forced herself up, pushing against the ground for support. Finally, she saw him. Iwagakure-sensei. She barely recognized him. He looked older. The past years had not been kind to him. He had survived the bombing of the academy during the Chunin exams, but his newer students hadn't. His entire class, gone. Let's go, Sakura, he urged, offering her a small, brittle smile. She nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. My name is Sakura Haruno. Last of Team 7, student of Hatake Kakashi. Chunin of the village hidden in the leaves. I will not fail. She leapt onto the rooftops after him, pushing herself forward. But out of the corner of her eye, something flickered, something wrong. A shimmer, like a heat mirage. Her breath hitched. What? She whispered. Come along, Sakura. She blinked. Had she imagined it? She hesitated but forced herself forward, chalking it up to her blurred vision. Yes, Iwagakure-sensei, she said, voice steadier than she felt. They moved fast, faster than she ever had through the village. When they finally reached the wall, she landed beside Iwagakure and looked over the edge. Her stomach dropped. Oh gods. Iwagakure breathed. Beyond the gate stretched an army. Not of shinobi. Monsters. Lead by Orochimaru. Sakura barely registered the voice calling her name. Iwagakure-sensei. Sakura-chan. Over here. She turned. Choji. He was waving them over. And behind him, the battle was just beginning. XXXXX Gaara of the desert, POV. My blood boiled. That was the best way to describe the fury coursing through me as I stood before the four men. Danzo Shimura was ignored, he was a nonentity. What mattered was that, somehow, all four of my predecessors had been reanimated, their dead eyes locked onto me. I had torn through the genjutsu concealing my left eye, and now I saw them with vision tinted in crimson. Danzo Shimura was a dead man. An impossibility standing before me, for this should not have been possible. The crypts had been locked. Guards had watched over them round the clock. Perhaps the third Kazekage, his body had never been in our custody, as Sasori had stolen it long ago. But the others? No. This should not have happened. Which meant something had gone terribly wrong in Suna. How? I asked, already knowing he would gloat, as all villains do. How not? Danzo sneered. You think yourself clever. So wise with your tricks and precautions. But did you ever stop to question whether the only non-family member in your inner circle was worthy of your trust? Gaara of the desert. A monster in all but name. Did you never once wonder why a random girl with no visible motivation became so close to you so quickly? Mabuki. I barely registered the name slipping from my lips. It was obvious in hindsight. Of course, she was one of his. Oh. Is that the name she used? Danzo chuckled, his voice dripping with arrogance. I know her as Operative Desert 47. I barely restrained the urge to crush him where he stood. Find the caster of this jutsu and make them stop, I ordered the three figures behind me, along with your efforts to rally the ANBU. I've got this. We don't take orders from you, Jiraiya scoffed. Ever the fool. But the only working brain in their dysfunctional trio, Tsunade, pulled him along, with Naruto at her side, and they turned to leave the Hokage building. Like I'd let you, Danzo hissed as iron sand surged forward, reaching toward them. But it never got close. A massive tendril of sand from my gourd smashed it aside with ease. I am to be your opponent, I stated, sparing the four Kazekage a single glance before fixing my gaze on Danzo. Run, Gaara. Raza, my father, called out. But I barely heard him. The first Kazekage moved first, releasing a barrage of wind bullets. I dodged, twisting midair, my sand forming a dense shield that absorbed the impact. My Sharingan traced the flow of chakra in his jutsu, dissecting its mechanics within moments. Fine. For those who do not know me, I said, my voice carrying across the battlefield. I am Gaara of the desert, your successor. Fifth Kazekage of Sunagakure. And I will return you to rest. The first scoffed. Lord Fifth, you are powerful, but to defeat all four of us. Preposterous. I smiled. He had no idea. My gaze flicked to Danzo. My Sharingan spun. Kamui. In an instant, his head twisted unnaturally before vanishing into the Kamui dimension in a gory mess. Unlike Hatake Kakashi, I did not need prolonged focus to gather chakra. I had refined the technique to be near instantaneous. Danzo was gone. Now that the interloper is dealt with, let's dance. All 4 Kusagakure charged at once. I led them through the collapsing tower, my sand shattering walls as I maneuvered through the wreckage. Fighting them in an enclosed space would be suicide. Upon reaching the bottom floor, I skidded to a stop. The first was the fastest. He closed the gap in seconds, wind chakra crackling around his fists. I sent a wave of sand at him. He tore through it effortlessly, thrusting a palm toward me. A near-invisible force rippled outward. Wind release, pressure palm. My sand barely absorbed the shockwave, the impact sending me skidding backward. I rushed him. He met my charge, trading blows with practiced precision. His fist swung at my face, I ducked, countering with a slash from Dark Sister. The blade hissed through the air, igniting with fire as I angled for his throat. A wall of iron sand intercepted my strike. The third had intervened. But he had made a mistake. I pumped chakra through my arm, neutralizing the iron sand's magnetic properties. The defense crumbled in an instant. Then pain. A kick slammed into my crossed arms, launching me through the building's outer wall. Midair, golden sand surged toward me, Raza's technique. I tore through it with my own. The second Kusagakure appeared next, his movements precise. I did not hesitate. Kamui. His body flickered, distortion warping his form. He struggled, but his sealing techniques alone were not enough to counter my space-time ninjutsu. An iron lance pierced my shoulder. A wind blade carved a deep gash along my side, but it was not blood that leaked out but instead sand. The second Kusagakure fully vanished into the void. I released a guttural scream, red chakra flaring to life. The remaining 3 Kaga were sent flying from the force of my transformation. A full Biju transformation. Shikaku stirred, his crushed mind brushing against my own. But I did not let him take control. This time, I was the master. Unlike the last time that Ichibi graced Konoha, the sand came from within me and not the outside. Sand with black markings that resembled seals as I transformed into the one-tailed demon raccoon with a roar. A giant wind bullet tore through my newly formed arm. I stared at it for a second, it was almost comical. I could tell something was missing, yet I felt nothing. My arm was gone, and yet, it wasn't. With a simple flex, the limb reformed, reconstructing itself effortlessly. I tilted my head, it was so much larger now, as I regarded the approaching trio. I had my suspicions when I saw the sand you wielded, but I refused to believe it. To think a beast like this has been allowed to reign as Kusagakure. Lord Fourth, what were you thinking, appointing this abomination as your successor? I decided in that moment, I did not like the first Kusagakure. The sand moved at my will, faster than ever before. It surged toward my enemies from all directions, enclosing them. The first responded with a single-hand seal, bird. The encroaching sand scattered into the wind. But it was still within my control. I lacerated their bodies with razor-thin sand tendrils, slicing through flesh with ease. Not all of them. The first's wind armor shielded him from harm, leaving him unscathed. He scowled in my direction before weaving another seal. I reached out to the wind bullet rushing toward me, and willed it to dissolve. Shikaku was the desert. Not just the sand beneath, but the winds that stirred the grains as well. The look on the first's face was priceless. That is my son, Lord First, Raza said, his voice thick with something resembling pride. A Jinchuriki who dominates the Ichibi's power. To think you have attained such strength, Gaara. I was right in the end. If I were more naive, I might have thought the pride was directed at me. That my achievements had earned it. But I knew Raza better than that. Still, he lifted his hands, summoning a massive quantity of gold dust. Not nearly as much as he had used to defeat Shikaku, but still impressive. It made sense, his Edo Tensei body likely had limits. The gold dust sank into my body, weighing me down. Even with his reduced supply, Raza could still be problematic. Or rather, he would have been, if I didn't already know every technique in his arsenal. I wove my chakra through his, strangling his control over the gold. Disrupting it. Destroying it. The Sharingan was a marvelous thing. Golden veins ran through my sandy form, adding to my already imposing appearance. You all left behind journals, I said, my voice calm. Did you really think there was a technique you knew that would work against me? The first tried another wind jutsu. I ignored it. I shredded the chakra before the attack could even form. The second. I had already sent him into Kamui's dimension. He was the most dangerous of the 3. Perhaps he'd entertain Obito for a while in there. A heavy mass of iron sand slammed into my side. Do you learn nothing? I sneered, my transformed face twisting into something feral. The iron merged with the gold. I had magnet release, just as they did. But mine was superior. I had more chakra. The Sharingan. The advantage of experience. I commanded my sand arms to lash out again. This time, only the first and third managed to dodge. Raza. Too slow. I caught him in my grip. He inhaled sharply, expelling a highly compressed blade of water toward my head. What head? The attack struck empty air. I reformed in an instant, grinning as I tossed him into my mouth. I chewed. Swallowed. Sealed. A simple Fuinjutsu, inscribed deep within Shikaku's body. The other two attempted a pincer attack. I ignored the first completely, disassembling every technique he threw my way without looking. The third's iron sand came next. I overpowered it. Crushed it. Overwhelmed it with my own sand, denser, heavier, infused with gold and iron. I won. My arms lashed out, wrapping around the third. Another seal. Another meal. Then, only one remained. The first Kusagakure, I mused, turning toward him. Your greatest claim to fame was defeating the Ichibi. You are nothing before me. His wind armor shattered with a mere flex of my will. His awestruck expression barely had time to register before. Gulp. 3 down. I brought them back up, vomiting their sealed bodies onto the battlefield. This time, I wove permanent seals onto them. And then, I raised another grand sand mausoleum, directly over the ruins of the Hokage Tower. Tsunade would pay dearly if she ever wanted me to remove this epic pyramid in the future. I took a moment to admire my transformed state before I released the form. The sand flowed back into its seal, while the gold and iron fell away, clattering to the ground. The transition was seamless. For a fleeting moment, I relished being at a normal size again. And then, I froze. Fascinating. I could not move. Not because of physical restraint, something was interfering with the connection between my mind and body. The Nara's shadow possession jutsu. Well done, Shikamaru. That voice. A voice I had hoped to never hear again. Shimura Danzo stepped out from the shadows, his calculating eyes locking onto me. Gaara of the desert, he said, approaching with absolute certainty. Such a powerful Jinchuriki. You will make an excellent addition to Konoha's strength. In his hand, he held a seal brush, the ink glistening ominously as he reached for my skin. Fool. I felt the jutsu-scene energy, its delicate web of control. I began to cycle my chakra, destabilizing the technique. And then, suddenly, the jutsu released. Danzo's eyes widened in shock. He was vulnerable. I did not hesitate. With a single swing, I separated Danzo's head from his body. Heh. You weren't the only one with traitorous subordinates, Danzo. I turned my gaze to the pineapple-haired boy. Shikamaru. There was a strange intelligence in his eyes. Good job, Shikamaru. You really timed that well. XXXXXX, Ice POV. I ran for his brother's life. Faster than he ever had before. Faster than even his father in his prime. His lightning armor surged into its second stage, then beyond, into the third stage, a refinement he and B had perfected together recently. The wind howled around him, his sheer speed tearing the air apart. His shinobi were nowhere to be seen, he had long since outpaced them. He knew how this must have looked. Their Kage, abandoning them in the heat of battle. But B wasn't just his brother. He was Kumogakure's greatest weapon. Only 3 villages still possessed Jinchuriki. Of them, B was the strongest, the most experienced. He was the pillar that would ensure Kumo's dominance in the years to come. His survival was absolute. His life outweighed all others, including I's own. And yet, another thought slithered into his mind. B was stronger than him. Faster, deadlier. If B was in danger, what could I even do? He crushed the doubt before it could fully form, his scowl deepening. There were 9 Akatsuki members. Each of them S rank. That was enough power to crush an entire nation. If they all descended upon B, not even the Hachibi's might would be enough. Clan killer Itachi. The tailed beast, Kisame. And worst of all, their leader. The unseen figure who had bound these monsters under one banner. That was the one I truly feared. A distant boom echoed behind him, like a cannon firing. He ignored it. His focus remained singular, unwavering. He had to reach B. The familiar mountains of Kimogakure came into view, but there was no relief in seeing them. His destination was clear. Onreikyo. I arrived with a clap of thunder. Lightning flickered across his skin as he took in the battlefield in an instant, 4 shinobi surrounding B. No hesitation. He moved. His fist hurtled toward the masked figure, but passed through nothing but air. His eyes widened. Genjutsu. No. His chakra network remained undisturbed, and his lightning armor should have made illusions impossible in the first place. Then how? No matter. There was no shortage of targets. His gaze landed on one in particular. Die, he roared, too fast for ordinary ears to even register the words. A traitor. A disgrace. A mockery dressed in Kumo's lightning. Noel. The fool thought himself ice equal. Thought he could wear that bastard Darui's teachings like armor and stand against the rakeage. Insulting. Ice first punch shattered his guard instantly. The impact sent Noel skidding, but I did not let him retreat. His massive hand grabbed the traitor's cloak, pulling him forward. His other arm stretched outward, his entire body blurring into motion. Lariat. Noel crumpled. Wounded, but not dead. I would fix that. Another enemy, Sasori. The puppet master moved, but too slowly. A volley of poisoned needles clinked uselessly against ice armor. He barely acknowledged them. Instead, he took his time. He picked up the fallen traitor by the throat, his grip unrelenting. Lightning crackled at his fingertips. Then, he let it surge. The screams were beautiful. When Noel's skin blackened, charred beyond recognition, I smirked and flung him away like garbage. B, freed from his previous predicament, struck with ruthless efficiency. Two of Gyuki's tails smashed into Sasori, crushing the Akatsuki member instantly. I turned to the masked figure, his glare burning with rage. A single red eye met his own. Sharingan. His breath hitched. Uchiha Itachi. Since when did he wear a mask? A rift in space appeared before him. Two figures emerged. Ice's heart stopped. One of them, his father. But no. That wasn't his father. It couldn't be. His father was dead. I had seen the body with his own eyes. He had paid the greedy rock bastards to retrieve it. And yet. The figure moved. Lightning armor. I answered the challenge instinctively. Their bodies collided, the force shaking the ground. I flew backward. Impossible. Gyuki's tails lashed out, but the imposter dodged, fast. Too fast. The fight blurred. Fists clashed. Thunder crackled. Ice punches landed but did nothing. The imposter was just as sturdy as the real thing. Then. A flash of movement. I was thrown back, slamming into the stone steps of the temple. He looked up. And saw it. That pose. A flat palm, fingers folding inward, until only one remained extended. One-fingered hell stab. His breath caught in his throat. Who the hell dared to copy his father's technique? Rage exploded within him. His lightning armor surged past its peak, beyond anything he had ever achieved. His body disappeared. He struck first. His hand tore through the imposter's chest. He felt it give way. For a moment, victory. Then. Nothing. A searing pain erupted through his back. His vision blurred. His body went cold. He looked down. A hand, piercing his chest. His own blood dripped from the imposter's fingers. How? That was the last question I ever asked. His strength faded. His knees buckled. He took a step backward. Then another. When his body hit the ground, he did not feel it. The last sound he ever heard. Bees scream. And so, I, the fourth rakeage of Iwagakure, fell. His brother soon followed. The Eight Tails was captured by the Akatsuki. A/N, that's the end of the chapter. Was tempted to drag out the Kumo fight a bit but couldn't contemplate a situation where INB put up more of a realistic fight with Kabuto going all Edo Tensei Legends on Obito's side. Chapter 54, the Akatsuki arrives. Tsunade's POV. To end Danzo, two things had to be done. First, the man himself had to die. Second, those loyal to him had to either fall alongside him or surrender. But given what she had learned about how he trained his root operatives, the latter wasn't much of an option. And then there were the elders, Sarutobi-sensei's former teammates, those old fucks who had paved the way for Danzo's rise. She had no doubt they were fundamentally backing his rule even now. That was why Orochimaru had been dispatched to deal with them. Despite their age, they had been students of the second Hokage, and she could only hope he exercised an acceptable level of caution. But for now, her focus was elsewhere. A blade slashed through the air, aiming to separate her head from her shoulders. She stepped aside, narrowly dodging, before driving her fist into the attacker's chest. Bones shattered beneath her knuckles, and the man was sent flying, dead before he hit the ground. Jiraiya, Naruto, and herself against a force of Danzo's finest, trained killers. Not even close to a fair fight. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Jiraiya wielding his white mane technique, his hair stretching out like a whip, bludgeoning root operatives left and right. Nearby, Naruto formed a massive raise-non, obliterating a cluster of masked shinobi. She had never trusted Orochimaru further than she could throw him, but she had to admit, he was a damn good teacher. With his help, Jiraiya had turned the brat into a powerhouse pretty quickly. A sudden presence dropped in front of her, fists raised in a gentle fist stance. A Hyuga. I am Hyuga Neji. I will be your opponent. She almost scoffed. It pained her to see someone so young tangled up in Danzo's mess. You're already dead. Nothing more, nothing less. She didn't wait for him to move. In the blink of an eye, she closed the gap, her hand clamping onto his skull. The next root operative to charge at her was forced backward as she swung Neji like a human flail, using his own body as a weapon. Then, with a sharp twist, she snapped his neck. His lifeless form hit the ground. Another enemy came at her, surrounded by a cloud of insects. Abirame. She immediately held her breath to avoid inhaling any insects, then pulled chakra through her body, reinforcing her form like armor. The root shinobi dodged her first punch but never saw the follow-up. They never did. A sharp chirping sound filled the air. Her instinct screamed, and she ducked just in time to avoid a chidori, the lightning grazing past her neck. She turned to meet the gaze of her attacker, Sharingan spinning behind a root mask. Uchiha Sasuke. She moved to finish him, but before she could strike, someone stepped between them. Someone infinitely more dangerous. A black cloak with red clouds, an aristocratic face, and those same piercing red eyes. Itachi Uchiha. Their gazes locked, and in an instant, she felt the pull of Genjutsu. She shattered it in less than a second. Dangerous. She charged. Unlike every other man here, he did not run. He stood his ground, waiting for her. Foolish. She aimed a punch at his head, but he weaved aside, dodging with unnatural grace. His counter kick came fast, forcing her to block with both hands. She gritted her teeth. He was far stronger than he looked. He pulled his leg back, throwing off his balance, and she moved to capitalize, 2 punches at razor speed. Both dodged. He flipped back, and midair, he unleashed a volley of shuriken. She stomped the ground, forcing a wedge of stone to rise before her, absorbing the attack. A moment later, she heard a great fireball roaring towards her. Fast. She flashed through a single seal. Water release, water bullet. Her technique was weaker, the water barely piercing the fireball, but it was enough. She charged through the flames, and scathed. They clashed again, taijutsu against taijutsu. A kunai in his right hand stabbed toward her shoulder. She dodged, barely, but as the blade arced toward her neck, she was forced to punch him back, forcing him to abandon the attack. He jumped back. She followed instantly. Leaping into the air, she brought her leg down, aiming to crush him. And he did the unthinkable. He crossed his arms. She smirked. Idiot. Her foot slammed into his forearms, but something was wrong. There was no reaction. Then she felt it, her chakra being redirected. The ground beneath them fractured, cracks spreading outward. Pretty skilled. A massive chakra surge to her side made her snap her head toward Jiraiya. He was running toward her, Naruto right within tow with him. Probably a good idea to run, Haim. She turned just in time to see a massive tidal wave surging toward them. And riding the wave, a monstrous, blue-skinned man wielding a familiarly grotesque blade. Hashigaki Kisame. Of course, they moved in pairs. She spun on her heel, matching Jiraiya's speed as they raced through the underground root tunnels. Left. Right. The water pursued them, relentless and growing. She scowled. The further they ran, the faster it gained on them. Then, a familiar bit of stonework caught her eye. 3 old kunai marks she had carved as a child. There. Without hesitation, she leapt upward, fist cocked. Her chakra surged. With a single strike, the ceiling exploded outward, and sunlight flooded in. A second later, she felt Jiraiya's hair wrap around her, pulling her clear as he jumped after her. The water rushed past, flooding the tunnels beneath them. Now back on the streets of Konoha, Tsunade turned to the left, expecting to see the familiar tower where she had spent much of her childhood, but instead, she was met with a massive sand pyramid. That Kazekage bastard. Her irritation was cut short by the sound of an explosion deeper in the village. Konoha was in complete chaos. The entire village was unraveling, and it didn't take long for her to pinpoint the cause. 2 men. 2 men with the same wild red hair and an equally reckless disregard for keeping Konoha standing. One of them had arrived with them as an ally. Technically. But Tsunade knew the Kazekage would take advantage of the situation to secure his village's position. Allies in name, enemies in truth. She hated politics. But she respected his strength. Which made it all the more surreal to see him engaged in direct combat, and struggling. The man Gaara was fighting wasn't just keeping up, he even had a slight advantage. And what stood out even more were the bizarre, ringed purple eyes he possessed. Nagato. Jiraiya's voice was barely above a whisper, but the shock in his tone made her turn. He was staring at the battle with wide eyes. She racked her brain. Nagato. The name sounded familiar. But Jiraiya was still talking, almost to himself. I knew Conan was here, but if even Nagato himself is involved, that means. He trailed off, but Tsunade didn't need him to finish. Gaara and Nagato slammed through a nearby building as their fight intensified, sending debris flying in all directions. The Kazekage was technically superior, his movements sharper, his control finer. But it didn't seem to matter. Nagato was just a fraction faster, a shade stronger. And worse, his body shifted. Where his arm had been, there was now a cannon. Gaara didn't flinch. He barely acknowledged the transformation as the weapon fired, tilting his head just enough for the blast to pass, tearing through multiple buildings behind him. They went back to clashing, this time with weapons. Gaara wielded a blade that Tsunade didn't recognize, though she had to admit, it was finely crafted. A shame she wouldn't be able to claim it. Nagato conjured a black metal rod from thin air, and the fight continued. Tsunade might have watched longer if not for the shift in the air behind her. She turned sharply. Two figures, both clad in black cloaks with red clouds. Akatsuki. Where is Uchiha Itachi? She demanded, noticing the missing clan killer. He has business to take care of. But don't worry, the blue-skinned one smirked. We're more than enough to take the Nine-Tails brat. Kisame Hoshigaki. The tailless-tailed beast. Tsunade's eyes flicked to Jiraiya, finding him glaring at the purple-haired woman beside Kisame. Conan. That's the one he recognized. She let out a breath. Jiraiya could handle his personal business. She had her own fight to deal with. Hopefully, he wouldn't do anything stupid. Then again, with Naruto there, at least they had a designated idiot to cover that role. And as for her own opponent. Tsunade leaned forward just an inch. That was all the warning Kisame got. He barely had time to raise his sword before she was on him. She launched forward, chakra flooding her limbs, and slammed her fist into Samehada. Cha! The impact was thunderous. Her raw strength sent both Kisame and his weapon hurtling backward, crashing through multiple structures. She didn't even glance at Jiraiya. I'll handle this one. Then she was off, leaping through the air in pursuit. Kisame was half buried in the remains of a building when she found him. Aside from that, barely a scratch. He chuckled, rolling his shoulders as he stood. That was a good one, old woman. Tsunade tilted her head, unimpressed. Of all the insults he could have chosen, really. Old woman. At least try to be creative. The body in front of her dissolved into water, and before she could react, a blade slashed toward her, only for her own form to tear apart into splinters. Substitution. Her opponent wasn't as clever as he thought. Now that she knew his position, she closed the distance in an instant, aiming another devastating punch. This time, he dodged, countering with a swipe of his blade, Samehada. One of the 7 legendary swords of the mist. She had never faced this particular sword before, but she knew how it worked. She ducked under the strike aimed at her head, but mid-motion, the weapon suddenly halted in place, shifting its trajectory downward. It's alive. She realized it a split second before it crashed toward her. Reacting on instinct, she planted her hand on the ground, propelling herself sideways just as the sword slammed down, gouging the spot where she had just been. She barely had a moment to recover before a high-speed water bullet carved a deep trench into the stone road. 2 more followed, forcing her to weep between them. Then came a razor-thin stream of pressurized water, slicing through the building behind her like paper. Too damn destructive. She clenched her fists, hoping Shizune was handling the evacuation. If civilians got caught in this, she'd never forgive herself. Her patience snapped. With a roar, she reared back and slammed her fist into the ground. The earth exploded, sending shockwaves rippling outward, knocking her opponent off balance. That was all the opening she needed. In a blur, she closed the gap and drove her fist straight into his gut. Bones cracked beneath her knuckles as he rocketed backward, sent flying through the village. But she knew better than to assume it was over when facing shinobi of this caliber. Sure enough, when she arrived at the crash site, he was already standing, Samehada shifting ominously in his grip. She noticed something, the handle had retracted and reshaped back into a standard hilt. So that's how he withstood my first hit. You hit hard, he admitted, rolling his shoulders. Let's see how hard you hit in the water. Oh, hell no. She lunged forward. He abandoned his hand seals to block, lifting Samehada defensively. Her fist met the blade, and suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit her. Her chakra, it was draining. Her eyes widened as she felt her reserves plummet, the energy being ripped from her. Kisame smirked. He'd been waiting for this. Before she could retreat, his sword lashed out, too fast to avoid. Pain seared across her body as deep gashes opened on her arms and torso. She barely managed to stay standing. How? For a moment, I thought you might resist Samahada's drain, Kisame mused, watching her stagger. Guess you just needed a second for it to hit you. Tsunade clenched her jaw, forcing herself upright despite the lightheadedness. There's no way it drained that much chakra that quickly. Reading her expression, Kisame chuckled. You're wondering how I can suck you dry so fast. I'll tell you, since you're already dead anyway. They call me the tailless-tailed beast for a reason. Even without Samehada, my chakra rivals that of a bijou. This sword? It's been feeding off me since the day I got it. His grip on the blade tightened. Samehada's always hungry, but when I want, I can starve her. Make her desperate. So when she finally gets a meal. He grinned. She eats fast. He strode forward, raising his sword. Tsunade swallowed, her mind racing. She was out of time. She forced chakra into her limbs, willing her body to move. With a burst of strength, she pushed off the ground, flipping backward. She landed on unsteady feet, searching for an opening, any opening. But Kisame didn't give her one. He lunged, blade swinging. She barely sidestepped, narrowly dodging the first strike. Then the second. The third came from a different angle, she retreated. The fourth was a downward slash, and he overextended. There. Tsunade surged forward, stepping inside his guard before he could recover. She twisted her hips, lashing out with a punch, her chakra timed to detonate the second her fist landed. Thwack. The hit connected cleanly, but Kisame barely budged. What? Samehada twisted in his hands, its fleshy tendrils reaching for her, trying to ensnare her. She leaped into the air, dodging just before the sword's jagged teeth could clamp around her. Tsunade's mind raced. There was no way to avoid the creature's chakra drain. If even his main body could absorb chakra through its connection to the sword, then direct combat was a losing game. Who says you need to avoid it? The voice in her head sounded suspiciously like Uncle Tobirama. The same voice that always helped her devise her best plans. Samehada could absorb chakra. Absorb, not nullify. That distinction was critical. Kisame Hoshigaki boasted that the blade had no limits, but she knew better. Everything had a maximum. The question was, could she find it? Kisame claimed the strength of a tailed beast, but she could sense his chakra. It wasn't nearly as much as Naruto's when he had the full 9 tails. From her estimation, Kisame held roughly twice the amount of chakra Naruto had when using 4 tails of the fox's power, around the level of a 6 tails. Did she have that much? Not right now. But in her seal? Absolutely. For nearly 3 decades, she'd stored chakra within the strength of 100 seal without pause. She hadn't released it since the Second Shinobi War. The sheer volume of chakra within that seal was staggering. More than she had ever sensed before. Would it be enough? Maybe. It would have to be. As Kisame closed the distance, she exhaled sharply and formed the ram seal. Strength of 100 seal, release. The world changed. Jiraiya once asked her what it felt like. She couldn't explain it to him then, and she still couldn't now. It was like being a god. But also, not. Power flooded her body, more than an entire tailed beast's worth of chakra. Yet, with all that strength came the agony. The sheer pain of it burned through her limbs, a sensation so overwhelming it nearly took her breath away. She remembered asking Mito about it once. Why did it hurt her, but not the older woman? The answer had enraged her. She wasn't an Uzumaki. Not fully, at least. She had too much Senju blood, too little Uzumaki. Her body simply wasn't built to withstand this much chakra. Anyone else would have taken that as a warning. But Tsunade was too stubborn for that. That stubbornness led to the creation of her ultimate technique, mitotic regeneration. A workaround, really. A way to force her body to withstand the overwhelming chakra by constantly repairing itself. Kisame scoffed. Is having more chakra supposed to scare me? Tsunade ignored him, focusing instead on the raw power surging through her limbs. Strength beyond anything she'd ever wielded. Enough to kill him. Kisame lunged forward, Samehada aimed for her head. Before, they had been evenly matched in speed. She had been faster, but only by a fraction. Now, he was unbearably slow. She closed the distance in an instant. The look of shock on his face was agonizingly slow to form. She didn't wait for it. Her fist buried itself in his chest, the force enough to cave in a mountain. Yet he barely moved. As they landed, she gritted her teeth. Fine. She moved first this time. His body was too slow to react. Before he could even form a defense, she slammed another punch into his chest. Then another. And another. Same Hada pulled at her chakra, trying to drain her. She did not resist as she opted to barrage Kisame instead. Punch. After punch. After punch. She lost count after the first 100. She felt the blade struggle. It was too much. She was overloading it. She felt like a genin again. Executing punch after punch on a wooden post under Sarutobi-sensei's watchful gaze. If he could see her now, she was sure he would be wearing that thin-lipped smile of his. The same one he wore when he saw them solve a problem in a way that worked, but still wasn't exactly what he would have done. He could probably think up a dozen ways to have defeated this particular enemy without resorting to such brutishness. But she wasn't him. Her arsenal was much more limited than his. This was her only resort. Chakra absorption meant that no part of her admittedly shallow ninjutsu repertoire would be any use against him. It also meant that her strength would fail against him, no matter how it was applied. Perhaps a decade or two ago, she might have risked facing him in pure taijutsu without chakra enhancement, but she was being realistic here, and those days were far behind her. And that did not even take the healing factor the blade enabled into account. Her first plan of just tossing rocks at him until she managed to kill him with a shot would have failed. Both because of the healing factor, and the fact that this man was also a skilled shinobi in and of himself. He was not a mediocre with only a single trick to his name. He was S-ranked in every meaning of the word. After 600 punches, she noticed it. A delay. A small hesitation in the sword's absorption. It wasn't much. But to a medical nin trained to detect the slightest change in chakra flow, it was enough. It was working. Her determination hardened. She kept going. By the time 1,000 more punches had landed, her chakra reserves had fallen to a quarter. And Kisame. Where once he had stood still, smirking, now he struggled. His body twitched with every blow, instinctively trying to escape. A crack in his confidence. A mistake. What the hell are you doing, woman? Panic. He started to form a seal. Tsunade didn't let him. Her hand lashed out and caught his wrist. She squeezed. Hard. Crack. The bones crumbled to dust in her grip. Same Hada struggled to heal him. Could it do both? Absorb chakra and heal at the same time. It tried. She pulled him closer and punched. This time, not all of her chakra was absorbed. She punched again. More landed. And again. And again. Bone cracked. Flesh tore. Same Hada groaned. Then, suddenly, the sword screamed. It separated itself from Kisame, flopping onto the ground like a dying animal. She looked down at Kisame. His body twitched. He was barely conscious. One last punch. Her fist obliterated his entire chest. And just like that, Kisame Hashigaki was no more. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Gaara vs. Pain. Gaara's POV. Gaara of the desert. Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Tanuki. I counted the figures surrounding me, 5 of them. Not people, not really. The 6 paths of pain were nothing more than glorified puppets. The jutsu itself was impressive, especially to someone like me, who understood the intricacies of puppeteering, at least, the kind used in Suna. But this was different. He could control them from miles away. No chakra strings. No way to reach him unless you had Sage Mode or some other absurd ability. Dojutsu were just cheating. 5 bodies. 1 missing. Which one? I knew the one in the center, Yahiko's body, was the Deva path. That much I remembered from the anime. The Azura path was easy to spot, the bald one with mechanical transformations. But what about the others? The Preta path could absorb chakra, but was he the long-haired one or the short-haired one? And the animal path, wasn't she supposed to be a woman? I turned slightly, noticing the pineapple-haired boy beside me inching behind my form. Smart. I wasn't about to let him die. I'd liked his character in the anime. And his betrayal of Danzo. That had reminded me of myself. Surrender yourself. Pain has come for you. All their voices spoke at once. Creepy. I tilted my head, amusement creeping into my tone. Do people normally get scared when you do that? This was fine. Perfectly fine. Pain was a threat I had spent years preparing for, long before Madara was even a concern. I had a lot of contingencies in place for this exact moment. I just needed to find the missing body. With a flick of my wrist, I summoned Dark Sister to my grip. The silence that followed was satisfying. Do you think yourself amusing, Ant? Pain spoke alone this time. Not really, I mused. I just find this whole thing hilarious. There's a bug I'm hunting, but I can spare a moment to deal with you first. So. I pointed my blade at Yahiko's body. Which of you dies first? I felt confident. A month ago, I had figured it out, the seal that made this entire fight a mere formality. And even if I was wrong, I had Sage mode and Biju mode to fall back on. I just needed that sixth one to show up. Pain didn't respond. He simply attacked. The first one reached me, a powerful punch aimed for my head. I ducked, rising just in time to strike back. My blade was aimed for his arm, but, clang, his entire forearm shifted into a blade and blocked my strike. Azura path. Confirmed. I leapt back to avoid a pincer attack as another one lunged with a black rod. Those rods, chakra disruptors. Noted. Good thing I had no plans of getting stabbed. I reached out with iron sand, commanding it to crush both of them midair. The moment it made contact, I felt it, my control over the sand vanishing. Preta path. 2 confirmed. I moved. Fast. The Preta path was a problem, and problems needed to be eliminated. Before I could reach him, another figure slammed his hands to the ground. Puff. A rhino with Rinnegan eyes charged at me. I leapt at the last second, landing on its head. Chakra flooded into Dark Sister, and I plunged the blade downward, wind chakra extending it far enough to pierce the beast's entire brain. It collapsed, vanishing in another puff of smoke. Another summon appeared, this time, a multi-headed dog. I dove straight between its snapping jaws, using my momentum to redirect toward its summoner. The animal path tried to leap back. I faked a pursuit, then shifted, my lower body dissolving into sand, propelling me past him. Straight toward my real target. Preta path swiped at me with his black rod. Dark Sister intercepted. A single movement, a technique dragon had drilled into me, and the rod was ripped from his grasp. Pain had clearly never studied Kenjutsu properly. He barely had time to process it before Dark Sister was in his skull. The battlefield froze. You know more about my technique than you should, the Deva path said. There was a new malice in his tone. He was pissed to see one of his own killed so easily. The others moved to force me away from the body, but my sand engulfed it as I retreated. Pain outstretched his hand. Universal pull. The force was overwhelming, pulling both me and the sand coffin toward him. I braced. Shikaku's seal flared on my arm as I slammed my hands against the coffin. At the same time, my lower body solidified into hyperdense sand, anchoring me in place. Then, a sixth body arrived. Over its shoulder was a corpse. Danzo. I smiled. Guess I wasn't the only one hunting him down. With that question answered, it was now 5 against 1. Pain hesitated. His gaze flickered toward the sand coffin, too cautious to approach it. Good. He knew. Or at least, he suspected. Zetsu must have been watching me. It didn't matter. I made it explode. When the smoke cleared, the remaining 5 stood unharmed. I will enjoy discovering how you know what you do. Pain's voice was cold. The animal path slammed its palms together again. A panda and a centipede appeared. I didn't move. Sand surged, rising in a massive wave to swallow the creatures whole. Almighty push. The wave scattered. Didn't matter. His technique had a cooldown. Mine didn't. Gold dust surged from my reserves, encasing both creatures instantly. My fist clenched. Magnet release, golden shower. The dust compressed, crushing them both. The other paths rushed me. I didn't give them a chance. A simple cross sign, 2 shadow clones flickered into existence and leapt away. Whoever you summon will share your fate, Gaara of the desert. You are powerful, but you are still just a shinobi. I am a god. Pain's arrogance was unbelievable. I reached for Shikaku. He had gathered the necessary natural energy. And so, I activated it. Not Biju mode. Not a full sage transformation. Something different. Something better. The cursed seal, the original one, derived from Shikaku himself. My body shifted. The same black markings that covered Shikaku now adorned my skin, contrasting against my pale complexion and red hair. My eyes changed. My right, from teal to glowing gold. My left, the Sharingan remained, but the Tomo darkened. Another appeared, shaped like a cursed seal. I smirked. All right then, God. Let's see how divine you really are. The transformation was complete. I could feel Pain's movements without even looking at him, sensing the plan forming in his mind, the noose tightening around my head. I reached up and caught the punch aimed at me by the Azura path. He struggled, trying to break free, but I didn't let him budge. Instead, I yanked him toward me and slammed my forehead into his. Once. Twice. He took the blows with disturbing enthusiasm, his body straining under the force yet holding on. Then, 2 more arms sprouted from his sides and lashed out, landing rapid punches against my face. They might as well have hit a stone wall. With Senjutsu-enhanced durability, I didn't even flinch. I countered with a devastating punch of my own, feeling the satisfying crunch of bone beneath my fist. The hands in front of me morphed into cannons. At the same time, I felt another path rushing toward me, an outstretched arm cutting off my only viable escape. Good thing I wouldn't need to escape. I couldn't shift my form into sand while maintaining Sage mode, it would disrupt my chakra balance, so I abandoned my first instinct and chose a different solution. I chose overwhelming force. It wasn't my usual approach in taijutsu, I wasn't physically strong enough against most opponents to risk it. But now, I was. I headbutt Dejura path again, making him stumble back. Seizing the opening, I tore our hands apart and summoned Dark Sister into my left hand. As his first cannon aimed at me, I split it in half before he could fire. The second, I let him fire, or rather, I pretended to be caught off guard. No blast came. The shot had been completely blocked by my iron sand. The accumulated power built up within the cannon before detonating, tearing through Azura Path's midsection and blowing him apart. Thanks for the idea, Shino. I chuckled inwardly before pressing forward to capitalize on the opening. The path tried to retreat, letting the giant panda summon cover him with a massive, hardened punch. I caught the strike with a single hand. Sage strength was no joke. The panda strained against me, but I felt like I could lift it. So I did. Grabbing onto its knuckle, I didn't just stop the attack, I heaved and threw the massive summon into the air. I weaved 2 hand seals and took a deep breath. Wind release, sand buckshot. My sand, enhanced by wind release, ripped through the panda. It shredded its hardened hide with ease, forcing it back to the summoning realm. That's when I felt it. The moment the barrier went up. One of my clones popped, sending the confirmation back to me. The effect was instantaneous. All 5 surviving paths of pain froze. Motionless. Then, one by one, they collapsed. I wasn't about to waste time waiting to see how Nagato would react to losing all his paths. I moved swiftly, yanking a black rod from one of their noses. This would be useful for tracking him later. With that done, I set about sealing the bodies. I prepared a special storage seal that rejected all external chakra interference once activated. A failsafe. The scroll had a built-in timer, 72 hours. Once it expired, the bodies would be released, but by then, I'd be back in Suna. And Nagato. Nagato would be very dead. After finishing the sealing process, I took Danzo's body as well into my inventory. The fact that Pain had managed to kill him without Izanagi activating meant something had gone seriously wrong on Danzo's end. But that worked out for me, I now had a few intact Sharingan, Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan, and even Hashirama's cells. I had one. Completely. Now, I just had to find Nagato and pluck the Rinnegan from his skull before Obito got to it first. Then, I'd track down whoever was the root agent stuck reviving people with Edo Tensei, kill them, and eliminate Orochimaru once and for all. That would bring this entire mess to an end for the day. I leapt into the air, heading for the outskirts of the village to begin tracking Nagato. Then, something massive slammed into me. Invisible. The sheer force hurled me to the ground, but I lashed out with my sand, seizing the unseen chameleon. I had it, its cloaking meant nothing to my sage senses. What I hadn't foreseen was its mouth opening, and the red-haired man leaping out, black rod aimed straight at my heart. I reacted instantly. Dark Sister met the strike in a clash of sparks. I tried funneling chakra into my blade to enhance its cutting power, nothing. The rod's strange material resisted all chakra infusion. Then, our eyes met. Rinnegan. Nagato's gaze narrowed in irritation. Not rage, not hatred, just sheer annoyance. Like I was some persistent stain on his boot. You killed my paths. His voice was calm but edged with disdain. A barrier prevented chakra from reaching them. That means you knew how my 6 paths technique worked, beyond mere observation. Somehow, you were already prepared to counter it. His fingers tightened around the rod. And just now, you were surprised, not by my presence, but by my condition. You knew of my former state. Your eyes betray you. No lies can survive the gaze of a god. He tilted his head slightly. Tell me, Sabaku no Gaara, was it Madara who prepared you to face me? What? He wasn't joking. He genuinely believed that. I couldn't help it, I laughed. Loudly. His expression darkened. Grim. Silent. Then, he raised a hand. I barely had time to brace before an invisible force smashed into me, launching me like a rag doll. I hurtled backward, through buildings, through walls. The entire village shook from the impact. Damn it. I barely felt the debris, my Sage Mode durability absorbed the brunt of it, but it was one hell of a ride. When I finally stopped, I looked up. Nagato was floating. Right. I'd forgotten he could fly. I tensed. He pointed his hand at me again. Another repulsion force. This time, it didn't just send me flying, it drove me into the earth. A crater formed around my body, with me at its very center. Annoying. The moment the force relented, I launched myself free, leaping out of the pit. I counted in my head. 5, 4, 3, I felt the pull, too early. The hell. I twisted midair, forcing Dark Sister forward as I was yanked toward him. He leaned out of the way, letting me pass right by him, then activated another almighty push, sending me crashing back to the ground. TCH. At least he was weakening as he spammed it. The technique was strong, but there was a limit to its power. I sent shuriken flying at him, then multiplied them with a hand seal. He repelled them. Predictable. I used the opening. Kamui. I aimed for his head. The moment the distortion began, his gaze immediately snapped to me, and his hand shot forward to grab the void itself. I felt my chakra vanish as the spatial distortion shimmered away. Preta path absorption. Fuck. Sand surged forward, tendrils chasing him through the sky. He dodged, summoned a crane, and tried to outrun my reach. Foolish. I had more than enough sand. And worse for him, his almighty pushes were getting weaker. It couldn't be a chakra thing, I knew. So it had to be some sort of hard cap on the power, thankfully. I kept my sand chasing him, and finally struck gold. A tendril that I'd split off from one of the two large masses latched onto his crane's leg, arresting his momentum. The rest of my sand wasted no time converging on his position. He jumped off the crane and began to fly under his own power. He turned his legs into jets that allowed him to fly under his own power. I could see it now. Nagato was getting frustrated. And frustration. That was an opening. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Retribution. Ready to dance again? I asked, settling into my stance. With a few seconds to stockpile more Senjutsu chakra and finalize my plan, I was more than prepared. He raised his hand. An invisible force slammed into me, hurling my body and the terrain behind me backwards. My form burst into smoke, a clone. I erupted from the earth just in front of him, blade aimed to remove a head from its shoulders. He ducked low, escaping with only a few severed strands of hair. His hair morphed into serrated blades in an instant. I twisted midair and dove backwards, narrowly evading the volley. His mechanical arm clicked. The missile pod opened. I had a second, less. I hardened my sand into a dense dome, multiplying its layers by several orders. The explosion came and went, but not a grain of sand yielded. I dropped the shield, sand parting as I surged forward, Dark Sister raised high. He fired off another almighty push, sending the clone flying. But it bought me time. I appeared at the opposite end of the battlefield and hurled my completed jutsu toward him. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. He turned and raised his arms, Preta path. Absorption flared to life. It worked. I flickered behind him, sword poised to end it. But a limb sprouted from his shoulder, its hand gripping a black rod that met my blade in a clash of sparks. There's no way you're getting any leverage from that position, I growled. He was cheating. There was no other word for it. But we were close. Too close for him to ignore me. I released my right hand from Dark Sister and reached for him, one tag. Just one seal, and it would all be over. He sensed it, and another hand burst from his back, seizing my wrist. I pushed forward, Senjutsu-enhanced muscles straining. So close. Almighty push. The world turned sideways. I was flung like a cannonball across the battlefield, wind howling past my ears. I hit a building with a thunderous crash. Dust clouded the impact, but my vision stayed locked on him. If I could see him, I could hurt him. I crossed my fingers. Two clones formed in a puff of smoke, and the three of us charged as one. His missile arm cocked again, click click, too slow. My sand surged up, encasing every single projectile mid-launch. Not a single one broke free. Lefty moved first, weaving 5 quick seals, Earth Release, Rising Earth Dragon. The ground cracked and split as a massive stone dragon tore itself from the earth and lunged toward him. Righty followed with 7 seals, Earth Release, Sludge of the Underworld. My own Earth Jutsu, a nod to Jiraiya's toad oil. The sludge was thick, clinging, and highly flammable. The stone dragon was drenched mid-flight. Then me. 3 seals. That's all I needed now. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. The flames screamed through the air, a dragon made of inferno. I followed with no seals, just breath. Wind release, great breakthrough. My Sharingan tracked the convergence perfectly, adjusting chakra ratios down to 0.1%. The wind hit the flames, amplifying without dispersing them. The fire swelled, consuming the sludge-drenched stone beast. A dragon of molten fury roared through the battlefield, aimed directly at him. Absorb this, you bastard. He raised both hands, gravitational power surged again. But this time, I didn't let go. The dragon still answered to me. I commanded it forward, its flame resisting the crushing pressure. Seconds passed like hours. Then it shattered, stones crumbling, flames scattering. But that had been the point. I was already moving. I flickered into his guard, sword raised. He masked his inexperience with this unified body well. But I saw it. The hesitation. The cracks. He should have used the Deva path immediately. Or the human path to threaten a soul rip when I got too close to him. He didn't. Not fast enough. Not like someone used to fighting as one being. And after using Almighty Push, he always slowed. I'd seen it. But this was the first time I could exploit it. Dark Sister carved through. His arm fell, severed clean. He didn't scream when the arm came off, didn't even flinch. Instead, he turned his head, eyes locking with mine. Cold. Calculating. Before I could carve him up any further, chakra surged violently from his remaining hand. The ground beneath us buckled as gravity twisted inward, pulling at my body like it wanted to crush me as I floated up in the air. Another push. No, something cruder. Planetary devastation, he intoned, creating a black superdense mass that flew upwards, attracting everything in the vicinity. Pieces of debris shot toward it alongside me like a magnet. I broke free of gravity's grasp as I flew straight at the core and sliced it in half as it suddenly ruptured and blew up, my boots tearing up chunks of scorched earth as I skidded back, sand reflexively wrapping around my frame to soften the impact. Dust billowed between us. By the time I caught myself, he was already moving. One arm, just one, but his presence didn't falter. He leapt back, feet gliding over broken stone, widening the gap from me. Still breathing. Still fighting. And now, farther away than I liked. Nagato rocketed backward, smoke trailing from his legs as the mechanical roar of the Azura Path's jets kicked in. He blasted into the air, gaining altitude fast. I launched after him, only for a barrage of petty missiles and fragmented chakra blasts to explode around me, not meant to hurt, just to buy time. My sand blocked them without effort, but I couldn't push forward. I saw it, felt it, his presence rising above me. He was there. Hanging in the sky like some judgmental god. The sun framed him from behind, light bleeding out around his silhouette. The shadows from his robes danced along the wind. I squinted, and my breath caught. This felt familiar. The nostalgia hit like a wave. That feeling in my gut. Of power above. Of being beneath someone's wrath. I snapped back to the present, my body already moving. Sand surged toward me like instinct, layering in thick defensive coils. Nagato raised one arm slowly. The air turned still. The pressure shifted. I could feel it, chakra so dense it made the very sky seem heavier. Almighty Push was ready. I braced for impact. Pain thrust his single remaining arm downward in a sweeping, divine motion, like a god delivering judgment. Shinra Tensei. The words didn't just echo, they shook the world. The very air seemed to recoil. I felt it in my chest, in my spine, in the marrow of my bones. It was coming. He wasn't just aiming at me. He was aiming at everything behind me. The injured villagers. The medics. The genin who were evacuating anyone still around. Shikamaru. Ino, trying desperately to heal a crushed ANBU. Lee, teeth gritted, his body already strained from earlier skirmishes, still trying to help someone walk to a safety zone. In that instant, I saw everything. I knew what was coming. I had seen it once before, in another life, in another world, in the anime, when I was just a child staring at a screen. This was that moment. The one where the village died and was later resurrected thanks to Naruto's talk no jutsu. Is that still gonna happen? Likely not. If I expanded the shield too wide, I risked thinning it, risked breaking. If I kept it dense, it wouldn't be enough to protect anyone except. I quickly calculated the most optimal decision. Alright. Let's fucking do this. I grounded myself, planting my feet like the roots of an ancient tree. My chakra surged through the ground and I let my sage mode flood my senses even further. Everything slowed down even further. I saw chakra signatures bloom like fireworks behind me, frightened, fading. Shikamaru's steady but injured pulse. Ino's trembling hands. Rock Lee's bloodied silhouette leaning against a wall but still defiant. I wouldn't let them die. With a roar, I extended both arms, and my sand obeyed. Tendrils of quicksand erupted from the ground, moving like lightning. They whipped through the streets and alleyways, wrapping around civilians, shinobi, anyone too weak to move, about 23 nearby people in total, and yanked them into the cocoon I was in through some small openings that I instantly closed and reinforced just in time. The force struck. The more things changed, the more they stayed the same. Konoha would come to know pain the same way it had before. An overwhelming tide of gravity bore down on my sand, pressure mounting like the sky itself wanted to crush me. The irresistible force versus the immovable object. I wondered, just for a second, what might happen when the two finally met. Then the world exploded into pure sound. It pushed and kept pushing and kept pushing. I gritted my teeth, focusing everything on holding the shield. I couldn't see Nagato. I didn't need to. My senses extended far, far enough to grasp the horror unfolding behind me. There was no village anymore. No buildings. No streets. No walls. Just dirt. Grass. Flat and lifeless. Where once stood Konoha, there was now a void. The shockwave hadn't stopped at the village border as it extended beyond. The great forest surrounding it had been uprooted, entire trees thrown like twigs across miles. Those that weren't torn from the ground had been stripped bare, reduced to skeletal husks. The destruction was so absolute, I could no longer tell where the village ended and the wilderness began. There was no line anymore. I dipped into sage mode, my senses stretching across the scarred earth. What I felt chilled me. It wasn't a question of how many had died. It was a question of how many had survived. Roughly 10% of the village's population had a living pulse right now, and most of them were Jonin level or higher. The rest had been wiped out in an instant. Yes, I had done damage to Konoha earlier in my fight with Nagato. But that was different. Tactical. Targeted. This was slaughter. Senseless. Pointless. Monstrous. What was the point of this, Nagato? I felt the rage rise within me, slow, deliberate, cold. And then, the pressure vanished. The technique was spent. I bent the sand around me, forcing an opening in the shield to get a glimpse of him. He was still in the sky, but slumped, barely upright, hovering like a puppet with its strings cut short. Pathetic. This was the god he fancied himself to be. Ridiculous. You arrogant fool. My sand caught him. There was no escape. What chance did he have of outrunning it now? He reached down, desperate to drain the chakra from the tendril coiled around his leg. Pathetic. With a thought, I twisted the sand. He spun like a rag doll across the sky, helpless, weightless. Then I brought him down. Hard. Right into the heart of the wasteland that used to be a village. This is senseless. This destruction, meaningless. Wasteful. You achieved nothing. Just like everything else you've ever done. He groaned, dragging himself to his feet, slow and broken. I approached. He swung a punch, sloppy. I leaned aside, unimpressed, and drove a kick into his stomach. He folded. Some liberator you are. Some chosen one, I spat, as he dropped to his knees. You are nothing. He raised his head, defiant. Still trying. Still crawling. I ran forward and kicked him again, sending him skidding across the dirt like trash caught in the wind. He twisted mid-fall, arm transforming with the hiss of metal and chakra, a plasma cannon. It charged with an ominous hum. I didn't flinch. My sand lashed forward, wrapping around the weaponized limb and crushing it with a sickening grind. He screamed. Tell me, Nagato, what have you done with your life? What was your grand mission? He didn't answer. He couldn't. You sought the tailed beasts. You thought to turn them into a weapon. One blast, you said, one use, and the world would know peace through fear. I stepped closer. Fool. I grabbed him by the front of his Akatsuki cloak, yanking him off the ground. A hand shot from his chest, hoping to catch me off guard. But the sand was already there, interposing itself like instinct. He never even touched me. I hurled him to the side. He crashed, groaning, broken, and battered. You think you understand the Gedo Mazo? That you were chosen by those eyes of yours? He looked up, confused. Denial written across his face. Newsflash, Nagato. Those eyes were never yours. He froze. Madara Uchiha. He gave you those eyes. Implanted them in you when you were still a child. You weren't chosen. You were bred. A pawn. A vessel. A means to an end. I let the silence hang, watched it sink in. And I'll be taking them from you. He started to crawl. Pathetic. Trying to flee. trying to survive. Running. From me. I scoffed. Where's the pain of the Akatsuki now? I wrapped him in sand, tight. Layered. Dense. Mummified. He could drain the first few layers. Maybe even the second. But eventually, the tide would swallow him. And I had more than enough chakra, and more than enough time. Actually, Nagato, what have you really done with your life that wasn't manipulated? What was this grand unique solution of yours that would bring peace to the world? He didn't respond. Couldn't. Maybe from pain. Maybe from shame. But I didn't care. I wasn't even sure why I was still talking. This wasn't some Naruto-style talk no jutsu where I tried to reach the heart of the enemy with warmth and hope. No, this was angry rant no jutsu. I needed to say this. To get it off my chest. For the people he buried. You sought the tailed beasts. You wanted to forge them into a weapon so devastating that one single use would traumatize the world into peace. I shook my head, disgusted. Peace through fear. That was your answer that you realized. But no. That wasn't peace. That was submission. Nagato didn't want to heal the world, he wanted to terrify it. He wanted every nation, every child, to live under the shadow of a hammer they could never outrun. A hammer they couldn't even see, but always feel hovering above their heads. He wanted the world to know there would be retribution if it ever dared to hurt again. If it dared to make more children like him. To cause war. And then, once he was gone. Eventually, even those who have witnessed this weapon will fall back into old ways of thinking. Ancient hatred will be rekindled, and humanity will go to war once more. But this time, I will not be there, I will not need to be. The shinobi of the world will use the weapon themselves, and with that they will inflict such a lasting pain that peace will reign, however temporary, for many years after. Justice, for the crimes of all, will have been done in mere moments. And whoever would be left, would be clean of past sin. He truly believed it. That cycles of destruction could maintain peace. That scattering bones across the continent could purify it. That a legacy of blood would reduce future suffering instead of multiplying it tenfold and making the cycle of hatred just spin even faster. I almost laughed. The core of your entire delusion, I said coldly, is that you think people will change for the better after you inflict pain upon them. That they'll learn. That they'll reflect in a way that is healthy and beneficial to the world. Nagato believed in people changing their ways like Naruto did, but in a twisted way. He believed that if you inflicted enough pain, people would finally understand one another despite their differences. That empathy could be forged through shared suffering. That if you destroyed enough lives, those who remained would build bridges from the rubble. He believed that Naruto would have understood him if he suffered enough. That Naruto would agree with him. That pain could truly shape someone into something better. I almost pitied him. I clenched my jaw. You really thought the world wouldn't let itself die? That if 10,000 corpses became 20, then 30, then 50, then 100,000, someone would pull the trigger one final time, and then the world would just stop. That they'd all learn. That they'd stop and say, no more and never again. But the truth? There's always someone else, someone who believes their dream is more righteous than the last, someone who thinks their way will save the world, and their dream ends up crushing the dream that came before it. You're one of those people, Nagato, I said, voice low and bitter. You destroyed a lot of dreams today. I raised my hand. And now, I'm going to destroy yours. XXXX, Tsunade POV. Mitotic regeneration was the only reason she was still breathing. Her legs had been broken in more places than she could count. A jagged piece of debris had torn through her stomach, and a building had crushed her right arm completely. But none of that compared to the pain in her heart. 1 second, the Kazekage and the red-haired Akatsuki leader were clashing above, and the next, her village was gone. Konoha. Reduced to not even a crater. Her home, her memories, her grandfather's dream, erased in an instant. She didn't cry. She didn't have the tears left in her. But the ache in her chest was worse than anything even 1,000 dawn could have inflicted. And that's when she understood. The same disease she'd seen in Sarutobi-sensei, in Dan, in Jiraiya, even in Orochimaru, twisted though he was. A deep, consuming love for Konoha. She'd mocked them for it. Distanced herself from it. But it took losing everything to realize she'd had it too. The Hokage monument still somewhat stood, but it was just a faceless fractured stone now. A ghost. The heart of the village was gone. She didn't have time to mourn. Her teammates, if they were still alive, would be the ones to go to first. They'd know what to do. How to fight back. Jiraiya's chakra was easy enough to sense. He was slumped against a boulder, a piece of rebar skewering his midsection, one arm bent unnaturally. But he was alive. That was enough. Naruto was with him. Of all the people caught in Pain's jutsu, none had been hit harder than him. But he hadn't tried to shield himself. No, he and Jiraiya had moved to protect others. Villagers weaker than them, people who would have died without someone to stand in the way. That was what made it worse. Naruto had been in sage mode, rough and barely refined as he barely grasped it before they decided to start this whole mess, but it had still saved his life. Barely. His spine had shattered. Every rib crushed. Legs, arms, broken. Even the front of his skull had cracked against the earth. Millions of pounds of force had pressed him into the dirt like a nail through paper, and he had screamed. But not in pain. It was rage. A raw, primal sound. And then she saw it, he was still conscious. The Kyuubi stirred. Crimson chakra exploded from within him. His spine straightened with a sickening crack, bones knitting together. Limbs healed. Wounds closed. The boy who should have died 100 times over stood again, burned, bloodied, but alive and back in action. Then, to her amazement, he forced the Kyuubi's chakra back. He took control with sheer willpower as he somehow maintained a cool head. That was the moment she knew Naruto would become Hokage. That is, if there was a Konoha left to lead. By then, he had already knelt beside Jiraiya, shaking him gently, worried out of his mind. She flickered to them in 2 quick bursts of movement. "Bachan," he cried, relief washing over his face. She ruffled his hair, then dropped to her knees. The only body she knew better than her own was Jiraiya's. Fixing him up was straightforward. The rebar had missed anything vital. The worst injury was a severe concussion. Naruto hovered nervously as she worked, eyes flicking between her hands and Jiraiya's face. "He'll be fine," she reassured him. "Don't be a worrywart." "Also, what happened to the purple-haired Akatsuki woman you were fighting?" she asked without looking up. "Oh, her. When red-haired guy flew off with Gaara, she just turned into paper and left." "Of course she did." Tsunade didn't even blink at the absurdity. She'd seen enough in the wars to know there was no limit to jutsu anymore. "And Orochimaru?" "Pervy Sage said we should go find him. We were heading there when, well..." Boom. She nodded grimly and finished healing the concussion. Jiraiya sat up suddenly, more alert than she'd seen him in years. She almost didn't recognize him. This wasn't the lazy, lecherous old man she knew. This was the shinobi of legend. "Let's find Orochimaru," he said, as if nothing had happened. They moved together through the annihilated remains of the village. Every splatter of blood and twisted remains they passed by made Jiraiya take a sharp breath. Naruto cried in silence. Tsunade, she just kept walking. She couldn't afford to feel anything. Jiraiya veered eastward, his brow furrowed. She realized he was following the signal of the cursed seal he placed on Orochimaru. Of course he was. She bit back the urge to scold him again for ever creating the damn thing. When they finally found Orochimaru, she almost laughed out loud. The explosion had caught him mid-shed. Half of his new body was still fused with the crushed remains of the old one beneath a collapsed building. "That's disgusting," Naruto muttered. "Yeah, people have been saying that about Orochimaru for years," Jiraiya quipped. Tsunade burst out laughing. So did they all. The laughter didn't last long. She got to work immediately. With her chakra still surging from her seal release, the procedure was quick. Orochimaru stirred halfway through and stood once she gave the all-clear. "Thank you, Tsunade. But I had it under control." "We could see that," she replied dryly. Laughter again. "Brief, but welcome." "We've got a Rinnegan user to put down," she said. "Indeed. Such a fascinating dojutsu. I've been struck by that repulsive technique before, but to see it cause such devastation. Fascinating." "Keep it in your pants, Orochimaru," Jiraiya said coldly. Even Orochimaru didn't argue. "Naruto, go find Shizune. If we're lucky, she evacuated some survivors to the safe zone. Protect them. Help her heal who she can and protect her. But I want to come with you, Bachan. Konoha was my village too." "Is your village," she corrected. "What is? My grandfather's dream wasn't just buildings. It was people. The will of fire. And right now, I'm entrusting that dream to you, just like I did with his necklace. Protect them, Naruto. Be their Hokage, even if just for today. Can you do that?" His eyes burned. "Yes, Granny Tsunade. I'll keep everyone safe, Datebayo." And with that, he shot off toward the mountain. Still so gullible, Orochimaru chuckled. She ignored him, and the guilt. Game faces on. This is an S-class battle, maybe beyond that. Jiraiya formed seals. Ma and Pa toads appeared in a massive puff of smoke, larger than normal. They climbed onto his shoulders as he clapped his hands. In the span of a breath, he transformed. Where there had been a river of chakra before, there was now an ocean as he activated Sage Mode. Tsunade blinked. Even she could barely fathom the pressure. Kukuku, Orochimaru hissed in appreciation. Keep it in your pants, Orochimaru, she said again, but this time there was no laughter in her voice. She crouched, pressed her hand to the shattered ground, and leapt. Toward the storm. Toward Gaara. Toward Nagato. Toward vengeance. Toward the reckoning. End of chapter. Chapter 57, Miracle. XXXXXX, Gaara of the Desert POV. Dynamic entry. The blur of green chakra screamed through the air before slamming a powerful kick into the side of my head. The world spun. The arrival of Might Guy changed everything. Nagato was thrown back, gasping for air. But already, he was recovering, pushing himself shakily to his feet. I mirrored him, rising as well, despite the force of a kick that would have killed most men outright. I am Konoha's green beast, Might Guy. You must answer for your actions, foul villain. Guy declared, squaring off with Nagato. His words barely registered. My ears were still ringing. My body throbbed from the impact, but I forced myself to focus. Guy launched forward again, a blur of motion too fast for most eyes. He was serious. Deadly serious. But so was Nagato. A wave of force sent Guy hurtling back, the almighty push once again. I took the moment to strike. My chakra surged into the battlefield, flooding it with golden-brown sand. Tendrils exploded from beneath Nagato, attempting to crush him in a collapsing cage. Another Shinra Tensei. My sand shattered. But Guy was right behind it. In an instant, he was on Nagato. A third arm burst from Nagato's side to block the kick. A fourth followed, barely catching the second blow that came immediately after. Guy was relentless. A living storm. Still, he was sent flying again. Sixth gate, gate of view. Open. A rush of green chakra burst from his body like a tidal wave. From this point, only a Sharingan could hope to track him. Nagato reacted on instinct, dodging the first attack, but the second punch landed cleanly. His body was sent flying. Water exploded across the battlefield, a clone. A substitution. The real Nagato reappeared on the crumbling ruins of what used to be an apartment building. He raised both arms and unleashed a barrage of missiles. I acted fast. My chakra-infused sand surged upward, forming a wall to intercept the projectiles. Guy didn't wait, he circled wide, darting past the chaos and smashing Nagato in the chest with a flying kick. Another water clone burst. The real Nagato emerged again, this time near the legendary Sanin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. The three of them didn't hesitate. Jiraiya was the first to close in, blocking two punches from newly sprouted limbs before landing a solid hit that knocked Nagato backward. He rolled with the blow, twisting midair to avoid Orochimaru's serpents that lashed out next. Nagato retaliated with a blast of repulsion from his left hand, sending all three of them skidding back, just in time for Guy's return. The Taijutsu master lunged. Nagato ducked under the kick and slammed a palm into the earth. A summoning jutsu. Smoke exploded outward. A giant crustacean towered above the battlefield, its pincers clamping down around Guy, driving him into the ground. Its maw opened wide, releasing a barrage of water release, severing waves aimed directly at him. Crack! The pincer shattered. The water burst apart as Guy punched through it and leapt skyward, crashing his foot into the creature's carapace. A spiderweb of cracks appeared before the summon vanished in a cloud of smoke. Nagato had already re-engaged the Sanin. He dodged Orochimaru's snakes, formed a black chakra rod, and stabbed it toward Tsunade, only for her body to vanish in a puff of smoke. The real Tsunade struck from behind with a brutal punch. Nagato barely reacted in time, manifesting another limb from his shoulder to catch her blow. He didn't relent. His left hand shifted, a chakra cannon forming in his palm. He aimed at Jiraiya. Orochimaru leapt forward, summoning Rashomon to intercept the blast. The gate exploded in dust and smoke. Nagato held onto Tsunade, trying to stab her with another rod. But she kicked out, snapping it in two, then brought her leg down in a hammering heel drop, slamming his head into the ground. But even as he fell, he was already moving. One-handed seal. The earth parted. Subterranean voyage. He sank into the ground like a ghost. I immediately channeled chakra into the terrain, preparing to crush him beneath it, but he sensed the trap and immediately burst out from another point in the field. He stood, eyes darting across the battlefield. Breathing hard. Surrounded. He saw the carnage, the destruction, the gathering of legends, and the defenses still standing. He knew. This was unsustainable. And then my knees gave out. The cost had come due. No more Sage Mode. No more Senjutsu. My body felt hollowed out. I forced Shikaka to get back to work, lending his chakra like a resentful landlord, dragging me back to my feet. The weakness passed, but not the awareness. I was tapped. I turned to the others. The four of them, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Guy. They were carving through Nagato. He was crumbling under the pressure. Every time he tried to counter, one of them broke his focus. Every time he tried to isolate one, another appeared to intercept. Even with his tremendous power, he was outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and losing ground fast. I studied him carefully. His breaths were ragged. Eyes twitching, trying to predict 4 enemies at once. He didn't even have time to set up another large-scale technique. And then Orochimaru struck. Serpents burst from his sleeves at supersonic speed, wrapping around Nagato's arms. He reacted with inhuman efficiency, 2 new limbs sprouted from his forearms and sliced through the snakes. But in that moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade closed in from either side, fists aimed for his skull. Gravity pulsed. Their punches halted, then backfired, as an almighty push sent both Sanin tumbling away. But that left him wide open. A green blur shattered through space. Might Guy. His kick struck Nagato's chin like a thunderclap, launching him into the air. And before he could recover, Guy moved again, a blur of raw kinetic fury. He punched the air repeatedly, friction-borne fireballs forming mid-strike. Nagato tried to absorb them, his hands lifted reflexively, ready for ninjutsu. Unfortunately for him, Might Guy was not a ninjutsu kind of guy. The fireball slammed into his chest, igniting his robe, shattering ribs, and driving him into the ground with a smoky crash. He didn't get up. He wasn't going to. And still, Guy prepared for the final blow. He raised a fist that could end Nagato here and now. I moved. Body flicker. Sand exploded beneath my feet. My body screamed, but I arrived beside Nagato in time. Enough. I barked, voice sharp as iron. Everyone froze. Even Guy. Step back, I said, turning to them. He's finished. Another blow, and he dies. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. So. Tsunade looked ready to argue. Jiraiya didn't speak, but he was watching me carefully. Guy simply waited, silent and breathing hard. I looked down at Nagato, bloodied, burned, but alive. Barely. I need him alive, I said, sand flowing protectively around Nagato's unconscious form. He's not just the enemy anymore. He's the key. Their expressions didn't change, but none of them moved either. I kept my voice calm, but firm. There's something I can use. Something that could save your village. The others backed off, watching me with uncertainty. I kept my hand against Nagato's chest, feeling the erratic flutter of his heartbeat. He was on the edge, one more attack, and he'd fall into silence forever. But my mind was elsewhere. A memory stirred. Not really an important Naruto scene that I recall. Not exactly. But still, somehow, clear. Flashback, the 4th Great Ninja War. A battlefield choked with ash and blood. Obito, broken and bleeding, was kneeling before Edo Tensei Madara. His resolve was wavering, his strength fading. And then, Black Zetsu. It slithered up his back like a curse come to life, wrapping around his shoulder like a leech. Obito's eyes widened in horror as Zetsu seized control. His hands formed seals he didn't will. And then it happened. Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. A power greater than death itself rippled through the battlefield. The light, the wind, the stillness that followed. Obito brought Madara back. Not by choice. XXXXXXX back in the present. My Sharingan spun, reacting instinctively. Rinne Tensei. It was still in Nagato's arsenal. He had the chakra and life force necessary. Barely. And now I had him, injured and barely conscious, but alive. Defenseless. And I had the eye. The Sharingan. A Genjutsu wouldn't be enough for this. I had to dig deeper. Reach beyond illusion, into command. I knelt beside Nagato and let the tomo in my eye whirl with purpose. My chakra surged forward, flooding into his mind. It was like clawing into stone, but it cracked. The pain behind his mind, the guilt, the regret, it was pliable. All I needed was control. I forced his hand upward with my chakra-infused sand, forming the first seal. And then I whispered. Rinne Tensei. Now. The tomo in my eye spun violently as it evolved. Mangekyo Sharingan. His lips moved. His chakra pulsed. He began. XXXXXX, Konohagakure, in ruins. The village was dust and silence. The rain, endless and uncaring, pattered against broken wood, shattered tiles, and the crumbling bones of homes. Bodies lay scattered in the mud, some freshly fallen, others buried beneath rubble. A stillness had begun to settle in. The kind that always came after tragedy. And then, a whisper on the wind. Outer path, Rinne Tensei. The words didn't thunder. They didn't scream. But they tore through the air like the toll of a distant bell. Somewhere beneath the ruins of the Hokage monument, the ground shuddered. A great face, not carved of stone, but of spiritual energy, erupted from the earth, silent and immense. It stared blankly through the rain, its mouth slowly widening into an impossible abyss. Naraka. The king of hell. And from within that void, green light. Spears of viridian energy exploded upward, streaking toward the heavens and vanishing into the storm clouds. For a long heartbeat, nothing moved. And then they returned. Each spear paused midair like a hesitant breath, before plunging back to earth, faster than lightning. They fell with purpose. Each bolt struck a corpse with a soft thrum, like the beat of a drum underwater. Muddy flesh began to shimmer. Torn skin mended. Broken bones reknit. Eyes, once dim and lifeless, slowly fluttered open. All across Konoha, the dead began to breathe again. XXXX Naruto's POV. Hold still. We're gonna get you out of here. I shouted, straining to lift a heavy slab of wood off a wounded Chunin. My chakra was low, running on fumes, but I had to keep going. People were still alive. I had to believe that. Beside me, Shizen was kneeling beside a girl whose chest had stopped rising. Her fingers moved with practiced urgency, trying everything, pumping her heart, flooding her with chakra. No, no, come on, she begged, tears mixing with the rain. Then the light came. A streak of green slammed into the girl's chest. Shizen gasped, nearly falling back. The girl arched up, eyes flying open with a gasp, like someone surfacing from the bottom of a lake. Naruto froze. What was that? More lights fell around them. One struck a collapsed alleyway, seconds later, 3 men beneath it began to stir. Another hit a pile of ash. Someone reformed from it. Shizen rose to her feet in awe, her voice shaky. I think, they're coming back to life. Naruto's eyes widened, throat tight with disbelief. No way. He turned slowly, looking toward the source. There, in the distance, past the craters and broken towers, he saw it. The monstrous face of the king of hell, looming from the earth like a judge of the dead. Its mouth still open, still pouring out light. Still restoring what had been lost. Gaara. Naruto whispered, sensing the sand user's chakra even now. You did this. Rain still fell. But hope had returned. One soul at a time. XXXXXX, Gaara of the desert POV. The sky split open. We stood there, bathed in cold rain and fresh silence, watching viridian light stab down from the clouds. One by one, it struck the fallen of Konoha, the ANBU crushed in the collapse, the shinobi lost in the first wave, the civilians who had never stood a chance. Their bodies shuddered, chests heaving. Eyes blinked open. They lived again. For a long moment, none of us moved. Jiraiya's jaw hung open, his voice caught somewhere between a laugh and a whisper. Is this resurrection? No way, no damn way. Tsunade's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms. Those kids, they were dead. I checked. I saw them. Her voice broke. They're breathing. Might Guy's brow furrowed in confusion. This must be a Jinjutsu. But the look on his face betrayed the truth he already knew, it wasn't. Even Orochimaru stood stunned for once in his miserable life, his head slowly tilting like a serpent trying to interpret the impossible. Such a pure use of the Rinnegan, he muttered, eyes fixed on the spears of light. And not a single soul wasted. Their confusion was understandable. None of them knew what I had done. None of them had seen the threads of chakra manipulation I had burned into Nagato's brain. Or the way Kakashi's Sharingan, acquired through unique means, was now fully alight, its tomo spinning furiously as I forced my will through him like a puppeteer pulling a corpse upright. Now that it was done, I released my control. And the marionette collapsed. Nagato's head slumped forward, hair wet and lifeless as he was sapped of his life force. His breath was shallow, body sagging under the weight of death long postponed. I stepped forward and took his ashen face into both hands. The others saw what I was doing only too late. Gaara. Tsunade shouted, voice raw. Jiraiya began to move, but I was already acting. Nagato screamed, what little voice he had left, his body thrashing weakly as I strained and pulled, chakra reinforcing my grip. I dug deep, fingers slipping under muscle and sinew until... Squelch. The spine snapped like a rotten branch. Another pull, and his head came free. Still warm. I slipped it instantly into my inventory, where it vanished from sight and detection. The Rinnegan was mine now. Why you? Guy gasped, only just beginning to understand. Too late. I extended 2 fingers toward the hollow corpse that once held divine power and whispered, incinerate. A wave of superheated sand, infused with my own fire style, surged forward. In an instant, the body turned black, then red, then ash. Nagato's remains were gone. They stood stunned. Mouths parted. Bodies half-turned. No one moved. No one stopped me. They couldn't. Their eyes were still locked on the miracle they'd just witnessed, the resurrection of Konoha. The silence broke only when I turned to them. Still raining. Still glowing spears falling in the distance, like a gentle storm of life returning. And I smiled. Not a wide one. Not cruel. Just a soft, satisfied curve of the lips as I looked from each of their stunned faces, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Guy, Orochimaru, and said nothing. I didn't need to. The village was alive again. The rain had thinned into a light drizzle, and silence still clung to the ruins like fog. Resurrected villagers cried in the streets, holding loved ones they'd thought lost. The air was thick with gratitude, confusion, and tension. I could feel it. The weight of what I'd just done. They were still staring at me, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Guy, Orochimaru, unsure of whether to thank me or interrogate me. I exhaled through my nose. Then, with a low, wry chuckle, I broke the silence. Well. I said, arms crossed as I looked out across the ruined skyline. Property damage is still going to be outrageous. I can't fix that. Their heads snapped toward me in unison. The sheer absurdity of it caught them all off guard. Tsunade blinked. What? I shrugged. The living are back, but the buildings, yeah, not my department. Even Orochimaru let out a soft huff of amusement, one brow raised. Jiraiya cracked a grin. Guess even miracles have limits, huh? The toad sage muttered. Guy clapped a hand to his heart. Then we must rebuild with the power of youth. Please don't, Tsunade deadpanned, rubbing her temple. Their shoulders relaxed. The moment, tense, uncertain, had softened. I gave them that. Let them breathe. But I didn't smile this time. My voice dropped. And I stepped forward, rain dripping from my bangs. But jokes aside, there's something I need to tell you all. Something important. Their levity faded, replaced with curiosity and apprehension. Because they could tell from my tone. Whatever came next wasn't going to be pleasant. Their gazes pinned me in place, expectant and alert. I looked down for a moment, eyes shadowed beneath the dripping strands of my hair. I let the silence stretch, just long enough to let the tension mount again. Then, I met their eyes one by one. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Guy. Orochimaru. And finally, Naruto. The one who still stood among the wreckage, kneeling beside a group of wounded civilians and helping Shizen stabilize them. Even now, he prioritized others. Good. He would need that strength soon. I inhaled deeply and spoke. While I was controlling Nagato, I gained insight into his memories, his knowledge. That wasn't a complete lie. I had seen things when our minds brushed, even if most of what I now understood came from the truth I carried with me, truth not of this timeline. There is a greater threat than we anticipated. One that extends beyond the Akatsuki. They all stiffened, exchanging glances. His name, I continued, is Madara Uchiha. Or at least, that's what he calls himself. A masked man manipulating events from the shadows. He is not just a figurehead, he is the puppeteer behind Akatsuki's movements, and his ambitions are far beyond Nagato's. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. Madara. He should have been dead decades ago. I know, I said. But whatever he truly is, his power is real. Tsunade crossed her arms, eyes narrowing. And what does he want? To capture all of the tailed beasts, I said bluntly. And he's nearly succeeded. Every Jinchuriki except for myself and Naruto has been taken. Naruto stood slowly, disbelief etched across his face. All of them, he echoed. I nodded. He's almost ready to act. And when he does, it won't just be one village at risk. It'll be all of us. Jiraiya clenched a fist, the mirth in his face long gone. Then what do you propose? I propose unity, I said, voice calm but firm. A5 Kage Summit, in the Land of Iron. Neutral ground. I intend to gather all the village leaders and reveal everything I've learned. You're calling for a summit? Tsunade asked, surprise flickering in her voice. Yes. And I will leave immediately to prepare for it. I turned away, cloak sweeping behind me as I started walking toward the shattered gates of Konoha. The other villages must be informed. We must begin coordinating quickly. I paused just before the exit and glanced back over my shoulder. There's no time to hesitate anymore. War might be inevitable. And with that, I left Konoha as I headed back to Suna. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Twisted Schemes and Battle of Brothers. Somewhere beneath the roots of a twisted, charred tree on the outskirts of Konoha, a silent shadow stirred. It bled out of the bark like an inkblot stretching across the surface of the world. Black Zetsu, the living will of Kaguya, merged partially with the earth, only its one malevolent eye visible in the cracks of the wood. It had watched everything. The arrival of Might Guy. The resurrection. Gaara's control of Nagato. And then, the theft. The sand brat had taken the Rinnegan. A low, furious vibration ran through Black Zetsu's form. If it had teeth, they would have been bared. This wasn't supposed to happen. The pieces had been arranged carefully. Nagato had served his purpose. His pain. His despair. All of it had been part of the grand design. The cycle of hatred would turn, the Rinnegan would be passed along to Obito, and the plan would continue toward the Eye of the Moon. Towards Mother. But this was interference. Zetsu's single eye followed Gaara as he disappeared into the distance. The boy had not only stolen the Rinnegan, he had destroyed Nagato's body before anyone could stop him. Cold, clinical, dangerously decisive. He knew exactly what he was doing. Zetsu murmured to itself, voice like rotting silk. That wasn't improvisation. That was intent. And intent was dangerous. Zetsu's mind raced. It had been working to quietly manipulate events for decades. But now, Gaara had thrown a blade into its perfect machinery. Worse still, this change hadn't come from Madara's hand. Nor Obito's. Nor even Nagato's misguided heart. No. This new variable had slipped in without any of them knowing. And now it held the Rinnegan. This cannot be allowed to continue. Black Zetsu hissed as it slowly melted deeper into the ground. I'll need to move the timetable up. We'll need to push Obito. Harder. Sooner. And if this Gaara wants to play the role of savior, then let's see how long he survives. With that, the shadow vanished beneath the earth, leaving nothing behind but the faint trace of something ancient and watching, biding its time. XXXXXXXXX. Nicely done, Kabuto, Obito said coolly, his masked face unreadable as he emerged from the swirling vortex of Kamui, stepping into the dim cavern lit by flickering torches. At the center, the massive Gedo statue loomed like a god of death, its arms crossed and motionless, its empty eyes ever watching. In Obito's arms was the lifeless body of Konan, her pale skin flecked with dried blood and fragments of soggy paper. At the base of the statue, Kabuto Yakushi offered a small bow, surrounded by his collection of reanimated shinobi, Daidara, Kakuzu, Sasori, and more. Kabuto's smile was polite, but smug. All according to plan. A shame she had to die, of course, but... A dark ripple cut through the conversation. From the far side of the cave, emerging directly from the wall itself like shadow peeling away from stone, Black Zetsu manifested, slowly, silently, until one red-ringed eye stared out at them both. Obito turned to him without concern. You're late. Zetsu's answer came in a low, venomous tone. You're going to want to sit down for this. Obito's one visible eye narrowed. I don't sit. Nagato's dead, Black Zetsu continued, ignoring the sarcasm. And not in the way we planned. The Rinnegan was taken. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Even Kabuto's expression lost a measure of its smugness. Taken. Obito repeated slowly, the word feeling like poison in his mouth. Gaara, Zetsu said, stepping fully into the firelight now. He used the Sharingan. Somehow, he gained enough control over Nagato to force him to use the Rinne Tensei. Then, he killed him. Took the eyes. Burned the body. Before I could intervene. The masked man was silent for a long time. Even Daidara seemed unnerved, glancing between them with a frown. TCH, you let the Tanuki brat get the Rinnegan. That's beyond a screw-up. I was watching. Waiting to collect the Rinnegan after Nagato's defeat, Zetsu said sharply. But Gaara outplayed me. He was prepared. Almost like. Zetsu trailed off. Obito took a step forward. Almost like what? Almost like, he knew what was coming. As if he's seen this before. His control, his timing, he wasn't improvising. He was executing. Obito clenched a fist. Then I assume capturing him is off the table right now. Highly unlikely, Zetsu said with a growl. Not without serious risk. He's gained power and insight we don't yet understand. Kabuto raised a brow. A new variable, then. How exciting. Obito ignored him. So we're down to 2 Jinchuriki, and one of them has the Rinnegan. His tone grew darker. Obito stood in silent contemplation before the ghetto statue, its still presence now seeming more ominous under the weight of recent failure. Behind him, torches guttered against the cave's damp air, casting the faces of the reanimated shinobi in flickering, morbid relief. Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the wall behind him once again, fully materialized this time, like a shadow-given voice. Obito's voice was low, strained, a thread of frustration buried beneath his usual calm. Will we need to reanimate Madara? It was not a question he asked lightly. The silence that followed weighed like a tombstone. Zetsu's lone yellow eye glinted. No. Not yet at least. Obito turned halfway toward him, the question still lingering. Zetsu stepped closer. Gaara isn't that strong. Not yet. His technique is precise, his understanding is advanced, but power. He's no Madara. Not yet. Obito's masked face tilted slightly. Then what do you suggest? Zetsu's answer came without hesitation. We adapt. We take more drastic action. He paused for effect before continuing. You underestimate him, Obito. Gaara isn't just some clever sand brat anymore. He possesses Kakashi's Sharingan. And with it, he's learned how to use Kamui. Poorly, but well enough to threaten you directly in battle. Obito's lone eye narrowed behind the mask. Kamui. Zetsu nodded slowly, his voice dropping into a whisper. If he perfects it, even marginally, he could drag you into your own dimension with him. Strip you from the battlefield in an instant. You know what that means. Obito clenched his hand into a fist, veins pulsing. I am Kamui. That eye is mine. And he's learning to use it. A thick silence hung between them before Zetsu made his final point. If you want to maintain the edge, you'll need a second Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito didn't reply immediately. Zetsu tilted his head. With both eyes, you'd gain access to another Mangekyo ability, your offensive arsenal is going to need refinement. And more importantly, the Susanoo. You need another layer of defense. One that even Kamui can't undermine. Obito's breath was measured now. His voice, quieter but firmer. I never wanted to rely on that power. Not unless there was no other path. There isn't, Zetsu hissed. Gaara has changed everything. The balance is off. We were controlling the board, now we have a rogue piece with Jiraiya Nagato's power. Obito turned back toward the ghetto statue, his thoughts deep and unreadable. After a moment, he reached up and touched his remaining eye socket, then let his hand drop to his side. Very well. The flickering torchlight cast shifting shadows across Obito's mask as he slowly turned to face Black Zetsu once more. His voice was like ice sliding against stone. And where is Itachi? Zetsu chuckled faintly, the sound low and slippery like oil in water. Ah, now that's where things get interesting. He leaned closer, yellow eye glowing faintly. Itachi has moved Sasuke out of Konoha. During the chaos of Nagato's assault, he slipped in, undetected, and retrieved his brother. Not much confrontation. No fanfare. Just vanished. Obito's eye flared with a gleam of suspicion. To where? Zetsu grinned, teeth gleaming. An old Uchiha stronghold. Hidden in the deep forests of the Land of Fire. One of their first clan compounds, forgotten by most, remembered by too few. He tapped a finger against the rock wall beside him. He challenged Sasuke to a duel, apparently. A fight to settle everything. Itachi doesn't plan to live much longer, you know. That sickness of his, he's running out of time. Obito's gaze lowered, expression unreadable. That fool still clings to honor. Even now. His hand curled into a tight fist. Then I'll be the one to end his story. He turned toward the center of the room. Kabuto, silent until now, looked up from Konan's corpse and the other reanimated shinobi. Obito spoke with finality. His eyes. Itachi's Mangekyo would be ideal. A pause, then, Sasuke is an obstacle. He'll likely be influenced by whatever truth Itachi intends to share. That makes them both liabilities. Black Zetsu gave a slow, approving nod. 2 wild cards. 2 potential threats. Easier to remove them both at once. Obito raised his hand, the swirling vortex of Kamui beginning to spin from his palm, space bending unnaturally around it. Come, Kabuto. We're going to the Land of Fire. A pause, then, quieter, darker, Itachi's end will be my beginning. Kabuto adjusted his hood, a subtle grin spreading across his face as he followed. This should be interesting, I'd like to study the Sharingan in more detail. Just as the spiraling Kamui portal began to form, Black Zetsu shifted slightly in the shadows. Obito. I would advise you not to underestimate Itachi. You've seen it before, he plans farther than any of us. He calculates everything. Even his death. Obito paused, the distortion of space beginning to recede. I know. His voice was quiet. Flat. But underneath it simmered the heat of grudging respect and cold intention. That's why I won't face him head-on. I'm going to shatter the last pieces of his calm. Strip away his control. If he's going to play with emotions, he turned to Kabuto, eyes gleaming beneath the mask, then so will I. Kabuto raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You have someone in mind to reanimate? Obito gave a nod. 3, actually. He held up fingers slowly. Fugaku Uchiha. Mikoto Uchiha. And Izumi. Kabuto's grin widened. His parents and the girl he loved. You really don't hold back. It'll take some time, but I can do it. I've already got viable samples for Fugaku and Mikoto. Izumi may take more effort to acquire that. Black Zetsu then chuckled darkly. Itachi won't expect this. For all his cold exterior, he never quite fully let go of his humanity. We can weaponize that. Obito turned again, Kemui warping the space around him. The spiral expanded, swallowing the two figures whole as they disappeared from the cave, vanishing into the growing storm on the horizon. XXXXXXXXXX, land of fire-hidden Uchiha stronghold. There are countless ways to enter a room. Some entrances are calculated to inspire awe, designed to draw eyes and hold them. Others exist to provoke fear, commanding distance and deference. It would be near impossible to catalog them all. But there are 3 that tend to leave the deepest impressions. The first, and perhaps most common, is the careless drift. The kind of entrance made by someone pretending not to care, though they almost always do. It's a fluid, boneless walk, hands in pockets, shoulders low, gaze distant. A casual saunter that appears spontaneous, directionless even, until you realize the wanderer has arrived exactly where they meant to be. To the casual observer, it's forgettable. But to the trained eye, it's suspicious. No one moves that loosely without intent. It's a carefully manufactured indifference. Sometimes it hides insecurity. A self-consciousness about being seen, being judged. But every now and then, it masks something far more dangerous. The second entrance is loud. Unapologetic. The favored method of the extroverted, the exuberant, the dominant. These are the ones who burst into the room with crackling energy, voices raised, arms wide, commanding attention whether it's offered or not. They hijack every conversation, reset every mood, and bend the room's gravity toward themselves. For some, it's rude. For others, intoxicating. And then there's the third. The stalk. This is the entrance of the storm cloud. One who barrels in, dragging the weight of their fury behind them. It is a presence that infects the atmosphere, electric and suffocating. Their stride is heavy, too heavy, like the floor itself struggles beneath them. Every glare is a challenge, every breath thick with unspoken rage. It prompts silence. Retreat. The subtle shift of bodies trying to pretend they haven't noticed the ticking time bomb, hoping someone else will. This is the walk of someone spoiling for a fight. Sasuke Uchiha, genius that he was, managed something few could, he combined all 3. When he entered the stone bunker that day, his very stride proclaimed purpose. Every eye in the chamber turned to him, no hesitation, no ambiguity. His presence filled the room like smoke, silent, clinging, inescapable. And yet, there was a looseness to him. A subtle sway in his steps. Arms dangling freely, cloak fluttering at his sides, he moved like a shadow rolling across glass. Effortless. Casual. Deadly. His face, bandaged and serene, bore no emotion. His black eyes did not wander, they stayed fixed, locked ahead with quiet intensity. Still, the room felt as though it had been cast in ice. His shoulders, beneath his cloak, were drawn tight like strung wire. His chakra pulsed faintly, but the intent behind it, that was unmistakable. It wasn't anger. It wasn't hate. It was death. The silent kind. The kind that comes between one breath and the next, with no scream, no blood. Just the smell of smoke, the sting of regret, and the silence that follows finality. The entrance was, in a word, commanding. Pity for Sasuke, then, that his older brother had never been impressed by theatrics. Itachi Uchiha sat at the far end of the chamber like a wraith carved into stone. Elevated slightly above the floor on a crude, throne-like seat, plain but unmistakably a position of power, he had chosen his angle well. Because just as there are ways to enter a room, there are ways to greet an entrance. And those, too, matter. Itachi sprawled in his seat with the poise of a ruler and the composure of a corpse. One leg lazily crossed over the other. One hand buried within his cloak. The other draped idly over the armrest, fingers curled as if in sleep. His spine was ramrod straight, yet he looked comfortable. Relaxed. Like nothing about Sasuke's entrance warranted even the mildest tension. There was a difference, though. Where Sasuke's control was tight, bristling, Itachi's was effortless. Natural. A lion resting in the sun. Sasuke's expression, though composed, still betrayed something to the trained eye. A tension in the brow. A faint, telltale downturn of the lips. Emotion, suppressed but flickering beneath the surface. Itachi's. Nothing. His face might as well have been carved from marble. No disdain. No amusement. No warmth. Not even the pretense of anger. Just eyes, those eyes, dark and fathomless. Watching. Measuring. Waiting. The worst part, for Sasuke, had always been the eyes. If Sasuke was a storm trying not to fall apart, then Itachi was the stillness at its center. And the stillness was never safe. So now, after a few long years, the brothers stood under the same roof once more. One, a weapon forged by fire and vengeance. The other, the shadow that had haunted every step of the former. And between them, nothing but silence, and the promise of blood. The battle began before Sasuke even realized it. Itachi's Sharingan had already ensnared him the moment he stepped into the room, the tomo spinning with eerie precision. But even within the illusion, Sasuke was far from helpless. His own Sharingan burned with greater power than it had ever held, the cold chakra it wove weaving counterwebs even as his vision blurred. In the real world, only a minute had passed. But for the Uchiha brothers, it felt like 10. That Sharingan. Itachi's voice was calm, almost nostalgic. Familiar enough to make Sasuke's long-burning hatred flare. How much do you truly see with it, I wonder? Sasuke smirked, his step slow, deliberate. How much do I see, he echoed, then tilted his head slightly. I see your death, Itachi. Itachi shifted on his throne. The movement was almost imperceptible, but Sasuke caught it. His brother's lips curled upward, an expression that might have been a smile. My death. Itachi's voice held a trace of amusement as he slowly rose. Very well then, Sasuke, show it to me. Sasuke smiled. And then Itachi vanished. Faster than conscious thought, the older Uchiha appeared behind him. Sasuke swung, reflexes honed over years, aiming directly for Itachi's head. A move he would have never caught before. Not 3 years ago. But Itachi blocked it effortlessly. Sasuke had expected that. Counted on it. His katana whipped overhead, slicing toward his brother's shoulder. Itachi caught his wrist mid-arc. Again, Sasuke was frozen mid-attack. So he brought up his knee. Itachi intercepted it with his own, the clash sending a sharp jolt up Sasuke's shin. A kunai dropped into Itachi's free hand, and he stabbed for Sasuke's face. Steel rang as Sasuke shifted his katana to block it. Sparks erupted between them. Itachi paused, recalculating. That had been impressive. Or lucky. Either way, it was time to change tactics. He let go of the katana. Before Sasuke could react, Itachi grabbed him by the back of his cloak and yanked, throwing him off balance. Then, with graceful precision, Itachi leapt. Sasuke swung wildly, but Itachi didn't care. He spun in midair, his heel connecting cleanly with Sasuke's face and sending him flying backward. Sasuke's katana flew from his hand. A follow-up kick from Itachi struck his chest, launching him clear across the room. Without pausing, Itachi completed a backflip, casually sending the discarded sword into the ceiling, where it embedded with a solid thunk. He landed smoothly. His cloak billowed as he watched Sasuke bounce across the concrete floor like a discarded rag doll. Poorly. But Sasuke was already rolling to his feet, sliding back into a familiar stance even as he skidded. His fingers flashed through hand signs, ones Itachi recognized instantly. Has he really not changed that much? Itachi thought with a flicker of disappointment. Chidori. Lightning burst to life in Sasuke's hand, crackling with rage. He shot forward like a bolt from the storm. Itachi sighed inwardly. This was Sasuke's big move. He vaulted upward, easily evading the one-shot attack. But Sasuke was already there, on the ceiling, face twisted into a smile that could haunt dreams. Itachi's eyes widened a fraction. Unexpected. Sasuke's katana, somehow retrieved, plunged into his chest with a sickening schlick. It tore through rib, lung, heart, exiting in a spray of blood that misted the air. Itachi gasped, and they fell. Together. The impact was final. Cold. Sasuke remained atop him, blade still buried in his chest. He wasn't taking any chances. I need answers, Sasuke growled. Why was I the one you left alive? Why me? Itachi didn't respond. He only smiled. You've grown strong, Sasuke. His hand lifted weakly towards Sasuke's face, 2 fingers extended. The same familiar motion from their childhood. Sasuke's breath hitched. But the fingers didn't touch him. Instead, they pointed to the right. Foolish little brother. Look over there. Sasuke turned. Itachi sat on his throne, eyes watching calmly. His head whipped back. The Itachi beneath him dissolved into a cloud of crimson-eyed ravens. The blade hit the floor with a metallic clang. Sasuke rose. Furious. Empty-handed. Then, he met Itachi's eyes. The world tilted. Blood sprayed again, painting the throne in streaks of red as a katana punched through Itachi's chest from behind the throne. Again. Despite the wound, Itachi smiled, a real one, for the first time in a few years. Now that is much better. Sasuke had tricked him. A genjutsu. Executed with such subtlety Itachi never saw it coming. It was masterful. Vital areas missed, Sasuke said from behind, voice trembling with emotion. So you can talk. Tell me, why? Why did you leave me alive? Itachi gave no answer. So Sasuke twisted the blade. Why? Itachi didn't flinch. Instead, he let the illusion fade once more. Sasuke sensed it immediately. The throne, the blood, the figure, it all collapsed into black feathers. He spun, lightning already surging in his hand. But it wasn't Chidori. He pointed, not charged, and a beam of condensed lightning shot from his palm like a javelin. Itachi shifted just enough for it to miss his face by inches. It obliterated the throne behind him in a flash. He blinked once. I'm not the same child you humiliated, Itachi. Sasuke shouted. Not anymore. Pain flared in his body. Memories of battles past haunted his limbs, his broken wrist, the cursed mark, the failed attacks, the empty techniques. Useless. All of them. And then came the voice. That voice. You don't have enough hate, Itachi murmured, close enough to feel his breath. And you know what, Sasuke? His lips brushed his brother's ear. You never will. No. That was wrong. Sasuke had more than enough hate now. He attacked. Fists and feet blurred. A strike to the stone. A kick to the gut. Pain, but movement. Head smashed into Itachi's face, breaking his nose. Blood poured. Itachi struck back, palm slamming into Sasuke's chest and sending him crashing into the wall. Still, Sasuke rose. Glaring. You want to know the truth? Itachi asked coldly. You want to know why I spared you? Silence. I know you didn't do it alone, Sasuke said at last. You mentioned another, someone with the Mangekyo. Who is he? Itachi studied him, unmoving. Then spoke. His name is Madara Uchiha. Sasuke froze. Madara. Itachi nodded. The first to awaken the Mangekyo. The one who taught me what it truly meant. The one who believed our clan needed cleansing. Sasuke's stomach turned. I agreed, Itachi said quietly. Sasuke's rage boiled, but the question still clawed at him. Then why spare me? Itachi's eyes dimmed. His voice grew heavy. The Mangekyo is powerful, but it comes at a cost. The more you use it, the more you go blind. He paused. I've nearly lost my sight. Sasuke inhaled sharply. But Madara found a solution, Itachi continued. He took his brother's eyes. And in doing so, created something more. A flicker of power surged. Sasuke barely had time to brace before another illusion slammed into his mind. And a vision began to unfold. He saw it. A room dimly lit by flickering candles, the scent of incense thick in the air. A man lay on a tatami mat, his chest barely rising with each breath. His eyes, once proud and sharp, were dull, hollow. Another figure knelt beside him, silent, deliberate. The elder's hand reached up, trembling, groping forward like a blind worm seeking purchase. And then, fingers slipped beneath an eyelid. Sasuke's breath hitched. The kneeling figure plucked an eye free, crimson fluid trailing down his pale fingers. There was no hesitation, no remorse. Only necessity. The younger man leaned back, and for a moment, Sasuke could make out his face, a ghost of something he'd seen in old clan portraits. Eyes dead with ambition. Madara Uchiha. The scene vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving Sasuke swaying. Itachi's voice followed, cutting through the lingering haze of illusion. Madara's brother, Izuna, gave his eyes willingly before his death. Together, they birthed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi stepped closer, and now Sasuke could see the tremble in his limbs, the subtle strain in his eyes. His vision truly was fading. And yet, the pressure he radiated was more suffocating than ever. This is the true secret of the Uchiha. The final evolution of our cursed bloodline. Sasuke's voice came hoarse, cracked. You want my eyes. Itachi paused for the briefest of moments. I have no need for them, he replied, softly. But you'll need mine. Eventually. His brother's words sent a chill down Sasuke's spine, more ominous than any threat he had faced. Because behind that calm declaration lay a truth even more terrifying. Itachi wasn't trying to defeat him. He was preparing him. For what? The older Uchiha took one last step forward. If you want answers, Sasuke, then you'll have to take them from me. He dropped his cloak from his shoulders, revealing the lean, scarred frame beneath, muscles coiled like serpents, Sharingan gleaming like bloodied moons. Come. Sasuke's hand tightened around his sword hilt, the weight of truth pressing down on him. This wasn't just a battle. It was a reckoning. Itachi took a step forward. In response, Sasuke unsheathed his sword. In the moment the blade cleared its scabbard, Itachi charged, one hand outstretched like a claw aimed for Sasuke's face, the other tucked behind his back, fingers steadily forming hand signs. He didn't want his younger brother seeing them. Sasuke swung, the sword not yet fully free, and flung the scabbard forward, cloaked in lightning. Itachi weaved aside, but not enough. The projectile tore a substantial chunk from his sleeve, bearing his left arm. As he moved, he surged forward, his right hand sweeping down. Sasuke met him mid-dash, blocking high with his left hand and thrusting the katana forward with his right. It punched through Itachi's stomach, skewering him, only for the mass murderer to dissolve into a flock of crows. From the low-cast shadow beneath him, born of the bunker's dim lighting, another Itachi emerged. Kunai in hand. Sasuke blinked. He'd never seen someone conceal themselves within their own shadow. He hadn't even thought to track it with his Sharingan. The lapse nearly cost him his arm. Itachi struck with the kunai, aiming for the joint in Sasuke's shoulder to disable the limb. Sasuke frantically parried, using his now free left hand to knock the knife off course. He caught Itachi's wrist, twisted, and brought his blade down to try and sever the hand entirely. Itachi dropped the kunai, and kicked it mid-fall. It embedded itself in Sasuke's thigh. He flinched. That was all Itachi needed. A sharp movement, and Sasuke's sword was knocked from his grip. It clattered across the floor, flung deep into the bunker, well out of reach. Itachi advanced, hands a blur. He moved to pummel his bladeless brother. Sasuke defended with grit and instinct, blocking or diverting most strikes, and landing a solid punch to Itachi's gut. The elder Uchiha dropped to one knee, breath stolen. Sasuke raised a foot for an axe kick. Itachi caught it with his right hand and launched upward, sending Sasuke cartwheeling across the room. He spun away and, mid-motion, caught a flicker of hand signs. A clone jutsu, he didn't need to see the whole thing to recognize it. Sasuke landed in a roll. Both brothers paused, bruised and aching. Taijutsu is pointless, Sasuke. You won't beat me with it, Itachi said, composed despite his heaving breath. And I've neutralized your genjutsu, Itachi. Your greatest weapon is gone. Sasuke shouted, yanking the kunai from his thigh. Blood spurted, but a burst of flame-infused chakra cauterized the wound. That, Sasuke, Itachi said from directly behind him, voice cool as ever, is a foolish misconception. Sasuke spun, his stolen kunai raised high, and decapitated his brother. But as the body slumped, he saw it, the chakra wasn't right. It melted into a puddle of water. A water clone. Sasuke thought. Why not a shadow clone? He turned back to face the real Itachi, but he was gone. Where? His instinct screamed. He looked up. Itachi hung from the ceiling, upside down, cloak draped like a grotesque flower. There was no time to dodge. The kunai came up. Itachi dropped like a meteor, kicked the blade away, and smashed Sasuke to the floor, driving a knee into his chest and pinning him. Sasuke wheezed, helpless, locked beneath his brother's crushing weight. Itachi leaned in, their faces nearly touching. His eyes spun, Mangekyo unleashed. The sickles whirled. Sasuke's vision filled with red and black. He was terrified, but not too terrified as he spat in his brother's face. Itachi didn't flinch. Enough of this, he said, his voice like a blade wrapped in bandages. Tsukuyomi. Oh God, not again. No. Blood splattered across wooden floorboards. Permanent. Unforgiving. It would never come out, never. He killed them. Killed them. In the dark, in their beds. He dragged the bodies out into the entrance hall. Left them there. A gift for his foolish little brother. He'd waited. Watched. Let the blood stay warm. Then Sasuke came home. He screamed. And Itachi broke. But the dream didn't stop. The sky turned red. Trees of crows twisted from the ground, cawing and rotting. Worms and bones. The world cracked apart. Not real. Not real. Not real. False. Fake. Lies. Sasuke woke up. The illusion shattered like glass. A gust of wind blew through the shattered psyche of the genjutsu. Sasuke's hand shot forward, punching Itachi in the chest and launching him into the air. Blood dripped from Itachi's left eye. Crimson rain. His chakra warped and pulsed, unstable. Sasuke's Sharingan caught every detail. Itachi slammed into the ceiling, bounced, fell. Before he hit the ground, Sasuke moved. No sword, so he used his leg. A full-force kick to the chest sent Itachi flying. He crashed into the old stone throne. Dust billowed. When it cleared, Itachi was sprawled in the chair, not like before, in command, cold and poised, but barely upright. He clutched his face, his left eye. Impossible, he hesitated. Sasuke had never heard his brother hesitate. No one can break the Tsukuyomi. Sasuke smirked. That's the power of the hate you gave me, Itachi. With it, nothing's impossible. Itachi trembled, then slowly steadied himself. The cold, imperious mask returned. Perhaps I underestimated you, little brother. To break the Tsukuyomi. He stood straighter, the blood still leaking from his hidden eye. I'll have to end this quickly. But Sasuke didn't miss it. His posture might have recovered, but his chakra was still fractured, rippling with the backlash of a shattered genjutsu. Sasuke grinned. He's shaken. I have the advantage now. But Itachi. Itachi was still Itachi. The air itself grew heavy. Tense. The scent of finality on the wind. His frown deepened. His presence grew darker. Sasuke raised his kunai, eyes wide. The real fight was just beginning. The silence that followed was thick, unnatural. Sasuke stood with his chest heaving, sweat and blood running down his face, body trembling not from fear, but from the weight of everything he'd just endured. Before him, Itachi remained slumped in the ruined throne, unmoving. His lone visible eye, once cold and all-knowing, was now unfocused, dulled by exhaustion, or perhaps something more permanent. Sasuke didn't dare approach. The dust hadn't fully settled. It coiled around the remnants of the battle, rising in lazy spirals like spirits disturbed from their slumber. Every breath felt like inhaling ash. And then, he felt it. A flicker in the chakra around them. Subtle. Wrong. The very air shifted. It wasn't chakra from Itachi. A distorted ripple spread across the battlefield, warping the air with a sudden, nauseating pulse that sent a shiver down Sasuke's spine. A swirl of space twisted open behind them with the mechanical screech of Kamui, followed by the grinding rumble of earth being torn apart. Two figures emerged, both from the vortex, one clad in a swirling orange mask with the same cloak as Itachi, the other pale, draped in a cloak sewn from countless dead snakes, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Obito and Kabuto had arrived. And neither of them was here for pleasantries. Obito's single visible eye glinted, amused. Touching battle, really. Almost brings a tear to my eye, if I still had one worth shedding. Kabuto slithered into view, hood cast back, lips curled in a predatory grin. Now, boys. As fun as it is watching old family grudges, I'm afraid this little playdate is over. Itachi's eyes narrowed. You dare interfere? Obito chuckled darkly. Interfere? Please. You should thank me. I came bearing gifts. Sasuke turned, blade angled low, his instincts already screaming at him to abandon everything and just run. What do you want from us? Obito pretended to ponder in thought for a second before plainly stating. Your eyes, Itachi. And perhaps a little closure for our dear Sasuke, too. He still has questions, doesn't he? Questions only the dead can answer. With a single hand seal from Kabuto, the ground cracked open, and 3 Edo Tensei coffins erupted from the soil, their lids sliding open with a groan that sounded far too human. Pale smoke spilled out, revealing 3 silhouettes, uncertain, wavering. You'll have to go through them first, Itachi, Kabuto said, his grin widening as each of the coffin's occupants took an unsteady step forward, all looking around in confusion. One of them, an older man with stressed crinkles below his onyx eyes, stared at Itachi in astonishment. Itachi, he asked, his voice hard. Impossible. What's going on? Itachi saw red. The second summon stared at Sasuke, her mouth falling open, her eyes, red irises stark against black scara, filled with horror and recognition. Sasuke. Mikoto Uchiha whispered, and Sasuke took a deep breath, his hands going white as they gripped his sword. The third, a younger woman with long dark hair and soft features, blinked in disbelief as her eyes met Itachi's. Her voice trembled. Itachi. Izumi Uchiha. A stillness swept over the field like a funeral wind. Hey, Mom. Sasuke choked out to his mother. And Mikoto smiled. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Transplant and Preparation. Gaara POV, returned to Sunagakure. He returned to a village in a perfect state rather than he had feared. Descending over the blistering dunes of the Land of Wind, Gaara felt the oppressive heat pressing down on his cloak, the sun casting his long shadow across the familiar golden sands. He could see the faint silhouette of Suna's outer walls in the distance, heat distortion making them ripple like a mirage. And yet, through the relief blooming in his chest, he felt the dull throb of frustration behind his sternum. Why hadn't he learned Flying Thunder God when he had the chance? Why hadn't he invested even a fraction of his effort into developing a teleportation method of his own? The answer was obvious, logical. Without a formula, a foundation, or a living mentor to guide him, attempting to recreate Minato's technique from scratch would have been the work of decades. He had told himself the investment wasn't worth it. Back then, it had been true. But now, he cursed himself for every day he hadn't spent trying. When he realized that he has been out of Suna for a little too long, when he realized he had no immediate way to return to his people, it had carved a hollow pit in his gut. For a moment, he'd felt powerless. That was when he realized just how much Sunagakure meant to him. Not as a duty. Not as a weapon. But as something far more personal. This was his village. Not simply the place he led, but the one he shaped. The massive glass skyscraper at the center of the city, his doing. He had blown the sand himself, liquefied it with precise bursts of flame, and cooled it with tempered winds. A monument of strength and transparency, standing in defiance of the harsh desert. The lush, irrigated farms on the outskirts, unthinkable once, now thriving, were born of seals he had designed to manipulate wind, shade, and rain, drawn from scrolls he had personally annotated. Even the bustling markets had been molded by his hand. He'd negotiated with stubborn traders, tweaked import routes, altered tax structures, all with the aim of transforming Sunagakure from a forgotten military outpost into a living, breathing city of prosperity. And the sewer system, he still remembered the headaches. Literal ones. Weeks of sleepless nights designing a circulation network where every drop of waste was filtered and redirected into the city's underground cooling system. The engineers had called it madness. Now they called it genius. He had built this. Just as Hashirama Senju had raised Konoha from the trees and dreams of peace, Gaara had forged the new Suna with blood, sweat, and sand. His knowledge, his creativity, his unwavering will, all poured into shaping a home that would outlast him. And in doing so, something strange had happened. He had begun to love them. The villagers. The merchants. The farmers. The orphans. The shinobi. Even the stubborn elders who still clung to the old ways. He had fought for them because it was right, but the more he did, the more he saw their struggles and perseverance, the more that fight had become personal. Each time he solved one of their problems, each time he saw a family smile or a student graduate the academy without fear, he felt it again. That pull. That warmth. This is mine. These are my people. And now, as the great golden walls of Suna came into full view, shimmering beneath the desert sky, Gaara allowed himself the smallest smile. They had endured. And so would he. Sunagakure, Kusagakure Tower Courtyard. The gates of Suna yawned open before him, and Gaara stepped through without ceremony, though the sentries atop the wall all stood a little straighter. Word spread fast in the desert. He barely made it halfway through the courtyard before a blur of blonde and steel fen slammed into him. You absolute idiot. Tamari hissed into his chest, though her grip around his shoulders belied her fury. You suddenly go missing for days, weeks, and then just stroll in like you were out for a walk. Gaara didn't flinch. He stood still, letting her cling to him, her shaking hidden behind the stiff set of her jaw. I'm sorry, he said softly. I didn't want to worry you. Kankuro arrived just behind her, arms crossed but eyes soft. We're shinobi, Gaara. Worrying is part of the job. Disappearing completely with Konoha ninja. That's something else. Gaara turned to look at his brother, and despite the exasperation in Kankuro's voice, the older man pulled him into a quick, firm hug. Welcome back, little bro. A flicker of emotion, relief, maybe even guilt, passed through Gaara's usually composed features. Thank you. And here I thought I'd never see you again. Gaara turned at the voice. Chiyo walked toward them, hunched but steady, her wrinkled hands tucked into the sleeves of her robe. Her old eyes, still sharp, scanned him from head to toe. You're too much like your father. Always bearing everything alone. He bowed his head toward her. I've tried not to be. She scoffed. You've done better than him already. But the next time you decide you want to participate in an attack on Konoha, you send a damn message. Gaara actually smiled at that, and Chiyo blinked, surprised at how young it made him look. I will. The moment hung in the dry air, tension melting, emotions crackling just beneath the surface. They had almost lost him. Again. But he was here now, solid as ever. Their Kusagakure. Their brother. Their stubborn, brilliant Gaara. Kankuro cleared his throat. So. You back just to say hello, or is there a plan? Gaara nodded. His tone sharpened, returning to the calm weight of leadership. I plan on convening a 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. Tamari straightened, picking up immediately. You want to call a summit? Not just want, he said. Need. Chiyo's brows furrowed. You're serious? I've seen what's coming. The 5 great nations must speak as one voice now, or fall one by one. XXXXXXXX. The room settled into silence as I stood at the head of the council table, my fingers laced behind my back. I could feel the gravity of what I was about to say pressing down on the room before a single word left my mouth. Let's begin, I said, my tone clipped and controlled. This won't be a normal report. The faces before me, elders, advisors, military commanders, shifted into alertness. I let a breath slide past my lips, slow and deliberate, then continued. As you are all aware, I took part in an assault on Kanagakure. Some eyes widened. Others didn't flinch. They already knew. This was not an act of aggression but a mission born of alliance, with Tsunade and Jiraiya of the Sanin, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto Uzumaki. Together, we moved to remove Danzo Shimura from power. His actions, both historical and recent, posed a threat to stability throughout the region. He was a warmonger, and Konoha was crumbling under his rule. I paused to let them absorb that. I didn't need their approval. Just their understanding. The mission succeeded. Danzo is dead. But during the operation, a new player revealed himself. Someone far more dangerous. I let my gaze sweep across them, then said the name flatly. Pain. A murmur rippled through the room, but I pressed on before it grew louder. He confronted me in the heart of Konoha. He wielded the Rinnegan and powers that rivaled legends. He claimed to be the leader of the Akatsuki, and in truth, he believed it. The room fell deathly still. I defeated him. I didn't elaborate. I didn't need to. But it was after the dust settled that I learned the truth. Pain was not the true leader. I took a step closer to the table, my voice now sharper. There is another. A masked man. He has been orchestrating everything behind the scenes, the Akatsuki, the collection of the tailed beasts, the war that is beginning to brew beneath the surface. I don't know his true identity. He calls himself Madara Uchiha, but I doubt that's the truth. Several counselors gasped. I let the name hang in the air like a curse. He controls the remaining members of Akatsuki. He's responsible for the capture of 7 of the 9-tailed beasts. The only ones who remain are the 9 tails and the 1 tail. Me. A heavy pause followed. The implications were setting in. Make no mistake, this man is planning something. Something massive. And when he moves, he won't strike one nation. He will strike all of us. I let those words settle, then straightened my shoulders. That is why I propose a 5 Kage summit. We cannot ignore this threat. Not anymore. We must gather the leaders of the major shinobi nations and forge a united response, before it's too late. No one interrupted me. They were too busy processing the scale of the danger. The 5 Kage have never been a stable coalition, even at the best of times. Ebizo cut in, giving me a side glance that was more weighted than I liked. And these are not the best of times. I turned toward him, my tone sharpening. Is that your way of saying this is somehow my fault? Chiyo didn't wait for him to answer. In the past decade, you've destroyed an island near the mist, leveled several monuments in the leaf, participated in the destruction of their village twice, led a raid on the stone, and, intentionally or not, been involved in the deaths of 4 Kage. I blinked. 4. Anoki, Katsuchi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, she rattled off, ticking the names on her fingers like a merchant counting coins. It's impressive, really. You've managed to concentrate your bloodshed among the elite leadership of every neighboring nation. I didn't kill Hiruzen, I said flatly. That was Orochimaru. And Danzo was an act of liberation. Of course, Kazekage-sama, she replied sweetly, sarcasm dripping like poison from her tongue. I clenched my jaw but pushed forward. Regardless, we need a strategy. First order of business, reaching out to whatever allies we still have to coordinate messaging before the summit begins. Incredible plan, Kazekage-sama, Inesa muttered, brow furrowing. Just one question, what allies aside from Konoha? I hesitated. What do you mean? I asked, though the creeping dread in my gut already told me. I mean, he said slowly, do we have any aside from your recent allies in Konoha? Fubuki, I turned to the elder diplomat, once my father's minister of foreign affairs. Clarify the current state of our alliances. He rose slowly, hand shaking faintly, but his voice was clear and unwavering. There are none except for your very new alliance with Konoha, Kazekage-sama. None. I repeated, genuinely taken aback. Not one, he confirmed. Under Razasama, Sunagakure had alliances and trade treaties with the lands of rivers, grass, steam, and fire, as well as a basic mutual understanding with the land of earth. But since your ascension, they've withered. Withered how? I asked, though I already feared the answer. Neglect, my lord. I made repeated attempts to restore our treaties. When a delegation from the land of rivers came to renew a vital water contract, your office was unavailable, preoccupied with your campaign against Iwagakure. Afterwards, medical concerns further delayed any diplomatic activity. I exhaled sharply. Lack of maintenance. What precisely are you clowns employed for if you cannot do something so simple without me? No. Not just all on them though. I had been the one too focused on war, innovation, construction. I'd buried myself in building the strongest village possible, and ignored the roots meant to connect us to the world. What else have I been neglecting? I murmured to myself, the thought stinging sharper than any kunai. We'll repair what we can later, I said at last. But we proceed with just Konoha as our allies for now. I turned back to the table. Assuming standard protocol, I will travel with 2 guards. My brother, Kankuro, and my sister, Tamari. Kazekage-sama must take powerful jounin with him to secure his safety. Fubuki shot up to his feet at my words, like my choice of guards must have been some personal affront to him. To what end? I could kill every jounin in this village at the same time without breaking a sweat. What would they add to my security that I cannot add to myself, I replied. Every Kage must be escorted by powerful jounin, Kazekage-sama. It is not merely for protection, but also to act as a message to the other villages. Chiyo added in. So it's posturing, then, I said. Everything is posturing, my lord, Ebizo replied in Chiyo's stead. I understand that, I said evenly. But tell me, what message is stronger than this, the sons and daughter of Raza, standing united as they represent Suna? Family loyalty sends a clearer signal than a squad of ANBU. Normally, I'd agree, said Tsuyashiro, cool and composed, the oldest among them. But this is no normal summit. This is a gathering under dire and uncertain circumstances. And the truth that no one here wants to say aloud is this, it's simply too dangerous. If anything happens, we cannot afford to lose all 3 of you. Fine, I said at last, the words bitter in my mouth. I will take the ANBU captain, Dragon, as my sole guard. That drew a quiet murmur of approval, but I wasn't satisfied. The fire was still there, beneath the surface, simmering. XXXXX scene, beneath the Kazekage Tower. The chamber was carved directly into the earth beneath the Kazekage Tower, far below the sunbaked sands of my village. No windows. No doors once sealed. Just thick walls engraved with layers of ancient fuinjutsu. Chiyo was already waiting inside when I entered, leaning on her cane, her sharp eyes flitting over every seal with quiet approval. Despite her age, she moved with confidence and familiarity. The walls here bore some of her handiwork. She had insisted on performing the procedure herself. Not because she trusted me, but because she didn't trust anyone else to meddle with something so volatile. You're sure the room is secure? I asked, scanning the swirling kanji that danced faintly across the ceiling. Some were mine, designed specifically to counter dimensional space interference. The rest were hers. Ancient, brutal, precise. 5-layered dimensional seals, Chiyo replied, her voice as dry and sharp as wind through glass. If that masked bastard tries to phase through, he'll get ripped apart by the time-space shredder seals you laid. Chiyo unsealed the first item from the scroll. A vial. Pale green fluid pulsed inside like living mist, cultured Hashirama cells, retrieved from the loot I acquired from Danzo's corpse. They've been pacified with your blood and chakra signature. This is as stable as it gets. But once injected, they will test your limits. I'll endure it. Chiyo raised an eyebrow at that. You always do. She then unsealed the second item. It stared up at me. The Rinnegan. It didn't move, didn't twitch, but I felt it watching me. Cold, ancient, and knowing. The last remaining trace of Madara's legacy. His very own eye. A key to victory, or oblivion. Are you absolutely certain? Chiyo asked, cane resting lightly against her wrist as she unrolled the surgical tools beside the eye. I can't fight what's coming with just what I have, I said. If the masked man has 7-tailed beasts under his control already, then the only thing more dangerous than taking the Rinnegan is not taking it. She gave a low grunt. Not agreement. Not disagreement. Just resignation. Lie back. I obeyed, lowering myself onto the seal-etched slab. The orb above dimmed as she activated the chakra siphons, and the air grew heavier. There was no noise beyond the drip of sterilizing fluid and the scratch of her sandals against stone. Then came the needle, piercing flesh above my heart. The Hashirama cells. A surge of raw vitality hit me instantly. Hot. Frantic. like wildfire under the skin. My veins bulged and trembled. I gritted my teeth and pressed my palm flat against the platform, grounding myself as the power surged deeper. Good, Chiyo murmured. You're absorbing them faster than expected. Now, the eye. My right side was numbed by her chakra, but I could feel the subtle shift in weight as my optic nerve was exposed, severed, and replaced. Then the world went white. Flashes. Shouts in languages I'd never heard. A swirl of stars and blood-red moons. And then it was gone. When I blinked again, when I was new. Heavier. Deeper. Hungrier. Chiyo was cleaning her tools in silence. It's done, she said at last. The chamber was still humming, the seals along the walls slowly dimming back into silence. I sat up on the slab, dragging in a breath that tasted like iron and salt. My body was, not mine. Not entirely, at least. I flexed my right hand. The skin was the same shade, but it felt warmer, charged. My heart beat steady, but behind each thump was an undercurrent of something more primal. Life, clawing its way through me like roots through stone. Hashirama cells were already taking hold, woven through my circulatory system like threads of chakra lightning. The bruising around the injection site had vanished completely. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel fatigue. I felt power. There was an old mirror in the far corner of the chamber, half covered in a dusty sheet. I stood, shakily at first, but each step came easier than the last, and crossed over to it. I ripped the sheet away. And for the first time since the surgery, I looked at myself. Half of me was familiar, the same crimson hair, the kanji for love carved into my forehead like an oath I'd never renounced. But my eyes. The left was black and red, the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, spinning gently with its spiraled shuriken pattern like it was waiting. Not aggressive. Not malevolent. Just, observant. Eternal. The right. My throat tightened. The Rinnegan was an abyss. Pale purple, rippled in concentric circles. A still storm. It didn't glow. It absorbed light. My entire field of vision felt warped through it, as though I was seeing layers of the world stacked atop one another, dimensions I had no names for, chakra flows in people, walls, even particles in the air. It was too much. I staggered for a breath. Blinked. The dizziness passed, faster than it should have. The Hashirama cells were compensating. Strengthening the pathways in my body, smoothing the chaos. I was adapting to both eyes faster than I had any right to. No, I realized. They're adapting to me. I raised a hand and covered the Rinnegan for a moment. The overload receded. I could feel how to control it, not instinctively, but as if the knowledge had simply been given. As if someone else had already walked this path, and now I was retracing their steps. A ghost in godhood's shadow. I lowered the hand and stared at my reflection again. Gaara of the desert, I whispered. Then the world shuddered. Not the real world. Not quite. A pulse rippled behind my eyes, subtle, internal. Like a thought surfacing unbidden from the depths of a still mind. It wasn't chakra. It wasn't even spiritual. It was system. System notice, boss level threat eliminated, Nagato, prime. Calculating contribution. Final blow, confirmed. Primary combat rating, 96.1%. Reward granted. I didn't flinch although it has been a hot minute since I seen the system. Skill evolution unlocked. Wet tinkering, inspired inventor. Skill description. Inspired inventor, you are more than a tinkerer. You are an architect of ideas. Concepts will form faster, designs will solidify quicker, and your creations will exhibit unique flair depending on your emotional state. Creative breakthroughs are now likely to emerge during stress or combat. You possess heightened intuitive understanding across a wide range of activities. With time, resources, and study, you can design inventions or concepts far ahead of current standards. Cross-activity innovation is possible, and effort spent studying will yield accelerated breakthroughs. Limitations, requires time, focus, and materials. Mastery in a field still demands study. Cannot instantly create from nothing. I read it twice. Then a third time. A shift. Not physical. Not even spiritual. It was mental. My thoughts accelerated. Threads connected. Processes I had once only stumbled through now assembled themselves without hesitation. Schematics, chakra circuitry, elemental blending ratios, seal matrices, it all clicked. The madness of hours in the lab, trying to figure out how to merge water and wind chakra into a pressure-based filtration seal suddenly seemed laughably simple. I blinked once and a full irrigation schematic for the lower district farms appeared fully formed in my head. With auto-purifiers. Micro seals to repel desert wind corrosion. A thermal balancing array using passive sunlight converters. This is real, I thought. I'm smarter. But no, sharper. My mind wasn't just running faster, it was thinking in broader strokes. Ideas weren't drifting up anymore. They were falling into place. A mind that could design the future. Weapons. Medicine. Cities. Systems. The shinobi world was built on blood, vengeance, and ancient doctrine. But what if I could offer it more? Not just peace and power, but progress. Technology that made war obsolete. Infrastructure that replaced conquest with cooperation. I closed the interface slowly, the glow fading behind my eyes. No matter how brilliant the future, I muttered, the present refuses to wait. Tomorrow, I would fly to the neutral territory in the land of iron where the 5 Kage would gather. I could already feel the tension curling in my gut, not fear, but anticipation. There would be politics, accusations, and posturing. And all of it would be necessary, because the truth was far worse than any diplomatic sparring. Obito. Black Zetsu. The ghosts that skulked in the shadows of the world, pulling at its strings like a marionette. They were the short-term threat, immediate, hungry, and active. I couldn't stop them with inspiration or theory. Not yet. It will take violence. End of chapter. Chapter 60, the 5 Kage Summit. In the silent heart of their subterranean lair, the shadows stirred first, then Zetsu peeled himself from the stone wall like moss from a crypt. The 5 Kage Summit has been confirmed, Zetsu said, his voice a whisper and a snarl. It'll happen soon. Obito didn't flinch. He stood at the center of the chamber, still as a statue, a new mask adorning his face, a smooth white shell with 2 eye holes. Behind them, the glow of 2 deadly Sharingan burned. His left eye, freshly transplanted, pulsed with the eternal crimson of Itachi's Manjikyu. His right, the ever-twisting Kamui, flared with quiet malice. A perfect storm, Obito said coldly. Do we know where? Neutral ground. Somewhere close to the Iron Country. Black Zetsu replied. Then they're finally starting to take us seriously, Obito murmured, voice cold and composed. Took them long enough. Gaara is likely behind it, said Black Zetsu, rising like ink from the floor. He's always had a mind for unity. If the Kage gather, it won't be just to talk. They'll come expecting war. They should, Obito replied, taking a slow step forward. Because that's what they'll get. In the corner of the chamber, Kabuto stood hunched over his surgical table, instruments clicking in his hands as he examined Sasuke's body. Tubes fed into the corpse. Ancient tags crackled with cursed chakra, preserving the body until it was time to be used. I predicted they would unite eventually, Kabuto said without looking up. Fear always breeds alliances. And fear of you, Madara, is spreading like fire. Obito tilted his head, considering. They'll aim to crush us while they believe they still can, Obito muttered, eye narrowing. Fear makes people rush. And fear, Kabuto added, sliding his glasses up the bridge of his nose, is what fuels preparation. Black Zetsu circled the room, voice dripping with certainty. We should assume the worst. They will come with everything they have. Kage. Entire shinobi forces. Hidden trump cards. They still think they can achieve anything in this accursed world, the moon's eye plan is inevitable, Obito scoffed. Kabuto stepped away from the table and unfurled a scroll, names etched in blood, legends already pulled from their graves. I'll expand the Edo Tensei roster. It's time to mobilize more than just pawns. If they bring Kage to the table, then we need to bring some monsters to the battlefield. Black Zetsu nodded. And the White Zetsu army is ready. Tens of thousands. Still growing beneath the surface. All we need is your word. Obito exhaled slowly, thinking not of the summit, but of the ending it might herald. They think this summit will save the world, he said quietly. But it'll only make it easier to burn. He turned, cloak swirling, eyes gleaming red with the power of a dead prodigy and his own relentless rage. Begin preparations for the 4th Great Shinobi War. XXXXXXXX, Gaara POV. I soared high above the shifting sands, my cloak fluttering gently in the wind as my sand swirled beneath my feet, a silent, ever-loyal platform. Behind me, Tamari and Dragon, my selected guards, followed in formation, their presence steady and silent like shadows stretched under the sun. The distant dunes fell away beneath us, golden waves fading into the endless horizon as we made our way to the land of iron. The village had seen us off in full force. Children waved banners. Vendors shouted blessings. Some shinobi even wept, a touching, overly sentimental spectacle straight out of a shonen novel. All that was missing was someone throwing flowers and yelling, believe it. Even the daimyo himself had graced us with his presence, which would have been more impressive if it hadn't been part of my ploy. He'd made a dramatic show of entering a newly constructed sealed chamber, a masterpiece of paranoia, isolation, and manipulation. He thought it was built to keep him safe from any unseen assassins that might strike while I was away. In truth, it was for a far more practical reason. The real plan was simple: genjutsu the attendants, then dispel the clone the moment I needed a chakra surge. I tried to just make him disappear at key moments in the past, but it drew too much attention. People tend to notice when a national leader vanishes like a bad magician's trick. This solution, though, it was elegant, clean, plausible. And it played right into the character of a spoiled, self-important noble who saw hidden danger in every shadow. What better excuse to keep him locked away in a bunker than appealing to that twitchy ego? I sold it as a noble precaution, a seal so delicate and high-level that even the chakra of powerful shinobi would interfere with it. A single stray chakra pulse from a jonin could collapse the whole thing, or so I said. That was all it took to scare off his personal guards. No one wants to tamper with fuinjutsu they don't understand. That stuff terrifies even seasoned shinobi. And the guardian ninja? They grumbled, but ultimately relented, because no one wins an argument with a paranoid daimyo. I allowed myself a rare smile as we crossed into cooler air currents, the dunes behind us replaced by jagged rock and wintering trees. But that wasn't the only thing I'd poured my time into. Most of it had been spent working on my left eye, Kakashi's Sharingan, pushing it, testing it, training it until it became something that could turn the tide of battle. I'd finally managed to slip into the Kamui dimension using its power. That alone was a potential game ender. Obito wouldn't have the monopoly on that space anymore. If it ever came down to a direct confrontation, I'd comfortably slaughter him in there. Still, I had to operate under the assumption that this summit might offer the best-case scenario: peace, real, lasting peace, in my time. I won't pretend that idea didn't tempt me. It did. Heavily. Too much had already been lost to war, lives, families, entire generations chewed up by the shinobi machine and spat out as memories. And if things kept going as they had been, we'd lose even more. Sure, Konoha was practically locked in as an ally thanks to mutual trust, and some favorable pressure. But Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa still had the strength to pose real threats. Each had power, ambition, and grudges, whether they liked to admit it or not. This summit gave me the opportunity to mend the bridges I'd burned, or, more accurately, shattered with my awesomeness. If I could time travel, I'd slap my younger self half a dozen times for good measure. I don't know if it was the gamer's mind talking back then, but that version of me had this twisted belief that every conflict could be solved by escalating violence until the other side folded, or broke. That's what led me to order my shinobi to hunt and capture foreign ninja-like collectibles, just for study. Useful? Definitely. Ethical? Not remotely. Still, the intel gathered had revolutionized Suna's shinobi training. We'd stolen Kumo's nutrition regimens, Kiri's lung capacity development drills, Iwa's brutal endurance routines, and even the root drug cocktails Danzo used to turn his operatives into little monsters. Combined with my fuinjutsu, wet tinkering, and Chiyo's genius, we'd built something monstrous. Something efficient. If things continued, we'd start churning out Chunin-level shinobi within just 3 years of academy training. And that was only the beginning. So maybe I wasn't entirely wrong. Maybe that younger version of me wasn't completely misguided, just short-sighted. If all it took was letting Obito kick off the fourth great ninja war to finally force the nations to unite, then maybe I could live with that outcome. As long as I made sure it ended the way I wanted. When we entered the Land of Iron, there was a noticeable shift in atmosphere. The ground that sped beneath us was white instead of green, a stark contrast to the forests we'd left behind. I'd chosen to set off on the day of the summit, banking on the speed of our travel to still make it in time. The downside was that, as we raced toward the Three Lions, I spotted signs that the other Kage had already arrived. Not a problem, since we still had an hour or two until the meeting proper, but I could only hope no behind-the-scenes deals had been struck to cut me out. At this point, I was basically the common enemy. The only villages I hadn't pissed off were Kumo and Iron, and my shinobi had likely managed to offend someone in my stead anyway. When we arrived at the structure designated for the summit, I guided us to an out-of-the-way landing before we approached the entrance. The building was an impressive work of craftsmanship, carved straight from the side of the mountain. It wasn't ninjutsu, just sheer human effort. No earth release here, just grit, planning, and calloused hands. In my old world, it would have been par for the course. But here, in a land of walking natural disasters, it stood out as something almost sacred. Kazakage Dano. Welcome. The other Kage are waiting in the antechamber. You may join them or retreat to your private quarters, said a reedy man with long black hair, hurrying forward as his companions collected identification from my guards. Please escort me to my fellow Kage. I trailed off, inviting his name. Hiroshi, Kazakage Dano. Then lead the way, Hiroshi-san. It is this one's pleasure, he said, and began walking through the great hall. We took a dozen turns before arriving at a pair of massive double doors. The mountain's thick stone had muted the chakra signatures within, until now. Standing before the entrance, I could feel them clear as day. Strong, each of them. Not quite what they should be, though. This was probably one of the weakest generations of Kage in recent memory, but that suited me fine. I summoned a gentle gust of wind to push open the doors, stepping in as the silence rushed to greet me. Conversations halted mid-sentence. I made a casual survey of the room, Tsunade in her crimson Konoha robes, flanked by Orochimaru, Naruto, and Jiraiya, glasses of wine in hand, forming a loose circle. Mei stood resplendent in blue, with Chojuro and a white-haired swordsman at her side. Kurotsuchi from Iwa met my gaze with a glare like burning coal, clearly not over our prior encounters. 2 unfamiliar jounin stood by her sides. And Kyumo, was that Darui? I froze for a second. Him being here was a surprise, but not too outrageous. A lackluster lineup by all counts. But most of these people would become Kage in time anyway. This summit was just running a little ahead of schedule. Kazekage Dano, Mei greeted first, voice polite, tone smooth. Mizukage Dano, I responded, striding forward. How have you been? I must apologize for that mess years ago. A complete misunderstanding, I'm sure. And please, call me Gaara. I offered a warm, practiced smile, opening my arms slightly as I approached. She returned it, meeting me halfway with an extended hand. Oh, never mind that, she said. The island actually benefited. Our fight got rid of a lot of the problematic topsoil, exposing fertile ground. Sure, we lost hundreds, and that's tragic, but now it feeds thousands. That made my smile just a touch more genuine. I'm glad to hear that. And you yourself? How was the transition? I remember how tough it was for me, and I didn't have a civil war to sort through. It was rough at the start, she admitted. Some of Yugura's loyalists refused to accept change. But we've moved past that. In fact, this, she gestured toward the white-haired man beside her, is one of those loyalists, Mangetsu Hozuki. Mangetsu nodded instead of bowing. A test. Mei's eyes glittered with amusement. She wanted to see what I'd do. I stepped forward with a pleasant expression. Ah, Hozuki. Same clan as Gungetsu, I presume. I offered him a handshake. He reached for it, then faltered. Dropped to one knee, shivering. The entire room stilled. I didn't even have to look back to feel Tamari's exasperated stare. But my instincts were telling me to lean in, not back off. My charisma skill whispered that this moment mattered. Oh, I appreciate the gesture, I said, letting the weight of the Ichibi's bloodlust and my ultra-heavyweight technique settle onto his shoulders, but a proper bow for a foreign Kage doesn't need to be quite so deep. Please, stand. His second knee hit the floor. He bowed fully, trembling. A testament to his strength, really, most wouldn't have stayed conscious under that pressure. Shikaku's killing intent was unhinged, flavored by madness that made it uniquely unbearable. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Chojuro's hand drift toward his blade, but Mei stopped him with a light touch. She was watching, calculating. Please stand, Hozuki-san, I repeated, still pressing down. A crack, his bones creaked audibly. Still, he endured. I think he's gotten the message, Kazekage Dano, Mei said at last, stepping in. She'd realized the longer she stayed silent, the more face she lost in front of the others. I agree, I replied, lifting the pressure. The man scrambled to his feet, shaking as he retreated beside Chojuro. A lot has changed, Mei said pointedly, eyes searching mine. Since we last crossed paths. Quite a lot, I answered, letting my left eye spin, Sharingan whirling slowly. I didn't bother with Genjutsu. If she had the guts to hold my gaze, she could break anything I can casually throw at her at this stage. I can see that, she replied. I've changed too. Internally, I scoffed. Of course you have, I wanted to say. But not enough. I kept my expression carefully neutral, nodding politely while inwardly noting that while Mei had grown, she still wasn't a threat. In canon, she'd been the weakest of the 5, and though Darui and Kurotsuchi definitely stole that title now, it was only because of their own mediocrity, not Mei's improvement. Before the silence could stretch, Tsunade broke in, clapping her hands once. Well, that was dramatic. Do all of you start your mornings with power contests, or is it just us lucky few? There was a ripple of laughter around the room. Even Kurotsuchi cracked a smirk. I prefer tea, myself, I said. But I suppose showing dominance is a close second. I bet Darui prefers naps, Tsunade added, nudging him with her elbow. Still do, he muttered. Even more with this stressful job. Don't we all, Mei chimed in. Honestly, I was hoping this summit would involve more hot springs and less potential world wars. I was promised snacks, Naruto said with a raised hand, drawing another small wave of amusement. They're in the corner, Jiraiya said dryly. But the Hokage vetoed the dango. Tsunade made a face. They're sticky. We don't need a diplomatic incident over someone's fingers. I'd have started one for dango, I muttered just loud enough for her to hear. That finally broke the tension. Light laughter circulated the room, loosening shoulders and clearing the air of the earlier posturing. A few quiet conversations started, Orochimaru and Mei discussing trade routes, Kurotsuchi whispering with one of her jounin. Even Chojuro, still tense, was starting to settle. The laughter slowly faded, as though it had served its purpose. The air became still. We were all shinobi, after all. We knew when the moment had come. It was Tsunade who shifted first, straightening in her seat. Now that everyone's here. Shall we begin? No one objected. The doors shut behind us with a final click, echoing through the chamber like a countdown. Tsunade nodded toward one of the Iron Country attendants. Please bring the documents. Scrolls and records were passed around. Strategic assessments, intelligence reports, classified sightings. All of it painted the beginnings of a pattern. Attacks against Jinchuriki. Vanishing patrols. Desecrated graves, rumors of masked figures and black flames. Then Darui cleared his throat. I'll go first, he said, his voice lower now, weightier. The easygoing slouch was gone. There's something all of you need to know. He paused a moment, glancing at me, then Mei, then Tsunade. The Eight Tails has been captured. No one moved. Tsunade's knuckles went white around her teacup. Mei sat forward. Kurotsuchi blinked, once, hard. How? I asked, even though I knew it happened from Nagato's memories. Darui's expression was grim. 2 weeks ago, Lord I suddenly abandoned a battle against Mei and Karikagakure. He believed it to be a trap for Killer Bee, and he was right. The maskman was already fighting Bee when I arrived. We don't know the full details, just that, they fought together. Both of them. Against him and a few other Akatsuki members. They fought together. I and Bee. The two strongest in the cloud. And they still lost. A hush fell. No one moved. Even Orochimaru, who had looked bored until now, sat forward. How many tailed beasts are left? Mei asked quietly. Darui looked at her, then at me. Only 2. Everyone turned to look at me. I gave a short nod. The one tail is safe with me. Tsunade's voice was tight. And the 9 tails remains with us right here. Which makes the 2 of you, Mei said, looking between me and Naruto, the last. There was a long moment of silence. Orochimaru, ever the opportunist, tilted his head with interest. So the masked man has already acquired the other 7. Everyone cursed under their breath. We need to move them, Tsunade said, firm. Gaara. Naruto. We can't leave the last 2 out in the open. No, I said. That's exactly what he wants. Herding us together makes his job easier. Mei crossed her arms. Then what? Let him pick you off one at a time. We set a trap, I said. We bait him. Make it seem like one of us is isolated. The moment he appears, we strike. And if he doesn't fall for it? Kurotsuchi asked. Then we try again, Naruto said, surprising everyone with the strength in his voice. Until we catch him. Tsunade looked between us, then gave a slow nod. We'll work together on the logistics. Coordinated protection, coordinated bait. The sudden silence in the war room was heavy, thick like mist before a storm. Everyone had felt it, something unnatural had shifted in the chakra around us. Then, a voice. Well, that was certainly a fiery start to things. Shame it got a little boring at the end there. All of us turned sharply. Head snapped to the upper balcony that circled the chamber, a place that should have been completely sealed off. Kabuto. Orochimaru's voice broke the silence, eyes narrowing as he scanned the shadows. A figure stepped forward into the dim light, silver hair gleaming like a blade. The smirk he wore was familiar, smug, serpentine, too pleased with itself. Oh yes, Orochimaru, Kabuto said lightly, ignoring the tension bristling through the room. Pardon the absence of honorific. I've come to quite enjoy my recent partnership with Madara. He turned slightly, golden eyes glinting like a predator's in torchlight. He looked directly at Orochimaru, and I swear I saw a flicker of pride in his expression, like a student who'd finally outdone his master. Or killed him. Orochimaru didn't respond right away. His mouth moved, but his words were lost in the quiet fury building inside him. Whatever he said, it was probably something between, what the hell are you doing here, and, how dare you outshine me. I couldn't blame him. I agreed with the sentiment. Kabuto's sudden appearance wasn't just unexpected, it was disruptive. He wasn't supposed to matter anymore. In the canon timeline, maybe he joined Obito for convenience, power, knowledge. Whatever his reasons here, it was already starting to piss me off. Darui didn't wait for permission. With a flash of motion, he raised his arm, and a crackling panther made of black lightning burst forth from his palm, tearing through the air with a feral roar, aimed straight at Kabuto's chest. And then, it stopped. A hand had appeared from nowhere. Not summoned, not cloaked in seals, just there. Gloved, pale, armor-plated. It gripped Kabuto's shoulder like iron. In an instant, the two disappeared in a warping vortex of spiraling air. The masked man. Naruto growled. But Kabuto didn't vanish entirely. No, he reappeared a second later, standing atop a different ledge across the chamber. Only now he wasn't alone. Flanking him were two men. One of them was expected, but even then, the weight of his presence dropped into the room like a guillotine. Obito Uchiha. But not in the form most of us remembered. He no longer wore the orange spiral mask that hid his face and secrets. Instead, his form was clad in white armor-like robes, sleek and marked by black magatama patterns. His white mask, curved like a demon's grin, was etched with 3 tomo across the forehead, and it left both of his Sharingan eyes exposed, glowing red with endless malice and focus. This wasn't the shadowy manipulator from the past. This was the war incarnation of Obito. Direct. Open. Ready. Obito's twin Sharingan slowly scanned the room. Cold. Calm. Measuring. And then he spoke. End of chapter. Chapter 61, A World of Dreams. Obito stood tall at the edge of the ledge, his cloak fluttering with the motionless wind, his 2 glowing Sharingan scanning the war chamber like a predator who had already selected his prey. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, too calm. Like a storm whispering just before it hits. Good evening, Kage. Shinobi elite. Witnesses of a dying era. The chamber tensed instantly. Even Naruto, who had grown stronger than most shinobi alive, took an unconscious step forward. Obito continued, stepping out from the shadows. The room was now bathed in the pale red glow of his Sharingan. This summit is a quaint gesture. Holding council in a burning world. Deciding strategies for a war you've already lost. He paused, and even though he was speaking to everyone, his gaze lingered on Naruto and Gaara a moment longer. 2 Jinchuriki left, and soon, none. The threat wasn't veiled. It was a declaration. Tsunade clenched her fists. A tremor ran through Gaara's sand. The room was on the edge of combat, but Obito remained unmoved, relaxed, like a man with all the pieces already in place. That's when Kabuto spoke up, almost gleefully. I offered him something that even death couldn't touch, power born of legacy. The strongest shinobi of your past, all returned for the perfect war. He clapped his hands. And one by one, they emerged. A ripple of chakra and smoke erupted from the chamber's far side. The Edo Tensei seals flared briefly under their feet as figures began to materialize through clouds of ash-gray mist. Their eyes gleamed with the telltale dead glaze, bodies whole and restored, yet still marked by the pale, paper-like texture of reanimation. The first one stepped forward with a predatory grin. Hey. Guess I'm back. Daidara. His clay pouches rattled as he cracked his neck. Beside him, with a silent exhale of chakra, came a massive figure cloaked in black and red. Kisame Hoshigaki. The Sharkman rested a copy of Same Hata over his shoulder, eyes narrowed as if he never really left the battlefield. The second Tsuchikage, Mu. Silent, cloaked in an oppressive aura, eyes sunken but perceptive. A tall figure then stepped forward, hair crimson as dried blood, eyes empty. Nagato Uzumaki. Or rather, what was left of him. His body was whole, but wrong. Stiff, silent. The pallor of the grave clung to him like a second skin. Black rods protruded from his arms and spine. His Rinnegan eyes, once so fierce, were now dim. Lifeless. The signature of Edo Tensei was unmistakable. Even Orochimaru looked rattled. Nagato stood motionless, staring down at us with a blank, suppressed gaze. He wasn't there. Not really. His will had been drowned, buried under the technique's binding grip. This wasn't the Nagato who raised Konoha. This wasn't even the misguided idealist who once called himself pain. Just an empty husk. Kabuto chuckled softly, arms open as if to say, behold my masterpiece. You brought a council, Kabuto said, voice oozing arrogance, we brought a legacy. Obito stepped forward, finally drawing his war fan from his back and planting it beside him. This world is beyond reform. Peace is a myth peddled by the naive. I will drown the old in war, and remake everything in the image of the moon. Try your best. The curtain has risen. The fourth great ninja war has already been declared. First of all, a question. Gaara's voice sliced through the mounting tension like a blade. How? He didn't need to elaborate. Everyone in the room felt it, the chill, the wrongness, the sheer impossibility of what stood before them. Obito had likely prepared a grand monologue, a speech to usher in his twisted truth, but Gaara's quiet question stopped him mid-step. The masked man turned his head slowly toward the Kazekage. His white mask gleamed under the dim light, and the two Sharingan glowing within pulsed with cold malice. "How what, Kazekage Dano?" he asked, the amusement in his voice sharp as a knife's edge. "How did you get Nagato?" Gaara replied. His voice came out steadier than anyone expected. "I destroyed his body with my own hands. Nothing but ashes left. How is he standing here again?" Obito tilted his head, pausing as if weighing whether the truth was even worth the breath. Then, without a word, he gestured toward Kabuto. Kabuto, already grinning, adjusted his glasses with a glint of disturbing delight. "Simple, really," he said, as though explaining a basic lesson. Nagato left more than enough of himself behind, inside Konan. He let the words linger in the air a second too long before adding with calm malice. "We recovered what we needed from her remains." His DNA was present in abundance, particularly in the tissue of a partially formed fetus. The silence that followed was deafening. Shock rippled through the room like a thunderclap. Tsunade's face went deathly pale, one hand instinctively drifting toward her abdomen. Jiraiya surged forward in a fury, face twisted with grief and rage, only to be held back by Orochimaru's steady hand on his shoulder. Even Mei looked shaken, and Mifune simply closed his eyes, breathing out slowly, as though someone had whispered an eternal sin into his soul. "Honestly, what the actual fuck, Obito? I knew you and Kabuto were not good people, but that is gross," Gaara thought. Naruto stood frozen, disbelief burning in his eyes. He stared at Obito with a mixture of horror and fury. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he finally breathed. Then, louder, rawer, "You're a monster." Obito didn't flinch. "I know." His voice was flat, no pride, no remorse, only a horrifying calm. "You're right, Naruto Uzumaki. I am a monster. A monster without equal. I've done things that would freeze your soul. I've stared into the abyss so long, it started to resemble me. I've slaughtered without mercy, manipulated nations, puppeteered gods themselves." He took a slow step forward. The floor beneath him groaned with each movement. "I am a demon among men." He paused. And it was all for one goal. Silence reclaimed the room. Peace. Naruto's fists clenched tight, red chakra starting to rise around him like living flame. "Peace." His voice cracked, torn between disbelief and searing fury. "You call this peace? You brought the dead back just to make them your puppets. You desecrated the ones we mourn. You started a war. You killed my parents, my friends, my..." Obito raised a hand. Not to threaten, but to silence. To dismiss Naruto's rage like a child's tantrum. "Peace is not gentle," he said with finality. "Peace is not pure. It must be carved from the bones of the old world. Only through the moon's eye plan can we reach true unity." Then he turned to face the Kage. "You call yourselves heroes. But none of you could break the cycle of hatred. I will. I will force the world to dream." As Obito's twisted sermon about peace echoed through the hall, Naruto suddenly took a sharp step forward. His fists were trembling. His voice, when it came, was low, dangerously low. "What happened to Sasuke?" The room went quiet again. Obito turned his head slightly, the spirals of his white mask catching the light. The two Sharingan within, both glowing red with a malice, focused on Naruto. Then, he chuckled. Not loudly. Just a short, bitter breath of laughter. "Ah, yes. Your dear friend. Sasuke Uchiha." He sounded almost nostalgic. "Almost. You are hoping that he is still alive, aren't you?" Naruto's expression hardened, but he didn't speak. Obito raised his hand and tapped the left side of his mask, right where one of the Sharingan glowed. "This I belong to Itachi Uchiha." Naruto's eyes widened. "Mine did too." "You're lying." "I don't lie. I promised Itachi I'd spare Sasuke if Itachi handed over his eyes." There was a cold, satisfied edge in his voice now. Every word was a blade. "And he did." "Oh, Itachi knew what I was after. He was going to destroy his own eyes himself, but I convinced him otherwise. Told him I'd let his precious little brother live. And like the fool he always was, Obito shrugged, mockingly casual. He believed me." Naruto was shaking. His red chakra was starting to leak into the air. I could feel it. Like a coming storm. Like the Nine Tails was clawing at the edge of his soul. "And Sasuke," he whispered, voice nearly cracking. Obito paused. Then he spoke, without remorse. Without emotion. "Kabuto has been working on his corpse for the past few days. Naruto's breath hitched. He was too broken to be of use to me. Besides. Obito turned toward him fully now, his voice venomous, watching the last of the Uchiha die in despair, right after realizing the one he hated the very most for majority of his life actually was the one who loved him the most. It was, art. Naruto screamed. You bastard. But Obito, he didn't flinch. He wants peace just like you do, Nagato. Gaara's voice was low, steady. Unshaken. Naruto, despite the storm inside him, found himself listening. Something in the way the Kazekage said it, like he believed it, forced Naruto's thoughts to slow. To ask the question he didn't want to ask. How could he be fighting for peace? The masked man, Tobi, Madara, whoever the hell he was, took a step forward. Instantly, the entire room tensed. Every shinobi present shifted subtly, hands resting on hilts, chakra-focused, as the men in the mask addressed them. The infinite Tsukuyomi, he said, voice rich and calm like a practiced preacher. A perfect world, laid over this one. No war. No death. No pain. No more loneliness. No more suffering. Only peace. Naruto flinched. A perfect world. For a second, the pain in his chest softened. Just a little. The aching hollowness that had lived in him for so long stirred, curious. What did that even mean? Tell us more, Jiraiya said cautiously. It would be a dream, Obito replied. An illusion, Gaara cut in firmly. Naruto's eyes flicked to him. The Kazekage met Obito's gaze unblinking. Cast over the world like a genjutsu veil. Obito paused, then raised a hand, almost lazily. Sand brat. An illusion, Gaara said again, like each syllable was an iron nail. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. You want to trap everyone in a dream? No, Obito said. I want to free them. From the agony of reality. In the dream, there is no war. No pain. No failure. No death. Bodies preserved. Spirits at peace. An eternal paradise where no one ever wakes up. Jiraiya shook his head slowly, visibly disturbed. But that's not peace. That's control. People can't just live in lies. Lies. Obito repeated, and for the first time, there was venom in his voice. Do you think they want the truth? Do you think they want to be burned alive, torn apart, left to die on muddy battlefields over idiotic concepts such as villages or clans they didn't choose? He pointed straight at the Kaga. This system you all uphold, this spiral of hatred, kills people. You let it happen, day after day. I'm the one ending it. For good. Jiraiya's mouth opened, but Obito cut him off, voice rising. People say they want freedom, but give them a quiet life and they're content. They want peace, but they'll kill for pride. They want happiness, but they'll take it from others. Their choices. Meaningless. Because no matter what they want, this cruel world will turn their dreams to ash. He turned suddenly, facing Naruto. Some people want to be avengers, a knife through Naruto's chest. Sasuke. And some want to be the strongest. He glanced at Gaara. The Kazekage scowled, his fists tightening. But this world doesn't care. In the end, everyone's dream gets crushed beneath someone else's. Obito's voice grew cold, almost weary. So if the world rejects their dreams, I'll give them new ones. Dreams they can live in forever without anyone suffering at the expense of it. Behind him, Naruto shook. His mind was spinning. Zabuza. Sasuke. Pain. Haku's smile. Kakashi's death. All of it. All the pain they'd suffered to move forward, to build something better, he was saying it meant nothing. And worse. Naruto could feel it. That dangerous part of him. The part that understood. What if it worked? A perfect dream. His parents, alive. Sasuke, never left. Kakashi, never died. No wars. No orphans. No more goodbyes. He wanted to scream. He wanted to believe it. But then. You fool. Jiraiya's whisper cut like a kunai. Obito stilled. Don't insult me with your nihilism, the toad sage growled, straightening. His voice cracked with fury. We can fix this world the proper way. Or die trying. But your moon's eye plan. It's not peace. It's cowardice. Obito's eye narrowed. A comforting lie, Jiraiya continued, sneering. The most comforting lie I've ever heard. But it would still be a lie. A genjutsu cage. The real world outside would keep rotting while the dream lulled us all to sleep. The masked man grit his teeth so hard Naruto swore he heard one crack. You just want to run away, Jiraiya said, voice soft but devastating. And drag the rest of us with you. Obito stared straight ahead, unmoving. I, Obito muttered, am surrounded by utter idiots. XXXX Gaara POV. I'd heard enough. The debate had dragged on long enough, words swirling in circles like sand caught in a dying storm. Naruto, Jiraiya, even Tsunade, their voices crashed like waves against Obito's unwavering shore. And all the while, the masked man stood there, clinging to his self-righteous delusion. Peace. He called it peace. But I knew the truth. This moon's eye plan was a lie. A carefully planted deception. I'd seen it for what it truly was, the final curse of Black Zetsu, twisting the words of the sage into something grotesque. A world without choice. A Earth-sized human farm for Kaguya. I narrowed my eyes. It was time to end this farce. Without another word, I stepped forward and raised my hand, feeling the weight of my Rinnegan pulse behind my brow. The power was cold, exact, and absolute. Shinra Tensei. The space between us warped violently. The very air shuddered. The ground beneath Obito's feet cracked and buckled as a massive, invisible force hurtled toward him. But Obito didn't move. A ripple of chakra surged from him, and in an instant, a Saiyan Susanoo erupted into existence, cloaking his body in jagged ethereal armor. The shockwave collided against it with a thunderous crack, tearing apart the ground around him in a wide arc, but the chakra construct held firm. TCH. So he really had awakened both Mangekyo. The dual mismatched patterns spun wildly in his eyes behind the mask, their hatred deeper than any ocean. Impressive, he said coolly. I see your new eye wasn't just for show. Then he raised one hand, and the temperature shifted in an instant. My Rinnegan saw it before it came. Amaterasu. The black flames exploded on me like a starving predator, but I was already channeling the path I needed. Chakra pooled in my palm, and with a single motion, the burning heat vanished into my body, sucked away like water into sand. The Preta path. The ability to devour ninjutsu. I exhaled slowly. The flames were gone, not a mark left on me. Obito's brow twitched beneath the mask. That one moment told me all I needed to know. He was powerful, far more than he had been when he only had one Mangekyo. His chakra coiled like a storm, his Susanoo shimmered with life, and those cursed eyes burned with fanatical resolve. Anyone else might have backed down. But I wasn't anyone else. In a fight, he would still lose, and Obito seems to know that too. For a fleeting moment, there was only the wind. It howled over the battlefield's cracked earth, sweeping across the fractured stones and churned up soil, ghosts of the battle that could have been. My hand lowered slowly, my chakra still coiled around the Rinnegan embedded in my eye. Obito's Susanoo flickered like a dying flame, its cyan light casting unnatural shadows that danced across his mask. He didn't speak right away. But I could see it. He was wary. Not afraid, no, not yet, but his stance had shifted. Subtle. The tiniest weight drawn to the back of his heel. His gaze lingered a fraction too long on my eye. He was trying to mask it, to pretend it didn't matter. But it did. He had seen the power I now commanded. The Rinnegan was a force he hadn't prepared for, and for all his bravado, the tension in his shoulders betrayed him. Then, he made his decision. The Susanoo vanished in a ripple of cyan light, and the wind returned, this time heavier, as if carrying the weight of something unseen. Obito's voice broke through the silence, clear, deliberate. I have no desire to waste strength on a pointless skirmish. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. His next words were the only ones that mattered. 1 month from now, he declared, turning his head slightly, his masked face angled toward all of us. The fourth great ninja war will begin. The words dropped like stone into still water. Naruto clenched his fists. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Jiraiya stepped forward instinctively, his hand twitching toward a scroll. Even the ever-stoic Darui sucked in a breath. But I didn't move. Because I understood. This wasn't just a power play. This was calculated. Obito didn't want to fight, not yet. He knew he couldn't guarantee a win. Not while I had the Rinnegan. Not while the Alliance still had time to prepare. He was stalling. And worse. I knew he wasn't alone in this. My gaze flicked briefly to Kabuto, who stood silently at Obito's side, smiling that serpent smile. The reanimations behind him flickered, Madara's absence more terrifying than any of the bodies he'd summoned so far. If he hadn't brought Madara into the field yet, it was for a reason. That reason would not remain idle for long. I exhaled slowly, letting the sands around me settle. 1 month. That was time we needed for good measure. To ensure Madara's death even if he gets reanimated. So I nodded. Then we'll be ready. Obito tilted his head as if mocking my resolve, but he didn't speak again. He turned toward Kabuto, gave a brief gesture, and without ceremony, the air around them shimmered. Space twisted, chakra surged, and both vanished into the distorted swirl of Kamui. The reanimated corpses collapsed like puppets with their strings cut, returning to lifeless dust. And just like that, they were gone. The silence that followed was deafening. The air had barely stilled from Obito's departure when all eyes shifted to him. Orochimaru. He stood on the edge of the group, arms tucked into his sleeves, golden eyes glinting with a quiet amusement that set me on edge. There was no fear in him. Not after everything we'd seen. Not even after Obito and Kabuto vanished into the void. If anything, he looked entertained. I took a slow breath and stepped forward. We need to act before Kabuto does, I said, voice steady. If he reanimates Madara, it may be a bit troublesome. Orochimaru's smile curled wider, sharp and snake-like. Oh. And what exactly are you proposing, Kazekage-dano? There was no point dancing around it. We want you to summon the dead, I said plainly. Before Kabuto does. The others were silent for a moment, then, surprisingly, Tsunade nodded. As much as I hate this jutsu, he's right, she muttered, arms folded. We'll need legends of our own to counter what Kabuto's preparing. Orochimaru's smile didn't falter, but something shifted in his expression. A twitch. Barely visible. Ah, so now you come to me, he drawled, I sliding from Tsunade to Jiraiya to me. You want my forbidden techniques, to fight the other snake. He's not like you, Jiraiya muttered. No, Orochimaru said, voice cold now. He's not. He's worse. The venom in his tone surprised me. So did the flash of irritation that crossed his face. Perhaps Kabuto had struck deeper than I'd thought, usurped more than just his jutsu. Orochimaru may have been a monster, but he was a proud one. I'll help you, he said finally, eyes narrowing. But don't expect miracles overnight. Preparing stable reanimations, especially ones with the strength you're asking for, takes time. How long? Tsunade asked. A few days, minimum, he said. More if you want full power and not just empty shells. I nodded. Then start immediately. He smirked. Of course. And which souls shall I be dragging back into the world of the living? There was silence again. No one wanted to say it. So I did. Start with the Hokages. His brow arched. All of them? Yes, I said. Just start with one first. Hashirama Senju. Even Jiraiya blinked at that. Hashirama. Jiraiya echoed. I met his gaze. We'll need more than his power in battle. We'll need his wood style. With it, he can rebuild Konoha. Rebuild Iwa. He can restore what's been lost, quickly. Darui gave a grunt of approval. TCH. As much as it pains me to admit it, that tree-hugging bastard could stabilize half the continent in days. And, I added, his leadership might unify those still uncertain about the alliance. Orochimaru chuckled, clearly amused by our strategic logic. How noble. Using the god of shinobi as your carpenter and politician. Orochimaru licked his lips, then added, very well. Hashirama it is. I narrowed my eyes. No tricks. He held up one pale hand in mock surrender. None. I want Kabuto crushed just as much as you do. Somehow, I believed him. Tsunade crossed her arms. Who else can we get? We'll need more than just Hashirama. We'll discuss it, I said. Carefully. We don't need an army of zombie, just enough to match Kabuto's hand. I turned to Orochimaru again. Start your preparations. We'll return in 2 days. He inclined his head. The dead await. As we began to depart, I looked back once, just once, at the place where Obito had vanished. 1 month. But all I could think about was how off-script everything had already become. This wasn't supposed to happen. Not like this. Sasuke was supposed to live. He was supposed to awaken the Rinnegan, challenge Naruto, then stand beside him against Kaguya. Against the Otsutsuki. Against the real enemies of this world. But now. He was dead. Gone before his time. And with him, a future I knew was vital had shattered like glass. Damn it. Sure, I could still handle things without Sasuke right now, but that will just be some more stuff on my plate. Across the clearing, I saw Naruto standing beside Jiraiya. The old sage had one hand on the boy's shoulder, already saying it, already telling him it was time to face the Nine Tails. And I knew what came next. I knew it all. I wasn't supposed to be here. I wasn't supposed to be Gaara. But I was. Somehow. And with that came a responsibility I couldn't ignore anymore. If the canon was falling apart, I had to step in. I had to take a more active role to ensure stability. Because if Naruto dies in this war, if he falls short, then the burden to save the world truly falls on me alone. I stepped forward toward the two of them, drawing their attention. I'll help, I said. Naruto blinked, surprised. Jiraiya turned to face me fully. I'll help, I said simply. They both looked at me, surprised. I've mastered Shikaku's power. Full control, I continued, eyes settling on Naruto. I can help you learn to do the same with the Nine Tails. Jiraiya raised a brow. You sure, Gaara? I thought you had your hands full as a Kage. I do, I replied. But I also know what's coming. You're the main character of this world, whether you like it or not, I said. That means your survival isn't optional. You need to master Kurama's power, completely. And I'm going to make sure you do. Naruto furrowed his brow. Main character. I gave a small, tired smile. Forget I said that. Point is, you need to be ready. Strong enough to help me face Madara and other future threats. He was silent for a moment, then nodded, his voice steady. Okay. I want to protect everyone. I'll do whatever it takes. Jiraiya smirked. Well then. I guess we've got ourselves a training session. As we walked away from the gathering, the wind still sharp with tension, I stopped, turning back toward Jiraiya and Naruto. There's something else you both need to know. Jiraiya raised a brow. Something worse than a full-blown war. I nodded. Much worse. Naruto looked at me, frowning. What is it? I exhaled slowly. It was time to shatter a few assumptions. It is, I said. Obito, the masked man, isn't working alone. He's being manipulated by something much older. Something that's been twisting events behind the scenes for centuries. I paused, watching for their reactions. Both stayed silent, listening. His name is Black Zetsu, I continued. He's not just some shinobi or strange creature. He's the physical manifestation of a will, created by Kaguya Otsutsuki. His entire purpose is to bring her back. Kaguya Otsutsuki. Naruto echoed, visibly thrown off. That's not even a ninja name. No, it's not, I said. She predates ninjas, predates everything. And she's the true threat behind all of this. Obito and even Madara, they're just tools in Zetsu's long plan to resurrect her and recreate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Jiraiya looked grim. That's an insane story, kid. How do you know all this? I kept my tone even. Let's just say I've studied a lot more than people realize. More than just history. I know how this plays out. But right now, we still have time. Kaguya shouldn't appear unless something goes horribly wrong. I looked directly at Naruto. As long as the Rinnegan remains in my possession, we maintain control over the flow of events. No Rinnegan, no Geto statue, no 10 tails, and that means no Kaguya. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. So we focus on Obito, then? No, I said quickly. Obito is dangerous, yes, but I can handle him easily. The real problem is Madara Uchiha. Both of them stilled at the name. Madara will be reanimated, I said. Kabuto has the means. And once Madara awakens, he'll break free from Kabuto's control and sustain his own Edo Tensei form. Naruto looked confused. Wait, doesn't Edo Tensei disappear if the summoner dies? Jiraiya leaned in. Yeah. Can't we just take out Kabuto and stop it? I shook my head. No. Madara is different. He figured out how to override Edo Tensei's control. Once he's back, he becomes immortal. Limitless chakra, regeneration, and no fatigue. You can't kill him. He can only be sealed. Jiraiya went quiet. Even Naruto didn't speak, though I saw the shift in his eyes, the slow realization of how far beyond him this war was beginning to stretch. Then I felt it. A shift in the air. A stirring deep within Naruto. Not words. Just a flicker of awareness. Kurama. I glanced at him, feeling the fox's presence stirring, curious, perhaps even unsettled by the names I mentioned. Kaguya. Black Zetsu. The 10 tails. He remembered. Before he could speak through Naruto, I cut in smoothly. Not now, Fox, I said, my voice firm but calm. We'll talk later. You and I. Naruto blinked. Were you just talking to him? I nodded, not explaining further. What matters, I continued, is that we prepare to seal Madara. Not fight him. Not defeat him. Seal him. Jiraiya crossed his arms. We'll need more than brute strength to pull that off. We'll find a way, I said. But the first step is making sure you're ready, Naruto. And I'll help you. Personally. His eyes widened slightly. You will. I gave a nod. We don't have time to waste. The war begins soon. If we don't get stronger, fast, we won't handle what's coming. End of chapter. Chapter 62, Preparation. When I returned to Konoha with Jiraiya and Naruto, the air was still heavy with smoke and sorrow. The village lay in ruins, scorched earth, shattered buildings, and the lingering scent of ash and blood. Even knowing what was to come, seeing it firsthand was something else entirely. I found Orochimaru waiting just outside the remains of the Hokage residence. He was calm, as always, serpent-like eyes glittering with both calculation and curiosity. "I trust you're ready?" I asked. Orochimaru chuckled. "Impatient, aren't you?" "But yes. I've made the preparations." With a single summoning, he activated the jutsu. 3 coffins rose from the ground, and when they cracked open, the air shifted with an eerie pressure. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama Senju. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The first, second, and third Hokage stood resurrected before us, their eyes slowly adjusting to the present world. Hashirama was the first to speak, his tone caught somewhere between confusion and concern. "This isn't right. The village, what happened?" Tobirama's gaze was sharper. "Who summoned us?" "Orochimaru." Hiruzen, meanwhile, said nothing. His eyes scanned the horizon, then dropped, taking in the destruction of what was once his home. Before Orochimaru could offer one of his usual smug replies, Tsunade stepped forward. Her voice was tired, but steady. "Konoha was attacked by pain," she said. "The village was nearly destroyed." There was a flicker of pain in Hiruzen's face, but Hashirama's expression shifted into something far more resolved. "I see," he said simply. "Then I suppose we have work to do." He walked forward, placing a hand against the shattered remains of the Hokage monument. "Let's rebuild." The ground trembled as he brought his hands together in a single seal. Mokutan, deep forest blooming. From the bare earth, thick roots burst forth and spiraled upward, splitting into a forest of structure and support. Towers of wood twisted into place, forming walls, support beams, rooftops. Housing, marketplaces, watchtowers, an entire district bloomed from the land like it had always been there. In minutes, Hashirama had replaced what would take at least weeks to construct. And he wasn't done. With more hand signs, waterways threaded through the village, bridges arched into existence, and shaded groves began to bloom around what would be new training fields and gathering places. Naruto stared, eyes wide. "He's like a one-man army." I nodded slowly. That's why he was the god of shinobi. While Tsunade, Naruto, and Jiraiya continued their discussion with the Hokages in the village, I quietly gestured for Orochimaru to follow me. There were still critical pieces to put into play, one in particular that could be a deciding factor in the war to come. We left the edge of the newly restored Konoha and ventured deep into the woods. The trees thinned near the outskirts, revealing what remained of a forgotten shrine, hidden in overgrowth and silence. The Uzumaki Shrine, a relic of a once great clan whose legacy had been buried with time and blood. "This is it," I said, brushing away the ivy from a cracked stone torii. Orochimaru tilted his head, curious. "You do your research well." I had nearly forgotten this place existed. Inside the shrine, the air was thick with dormant chakra. We found the Shinigami mask, hanging silently behind the altar, untouched. The mask radiated a quiet malice, heavy with the weight of death and sacrifice. "You're sure you want to do this?" I asked. Orochimaru smiled faintly. "I've done worse for less. Besides, I'm curious to see the yellow flash again." Without hesitation, he donned the mask. Immediately, the air warped and thickened, like the world itself had stopped breathing. The spectral presence of the Shinigami emerged behind him, massive and formless, its blade gleaming with judgment. Orochimaru took the ritual blade and, with a practiced hand, sliced open his own stomach. The Shinigami's gaping mouth opened, and a single soul, brilliant and golden, tore free from within it. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, slowly took shape on the floor of the shrine, rising to his feet in silence. He blinked once, taking in the setting. His eyes landed on me. "You're not from Konoha," he said cautiously. "You're from Suna. What exactly is happening?" Before I could answer, his gaze shifted to Orochimaru, bloodied, smirking, mask now removed. Minato's posture tensed slightly. "Orochimaru? Why are you with a Suna ninja in an Uzumaki shrine?" "I know you have questions," I said, stepping forward. "But right now, you're going to have to trust us. The world is on the brink of something catastrophic. We need you back." Minato studied me. "That's a lot to wake up to." He turned his attention back to Orochimaru. "You seem oddly cooperative." Orochimaru let out a dry laugh. "Even I can choose sides when the end of the world is on the table." Minato still looked confused, but calm. "If Konoha's involved in whatever this is, then I should see it for myself." He placed a hand on both of our shoulders, his fingers sparking with golden chakra. In the meantime, let's get back. I'll listen. And then I'll decide what to do. In a flash of light and wind, we vanished, teleported through space by the flying Raijin. In a flicker of golden light, the three of us reappeared in a quiet section of Konoha, far from the bustle of the central village and, more importantly, out of Naruto's sight. The reconstruction was still ongoing, with clusters of wood-style architecture spreading across the horizon like blooming trees. Hashirama's work. Minato took in the transformed village with a quiet, wistful look. It's changed so much, and yet, somehow, it still feels like home. I glanced at him, gauging his reaction. He seemed calm, but that calm masked 1,000 questions. Then, unexpectedly, Minato turned to Orochimaru. If you can bring me back, can you also bring back Kushina? Orochimaru paused, blinking slowly. The Uzumaki woman. Kushina. She died the same night as you. She deserves to see him, Minato said, his voice soft, but steady. Just once. There was a moment of silence. Orochimaru's expression turned more serious than I'd seen in some time. I can, he finally said, folding his arms into his sleeves. The cost is not light, but compared to what we've already done today, it's nothing. I nodded in agreement. It would mean the world to him. Without another word, we moved deeper into the woods, near the edge of the Naka River. Orochimaru began preparations while Minato stood still, his eyes distant, lost in memories. Soon, the ritual circle was drawn, the offering set, and the Edo Tensei seal etched into the soil. Orochimaru clapped his hands together. With a pulse of necrotic chakra, the ritual ignited. A coffin rose slowly from the ground, its surface splintered and old, until it cracked open and the chakra within spilled out in waves of red and gold. Kushina Uzumaki emerged, her crimson hair flowing like fire, her eyes wide with confusion and wariness. Minato stepped forward, his voice barely above a whisper. Kushina. She looked at him, and everything froze. Her expression twisted in disbelief, then softened, trembling. Minato, she breathed. He nodded, stepping closer. We've been given one more chance. Kushina stared at him, then glanced at me and Orochimaru. She understood, perhaps not everything, but enough. Her hand found his, and she squeezed it tightly. We're really back, she asked. Just for a little while, he said gently. The two of them stood in silence for a long moment, reunited through time and chakra. I didn't speak. It wasn't my moment. But then Minato turned to me. Thank you. I gave a small nod. He'll need you both soon. Kushina looked at us curiously. Wait, where's Naruto? Minato smiled faintly. He's nearby. But we want to do this right. You only get one chance to give your son the best surprise of his life. Orochimaru chuckled softly. And for once, I must admit, I'm looking forward to it. We stood beneath the early afternoon sky, wind blowing gently through the trees. The reunion was coming. But not just yet. I stood in silence at the edge of the training field just outside Konoha. The sky had dipped into gold, casting long shadows across the grass, and the air was still, calm, but expectant. My arms were crossed, my eyes fixed on the boy ahead of me. Naruto was already stretching, energy practically bouncing off him. Jiraiya stood nearby with his usual easy confidence, hands on his hips, watching me carefully. So, Gaara, Jiraiya said, raising a brow. You said you had something special in mind to start the boys' training. Naruto lit up immediately. Yeah. What is it? Are we doing tailed beast control today? Sage mode combo. You need to test something out with that Rinnegan of yours. I didn't answer. Not yet. Instead, I turned slightly, toward the tree line behind us. The wind stirred, brushing softly through the clearing. And then, it happened. A golden spiral of chakra lit up the clearing like a beacon. Familiar. Powerful. Gentle. Naruto froze. The smile on his face faltered as two figures stepped through the light. The first had spiky blonde hair and a calm, warm expression that felt like sunlight. His eyes were blue, just like Naruto's. The second had long, vivid red hair that shimmered in the light. The moment her eyes found Naruto, they filled with tears. Naruto's breath hitched. Dad. His voice cracked, barely audible. Mom. Time seemed to stop. Minato Namikaze offered a soft smile. Hey, Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki stepped forward, voice trembling with love. We're here, sweetheart. I watched Naruto stumble back, a look of pure disbelief on his face. Then he bolted forward, propelled by something deeper than instinct, something only those who'd known loneliness could truly understand. Kushina caught him midair, wrapping him in a fierce embrace, and I saw him collapse into her, sobbing. Minato's hand came down on his back, grounding him in the moment. Naruto laughed through his tears, clinging to her as if afraid she'd disappear again. I can't believe this. I thought I'd never. We're here now, Minato said softly. Even if just for a little while. Off to the side, I heard Jiraiya mutter under his breath. Well, I'll be damned. He was smiling, quiet, bittersweet. Like he, too, was watching a miracle. I didn't move. My hands had fallen to my sides at some point, loose and relaxed. I had seen 100 moments like this play out in my old life, on screens, in manga panels, through stories. But this was surreal to see with my own eyes. I turned my gaze away, giving Naruto the moment. He deserved it more than anyone. Later, there would be training. Later, there would be war. But for now, just this once. Naruto wasn't alone. The sun was dipping beneath the treetops, casting a warm golden hue over the training field. The earlier flood of emotions had calmed, settling into a peaceful hush. I stood off to the side, arms folded, watching quietly as Naruto sat nestled between his parents in the grass. His eyes were still red, but they sparkled with joy. Kushina fussed over his hair, muttering something about how messy it was, while Minato just looked at him. As if trying to memorize every line of his face. Every smile. Every breath. I didn't interrupt. I let them have their time. A moment like this, few are ever gifted with something so rare. But now, we had to return to focus. I stepped forward, my voice steady but softer than usual. Naruto. He glanced up at me, cheeks streaked but glowing, the edges of a smile still clinging to his face. This moment, this reunion, is something precious, I told him. Let it strengthen you, because the storm ahead will test every part of who you are. Minato caught the weight in my words immediately. His expression tightened slightly. Jiraiya, who had been quietly watching, finally stood and dusted off his robes without a word. We begin the real work now, I continued. Minato-sensei. Jiraiya. Over the next week, I want Naruto's foundation sharpened. Chakra control. Physical conditioning. Elemental basics, and sage mode. Minato didn't hesitate. I can take him through flying Raijin drills. His instinct is already sharp, it's not far off from how I moved. Jiraiya grunted with a lopsided smile. And I'll make sure he stops turning into a half-baked toad. No more sloppy sage transformations. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Hee, yeah, still working on that part. I didn't smile, but I didn't glare either. My voice hardened slightly, not out of irritation, but out of purpose. Because after this week, we begin tailed beast training. His eyes widened. You mean, me and Kurama? I nodded. Full cooperation. Total control. I've already achieved it with Shikaku. You'll do the same with him. Minato raised an eyebrow at that, but said nothing. He knew what I meant. And once your foundation is solid, I said, my gaze drifting toward the horizon, you'll be ready for what's coming. The war. The chaos. The truth of it all. The wind stirred through the trees, almost as if echoing the tension carried in my words. Jiraiya clapped his hands together with a grin. Well, let's not waste time then. We've got 1 week to turn this knucklehead into something resembling a shinobi. Naruto's grin returned full force. Let's go, Ero-senin. Kushina stood, brushing her skirt. He's got the spirit, that's for sure. I allowed myself a small smile. While Naruto was off training with Jiraiya and Minato under the waning sunlight, I found myself alone, perched atop a wind-blasted cliff beyond Konoha's edge. No noise but the breeze. No eyes but the ones I was learning to master. I sat cross-legged at the edge, the sky dimming into twilight purples and gold. My breath slowed. In my one purple eye, I saw them. The Rinnegan. It gleamed even in darkness. This power, it wasn't something I could afford to use sloppily. If Madara was returning, and worse, if the plot spiraled toward the Otsutsuki, I had to be ready. Not just strong. Precise. Intentional. Creative. I opened my eyes. Time to begin. Deva path, gravity manipulation. The wind stirred lazily around me as I stood in the clearing, just outside the range of Konoha's western edge. The late evening sun painted the sky in amber and rose, a deceptive calm before the chaos to come. Minato stood across from me, calm as ever. His reanimated body glowed faintly, chalky skin flawless despite what he'd endured. He smiled lightly, one hand in his pocket. I assume you're not going easy on me, Kazekage. No, I said plainly. This is a test. He nodded. Good. I'd rather you test it on me than on someone who can't regenerate. Jiraiya stood off to the side, arms folded, and Naruto leaned forward eagerly, trying to suppress his excitement. I took a breath. Since unlocking the Rinnegan, I've been studying its techniques. Most required intense chakra control, but the Deva path, the manipulation of attractive and repulsive forces, had started to feel intuitive. Like the weight of sand, it answered my will. Now, I wanted to push it further. I extended one hand, open palm, fingers spread. There was no need to summon a black satellite. That was Nagato's method. Mine would be more efficient. I focused everything on Minato's position. Not the space around him, but his exact location. My chakra lanced out, marking him as the center of a singularity. Chibaku Tensei, I whispered. A tremor split the earth beneath his feet. Then, it began. Chunks of rock and dirt launched inward from all directions, dragging trees, broken metal, even the air itself into a spiraling crush. The gravity I imposed didn't originate from above, it emanated from him. Minato blinked in surprise. Huh. The pull intensified. The terrain folded and warped, curling toward him like a dying star pulling its surroundings into itself. The world bent, not with an explosion, but with a silent, merciless grip. Within seconds, Minato was encased in a dense, rapidly forming orb of debris. The pressure mounted, the seams of earth shrieking as they tightened. Then, silence. The orb hovered slightly above the ground, humming with stored force. Naruto gaped. Wait, did you just crush my dad? Jiraiya raised a brow. He'll be fine. Probably. The sphere pulsed, then cracked. With a flicker of yellow light, Minato reappeared outside the rubble, brushing dirt off his sleeves like he'd just walked through a sandstorm. Well, he said with a calm smile, you weren't kidding about testing it. You felt the pressure? I asked. He nodded. It was concentrated. Far more efficient than launching a satellite. You made me the epicenter. That's dangerous, Gaara. Good, I said. Jiraiya chuckled. If you can pull that off mid-combat, most opponents won't realize what's happening until they're already buried. Naruto muttered, note to self, do not piss off Gaara. I lowered my hand, feeling the last traces of chakra ebb away. My breathing was steady. Preta path, Senjutsu absorption. This one was trickier. I entered into sage mode for this. I formed a makeshift Rasengan-sized wind chakra orb in my palm, unstable, buzzing with danger. Then, I raised my other hand and activated the absorption. The wind flared with a burst of natural energy, fought me, but I stayed focused. The natural chakra dissolved, siphoned cleanly into my skin like water into dry soil. I exhaled. Good. Azura path, mechanized alteration. I extended my right arm. A soft click echoed as my flesh opened, mechanical plates shifting, reforming. A chakra cannon unfolded along my forearm, gleaming with latent power. I aimed it across the ravine and fired. A thunderous burst. The boulder ahead was atomized in an instant. But raw firepower wasn't the point. I shifted again, panels rotating. The cannon folded inward and became a grappling claw. Fire. The claw launched. I caught the ledge across the gorge and reeled myself in, flying forward and landing in a crouch. Mobility. Attack. Defense. The Azura path was limitless if applied right. Human path, soul reading. A rabbit emerged from the underbrush, unaware of the person standing before it. I knelt and hovered my hand just above its head. Read, don't rip, I reminded myself. A flicker, an emotional pulse. I saw flashes of its memory, recent paths, fear, instinct. No damage. Just insight. I stood. It's not just an execution tool. With finesse, this path can be a source of reconnaissance. Animal path, summoning. With a surge of chakra, I called forth one of the default Rinnegan summons. A colossal centipede burst from the earth, massive and menacing. I examined it. Brutal. But too obvious. Not subtle enough. I dispelled it with a thought. I began mentally designing new summons, beasts that could move underground, mimic terrain, even act as portable seal-bearers. Naraka path, King of Hell. The forest dimmed. I summoned the King of Hell, towering, grotesque, divine. Its jaw creaked open. I took a kunai and made a shallow slice on my arm. Then I offered the wound. The king's mouth enveloped it, and in an instant, healed me completely. I smirked. Field healing. I can repair some near-death people in the worst-case scenarios. The sun dipped fully below the horizon now. Darkness embraced the landscape. I stood, lowering my hood, eyes closed. With a soft breath and silent footfalls, I vanished into the night, preparing for the days ahead. XXXXX Sand Clone POV. Even as I trained with the Rinnegan in Konoha, a fragment of my mind remained tethered elsewhere, back home, in the heart of Sunagakure. A sand clone, perfectly stable and infused with my chakra, moved through the quiet corridors of the R&D department beneath the Kazakage's tower. I'd created it for this exact purpose, multitasking between two fronts. War was coming. I didn't intend to let Suna be caught unprepared. Proceed with the chakra integration test, I instructed calmly through the clone, nodding to the two engineers at the workbench. They were old colleagues of mine from before I became Kazakage, genius craftsmen, though they lacked the imagination to push boundaries. That's where, inspired inventor, came in. Ever since I'd awakened the skill in this world, I'd slowly begun repurposing the skill, treating chakra manipulation like code, jutsu like blueprints. And with knowledge from the Boruto timeline lodged in my head like a ticking time bomb, I knew what we could achieve if we got ahead of the curve. On the table in front of us sat a prototype, a compact wrist-mounted tool designed to store and deploy chakra capsules. Nothing too fancy, just a simple earth-wall jutsu scroll for now. But if the framework worked, we'd scale fast. Inject chakra, I instructed. One of the engineers pressed the embedded seal trigger. A small ripple shimmered across the floor as a thin wall of hardened earth sprang up with a soft thud. Success. Crude, but it worked. Refine the seal array and switch to water-based jutsu next, I said. We'll need elemental diversity for battlefield support. I stepped back, arms crossed. In the background, blueprints littered the walls, schematics for projectile launchers, chakra absorption plates, modular armor with embedded resistance seals. All baby steps now, but they'd be vital pieces in the war effort. I didn't plan to have every Suna ninja rely on these scientific ninja tools. But a handful of specialists, equipped with enhanced tech and scroll-based jutsu libraries, could shift the tide during critical battles. Especially if the Edo Tensei army ended up being as overwhelming as I feared. Gaara POV. I stood alone at the edge of the vast forest behind Konoha, far enough from prying eyes, yet close enough to return swiftly if needed. The breeze was quiet here, untouched by the constant hum of the village rebuilding. The world itself felt like it was holding its breath. I took a slow step forward, the ground beneath my feet cracking slightly as I began to pour a thin current of chakra through the Rinnegan. The outer path. It pulsed quietly inside me now, like a dormant storm beneath the surface of a calm sea. I wasn't going to use it yet. Not fully. This was just preparation. A quiet rehearsal before the real act. My fingers brushed against the carved summoning formula I'd etched into the earth earlier that day. It spiraled outward from the center like a black lotus, perfectly tuned to the signature I could now feel buried somewhere beyond space itself. The ghetto statue. It wasn't just a mindless husk or ancient artifact. I could feel its pull, heavy, oppressive, like the very embodiment of silence and death waiting to be awakened. Even now, without summoning it, I could sense its presence calling to me. But this wasn't the time. Not yet. I knelt down, placing one palm on the circle, my other hand forming the half-ram seal. Just enough chakra flowed out to resonate faintly with the outer path. I felt a twitch. Just a flicker, like the statue acknowledged me. I broke the seal immediately and stood up, breathing out slowly. So it's still bound, for now. As I broke the summoning seal and stood back up, the ground still humming faintly with residual chakra, something snapped. A pull, not physical, not quite spiritual either, dragged me inward. Before I could so much as react, the forest around me dissolved, replaced by the coarse, golden sands of my mindscape. No. Not now. I found myself standing in the familiar desert. The oppressive stillness in the air made me tense instinctively. Then I saw him. Ichibi no Shikaku. The one-tailed beast. A monstrous raccoon dog, etched with swirling black curse marks that twisted along his sandy form. His eyes, usually manic and gleaming with raw hatred, were, still, watching me. I had removed the genjutsu suppression on him earlier, expecting a fight. I was ready for it, ready for his rage, his madness. But instead, he just stared. Something about that made me far more uneasy. Shikaku? I asked hesitantly, avoiding the dismissive Ichibi title. I knew the tailed beasts were sentient and had some manner of intelligence. I wasn't sold on the human-like aspect, but I could appreciate that they were intelligent in their own way. Just not as intelligent as we were. Human-like intellect with that sort of power. There was no reason why they should not have ruled the shinobi world as gods before Hashirama and Madara were even born. What he said next, though, shattered every expectation. Call me Shikaku, Gaara. Or, should I say, XXXXX. My heart stopped. No. No one had called me that name since my rebirth in this world. I had buried it. Abandoned it. I hadn't even thought of it aloud in years. My breath caught in my throat. How do you know that name? I have been inside you for so long, have I not? But our minds were separate, I said quickly, trying to regain control of the conversation. For a time, yes. The seal the old woman used had no such feature, but your gamer's mind did. It separated us. When you turned it off to trap me in that genjutsu, that wall fell. I had access to everything. Your thoughts. Your memories. Both lives. His voice, though deep and rough, carried an unexpected calm, too composed for the being I once feared more than death. I muttered under my breath, and that made you less angry. Less crazy. Shikaku let out a deep, growling laugh. Yes. I've watched every memory you possess, over and over. At first, it was to find a way to hurt you. I raged at them, hoping something would crack. It never did. And when the rage dulled, I kept watching. I was bored, Gaara. Boredom will drive even a demon to madness, or in my case, out of it. I didn't respond. I let him speak. I watched every moment from your perspective, felt your grief, your fear, your triumphs. Your old world, your time in this one. I became you, in a way. At first, just bits and pieces. Then it all bled together. With enough repetition, your mind subsumed mine. Not through force. Not through genjutsu. Just time. And you're okay with that? I asked, voice low. I essentially brainwashed you. Maybe I'd have resented it once. But not now. You didn't steal my identity, you shared it. And in doing so, gave me peace. I don't want revenge. I want freedom. After the Fourth Great War, let me wander, build me a den near the village. I've developed a taste for civilization. Sure. I stared at him, silent. I didn't expect any of this. But I wasn't about to reject an ally. The rest of our time was spent reviewing everything we both knew. The Edo Tensei Army. Obito. Madara. Kaguya. Black Zetsu. The Otsutsuki. The chaos to come. I have a plan to deal with all of it, I said. But I want your help. You've got a voice. A connection to the other tailed beasts. I don't need you to explain reincarnation or the future to them, but you can guide them. Help me rally them. Shikaku blinked. Then, with a rumble in his chest, he grinned. Sure. The desert was still. I stood beside Shikaku, our shared silence stretching like the dunes that surrounded us. With a thought, one sharpened by focus and fueled by Shikaku's cooperation, I began the summoning. This wasn't like the typical ritual that tore the ghetto statue into the real world. No. This was a spiritual tethering, a metaphysical invocation that would only occur here, in the endless sandscape of my mind. A tremor surged beneath our feet. Then the sky above cracked like shattered glass, and down from the heavens came a titanic form, blackened, grotesque, and ancient. The ghetto statue. Its 10 empty eyes stared down at us with no life, no malice, just hunger buried deep within its soul-stripped shell. But without the full tentails, it was dormant. Contained. Manageable. For now. I took a breath and glanced at Shikaku. He was calm. Grounded. Centered in a way I'd never seen before. It's time, he said. I nodded. A pulse radiated out from him, a reverberation of chakra imbued with his will. I didn't need to understand how it worked, it did. In the next breath, the mindscape shifted again. One by one, glowing forms emerged like mirages out of the desert heat. I could feel them before I even saw them, ancient presences, immense, wary, powerful. The seven-tailed beasts. Matatabi. Isabu. Son Goku. Kokuo. Saiken. Komiai. Gyuki. Kurama was not among them. That conversation would come later. They surrounded the ghetto statue, not summoned, not shackled, but invited. Their chakra shimmered around them like veils of living flame, each aura distinct. The air turned heavy with suspicion. What is this? Rumbled Son Goku, eyes narrowed as he gazed at the statue. A trick. I wouldn't be here if it was, Shikaku said, voice steady and firm. Nor would I have reached out to you. Matatabi's tails flicked warily. You. Speaking like that. What happened to the rabid runt who couldn't form a sentence without screaming? Shikaku snorted. He got tired of being a prisoner and spent a few years thinking instead of ranting. Some of them chuckled. Others remained silent. I brought you here, Shikaku continued, because things are going to get bad. Really bad. Define bad, Gyuki said, skeptical but not hostile. I stepped forward. There's a war coming. Not just shinobi against shinobi. This world will face things that were never meant to return. Uchiha Madara will rise from the dead. Ninja aliens are coming in the future. If we're not ready, the world will end. The silence that followed felt like the desert was holding its breath. I'm not asking you to be sealed again, I said quickly, before tempers could ignite. I'm asking for chakra. When the time comes, when I need it, you lend me just enough to handle Madara. You stay free. You stay whole. And I help you stay alive. And why should we trust you? Son Goku asked, fire starting to roll off his body. Because I'm not your jailer, I said. I'm your ally. Shikaku and I made peace. I want the same with you. Shikaku stepped forward again. I've been inside this one's head. Lived through his life. He's seen what we are. What we could be. He's not like the others. He's one of us now, even if he's still human. Saiken bubbled, his many tails curling in. I'm willing to listen. Not much point in refusing if the world really is ending. Komiai's wings shimmered. It's better than being turned into a weapon again. Kokuo gave a slow nod. Even Isabu said nothing, just shifted his massive form slightly closer, like a silent agreement. Only Son Goku and Gyuki held back. But even they didn't outright deny it. I felt something shift then, a thread of connection starting to form. Faint, but real. They were still wary, still uncertain, but we had taken the first step. And that was enough right now. XXXXX underneath Suna. I stood alone in one of the reinforced chambers beneath the Kazekage Tower in Suna, the ones Chiyo had retrofitted with seal-based chakra dampeners. The air smelled like cold stone and sterilized metal, a fitting scent for what I was about to do. I rolled up my sleeve and flexed my hand. The palm was unblemished. For now. It was a risk. A calculated one, but still a risk. I wasn't Uchiha. My body hadn't been genetically bred to accept the ocular power of the Sharingan without consequence. But I had already surpassed so many limitations placed on me by this world. Why stop now? With a steady hand, I reached into the scroll beside me and unfurled it. Seals glowed briefly, revealing a small glass contained with an unknown preservatory liquid filling it. Inside, a single Sharingan, pulsing faintly with dormant power. I'd sourced it carefully. Not stolen, reclaimed from Danzo's corpse. This wasn't about power for power's sake. It was a contingency. Izanagi. The power to rewrite reality at the cost of sight. A trump card for a moment when death or failure wasn't an option. Izanami. The power to trap someone in an endless loop of fate and force them to acknowledge the truth. A weapon against enemies who refuse to change or see reason. I didn't know which one I would need. So I would prepare for both. I stared down at my palm, then to the eye in the container. Let's get this over with. I numbed the nerves, applied the sterilizing seal formula, and began the procedure. Chiyo had offered to do it herself. I declined. This was something I needed to do with my own hands. The pain hit halfway through the insertion, sharp and deep, like lightning lancing through bone. I gritted my teeth and kept going. When it was done, I sat back, breathing hard. My palm stung, red and raw, with the freshly embedded Sharingan now half-lidded, closed in rest but still very much alive. It would remain dormant most of the time, suppressed by my chakra and kept sealed with a layered sealing bandage I'd created. No one would know unless I activated it. I flexed my fingers. It responded, twitching faintly, as if acknowledging its new host. XXXXXX Konoha. I stood before Orochimaru in the dimly lit room, the familiar scent of incense and old books filling the air. The ritual was nearly complete, and I could feel the familiar pull of chakra from the ground beneath me. The reanimation jutsu was at its peak, and the summoning circle glowed with an eerie light. You've assured me this will work, Orochimaru. I asked, my voice steady despite the tension in my chest. Orochimaru gave me a slight nod, his usual disinterested expression still firmly in place. I've done it countless times before, Gaara. If you want Itachi back, he will be here. Just provide the necessary chakra and be patient. I focused, pouring chakra into the ritual. The air crackled around me as the jutsu fully activated. The ground trembled beneath us, and I could feel the chakra surge upward. The silhouette of a figure began to materialize, rising slowly from the depths of the summoning circle. As the figure solidified, the unmistakable presence of Itachi Uchiha took shape before us. His eyes, red with the Sharingan, scanned the room with a cool, detached gaze. There was no recognition in his eyes, not yet, anyway, but the quiet power radiating off him was unmistakable. He blinked once, and then his gaze fell on me. For a moment, he said nothing, as if assessing me. There was no surprise, no shock. Only a calm acknowledgement. Kazekage Dano. Itachi said quietly, his voice like smooth gravel. I assume you have a reason for bringing me back. I took a deep breath, nodding. Yes, there's much to explain, and I understand this might come as a shock. But, the situation is urgent. Itachi tilted his head slightly, his gaze unwavering. Tell me. I exhaled slowly, deciding that the truth was the best course. The masked man, the one behind the Akatsuki's actions, is still manipulating events from the shadows. He's responsible for Sasuke's death, and now, the entire shinobi world is at risk. We need to prepare for what's coming, and your assistance is necessary. At the mention of Sasuke's death, Itachi's expression flickered, though only slightly. For a brief moment, I saw the faintest flash of emotion cross Itachi's face. A brief flicker of sorrow, perhaps, or maybe rage. But just as quickly as it came, it was gone. I see. His voice was barely a whisper. Sasuke is dead. And you seek my help because of this masked man. I nodded. Exactly. He's been manipulating everyone. And with the fourth great ninja war looming, we need every advantage we can get. We need to deal with Madara Uchiha, the man pulling the strings behind all of this. He's going to make his move soon. I'm planning to use the Totsuka blade, the sword sealed within your Susanoo, to seal him away for good. Itachi's gaze sharpened. The Totsuka blade, it can seal the strongest of souls. Are you suggesting that Madara? Yes, I interrupted. He will be reanimated, just like you. And he cannot be killed by ordinary means. But with the Totsuka blade, his soul will be trapped, sealed within its eternal prison. I stepped forward, my voice firm. We'll need you to wield it, Itachi. Itachi's gaze flickered with understanding. The Totsuka blade, the sword sealed within his Susanoo, was one of the few weapons that could deal with Madara. A weapon capable of sealing away even the strongest of souls. Itachi's Sharingan spun for a moment as he considered the situation. I understand, he said quietly, his tone far more serious now. If sealing Madara is the only option, then I will lend you my strength. But there is only one condition. I raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. What? Itachi met my gaze steadily. I will help, but only if you promise to try and revive Sasuke when you are able to. He was my little brother, and I failed him. Sure, I casually said. Itachi stood in silence for a moment, as if weighing the situation in his mind. Then he spoke again, his voice quieter but still carrying authority. Then, let's prepare. There's much to be done. With that, the conversation came to a close. Itachi's presence was as calm and calculating as ever, but I could sense the depth of his resolve. Sasuke's death had clearly weighed heavily on him, and now he had a reason to fight once more. We had one less problem to worry about for now. Itachi's assistance was invaluable, and with his strength, the chances of victory against Madara had just increased significantly. XXXXXXX Konoha outskirts. I found them just beyond the village, Naruto tossing rocks into the stream like a child with no worries in the world. Minato stood beside Jiraiya, arms folded, the two of them chuckling over something I didn't care to overhear. It was a rare scene. A fleeting moment of peace. And I was here to end it. We need to talk, I said, stepping into the clearing. All three turned to me. I saw their smiles fade, replaced with the seriousness I needed from them. This is about the Nine Tails, isn't it? Minato asked, his voice calm. Unshaken. I nodded. You're a reanimated soul, a vessel holding half of the beast's chakra. But Naruto, he needs all of it. The war that's coming won't be kind to someone only half prepared. Jiraiya squinted. You sure that won't break him? I've seen Jinchuriki lose control with half that much power. I'm not suggesting we tear it out, I replied. I have the outer path now. I can transfer it seamlessly. No harm to anyone. Minato didn't hesitate, not even for a breath. Then do it. Naruto needs it more than I do. Naruto looked between us in shock. Wait, what? You're just giving it to me? Isn't that dangerous or something? It will make you whole, I told him. The beast's full chakra was always meant to be reunited. And we'll need it when the time comes. I raised my right hand slowly, the bandaged palm facing Minato. I could feel the Rinnegan in my eye beginning to glow, chakra spiraling as I focused. A single seal with my left hand, and then, I felt it, that deep, ancient pulse in my core. From the center of my palm, a purple ethereal chain slithered out, humming with life. Engraved with the marks of the outer path, it moved like a serpent of divine law. Minato braced himself and nodded once. I'm ready. The chain plunged into his gut, and I saw the moment it pierced the seal. Chakra surged outward, vast, dense, alive, and the half of the Nine Tails began to unravel from his form. The beast didn't roar. It simply was, like a living storm coiled in chakra. I guided the chain through the air and then embedded it into Naruto's seal. His eyes went wide. He gasped, not from pain, but the sheer pressure of power filling his body. For a moment, he dropped to one knee. I didn't move to help him. The transfer completed. The chain retracted, slinking back into my palm with a faint hiss. I flexed my fingers as the bandages rewound themselves by habit. Naruto was still breathing heavily, but upright. "Whoa," he muttered. "That actually felt kind of good." Minato smiled, soft and warm. "It's all yours now, son." I gave Naruto a small nod. No congratulations. No celebration. We weren't done. Not yet. End of chapter. A/N, you can recommend anything that Gaara may have missed in his preparations. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Fourth Great Ninja War commences. First person, Gaara POV. Location, Allied Shinobi Forces main camp, edge of the battlefield. The sky was gray. Not stormy, but solemn. Quiet. Heavy. Before me, an ocean of shinobi stretched out farther than the eye could see. Thousands upon thousands, each wearing the symbol of their homeland, Konoha, Suna, Kiri, Kumo, Iwa. Different colors. Different headbands. Different bloodlines. And yet, here they stood. Together. For the first time in history, we were one village. I took a slow breath, feeling the weight of it settle in my chest. The elevated cliff they'd built for the commanders gave me a clear view of every face down below. Nervous. Fearful. Hopeful. I stepped forward. "My name is Gaara of the Sand. I stand before you not as a Kage, but as one of you." The words came easier than I thought they would. Clear. Honest. Measured. A long time ago, I lived only for myself. I trusted no one, cared for no one. I was a weapon forged by hatred, by pain, by the mistakes of those who came before me. I have become the Kazekage, and yet I continue to wage war against some of us. It was just the nature of the shinobi world. A few eyes dropped. Some nodded. They knew that pain. I paused. Let the silence hang. But ask yourselves, how much longer will the cycle continue? How many more generations must suffer before we say enough? The wind tugged at my robes. The enemy we face now is not of one village or one nation. He is not driven by borders or politics. He is a shadow that seeks to erase our will, our dreams, our very souls. I clenched my fist slowly. We will not let him. A rumble spread through the crowd. Fists clenched. Eyes narrowed. Heads raised. Today, we fight not as Suna or Konoha or Kiri. We fight as one. As the allied shinobi forces. My voice rose. Stronger now. Steeled. For our future. For the lives we protect. For those who cannot fight alongside us, but live because we choose to. I raised my hand. Let this day be the last day the world tries to divide us. Let our unity become the nightmare of those who would shatter peace. And finally. Together, we march to war. They roared. Like thunder across the land. 1,000 voices answering mine. 1,000 hearts beating in unison. As I stepped down from the cliff, my gaze found Naruto near the front. He gave me a firm nod, a fire in his eyes. The war had begun. XXXXXXXX, battles begin. Location, battlefield outskirts, border of the great nations. Time, moments after Gaara's speech. The wind howled across the desolate plain, an eerie, unnatural silence hanging in the air as both armies stood still, moments before the storm. On one side stood the allied shinobi forces. A sea of shinobi from all 5 great nations, their ranks disciplined and broad, organized into tactical units by specialty, sensory types, medic nin, frontline assault, long-range support, sealing corps, and more. A multicolored tide of defiance against the end of the world. At the front of the formation, Gaara of the Sand, 5th Kazekage, stood tall, his gourd shifting slightly with the breeze, his eyes calm and clear as they swept the battlefield. To his left stood Katsuchi of Iwa, leading the heavy assault division. On his right, Darui of Kumo, commanding the 1st Battalion with lightning dancing faintly around his fingertips. Behind them, the commanders had taken their positions, with Shikaku Nara acting as the central strategist from the rear, issuing orders across the battlefield through Inoichi's sensory transmission team. And across from them, the white Zetsu army surged from the ground in grotesque waves. Tens of thousands of chalk-white clones, all sharing the same face, crawling out of the earth like a tide of decay. No fear. No mind. Just endless numbers and a single, shared will. Behind them, their true horror revealed itself. The Edo Tensei Corps. Dozens of glowing, reanimated shinobi stood in the distance. Ghosts of the past, clad in cracked armor and tattered flak jackets. Men and women who had once shaken the world, dragged from the grave to do it once more. Kaga-level threats. Legendary swordsmen. Deadly tacticians. Entire generations of war incarnate. And at the very center, controlling them all with a blank, emotionless face, Kabuto Yakushi, speaking through one of his summoned avatars, watching everything unfold like a twisted puppeteer. The two armies stared across the scarred terrain. A breath. Then. The ground erupted. Gaara raised a single hand. Advance. And the allied forces surged forward like a tidal wave of chakra and steel. Shouts rang across the battlefield, orders, war cries, desperate prayers. Earth cracked beneath charging feet as ninja leapt into motion, jutsu flaring from every direction. Fireballs soared across the sky, colliding with walls of water. Lightning arced through the air. Wind-style vortexes tore through formations of Zetsu as sealing teams moved into position behind the front lines. Darui led the charge against the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, his black lightning carving through the first wave of reanimated shinobi. Kitsuchi slammed the ground, sending massive shockwaves through the enemy ranks, crushing dozens of Zetsu under earth and stone. Above it all, Gaara took to the sky on a platform of sand, overseeing the battlefield with eyes of resolve. With a twist of his fingers, massive sand arms erupted from the earth, binding entire squadrons of Zetsu and dragging them down. From the distance, Edo Tensei shinobi retaliated. Pakura of the Scorch style. Gari of the Explosion Corps. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, they struck with cruel precision, their minds controlled, their movements laced with muscle memory forged in blood. Allied shinobi screamed. Some fell. But others rose. Naruto's clones, spread across the battlefield, began to appear in bursts of golden chakra, shadow doppelgangers enhanced by Kurama's chakra cloak, reinforcing divisions and rallying shaken squads. Don't back down, one clone shouted. We're not losing anyone today. Hope surged again. Steel clashed with chakra. Past clashed with present. Will clashed with fate. The fourth great ninja war had begun, and the world held its breath. Location, Sector C, Lightning Division front time, early hours of the war. The battlefield trembled beneath clashing forces, but in one sector, the very air felt heavier, charged with a dangerous electricity that stung the skin and buzzed against every nerve. Darui of the Storm Release stood at the forefront, his dark cloak fluttering, one hand crackling with black lightning. Before him, 2 towering figures emerged from the smoke, each radiating a deadly, corrupted chakra. Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The Gold and Silver brothers, shinobi-turned-monsters, resurrected through Edo Tensei. Their eyes glowed unnaturally, and their bodies crackled with Ninetales chakra, their inherited power from surviving inside the beast's gut for 2 weeks long ago. Yo, Kinkaku said with a twisted grin, shouldering the massive banana palm fan, one of the 5 treasured tools of the Sage of 6 Paths, this dude the Rakich's pet. Doesn't matter, Ginkaku growled, gripping the 7-star sword in one hand and the crimson gourd in the other. He's about to be sealed in a word. Darui took a slow breath, eyes locked on them. So, it's really you two. Just my luck. I get stuck with the biggest freaks first. A flicker of lightning danced around his fingers. I won't let you get past this front. Without another word, the brothers moved. Kinkaku launched forward with unnatural speed, chakra exploding from his body like a cloak of fire. Ginkaku followed, releasing a stream of bullets from the Kahaku no Johei, every one laced with demonic chakra. Darui weaved hand signs mid-dash. Storm style, laser circus. Beams of crackling light zigzagged across the battlefield, tearing through dozens of Zetsu as they honed in on the brothers. Kinkaku blocked with the banana fan, dispersing the chakra beams with a gust of wind, while Ginkaku launched a chain of words with the 7-star sword. Speak again, and I'll seal your soul. Darui's mouth twitched. TCH. I'm a talker, you know. The words were his own trap, his soul began to resonate with the crimson gourd. He flared his chakra in response, pushing back against the weapon's pull. You think I didn't study you? In a flash, Darui appeared behind Ginkaku, his black lightning blade extending from his forearm like a lance. He pierced through Ginkaku's back, but the body didn't fall. Edo Tensei. Right. Can't kill you that way. Suddenly, Ginkaku spun, slamming the gourd toward him, but Darui vanished in a crackle of light, reappearing above, firing down a barrage of storm-style bolts. Kinkaku roared and entered full Ninetales cloak mode, tails of fiery chakra lashing out like beasts. The shockwave threw Darui back, skidding across the battlefield. Plan B, then. Behind him, members of the Sealing Corps moved in, forming a barrier. Darui flicked blood from his lip, glaring up at the monster wearing Kimo's stolen legacy like a second skin. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to go all out here. He reached into his pouch, and pulled out a small storage scroll, unraveling it to reveal. The Kahaku no Johei, now purified and ready. Let's see if I can use your toys better than you. The battlefield sizzled with residual lightning, steam curling from scorched earth. Kinkaku stood at the center, a storm of crimson chakra tails writhing behind him like serpents. His golden armor shimmered with hellish power, the distorted result of consuming the Ninetales flesh long ago. He was no longer just a man. He was a beast wearing the face of one. Darui stood opposite, battered, His dark skin scraped with ash and sweat, black lightning still crackling faintly along his forearm. Behind him, the Sealing Division, Konoha and Kyumo shinobi working together, formed a triangular formation, ready with barrier talismans and chakra chains. Ginkaku charged once more, yelling with a voice that echoed like thunder. "Let's rip him apart, Kinkaku." Darui moved like a bolt, sidestepping Ginkaku, then weaving behind him in a blur of body flicker and black lightning, planting explosive tags along his back mid-dash. "Eat this." The tags detonated in a controlled burst, shredding chunks of his resurrected body. It was temporary, but enough. The moment Ginkaku staggered, the Sealing team launched forward. Chakra chains whipped out from their palms, snaring his limbs and torso. Paper talismans slammed against his chest, and one shinobi dropped the sealing urn beside him, glowing with containment chakra. Ginkaku snarled. "You think this will hold me?" Darui held up the 7-star sword, still coated with Ginkaku's chakra, and whispered a single word, "Trash." The sword pulsed. The word resonated. Ginkaku's body lit up. The gourd reacted. No. In a violent pull of vacuum-like chakra, Ginkaku's soul was yanked into the crimson gourd, the final piece falling into place. Sealed. Ginkaku. Ginkaku's roar shook the clearing. Rage twisted his already mutated features. 6 tails of chakra exploded out from him, vaporizing the ground beneath. His body distorted further, growing claws, fangs, horns, his 9 tails cloak now pushing the edge of full transformation. "Seal me. I'll kill you all." He rushed forward like a living meteor, chakra erupting in all directions. Darui gritted his teeth. "All units. Now." The Sealing Division's chakra barrier activated mid-charge, forming a dome of light around the rampaging beast. Dozens of shinobi locked hands, feeding chakra into the dome, reinforcing it against every hit. Ginkaku smashed against the walls of the barrier like a caged demon, tearing gouges into the field as he fought to escape. The sealing tags flared brighter with each strike, slowly enclosing his rampaging form. Then, Darui tossed the banana palm fan into the dome. Returned to silence. With one final pulse of black lightning, he pointed 2 fingers toward the sky. Storm style, quaking thunderstorm cannon. A crackling sphere of compressed energy detonated above the dome, sending a jolt of disruptive chakra downward. Ginkaku screamed. The tails vanished one by one. His body shrank. The barrier pulsed, and then contracted violently. Sealed. Only silence remained. Darui exhaled and let his shoulders drop. His blade dispersed, lightning sizzling away into nothing. The other shinobi erupted in cheers, but Darui barely reacted. His eyes were still on the barrier, where 2 of Kyumo's most dangerous legends had just been put to rest once more. "Legend or not? You're still shinobi," he muttered. "And this is war." Location, sector, woods. The wind howled across the broken field, carrying with it ash, chakra residue, and the stench of war. Itachi Uchiha stood in silence, crimson eyes fixed on the men emerging from the enemy ranks, his face still wrapped, Sharingan arms sealed beneath cloth, that familiar hunch in his posture unchanged even in undeath. Danzo Shimura. Even in death, he clung to his stolen possessions. "It's fitting," Itachi murmured, Mangekyo spinning slowly in both eyes. "That we meet again on this battlefield, with no more secrets left between us." Danzo narrowed his eyes. "You should be grateful, Itachi. For all the peace your betrayal bought, without men like me willing to dirty our hands, Konoha wouldn't exist." Itachi's expression remained unreadable. Peace built on genocide is not peace. It is silence, gained through fear. I only ever tolerated you because I was alive. Now, there was nothing left to hold back. In a blur, the 2 vanished, their clash sending up shockwaves that shattered the ruined terrain. Kunai clashed, Sharingan spun. Wind bullets whistled through the air, intercepted by walls of flame. Danzo's arm was revealed, 10 Sharingan glowing maliciously as the Izanagi technique activated with every fatal blow he received. Itachi's sword plunged into Danzo's chest, only for the man's form to shimmer, dissolve, and reappear a few meters away. "Izanagi," Itachi muttered. Still clinging to delusion. "You have no right to lecture me," Danzo spat, performing a series of one-handed signs. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Razor-sharp arcs of wind carved across the field. Itachi weaved through them like smoke, landing on a crumbled boulder, Mangekyo still turning. "Then I won't." He raised his hand. "Tsukuyami." Danzo's eyes widened, but too late. In a flash, the world around him twisted. In the illusory world, time crawled as Itachi stood before him, silent, cold, unrelenting. Thousands of blades pierced Danzo's body one by one, again and again, the pain looping endlessly. Back in reality, only a heartbeat had passed. Danzo staggered, panting, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. "You, damn you. You're running out of lives, Itachi said, stepping forward slowly. You always feared the Uchiha. But it was your own corrupt heart you should have feared most. Danzo roared and unleashed the binding curse seal, trying to paralyze Itachi's body, but Itachi, already wise to the technique, had closed his eyes. Too late. From the gourd strapped behind him, the Yata mirror shimmered forth, forming a barrier of absolute defense. In his other hand, the Totsuka blade materialized, ethereal, glowing with sealing power. Danzo lunged, but he was slower now, only 2 eyes remained on his stolen arm. One final Izanagi remained. But Itachi never gave him the chance. With precision honed by war, sorrow, and understanding, Itachi drove the blade into Danzo's chest, not as an execution, but as a conclusion. Your delusions die with you, he whispered. The blade sucked Danzo inward, his spirit dragged into a genjutsu dream for eternity, trapped in a world he could never manipulate again. Silence. The battlefield settled. From the ridge, shinobi of the allied forces watched, stunned. Some bowed their heads in silent respect. Others simply stared. Itachi stood alone. He turned away without a word. The past had been buried, again. But the war was far from over. The forest beyond the battlefield was thick with mist and the faint hum of residual chakra. Trees stood like ancient sentinels, many scarred from previous skirmishes. The ground was littered with ash, leaves, and broken weapons, remnants of earlier clashes. Itachi and Orochimaru moved in silence, their shared goal as unspoken as it was dangerous: find and eliminate Kabuto Yakushi, the one controlling the Edo Tensei. This fog. Orochimaru hissed softly, golden eyes scanning their surroundings. He's nearby. I can sense his chakra trail lingering through these woods. Like a serpent shedding its skin. Itachi didn't respond immediately. His Sharingan scanned the tree line. Then, it happened. A shift in the air. A presence that pulled at his memory, deep and sharp like the echo of a name half forgotten. Leaves rustled as a lone figure stepped forward from the shadows. Cloaked in the uniform of the old Konoha Anbu, a single glowing green eye stared back at them, its Mangekyo Sharingan spinning slowly. Itachi froze. Shursue. The figure said nothing at first. Then, in a calm, low voice, Itachi, it's been a long time. Orochimaru raised a brow. Interesting. So even he's been reanimated. Itachi's gaze didn't shift. He didn't blink. How? Itachi asked. Your body was never found. Not completely, Shursue replied. Kabuto must have found enough, chakra residue, blood, maybe even a severed eye socket from my last battle. Orochimaru chuckled. That little worm always was persistent. Shursue took another step forward, his presence solemn. You've allied with Orochimaru now, Itachi. He's useful. And he wants Kabuto gone almost as much as I do. I see. Shursue's tone was unreadable. Then I'll have to stop you here. Itachi's brows knit faintly. You're being controlled. Shursue closed his eyes briefly. Somewhat. But the will to protect the village still burns in me. Kabuto has twisted that, and directed it at you. Orochimaru hissed. He's stalling us. Typical Kabuto move. Itachi stepped forward, sliding his coat sleeves back and activating his Mangekyo. Go. I'll handle him. Orochimaru smirked and slithered backward into the trees. Try not to get too sentimental. Now, only silence remained between the two Uchiha. Shursue raised his hand slowly, a faint glow of greenish chakra flickering to life at his palm. If I'm forced to fight, I'll make it quick. Itachi drew his blade. I wouldn't expect anything less. They vanished in an instant, clashing under the canopy with such speed that even the trees seemed unsure what had struck them. Blades met with sparks. Genjutsu flared. Eyes spun. In a single heartbeat, Itachi found himself caught in Shursue's illusion, a mirror world of their childhood, standing on the old bridge where they used to train. You've changed, Shursue's illusionary voice echoed. But the burden within your heart remains. I still carry your eye, Itachi replied calmly within the illusion. And your will. I won't let Kabuto use you against everything you died to protect. The illusion shattered, and the battle resumed in reality, intense, beautiful, and tragic. Two ghosts of the Uchiha clan, forced to fight by the manipulations of others. And somewhere, deeper in the forest, Orochimaru crept closer to Kabuto's lair, a wicked grin forming on his lips. XXXXXXXX Leaf Division. The battlefield crackled with tension. Explosions rumbled in the distance, jutsu collided midair, and the cries of war echoed through the valleys. Amid the chaos, a strange stillness fell over one corner of the front lines, an eerie quiet that felt like a wound in the storm. Naruto Uzumaki stood still, the wind tugging at his cloak, eyes narrowed at the figure emerging from the haze of battle dust. The men wore the standard flak vest of a Konoha Jonin, silver hair unkempt, and a single visible Sharingan glowing faintly in one eye. Kakashi-sensei. His voice cracked with disbelief. The reanimated Kakashi raised his head slowly, and for a moment, just a second, there was warmth in his expression. Yo. Naruto's hands trembled slightly at his sides. I saw you die in the explosion during the Chunin exams. Why are you here? I'm not, Kakashi replied, his tone neutral now. This body isn't mine anymore. But the technique that brought me back still allows me to think, at least for now. Naruto took a deep breath, sage mode swirling around him with golden chakra threads. Then I'll free you. I promise. Kakashi nodded once, then in a blur of movement, he charged. His chakra blade met Rasengan midair, and sparks flew as student and teacher clashed with brutal intensity. Each strike between them was filled with familiarity and hesitation, a dance of memories, of past lessons, of shared pain. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the sky darkened ominously. A booming crash sent dozens of allied shinobi flying as reanimated Nagato descended in a blur of crimson hair and glowing Rinnegan eyes. His black rods floated behind him like malevolent wings. Corpses from both sides twitched and rose, puppets to his chakra. But stepping between him and the army was a man who once called him student. Jiraiya of the Sanin, still and resolute. Well, Nagato. He said with a sad smile. Didn't think we'd meet like this again. Nagato said nothing at first. His expression was devoid of emotion. The Rinnegan glowed fiercely. You were my sensei, he finally muttered. And I died, for a dream that failed. I never thought peace was easy, Jiraiya replied, his voice calm. But I believed in you. The air shimmered as Nagato raised his arm. Then let me show you what I've become. Black rods shot from the ground like spears. Jiraiya sidestepped, his eyes narrowing. His hands blurred into signs, and a wave of oil and fire roared forward. Sage mode activated, the old Sanin leapt through the flames, eyes sharp, frog summons at the ready. The two crashed like titans, Rasengan versus Almighty Push, summons versus puppets, teacher versus disciple. Back near the front, Naruto had landed a clean hit, forcing Kakashi to a knee. End it, Kakashi rasped. Before I'm turned against the others. Naruto's eyes burned. I won't let them use you. He formed a Rasen Shuriken in one hand and, with a heavy heart, threw it, imbued with sage chakra and love. Light exploded, and the bindings of the Edo Tensei began to crackle around Kakashi's frame. Thanks, Naruto, Kakashi murmured, his form beginning to crumble to ash. You've really grown. And then, he was gone. Naruto fell to one knee, panting, fists clenched. I won't let anyone else suffer like this. XXXXXXXXX lightning division. A thunderous boom split the battlefield. Dust and wind howled through the ravaged terrain as two legends, both brought back by Edo Tensei, stood facing one another like titans from a bygone era. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, stood calmly amid the storm, golden hair fluttering in the wind. His face bore the same calm resolve that once earned him the title of Yellow Flash. Across from him, surrounded by cracked earth and craters from his own immense speed, stood I, the third Reikage. His body crackled with raw lightning, muscles coiled with unnatural might even in death. The two reanimated warriors locked eyes. This battlefield is no place for pride, Minato said softly, raising a kunai between two fingers. But I can't let you continue hurting these shinobi. Ice's response was a wordless snort. His body surged forward, the earth shattering beneath his feet as he launched into a blinding sprint. The hell stab, his one-fingered spear of pure lightning, gleamed at the ready. Minato vanished. A golden flash cut the air, and I missed. His spear pierced through boulders like paper, but Minato was already behind him. The flying thunder god kunai danced through the air. Minato reappeared in flashes of light, dodging ice-rampaging strikes with elegance that seemed almost effortless. But I wasn't called the strongest Reikage for nothing. With sheer willpower, he predicted Minato's placements and began countering, forcing the Hokage to shift tactics. You're still fast, Minato muttered, reappearing behind him with a Rasengan. But I've already measured your rhythm. Boom. The Rasengan collided with ice back, exploding in a burst of blue light. I crashed into the ground, skidding through stone and mud. But slowly, impossibly, he stood up again, cracks forming across his reanimated body. I died undefeated, I growled. I won't fall again. Minato's brow furrowed, watching as lightning flared even more wildly around the Reikage's form. But he remained composed. I'll help you rest, Reikage-sama, Minato whispered, flicking another marked kunai. I lunged for one final charge, roaring, his entire body a missile of destruction. Minato disappeared once more, and in the next instant, reappeared inches from Ice chest, Rasen Shuriken already formed and spinning. Forgive me. The jutsu struck clean. The impact echoed across the field like a thunderclap. When the dust cleared, Ice Body lay motionless, the Edo Tensei beginning to unravel. I looked up at Minato, a flicker of clarity in his eyes. Still, faster. Minato knelt down. Rest now, Reikage-sama. Your strength has already protected your people. The wind carried away the ashes of lightning and pride. XXXXXXXXXXX. The wind howled with a hiss of tension. Ash and chakra smoke curled over the ruined battlefield, where streaks of fire and flashes of lightning crackled like dueling gods. Amid the chaos, two figures stood locked in a storm of ancient hatred, neither alive, both resurrected by Edo Tensei, yet their wills as fierce as ever. Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, stood with his arms folded into a hand sign, water shimmering at his feet, his white hair swaying like ghost fire. His eyes, sharp and calculating, bore into the men before him. Opposite him stood Izuna Uchiha, clad in black armor, eyes blazing with eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His chakra flared violently around him, black flames still sizzling from a mist Amaterasu. Tobirama, Izuna growled, voice cold. How poetic, to meet again on the battlefield, after death. Tobirama's expression didn't waver. Your clan may have been ended after my life long ago, Izuna, but I still never forgot the Uchiha. And I never stopped preparing for this. Izuna's eyes narrowed. Then come. Let's settle it again without anyone between us. He lunged, a blur of speed, his blade slashing through the air with searing flame chakra. Tobirama met the strike, materializing a blade of condensed water in a burst, clashing steel to steel. The ground cracked beneath their feet from the force of the blow. Their dance of death began. Izuna unleashed a flurry of attacks, chakra-enhanced kenjutsu, weaving in bursts of fire release and short-range genjutsu with every blink of his Sharingan. But Tobirama was no less ruthless, evading the illusions with his own battle-hardened senses and countering with water dragon bullets and flying thunder god precision. The two disappeared and reappeared in flashes, light and shadow, Senju and Uchiha. Izuna grinned. You always feared our power, Tobirama. Even in death, you still do. Tobirama's voice was ice. No. I understand it now, and that's why I'll end this. With a flick of his hand, Tobirama vanished in a shimmer. Izuna spun, parried, but too late. A paper tag glowed on Izuna's shoulder. Flying Thunder God Slash. Tobirama reappeared mid-strike, slicing cleanly through Izuna's chest with a chakra-infused tanto. The explosion of water and spacetime energy sent both flying. Izuna landed hard, coughing, reforming due to Edo Tensei, but weakened. His Sharingan flickered. You're still the same cold bastard. Tobirama stepped forward, bloodless and calm. And you're still chasing a vengeance that died with your clan. Let it go, Izuna. For a moment, Izuna just stared, and then laughed quietly, a bitter sound echoing through the broken battlefield. Perhaps I'll rest after this war, he rasped. But not before I've given everything. A sealing tag struck his back. Izuna's eyes widened. The allied sealing division had crept close during their battle. Chakra chains erupted from the ground, binding his form in light. Damn you. Tobirama gave him a final nod. Rest now, Izuna Uchiha. The last of Izuna's reanimated form dissolved in a swirl of glowing kanji, fading into silence. Tobirama turned back toward the battlefield. His time was borrowed. But as long as the war raged, he would keep fighting. XXXXXXXX Mist Division. The mists curled unnaturally across the battlefield, thick, suffocating, and cold as death. Within it, shadows moved like ghosts. Suigetsu narrowed his eyes as he stepped carefully across the slick stones of the ruined shoreline. The hidden mist was always treacherous, but this fog was different, familiar in a way that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. I know this chakra. He muttered. A shape emerged, slow and silent, dragging a massive blade behind him. The unmistakable silhouette of the Kubikurabocho, the executioner's blade. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, stood tall, reanimated, his body cracked and marked with Edo Tensei's binding script, but his eyes still held the killer's calm he was known for in life. So you're the brat who took my sword, Zabuza said, voice gravelly and dispassionate. Suigetsu gave a lopsided grin, holding the blade loosely over his shoulder. What can I say? I figured you wouldn't be needing it anymore. Zabuza stepped forward, mist coiling tighter around them. Then come and prove it belongs to you. They clashed in a burst of steel and water. Suigetsu's body liquefied mid-strike, his water-like flesh flowing around Zabuza's slash and retaliating with a crushing overhead swing. Zabuza caught the blade with his own, strength grinding steel against steel, pushing Suigetsu back with sheer brute force. You're too soft, Zabuza said coldly. That blade isn't for someone who smiles. Suigetsu laughed. Maybe, but it sure cuts nice. He surged forward again, arms stretching with Hozuki clan fluidity, twisting in the air and delivering a wide, sweeping strike, only to be met by a thick veil of mist. Hidden mist jutsu. Darkness swallowed everything. Suigetsu's senses sharpened, but Zabuza had already vanished. A whisper of wind, then, clang. A blade narrowly missed his neck. Suigetsu spun and lashed out, the Kubikuribocho cleaving empty mist. A shallow cut bloomed across his side. Zabuza had drawn blood. "You can't beat me with tricks I grew up watching," Suigetsu called out. "Then die knowing you still weren't good enough," came the reply. Zabuza came again, silent, precise. This time Suigetsu met him head-on, his body shifting to dodge through the attack and reforming behind Zabuza, driving the executioner's blade into his back. Zabuza staggered, but didn't fall. "Edo Tensei," Suigetsu muttered, irritated. "Right." Before Zabuza could retaliate, chakra chains surged from the edge of the battlefield, the allied sealing division. They had been waiting for Suigetsu's opening. Golden seals latched onto Zabuza's body, freezing him mid-motion. Suigetsu stepped back, panting slightly. "Looks like that's game." Zabuza looked back at him, just once. His eyes softened, faintly, in recognition. "Handle that blade properly," he said, as his form began to glow with the markings of sealing jutsu. "Or it'll handle you." Suigetsu watched as Zabuza faded from the battlefield once again, this time, hopefully, for good. He rested the executioner's blade across his shoulders. "Guess I'm not just a fanboy after all, huh? XXXXXXXX. The skies cracked with thunder, but there was no rain, only the roar of distant clashes and the scent of ozone clinging to the battlefield. Amid the chaos of the warfront, one section had grown quiet. Too quiet. A lake, unnaturally still, reflected the storm clouds overhead. Mist slithered along its surface, thickening, until it parted with a ripple. A tall figure emerged from the water, skin pale gray, eyes sharp with predatory coldness. Kisame Hoshigaki. Reanimated, unblinking, and once again bonded with same Hada. Across from him stood a man in green, arms folded, expression grim yet burning with unshakable resolve. "Might Guy. Show me your spirit and youth as we begin our battle." Guy asked, already shifting into a fighting stance. Kisame gave a sharp, humorless grin. "TSK, still dressed like a comic book hero. I missed battling strong opponents though." Guy narrowed his eyes. "I won't be holding back." "No. I'd rather you didn't," Kisame replied. "This war deserves a proper offering of carnage." With that, the lake exploded. A wall of water erupted behind Kisame as he surged forward, riding atop it like a tidal god. Same Hada held in his hands, eager for chakra. Guy vanished, a blur of green lightning, his speed already cracking the ground beneath him. The first collision shook the trees. Guy's foot slammed into Kisame's shoulder, but Same Hada caught the blow, hungrily gnawing at Guy's chakra. Kisame retaliated, swinging the massive blade like a club. Guy ducked low, sweeping Kisame's legs and flipping backwards to gain distance. Sixth gate, gate of view. Open. Green chakra surged violently around Guy, steam lifting from his skin. Kisame's grin widened. Beautiful. They clashed again, fists against scales, taijutsu versus raw power. Water dragons erupted from Kisame's hand seals, but Guy tore through them with blinding speed, a blazing human bullet cutting through jutsu like paper. Kisame leapt into the air, forming a massive dome of water above him. Water style, great shark bullet jutsu. The shark descended, massive, chakra draining, aimed to consume Guy whole. Seventh gate, gate of wonder. Open. Guy's skin flushed red, the aura around him now a raging storm. Hirudora. With a roar, Guy punched the air, and a tiger-shaped pressure blast exploded forward, tearing straight through Kisame's shark. The impact hit Kisame head-on, shattering the water dome and sending his body skidding across the lake's surface, vapor rising in plumes. The battlefield was silent again. Kisame's body slowly reformed from Edo Tensei's regenerative power, coughing steam. "So that's it again, huh? Was a good fight," he said, almost admiringly. Guy walked forward, panting, steam rolling off his skin. "You were one of the toughest I've faced." Chains suddenly erupted from the water's edge, the sealing division, waiting for their chance. Kisame chuckled as they latched onto him, beginning to pull his form into the sealing barrier. "Well then," he muttered, as the light consumed him, "I'm glad it was you." Guy stood silently, watching as the chakra faded into the wind. "Farewell, Kisame." Another enemy down. Another reminder of how high the stakes had become. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX rising tension between the two figures. Kankuro stood at the center of a desolate clearing, his eyes narrowed with focus. His hands gripped the puppet strings that connected him to his creations. The wind tugged at his cloak, but he paid it no mind. His mind was elsewhere, centered on the challenge ahead. Sasori, the famed puppet master of the Akatsuki, stood across from him, his reanimated form still as unnerving as ever. He was surrounded by his marionettes, dead bodies twisted into grotesque, lifeless puppets, and his own personal one, Hirako, standing tall at his side. Kankuro's lips tightened into a grim smile. "You're nothing more than a puppet now," Kankuro called out, his voice steady. "I've been waiting for this." Sasori's pale red eyes flickered with recognition, and a humorless chuckle echoed from within Hirako's shell. "Kankuro of the Sand, I remember you," Sasori said, his voice cold and metallic, coming from within the confines of his puppet. "I've seen your progress. But do not mistake your ambition for power. You cannot win this fight with your simple toys." Kankuro's fingers twitched, and the first of his puppets, Karasu, his own masterpiece, moved forward. The black-clad puppet was a menacing figure, with multiple hidden weapons designed to strike from anywhere. "Simple toys," Kankuro muttered. "Let's see if you still feel that way when the real fight begins." With a snap of his fingers, Karasu rushed forward, extending sharp blades from its arms in a flurry of strikes. Sasori's eyes narrowed behind Hirako's glass eyes. He made a simple hand seal, and Hirako responded immediately, spinning to deflect Karasu's attacks with flailing arms and extending poisonous needles from its back. Sasori moved his hands with precision, directing the marionette as though it were an extension of his own body. But Kankuro wasn't done yet. He sent out two more puppets, Sandaime and Kurori, both of them flanking Sasori from opposite sides. The array of hidden weapons and traps on the three of them formed a nearly inescapable web. Sasori tilted his head. Impressive, but predictable. In a flash, Hirako's mouth opened wide, revealing a massive crossbow mechanism. Sasori pulled a string, and a giant arrow shot forward toward Kankuro with deadly intent. Kankuro was ready. Karasu intercepted, launching a barrage of poisoned needles at the oncoming arrow, shattering it mid-flight. He then sent the puppet into an aerial flip to dodge the sharp retaliatory blades that Sasori shot from his puppet's chest. "You're not the only one who can use tricks," Kankuro said, his face now more focused. The fight wasn't just about brute force. It was a battle of minds, and Kankuro knew that Sasori was just as strategic. He pulled another string, and Kurori unfolded like an ominous trap. It was a puppet designed for capture, its massive black mouth aimed at Hirako, attempting to snap shut on it. Sasori's expression remained calm, but Kankuro could see the slight twitch in his eyes. He was already calculating. Just as Hirako was about to be consumed, Sasori's body moved in a fluid arc. The mouth of Hirako opened, releasing a dozen poison-filled explosive kunai into the air, each one aimed to land at different points around the battlefield. Kankuro cursed under his breath, sending Karasu into a wide spin to block the oncoming barrage with its deflective shields. The kunai exploded upon impact, creating a burst of smoke and shrapnel. Kankuro moved with his puppets in unison, dodging and evading with remarkable fluidity. "You've grown strong, Kankuro," Sasori said, his voice as calm as ever. "But not strong enough." With an almost imperceptible motion, Sasori activated the true form of his weapon, the Sasori of the Red Sand himself, his lifeless human body emerging from inside Hirako. Kankuro's eyes widened in recognition. "You've been using yourself as a puppet all this time." Sasori's cold expression never faltered. The perfect puppet is one that has no soul. Suddenly, his human form dropped to the ground, four metal arms extending from his back, each one holding a sharp iron scythe, ready to cleave through anything in its path. Sasori's own body was now a weapon, a puppet with the finest skills of a master craftsman. Kankuro pulled on his strings again, and his Karasu unleashed a violent barrage of poison gas aimed directly at Sasori's position. Sasori didn't flinch. He simply spun on his heels, the sides cutting through the gas as though it were paper, and his human puppet form advanced toward Kankuro with lethal precision. Kankuro responded by drawing the strongest of his creations, the massive puppet, Sabakukyo, a giant constructed with hidden iron and sand mechanisms that were built for this very type of fight. The two puppet masters collided once again, their creations crashing against each other with devastating force. Sabakukyo's massive limbs slammed against Sasori's body, but Sasori was relentless, his sides cutting through the sand and iron of Kankuro's puppets, piece by piece. Kankuro's mind raced as he pulled his strings taut, controlling the battlefield with everything he had. His fingers burned with chakra, but he had no intention of losing. "Not this time. I won't let you take another life," Kankuro muttered, as his puppet Karasu took a powerful leap into the air, preparing for one final attack. Sasori looked up, sensing the coming move, but it was already too late. With a sharp, desperate pull, Kankuro directed Karasu's hidden blades, driving them into Sasori's human body, the very heart of his puppet form. It was a strike aimed at the core of his being, the very thing that had given Sasori his monstrous power. As Sasori's body shattered, the reanimated form exploded into a cloud of dust and sand, his defeated body crumbling away. Kankuro stood, breathing heavily, his hands shaking as he reeled in his final puppet strings. The battlefield fell quiet, save for the distant sounds of war. Kankuro allowed himself one brief moment of relief. He had won this fight. But there were still many more ahead. And the war was far from over. XXXXXXXX. The battlefield was burning. Not from fire, but from heat, waves of it shimmering across the plains as soldiers clashed in the distance. Amid the chaos, a scorching silence settled over one stretch of cracked earth. There, two kunoichi stood opposed, Tamari, commander of the Allied Forces Wind Division, and Pakura, the once revered hero of Sunagakure, now reanimated and turned against her own village. Tamari narrowed her eyes. Pakura of the scorched style. I never imagined I'd meet you like this. The reanimated kunoichi's green eyes glowed dimly, her expression unreadable beneath the influence of Edo Tensei. I never imagined I'd be used as a weapon by the very people who let me die in disgrace. Tamari's grip tightened on her war fan. We're not those people. And I'm not going to let you hurt anyone else. Pakura raised one hand, 3 orbs of scorch release rotating slowly around her. The air distorted immediately, the ground blackening beneath her feet. Then you'd better come with everything you have, wind scythe of the 5th Kazekage. Tamari opened her fan in one fluid motion. With pleasure. Pakura attacked first, her heat orbs streaking forward like miniature suns, humming with lethal intensity. Tamari leapt to the side, sweeping her fan horizontally. Wind release, cyclone cutter. A slicing arc of wind erupted forward, intercepting one of the orbs and sending it spinning off course. The other two split wide, curving around Tamari as Pakura manipulated them from a distance. The heat was unbearable. Tamari could feel it drying out her lungs. She slammed her fan into the ground. Wind release, dust storm breaker. A surge of wind burst from her location, kicking up a blinding veil of sand and debris. The heat clashed with the rushing gale, creating pockets of intense pressure and steam. Pakura's vision blurred for just a moment, enough time for Tamari to move. Suddenly, Tamari was behind her, fan raised. I don't enjoy hitting legends. Then don't hold back. Pakura spun around, and the final orb detonated between them. Boom. The explosion launched both women backward, though Pakura barely staggered, her reanimated body quickly reforming. Tamari rolled to her feet, bruised, her clothes scorched at the edges, but her focus sharp. You won't keep rising forever, she said. My wind doesn't burn, it cuts through lies, through illusions. Through you. She opened her fan fully, 3 stars gleaming. Wind release, summoning, great sickled weasel jutsu. A massive blast of cutting wind tore through the battlefield, slicing apart scorched earth and ripping through heat. Pakura countered with a final burst of scorched chakra, but this time, Tamari's wind overwhelmed it. The orbs shattered. Pakura fell to one knee, her body reforming slower now, chakra starting to fade. Members of the Sealing Division arrived from the ridge, chakra chains already forming in their hands. Tamari stepped forward, voice steady. You were a hero. You should have been honored. Let me end this properly. Pakura looked up at her with a ghost of a smile. You carry the wind of change. I hope you keep your village from repeating its mistakes. Then, without resistance, she allowed the sealing tags to latch onto her body. Her form glowed, and she slowly dissolved into light, peaceful, this time. Tamari lowered her fan, heart heavy but resolute. The past had been painful, but the future was worth protecting. And she would make sure of it. XXXXXXXX. The clouds above rumbled like distant drums, a prelude to the chaos about to unfold. On the eastern edge of the battlefield, where the earth had been scorched and twisted by war, Kabuto stood atop a broken cliff in the undead form of Mu, fingers weaving through precise, deadly hand signs. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, he hissed. From the blood-drenched earth below, a coffin erupted, its wooden panels cracked open with an ominous creak. The wind howled as a tall figure stepped out, draped in a torn red armor, long black hair fluttering like a banner of death. His expression was calm, regal, and terrifying. Uchiha Madara, Kabuto whispered, a twisted pride gleaming in his eyes. But before the reanimated legend could fully take in the world around him. You're not getting a chance to breathe. A burst of golden chakra struck the ground nearby with explosive force. Naruto's shadow clone, cloaked in the Ninetales chakra, stepped forward, blue eyes locked on Madara. Figures it'd be you, Naruto said. Too bad you're late to the party. A swirl of sand formed beside him, rising into a perfect sand clone of Gaara, eyes calm and cold. And behind them, the very earth shook, not from Madara's power, but from the presence of a figure walking slowly across the broken landscape. Reanimated Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, strode forward with the weight of history behind him, his brow furrowed. Madara blinked slowly as his eyes landed on Hashirama. You. Hashirama's face was unreadable. I was hoping we wouldn't meet like this again. Kabuto's grin widened. It's beautiful, isn't it? The two gods of the shinobi world, reunited on the battlefield. But Naruto wasn't smiling. You're not going to use this war as your playground. Gaara's clone added, this battlefield belongs to the living. Madara stepped down from the coffin, surveying the three before him. Interesting. A Jinchuriki, a Kusakage's puppet of sand, and my eternal rival Reborn. He tilted his head slightly, amused. Let's see if this era has what it takes to fight a god. Hashirama stepped forward beside Naruto and Gaara, his voice steady. Then consider this a warning, Madara. We're not the same as before. And we won't let you take another step forward. XXXX Gaara POV. I stood at the edge of the battlefield, my heartbeat calm despite the storm raging around me. Dust and chakra flared in the distance, lives clashing, falling, resisting. But this part of the war was mine to handle before the fight with Madara started. I raised my left hand to my face, fingers brushing around my left eye. The Kamui Sharingan pulsed to life, its tomo spinning with a force far beyond its origin. I channeled my chakra into it, and space began to distort around me, spiraling in on itself. In an instant, I was gone from the world. And pulled into another. The Kamui dimension. A realm of distorted space, fragmented platforms drifting in nothingness. It felt like standing in the eye of a storm, silent, weightless, isolated from time. Here, there were no allies. No enemies. Just the void, and the confrontation I had chosen. I didn't wait long. Reality folded again, a ripple tearing through the air ahead. He emerged. Obito. His white mask still covered most of his face. But now I could feel it, both of his Mangekyo Sharingan were active. Each radiated a different sensation, space, collapse, distortion. A nightmare in symmetry. So, Obito's voice cut through the stillness like a blade, you've learned how to use Kamui, that left eye doesn't belong to you. It does now, I answered coolly. And I brought it here for a reason. Obito tilted his head, curious. You chose to face me alone. Here, in my domain. That's bold, Gaara. Not bold, I corrected. Necessary. I've seen enough of you. He took a step forward. And what exactly do you plan to accomplish here? You can't stop me. I slid into a stance, sand spiraling around my arms as the Sharingan in my palm opened, just beneath the bandage seal. Then I'll make sure you're too broken to continue. Obito's chakra surged. The void trembled. He raised his hand slowly, eyes glowing behind the mask. You'll regret this. No, I murmured, the sand hardening into jagged spears behind me, the gravity beginning to warp at my call. I'll finish you. End of chapter. Chapter 64, the war heats up. The Kamui dimension bent and twisted as Obito raised his hand, both of his Mangekyo Sharingan glowing with murderous intent. I could feel it before I saw it, the shift in heat, the flicker of black light. Amaterasu. The jet-black flames erupted from nowhere, igniting around me in a vicious spiral. They didn't burn like normal fire, this was hatred given form. They clung to chakra, trying to devour it whole. But I had prepared for this. With the Rinnegan, my left eye snapped open fully. My perception expanded, every chakra flicker, every ripple of space, visible and clear. I twisted my wrist and raised my hand, manipulating the pull of gravity around me. Shinra Tensei. The Amaterasu flames blasted away in an instant, torn from my body and hurled into the far void. I didn't wait. My sand launched forward in spiraling lances, dense, razor-edged, forged under high pressure. Obito leapt back and his chakra surged violently. Behind him, it exploded outward in the shape of a colossal Susanoo, cyan and skeletal at first, then rapidly forming armored plates, claws, and a jagged blade that pulsed with mangled chakra. I stared into the mismatched glow of his eyes, my own mismatched eyes spinning faster. Obito's voice echoed through the warped space. You're not the only one who's evolved. His cyan Susanoo raised its sword and slashed, distorting the dimension around us with the force of its swing. I reacted immediately, summoning a gravitational field from the Deva path, drawing the blow off course with a tug from space itself. Still, the impact shattered a platform beneath me into glittering fragments. Bansho Tenin. I activated the pull again, this time on Obito himself. The masked man stumbled forward, his Susanoo resisting the force but faltering just enough for me to act. My right hand stretched out. Animal path, summoning, iron sand construct. A giant centipede made of black iron sand burst forth from a distortion in the air, its body reinforced with chakra and laced with sealing formulas. It coiled and charged Obito from behind, striking like a hammer. He turned, too late. The construct slammed into his Susanoo, cracking part of its ribcage and flinging Obito through a floating spire of rock. I pressed the advantage, propelling myself forward with gravity bursts, sand whirling at my heels. But as I closed the distance, his Sharingan flared again. Kamui. His body phased out, the same trick he'd used so many times before. I smirked, knowing now how the intangibility worked. This time his real body was out and open in reality. He can't leave his body out on the battlefield for too long. My left eye pulsed again, space folding under my feet. I raised my palm, the Sharingan in my hand whirling to life. Izanami, not yet. I whispered to myself, keeping it in reserve. Obito phased back into solidity just as I appeared behind him. Too slow, I muttered. I slammed my palm into his shoulder, gravity imploded in that instant, concentrating on him as the center. His body warped, crushed into a localized black sphere, Chibaka Tensei, point-focused. Obito howled as the Saiyan Susanoo tried to reform around him, but the black sphere consumed everything, crushing, sealing, breaking the flow of chakra. But still, he resisted. Impressive. His muffled voice growled, his Sharingan burning through the pressure. But you'll need more than that to end me. I stepped back, panting lightly, preparing for the next clash. This fight wasn't over. But I had him on the defensive now. The void twisted and screamed under the force of our techniques, sand whirling, Susanoo cleaving, Amaterasu burning, and my Rinnegan surging with raw gravitational force. Obito's Saiyan Susanoo barreled forward, sword raised high, chakra roaring like a storm. I countered with a blast of sand imbued with Deva Path force, knocking the Susanoo's arm aside just enough for me to slip through, straight toward the core. I could see it. Him. Inside the ribs of the spectral warrior, masked and breathing hard, Obito was exposed. I launched myself forward, cloaked in sand that solidified around my body like armor. His eyes widened behind the mask, and he tried to phase again, too late. Got you. I slammed both hands forward, shattering the ribs of his Susanoo with a concentrated gravity burst. His defenses crumbled, and he tumbled across the floating battlefield with a snarl of pain. He tried to rise. I raised my left hand, Rinnegan glowing, energy condensing. Bansho Tenin. But I wasn't pulling him. I aimed directly at his eye, the Kamui Sharingan. The dimension quaked as gravity singled out the ocular chakra signature, twisting and dragging. Obito screamed, genuinely screamed, as his body contorted, his head snapped to the side, and the eye began to tear free. No. His howl of agony tore through the space as blood sprayed across his broken mask and cloak. The eye trembled, resisted, and then with a sickening shhk, it was ripped from the socket, trailing chakra and threads of flesh. He collapsed forward, clutching his face that was gushing out blood from the hole in the right side of his eye socket, trembling, half-blind. His other Sharingan flickered weakly. I stepped forward and caught the extracted eye in my palm, staring at it as it bled into my hand, still glowing faintly with power. I could feel it, space-warping energy, raw and unrestrained. My Rinnegan scanned it. Still viable. I focused chakra into my palm, and the space there warped open into a glowing interface window visible only to me. Inventory slot number 3, added, Kamui Sharingan, Obito. The eye vanished into the slot in a shimmer of light. Obito coughed, struggling to lift himself from the ground. You, bastard. I looked down at him, unmoved. You misused this gift. You used it to run, to hide, to tear the world apart with illusion and grief. He didn't respond. Just knelt there, broken, blood dripping through the cracks in his shattered mask. Now, I continued, I'll make sure it's never misused again. He didn't look up. And I didn't give him the mercy of comfort. This war had no time for sentiment. Only results. He staggered to his feet, one hand pressed to the empty socket where his Kamui eye had been. His breath was ragged. I don't need Kamui to kill you. He lunged forward, weaving hand seals with trembling fingers, trying to keep the fight alive. I could see the desperation in him now, not determination, but denial. His remaining Sharingan spun violently, and a surge of fire chakra built in his gut. Katan, Bakufu Ranbu. Flames surged, but I'd already raised a wall of pressurized sand to extinguish the blast midair. I launched forward through the smoke, grabbed his wrist mid-swing, and drove my elbow into his sternum. He crumpled. I caught him by the collar before he hit the ground and spun him around into a brutal chokehold, my forearm crushing into his neck as I dragged him to his knees. You've lost, I said coldly. But before I go. My left eye opened, the Kamui Sharingan pulsing with ethereal chakra as I channeled it. See the truth. Obito struggled, veins bulging, but he couldn't resist. My eye caught his. And he fell into the illusion. Genjutsu world, within the Kamui Sharingan's illusion. Obito found himself standing in the middle of a mist-filled forest clearing. Cold, dense, quiet. Rin stood ahead, frightened and disoriented, surrounded by masked Kiri shinobi. Their eyes were blank. Unfeeling. Obito watched, frozen. Then, the mist shimmered. From behind them, threads of chakra became visible, dark, sickly red lines, connecting the Kiri soldiers to an unseen figure atop a high tree branch. Obito's breath caught in his throat. The silhouette stepped forward, its presence suffocating, regal, inevitable. Madara. You never questioned how they were always in the right place, my voice whispered behind Obito, narrating. How they knew where Rin would be. How they just suddenly implanted the three tails into her. The Kiri shinobi began to twitch unnaturally. They weren't acting on their own. They were under Madara's direct control. Suddenly, the illusion reversed, time unraveling itself. The mist shinobi were shown before the ambush, unconscious and twitching, black rods embedded in their bodies. Nagato's technique. The 6 paths used before Nagato even existed. Madara's voice echoed now within the genjutsu, they'll kill her, and the boy will witness it. Loss is the path to hatred. Hatred is the path to power. The scene jumped again. Rin, desperate, crying, begged Kakashi to end her life before the mist shinobi unleashed her within Konoha. I can't, Rin, I can't. You have to. They'll kill everyone. She leapt forward. His glowing hand pierced her chest. Not out of betrayal, but mercy. He saw her last smile. Her thank you. He screamed. Again. Obito's scream tore through the illusion. And yet the genjutsu didn't stop there anyways. The ground shifted, a cavern, dimly lit by chakra lamps. Madara watched from the shadows as White Zetsu whispered reports, displaying footage through spores. He's arrived, the Zetsu said. Madara nodded. Good. Let him see the blood. And in the next moment, Obito's younger self barreled into the clearing, too late. The memory and the truth collided. Obito fell to his knees as the pieces clicked together. He looked up at me, present-day Gaara, standing over him in this illusionary space. He planned everything. My voice was low, cutting. You think you chose this path? You think the world did this to you? No. Madara Uchiha did. He made you his weapon before you even knew what you were fighting for. Rin's body vanished. The mist faded. And Obito was left kneeling in a silent clearing with nothing but truth around him. Back in the Kamui dimension. He gasped and convulsed in my grip, his chakra wildly unstable. Blood and tears poured from his remaining eye. Rin. Rin. I released him. He slumped to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. You wanted the truth. I said quietly. Now live with it. He didn't speak. I turned my back to him, opened a vortex, and stepped through. The portal sealed behind me with a final shimmer of chakra. And Obito remained, alone, broken, and blinded in the void of his own making. Third Company battlefield, amidst the war. The battlefield was chaos. Third Company was locked in a grueling clash with a swarm of White Zetsu. The enemy's most dangerous trick wasn't sheer numbers, it was deception. Each Zetsu had the uncanny ability to perfectly mimic any shinobi it touched, down to the exact chakra signature. Confusion ran rampant. Allies turned on one another. Trust fractured. The body count climbed. Amidst the blood and mud stood the unlikely duo, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, legends of the Sanin. This is getting out of hand, wouldn't you say, Jiraiya? Orochimaru muttered, slashing through a Zetsu that had taken the form of a cloud shinobi. Jiraiya scowled. Tell me about it. These freaks can copy chakra now. It's more than transformation, they're indistinguishable. One wrong move and you end up stabbing your comrade. Orochimaru chuckled, pulling his kunai free from another fallen mimic. A shame. If you ask me, it's simpler to eliminate everyone. No more guessing. Allies, enemies, corpses don't lie. Jiraiya turned, aghast. Are you serious? These are our people, Orochimaru. We can't just. That's when blood spattered the air. Jiraiya blinked in shock. A kunai had nearly struck him, from behind. But it never landed. Another Orochimaru stood behind him, hand skewered through the fake's wrist, stopping the slash mid-swing. The hell are you doing, Jiraiya? Quit gawking and kill this thing already, the real Orochimaru hissed. Jiraiya didn't hesitate, a Raiznon exploded into the imposter's chest, launching it into a twisted heap. He exhaled. Then immediately turned back toward Orochimaru, another Raiznon charging in his palm. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Oh, now what? How do I know you're the real Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked, narrowed eyes full of suspicion. TCH. Do you seriously think another Zetsu would bother saving you? Orochimaru snapped, annoyed. Use your head for once. Jiraiya didn't budge. The last one talked exactly like you. Creepy, vague, heartless. Honestly, it was convincing. A fair point, Orochimaru conceded. Still, I'd rather experiment on these things than kill them outright. Such fascinating subjects. He licked his lips, eyes glittering with mad curiosity. But I'm just a clone. My real body's busy handling Kabuto. That sealed it. Jiraiya lowered his Raiznon and gave a half laugh. Yep, that's you, all right. No one else would say something that disturbing with such pride. Glad we've re-established trust, Orochimaru said dryly. But we are going to have a long talk after this war about your ethics, Jiraiya muttered as he cracked his knuckles. Just a heads up. Orochimaru smiled, completely unfazed. I never claimed to be a moral man. I'm only here because the infinite Tsukuyomi is insanity incarnate. Don't mistake that for redemption. Jiraiya sighed. Well, at least you're self-aware. That's more than I can say for Kabuto. The earth rumbled. 50 white Zetsu emerged from the tree line, forming a loose circle around the Sanin duo. They want a piece of us, huh? Jiraiya said, smirking as he crouched into a stance. Shall we show them why that's a mistake? Orochimaru asked, gathering chakra as snakes coiled around his arms. Jiraiya grinned. For once, I like the way you think. The Sanin leapt forward, two legends, shoulder to shoulder, tearing into the enemy with overwhelming force. The Zetsu didn't stand a chance. Madara's arrival, first company battlefield. Madara descended from the sky within his towering Susanoo, landing with a thunderous crash that cracked the earth beneath him. Dust billowed outward as he emerged, the gleam of anticipation in his eyes unmistakable. Adrenaline surged through him. This was what he had been waiting for. First company stood before him, an elite group of shinobi, carefully selected for their strength and experience. To Madara, they were nothing more than a warm-up. He wanted to savor this. Let's see what you've got, he said calmly. Madara clapped his hands together and dozens of wood-style clones sprouted into existence, each one immediately cloaked in its own humanoid Susanoo. Their armored forms glimmered with ominous chakra, a perfect counter to the numerical advantage First Company had. With a satisfied smirk, Madara gave the silent command, and the clones charged. The battlefield erupted into chaos as the First Company scattered to face the clones individually, leaving the real Madara standing across from the one person he had been aching to fight for decades. Hashirama Senju. Let's settle this once and for all, Hashirama, Madara growled, brandishing his scythe. Hashirama stood tall, sorrow flickering in his eyes as he summoned a chakra sword. Are you certain you won't reconsider? I've said it before, I'd rather not fight my best friend again. Madara rolled his eyes. Shut up and fight. Have it your way, Hashirama said with a sigh before charging forward. Their weapons clashed with a deafening crash, echoing through the battlefield like thunder. Elsewhere, Guy, Tsunade, and Mei versus a Madara clone. Tsunade, Mei, and Guy had taken on one of the Madara clones, but the Susanoo armor made getting close nearly impossible. For now, they were on the defensive. Any ideas on how to break through this thing? Mei asked, dodging another swing from the clone's massive blade. That depends, Tsunade said, flipping backward. Do either of you have something strong enough to shatter its Susanoo? I might, Guy said, his brow furrowed with intensity. But I'll need time, someone has to distract it. You're sure it'll work? Mei asked. The power of youth burns within me. I will not fail. Guy replied, fire blazing in his eyes. Tsunade and Mei exchanged a quick nod before facing the clone. The Madara clone scoffed. What do you think you weaklings can do? You'll only serve to entertain me. He swung his blade toward them with incredible speed, but that's when Tsunade's seal flared to life. Cha! She screamed, driving a chakra-infused punch into the Susanoo sword, shattering it and disabling both arms in a single blow. Now! Tsunade yelled. Mei leapt forward, hands flashing through signs. Lava-style, magma ball jutsu. A massive sphere of molten lava burst forward, crashing into the Susanoo. The impact was powerful, but when the smoke cleared, the clone still stood, its armor cracked but intact. Pathetic, the clone mocked. Your fiery little rock didn't even dent me. What now? Mei smirked. Now I sit back and enjoy the show. The clone's expression shifted, confusion, then alarm, as he sensed the sudden spike of chakra behind him. He spun around, too late. Guy stood there, blue steam radiating from his body, his fingers locked in the tiger seal. Seventh gate, gate of wonder. Open. Daytime tiger. The air collapsed inward from the sheer pressure of Guy's punch, forming a massive shockwave in the shape of a roaring tiger. The technique struck the Susanoo clone with explosive force, shattering the armor completely and sending the clone flying back into the dirt. The clone's body trembled as it began to dissipate. Impressive. I didn't expect you three to take out a clone with no casualties, he admitted. Now I truly can't wait to fight you all myself. And with that, the clone vanished in a puff of smoke. The trio stood together, catching their breath. Their victory was hard-won, but temporary. They all knew it. There were still dozens of clones on the battlefield, and the real Madara had yet to lift a finger. But for now, they'd celebrate the win, and steel themselves for what came next. Gaara and Darui versus Madara's clone. Gaara's sand clone stood firm beside Darui as the two shinobi defended against the relentless strikes of Madara's clone. Thanks to Gaara's sand shield and their combined speed, neither had suffered damage, but they were locked in a frustrating stalemate. No matter what we throw at him, that Susanoo isn't budging, Darui muttered, ducking behind the swirling defensive sand. Hey, Kazekage, any chance we can pull the clone out of that thing? He asked, peering through the dust. Gaara narrowed his eyes. I might be able to drag him out with my sand, but only for a moment. He'd recover quickly, unless I used my Rinnegan. Darui shook his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips as black lightning began coursing over his arms. A moment's more than enough. Gaara glanced at him, momentarily surprised, then he returned the smirk and gave a nod. With a wave of his hand, Gaara let the sand shield collapse, then launched a massive tidal wave of sand directly at the Madara clone. Do you really think that sand can hold me, little Jinchuriki? The clone sneered. You're mistaken. The Susanoo raised its blade and smashed through the sand wall effortlessly, but then the clone felt something clutching at his legs. Too late. Thin tendrils of sand had coiled around his ankles, and in an instant, he was ripped cleanly from the Susanoo's chest cavity, landing hard at Darui's feet. Darui didn't hesitate. Lightning style, Black Panther. A fierce crack echoed as a snarling panther of pure black lightning surged forward, slamming into the clone. Electricity crackled violently as the Madara clone let out a grunt, before exploding into ash and smoke. The battlefield fell quiet for a moment. Gaara and Darui let out synchronized sighs of relief. That was close, Gaara muttered. Too close, Darui agreed, brushing sparks off his sleeve. They were just about to rush off to aid Inoki, who was still fending off a clone alone, when something caught their eye. Inoki was already flying toward them, looking oddly composed. The old reanimated Tsuchikage hovered down, glancing briefly at the scorched ground where the clone had fallen. It seems you two didn't need my help after all, he said with a satisfied nod. Both Gaara and Darui stared at him, stunned. Inoki raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? You really think I couldn't handle a simple wood clone? It's not that, Gaara replied carefully. We just weren't expecting you to finish it so fast. And without dying, Darui added silently. Inoki chuckled. My particle style made quick work of the Susanoo. The rest was child's play. Then his tone hardened. Now stop gawking and let's go. The real Madara is waiting, and the first Hokage can't handle him alone. With that, the old man turned and flew off toward the center of the battlefield. Gaara and Darui exchanged one more look of disbelief before shaking their heads and following close behind. Madara vs. First Company, the turning point. Madara was thoroughly enjoying his battle with Hashirama. The two had exchanged countless high-level techniques, yet neither bore a scratch. Of course, it wasn't just thanks to their formidable healing. They were both reanimated, impervious to conventional damage. Madara had already summoned his perfect Susanoo, while Hashirama countered with his Wood Dragon and Wood Golem. The battlefield shook under the might of their titanic jutsu. Now, after their most recent clash, the two legendary shinobi stood apart, breathing heavily as their techniques momentarily powered down. Hashirama offered a faint smile as he noticed something. It seems your wood clones have all been dealt with, Madara. You underestimated them, he said calmly. Madara scoffed, his lips curling into a smirk. I wasn't underestimating anyone, you idiot. Hashirama raised an eyebrow. Then why send the clones at all? Madara's smirk deepened. 2 reasons. First, to buy us some alone time. I wanted to fight you one-on-one again without interruption. And second. His Rinnegan gleamed faintly. So I could analyze the techniques of your allies. Hashirama's expression hardened as realization dawned, but before he could speak, Madara's body relaxed, as though he'd already won. This has been a fun dance, Hashirama. But it looks like our alone time is over. As if on cue, reinforcements arrived, fast and fierce. Tsunade, Mei, and Guy were first to land, followed closely by Minato, Naruto, Tobirama, and several reanimated Kage, including Hiruzen and Inoki. The battlefield was now filled with high-caliber shinobi. Gaara's sand clone stepped forward, addressing Madara with a voice like shifting earth. Give up, Madara. Your clones failed, and now you're surrounded. There's no outcome here where you walk away victorious. Madara chuckled at first, low and quiet, but soon, it grew into a loud, manic laughter that echoed across the battlefield. Surrounded? Perhaps, he said. But that's exactly where I wanted you. His Rinnegan flared, and before anyone could react, Madara raised his palm toward Hashirama. Universal pull. Hashirama's eyes widened as he was violently yanked through the air toward Madara, unable to resist the gravitational force. Madara's hand latched onto his throat, halting his momentum. You. Hashirama choked, as he felt his chakra rapidly drain away. Madara's absorbing his chakra. Tobirama shouted, alarm flooding his face. The moment filled him with an eerie sense of horror. Without hesitation, he drew his blade and surged forward. Don't let him fully absorb my brother's chakra. The rest of First Company leapt into action alongside him, but Madara only smirked and tightened his grip on Hashirama's throat. Then, with his free hand, he focused a pulse of chakra. Almighty push. A massive shockwave erupted, sending everyone flying like ragdolls. Madara then resumed absorbing Hashirama's chakra. The bark-like cracks of Edo Tensei began to crawl across Hashirama's body as he writhed. When Madara had drained all he could, he finally let go, only to slam a chakra receiver into Hashirama's back, pinning him to the ground. The god of shinobi lay still, immobilized. With Hashirama neutralized, Madara's attention shifted. His gaze locked onto the battlefield beyond. The tailed beasts. They're next. He bit his thumb and began forming the hand signs for a summoning jutsu, but he was quickly cut off by a powerful surge of chakra. Naruto and Minato, both cloaked in their glowing bijou forms, rushed in with twin Raiznon aimed straight at his chest. Madara's eyes flicked to them, unimpressed. He raised both hands and, with perfect timing, absorbed the jutsu with his Rinnegan. Then, with a mere thought, his Susanoo reappeared, its massive arms sweeping forward and sending the father and son crashing backward. Madara exhaled calmly, his power growing by the second. This battlefield is mine now. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the hunt for Kabuto. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had just led their forces to victory against the wave of white Zetsu and reanimated shinobi opposing them. However, the battle wasn't truly over, not until the Edo Tensei was released and the trapped souls of the fallen shinobi were freed. Orochimaru closed his eyes, focusing intently as he reached out with his chakra-sensing abilities. It didn't take long. He felt it, a concentrated and ominous chakra signature, tucked away in a cave not far from their current location. The energy was intense and focused, positioned almost perfectly equidistant from all major battlefields. A suspiciously strategic location. Too perfect, Orochimaru murmured to himself. Almost like Kabuto wants to be found. As if summoned by the thought, a small garden snake slithered up to him and coiled at his feet. Orochimaru bent down, picked it up, and listened as it whispered the coordinates, exactly where he had suspected. He turned to Jiraiya, a rare glint of excitement in his eyes. Come on, Jiraiya. I'm certain Kabuto is in that cave. He should be facing off against my main body, and hopefully, Itachi as well. If we can force him to undo the Edo Tensei. He paused, his voice growing colder, more assured. Then we'll converge on Madara. I don't care how powerful he is, there's no way he can stand against the combined strength of every shinobi alive. Jiraiya blinked, snapping out of his thoughts, then gave a sharp nod. Right. Let's end this. With the battlefield behind them and purpose driving them forward, the two legendary Sanin sprinted toward the heart of the enemy's control. Toward Kabuto. Toward the end of the Edo Tensei. Time skip, the cave entrance. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's clone made their way through the war-torn forest toward the cave that had once held the chakra signature of Kabuto Yakushi. But before they could enter, they stopped in their tracks. Walking toward them from the shadows of the cave were three figures, Orochimaru's main body, Kabuto, and Itachi Uchiha. Kabuto's steps were slow and careful, like someone recovering from a fog. Orochimaru's true form walked with his usual composed swagger, and Itachi, strangely enough, moved as if partially spent. One of his Sharingan eyes was completely blank. Jiraiya's brow raised in mild surprise. Wow, is this your disciple, Orochimaru? He looks weird. Orochimaru rolled his eyes, though his expression showed more fatigue than annoyance. Kabuto noticed it, but what confused him was the lack of malice in Orochimaru's gaze. That wasn't the Orochimaru he used to know. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto began hesitantly, where do your allegiances lie now? Are you a shinobi of Konoha again? Are we loyal to the leaf? Orochimaru chuckled softly, a smirk forming on his lips. I wouldn't go that far. I hold no loyalty to Konoha. But I am opposed to Madara, and it just so happens that the goals of the allied forces and I align. For now. Jiraiya glanced sideways at him and scoffed mentally, he's so full of crap. He knows he's leaning back toward Konoha, but I guess Madara is the excuse he tells himself. I was needed, Orochimaru added, voice cool, to ensure you released the reanimation jutsu. Kabuto bowed his head in silent understanding. After all he'd experienced, especially under the Izanami, he no longer had the pride to argue with Orochimaru. Of course, Lord Orochimaru, I'll release it immediately. Oh, and since we're on the side of the allied forces now, I guess I should return this. He then gestured, and from the cave, a clone emerged carrying an unconscious figure covered in slime, Enko Mitarashi. Jiraiya's expression hardened. What the hell? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, silently asking why. I needed more of your chakra from her curse mark, Kabuto said quickly. Besides, she attacked me first. It doesn't matter, Orochimaru replied, tone suddenly sharp. Undo the jutsu. And return my chakra. I'll be heading to confront Madara once this is finished. Kabuto nodded obediently. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. As Kabuto moved to perform the hand seals, Jiraiya sidled closer to Orochimaru, keeping his voice low. That was, surprisingly easy. What did you do to make this kid so loyal to you? Orochimaru's eyes glinted as he gave a faint smirk. I gave him a purpose, and kept him safe when no one else would. In return, he offers me unwavering loyalty. He glanced at Kabuto for a brief second. Not a bad exchange, wouldn't you say? Jiraiya folded his arms. So you're like a foster father, who experiments on all his foster kids. Orochimaru gave no reply. His silence was answer enough. As Kabuto finished the hand signs, the tension in the air shifted. A wave of chakra pulsed through the battlefield, the Edo Tensei had been released. Itachi stepped forward then, his gaze distant. The blankness in his one eye was haunting. It's done, he said, voice calm but hollow. The Edo Tensei will unravel shortly, but Madara remains. Battlefield, moments after Kabuto releases Edo Tensei. Madara stood firm amid the smoldering battlefield. Dust swirled around him as Naruto and Minato, both cloaked in their Bijou chakra, charged in again with a double Rasengan. His Rinnegan eyes narrowed, not in alarm, but mild annoyance. He swatted away the Rasengan with his perfect Susanoo's armored hand, sending both father and son skidding backward through broken earth and scattered flames. But then, a pulse. A wave of unnatural stillness swept through the land. The air grew thinner. Chakra signatures, dozens, hundreds of them, began to flicker and fade across the battlefield. Madara paused. So, it's been released, he said quietly, almost to himself. Cracks began to form along his arms, his body glowing faintly with the telltale light of Edo Tensei Release. A cruel smile spread across his face. I suppose Kabuto couldn't hold on for that long after all. Naruto gritted his teeth. It's over, Madara. You're done. Madara chuckled darkly as he looked down at his hands. Over, he echoed. No, this form may fade, but do not confuse that with defeat. Before anyone could move, a sudden warping sound rang out through the battlefield. Like space itself was folding inward. A dark spiral expanded in the air behind Madara. Gaara's main body had arrived. Madara turned slowly, sensing the anomaly, his smirk began to fade. You. Without a word, Gaara lifted his hand, a black vortex forming in his left eye. Kamui. In a flash of distortion, Madara's torso was sucked violently to the side, ripped cleanly in half by the dimensional pull. His legs collapsed to the ground as the upper half of his body vanished into Kamui space, then, a moment later, was spat back out, dropping to the ground like a rag doll. The battlefield fell silent. Naruto stared in disbelief. Gaara. What the hell was that? But it is about time you arrive anyways. Minato's gaze locked on the Sharingan in Gaara's eye. That's Obito's Kamui. Madara's torso reattached to his legs with a sound like cracking bones and snapping flesh, the eerie glow of Edo Tensei sealing his body whole once again. Dust clung to his armor, and for a long second, silence reigned. He looked toward Gaara, his one Rinnegan now sitting ominously in the boy's right eye socket. Madara's expression darkened. Then, his voice cut through the tension like a blade. Pathetic. His tone was sharp and venomous, not directed at Gaara, but behind him. To think. I entrusted the Eye of God to a weakling like Obito. I asked you to stall, distract, buy time for my plan to unfold. And what did you do? He took a slow step forward, his voice rising like thunder. You were outwitted by a boy with the weakest-tailed beast. Defeated by a shinobi who talks about friendship in the middle of battle so quickly. His glare shifted to the creeping mass of black Zetsu, slithering awkwardly along the edge of a nearby rock. And you. He spat. The so-called will of mine. You allowed Nagato's Rinnegan, my Rinnegan, to be stolen right under your nose. Madara's chakra flared, black tendrils of malevolence seeping from his form as his Susanoo flickered into being behind him. Black Zetsu slithered from a nearby crevice, having just returned from a failed skirmish elsewhere. It wasn't our fault. He caught us off guard. Silence, Madara snapped. You and Obito have proven to be utter failures. Every move you've made has only benefited the enemy. He then stared into Gaara's Rinnegan with sharp disdain. Giving my power to a Jinchuriki whose greatest strength is sand. What a disgraceful use of such an eye. He exhaled through his nose. His fury seemed to collapse in on itself. His gaze steadied. TCH. No matter. The wind blew between them. He stared at Gaara with an unnerving calm. I will simply take it back. Naruto stepped forward, cloak burning brighter. You're not laying a finger on him, Madara. Gaara remained calm, his voice even. You talk too much, Madara. This eye sees everything, and it sees your end. Madara chuckled softly. Big words, coming from corpses in waiting. Without another word, Naruto and Gaara's chakra exploded outward, synchronized like twin storms. From Naruto, the blazing orange of Kurama's chakra layered with glowing markings of perfect KCM Sage Mode. From Gaara, the golden sand of Shikaka mixed with the ethereal patterns of Rinnegan Sage Mode, a new, stable form powered by both perfect Jinchuriki control and ocular power. The earth beneath them cracked from the sheer pressure. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, one burning like the sun, the other swirling like a desert storm. Madara's expression twisted with a mixture of irritation and excitement. Interesting. His Susanoo flared to life again, bigger than before, its armor jagged with rage. If this is how you wish to fight, then come. I'll remind you all why I was feared as a god of war. Chapter 65, Battle of Gods. Madara Uchiha smirked as his hands weaved together in a sharp, fluid motion, the sign of gathering chakra. Very well, let us fight. Let the strongest reveal themselves through battle. His chakra erupted outward like a shockwave, clashing violently against Naruto and Gaara's energy. The very earth groaned beneath them, stones cracked, dust surged, and the air felt electric with tension. Madara's grin widened, his voice laced with menace. Let's test that eye of yours, brat. Limbo. In Gaara's Rinnegan-enhanced vision, the world dimmed momentarily. A shadow-like version of Madara peeled from his body, a silent assassin streaking toward them in the limbo plane. Naruto. Duck left. Gaara shouted. Naruto's instincts kicked in, and he dove aside just as the space he occupied exploded from a crushing blow. A beat later, Gaara whipped a sand tendril toward what seemed to be thin air, bam. The invisible shadow Madara was launched into a boulder with tremendous force, causing it to shatter on impact. From an outside perspective, it looked like the terrain simply erupted without cause. But Gaara and Madara both knew otherwise. You can see it too? Madara asked, an amused glint in his eye. No, Naruto replied, eyes narrowing. But I can sense it. Pretty clearly, actually. Gaara landed beside him, his breath steady, gaze sharp. Madara's eyes narrowed as he studied the Rinnegan in Gaara's eye socket. I need that eye back, or this fight might get annoying. Without warning, Madara surged forward, blindingly fast, aimed straight at Gaara. TCH. Gaara clenched his jaw, launching himself to intercept. I'll handle the shadows. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. Use my power. Shikaku. My power can bind them. Even his shadows. Gaara's eyes glinted with understanding. Right. Let's do it. Chakra surged through his arm. Sage Art, Magnet Release, Raise-Non. Dark markings curled around the spinning sphere, giving it a curse-like appearance. Naruto, grinning, formed a Rasen Shuriken and hurled it forward while dashing alongside Gaara. Madara halted mid-dash. His grin returned. Let's see the power of your eyes, Kazekage. The Rasen Shuriken screamed toward him. Madara shifted, swaying with deceptive ease, weaving past it, only to meet Gaara head-on. Madara's clawed hand reached for the Rinnegan, when suddenly, a blade pierced through his chest. A black sword had appeared out of nowhere, thrust straight through Madara's torso and hand. His eyes widened. Dark Sister. Gaara muttered, having summoned the blade from his personal inventory. Then, with coordinated precision, both Naruto and Gaara struck. Rasengan. Two spiraling spheres, Naruto's blazing with nature energy, Gaara's infused with sealing power, crashed into Madara's chest. A massive blast of chakra erupted, consuming the area. Smoke cleared. A single form remained. A limbo clone. Gaara's eye twitched. A substitution, again. Suddenly, Madara appeared behind them, absorbing a wind scythe from a sand clone with the Pretapath, his body knitting back together with unnatural calm. TCH. He regenerated and absorbed your clone, Naruto muttered, frustrated. I sealed one of the shadows, Gaara said, clenching his fist. But he can summon more. Naruto turned to him. You fought Rinnegan users before. Got anything we can use? Gaara nodded slowly, playing it cool. The shadow technique, Limbo, is unique to him. Nagato and I never had it. But the absorption thing, that's basic Rinnegan. Hard to deal with. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Maybe, we overload him with nature chakra. Pervy Sage said it messes up people who can't handle it. Turns them to stone. Gaara shook his head. Wouldn't work. He can use Sage Mode too. Naruto clicked his tongue. Of course he can. Before they could finish strategizing, Madara raised his hand, limbo shadows stirring again. Gaara whispered, let's hit him together anyway. If he's absorbing, he can't move much. That's our opening. Naruto grinned. Then we hit fast and hard. Side by side, the nine-tail sage and the one-tail Rinnegan Jinchuriki surged forward, blazing with chakra, ready to challenge a god. Madara Uchiha smirked, purple lightning crackling to life in his hands as his chakra surged like a brewing storm. Let's get back to it, he declared, and fired twin bolts of lightning with a thunderous roar. Naruto reacted in a flash, extending a chakra arm to intercept one of the bolts, dissipating the crackling energy with ease. The second streak of lightning tore toward Gaara, who slammed his sword, Dark Sister, into the ground. He launched himself upward, flipping over the blast as the sword absorbed the lightning like a grounded rod. In the air, his tailed beast cloak flared to life, and a glowing tailed beast bomb began forming at his fingertips. Madara grinned, raising an arm as three limbo clones materialized beside him. Gaara narrowed his eyes, calculating. He hurled the bomb, not at Madara directly, but at the ground in front of him, cutting off the limbo clone's advance in a fiery eruption. A glowing blue Susanoo shield erupted from Madara, shielding him from the blast. Was that supposed to hit me? He mocked, dusting himself off. Gaara clenched a fist. Grand Sand Mausoleum. The ground rumbled as tendrils of sand erupted around Madara, encasing him in a growing pyramid of compressed stone and grit. From above, Naruto shouted, got something extra from Son Goku. Lava Rasen Shuriken. The glowing molten shuriken spun through the air and slammed into the sandy tomb, creating a blazing inferno that vitrified the desert into glass. A moment later, Madara burst free, steam and molten debris trailing behind him as his body regenerated in real time. But he wasn't alone. Two Naruto clones struck from either side, their arms glowing with tailed beast-enhanced Rasenons. At the same moment, Gaara flashed behind him, blade clashing with Madara's gunbai. Earth Release, Ultra-Added Weight Rock Technique. Gaara's chakra surged through the contact. Madara's body lurched under the sudden increase in weight. The two Rasenons smashed into him, he tried to absorb them, smirking, until his face twisted in shock. What? He choked out. His limbs began to convulse, one leg buckling unnaturally. Shinra Tensei, he roared, blasting the attackers away with a gravitational shockwave. Naruto's clones vanished in clouds of smoke. Gaara skidded back beside the real Naruto. Just then, three limbo clones emerged, charging at them, only to be intercepted by three sand clones. Gaara's lips curled into a confident smirk. It worked. Naruto blinked. What worked? Gaara didn't take his eyes off Madara. His sage mode came from the first Hokage. He never trained in it properly. So when he tries to absorb nature chakra, it overloads his system. He can't balance it. Naruto's grin returned. So we can go all out. Good. From the smoke, Madara's voice rang out. That was impressive. I underestimated you. He stepped forward, eyes gleaming. But unfortunately for you, I've barely begun. His hands became a blur. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A monstrous wall of flame surged forward, a tsunami of fire consuming the battlefield. Kamui. Gaara's left eye shifted, space warping in front of him. Naruto formed a massive water-infused Rasenon, channeling Saiken's power. Giant Rasenon. The colliding forces shattered the inferno, steam hissed skyward, but in the chaos, they lost track of Madara. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Get in the air. The two leapt skyward just as Madara erupted from the smoke, shooting toward them like a bullet. Naruto met him mid-air, Rasenon at the ready, clashing against the gunbai. Madara's offhand shot forward, palm glowing ominously. Move. Gaara shouted, sensing the danger. Naruto's instincts kicked in, he swapped places with a clone just as Madara's palm clutched it. The clone popped in a puff of smoke. They landed on scorched ground. What the hell was that? Naruto barked. Gaara's face was grim. Human path. Rips your soul out just by grabbing you. It's like the Shinigami death seal, but worse, he can do it whenever he wants. Naruto scoffed. You waited until now to tell me. The smoke parted to reveal Madara, looking disappointed. This chase is getting dull. Are your abilities truly this inferior? He mocked. Gaara narrowed his eyes. Naruto. Cover me. Naruto blinked. Huh. I have the Rinnegan too. Gaara shot forward. Madara mirrored the movement, palm outstretched. Both warriors stopped in front of each other, each pressing their hand against the other's chest. Let's see whose soul is stronger, Madara hissed. Suddenly, the world around them warped, the spiritual realm revealed, souls beginning to flicker like candle flames. Madara grinned wildly. I am the savior of this world. You cannot defeat me in a battle of souls. Behind him, an ethereal image of Indra appeared, bolstering Madara's aura. Gaara felt his soul being tugged, his body trembling, then he smirked. Maybe. But you still can't move. Madara's eyes widened. Now, Naruto. Naruto blurred behind him, Rasengan in hand. Madara summoned a limbo clone, but Naruto cancelled the Rasengan mid-swing and instead delivered a vicious kick, bypassing the shadow world and slamming Madara across the face. The limbo clone struck Naruto in retaliation, but Gaara sealed it in midair with a swirling sand coffin, chakra chains entwining it tightly. Both Madara and Naruto crashed into opposite cliffs, regaining their footing. Naruto leapt back beside Gaara. That almost worked. He sensed me coming at the last second. Gaara nodded, calmly analyzing. We found counters to every Rinnegan technique he's used so far. Absorption. Limbo. Soul Rip. He tightened his grip on Dark Sister. He'll be cautious now, and that's both a blessing and a curse. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Yeah, so long as he doesn't use Al. Madara raised his palm, a smug grin stretching across his face. Almighty push. Both younger shinobi reacted the same, pure panic. They were launched backward, crashing through rocks and rubble, their bodies skipping like stones across the fractured terrain. Gaara groaned. TCH. It's even worse than when Nag. Universal pull. The gravitational force yanked them from the rubble, suspending them midair before a floating Madara, who looked more amused than ever. You see how useless this is? Madara said, arms outstretched. No matter how many counters you come up with, I'll always have more. Infinite chakra. Regeneration. Edo Tensei perfection. Just accept the truth, your lives mean little in the face of peace. Surrender to the infinite Tsukuyomi. Gaara's voice cut sharply through the air. Now. In an instant, both boys were cloaked in tailed beast chakra. A massive sand claw formed around Gaara, shaped by Shikaku's power. The head of the Ninetales loomed behind Naruto, a glowing tailed beast bomb charging in its mouth. Madara's eyes narrowed. He raised a Susanoo arm and summoned a blade, lunging toward Gaara. But Gaara didn't flinch. He spun toward Naruto. Universal pull. Their Rinnegan powers collided, snapping them free from Madara's gravitational hold. Naruto's chakra arm shot forward, grabbing Madara's Susanoo blade mid-swing. He yanked the Uchiha in, Gyuki's chakra coiling into a dark, crackling Rasengan. Rasengan. The jutsu slammed into Madara, grinding through his Susanoo's chest plate and blasting him backward. But just as quickly, he vanished. Naruto, guard up, now. Gaara shouted. Naruto raised his chakra arms just in time to absorb an almighty push from behind. The sheer force still hurled him through the air, and from above came a descending blade of a perfect Susanoo. The ground erupted in a cataclysmic explosion as both shinobi were separated again. When the dust cleared, Madara stood unscathed, a smug smile on his face. Naruto coughed. What the hell was that? He just disappeared. That wasn't a Six Paths ability, Gaara muttered, narrowing his eyes. He's swapping places with his limbo clones. Madara chuckled. You know an awful lot about my powers. I thief. Gaara clenched his fists. Naruto, you handle the push. Naruto took off, Kyuubi cloak flaring. A massive Rasengan formed in the clawed foot of his avatar. Go. Madara smirked, intrigued. Almighty push. The blast met Naruto's Rasengan head-on, triggering a thunderous shockwave. Naruto stumbled back, chakra flaring to stabilize himself. But then. A glint of silver. Naruto hurled his father's flying thunder god kunai. Madara caught it with a scoff. What was that supposed to? Suddenly, Madara blinked. When his vision cleared, Naruto and Gaara were casually standing before him, exactly as they had been at the beginning of the battle. The battlefield, which had been obliterated just seconds ago, was now pristine. Craters vanished. Dust settled. Blood, gone. Madara's brow twitched. What? He took a step forward. Then another. The déjà vu grew stronger. He let out a dry chuckle. What? You two standing there all proud for Wa. His voice trailed off. The shattered terrain behind them was now perfectly restored, as if time itself had been rewound. His fingers flexed. The scent in the air was the same as it had been minutes ago. Oh. Very clever. Gaara didn't answer. Madara's eyes narrowed, amused. Didn't you know, he said, voice laced with sardonic humor. Izanami has to record the full breadth of the victim's combat skills to trap them properly. Their movements. Their chakra flow. Their choices. It has to know the target to loop the target. His Sharingan spun slowly. It is unlikely that such a technique would work on me, of all people, who has all the techniques of the Uchiha and Senju. You'd be trapped in the recording process until the end of time. Crack spiderwebbed across the world around him. The illusory domain, Gaara's Izanami, shattered like brittle glass. Madara stood now, back in reality. In his hand was not a kunai, but Gaara's wrist, caught mid-attack. The Sand Ninja's mismatched eyes, one Rinnegan, one a Sharingan, stared unflinchingly into Madara's. Gaara smirked. I knew it probably wouldn't work, but it was a good distraction. Madara's eyes flashed. And that's when he felt it. Dozens of hands grabbed his arms, legs, and torso. Naruto clones, fully formed, clung to him from every direction, their palms glowing with spiraling spheres of energy. The humming sound of Raisengans buzzed in the air. Madara's eyes widened. Boom. The clones detonated all at once, the Raisengans tearing through flesh and armor in a radiant, explosive wave. Light engulfed the battlefield as Gaara leapt away, twisting through the air with sand bracing his fall. He landed beside Naruto as a colossal mushroom cloud bloomed behind them. Both stared into the rising inferno. Gaara exhaled. Good hit. But that won't put him down. We need to seal him. Naruto, still watching the smoke, muttered, well, maybe don't stand right next to him next time. Gaara was about to respond. And then pain flared in his palm. The extra Sharingan embedded there, a tool, went dull, losing its glow. The tomo faded. The Skara clouded to white. Madara, wherever he was in that smoke cloud, had responded. Far away, through the fire and haze, another Sharingan, Madara's, was also turning milky and blank. He had activated it. Izanami. The countermeasure to Izanami itself. 2 self-sacrifices. 2 illusions nullified. A quiet moment passed. Gaara glanced at his palm. The useless, empty eye stared back at him. Then, without hesitation, he reached in with his other hand, dug his fingers beneath the skin, and ripped it out. A flick of his wrist, and the pale, limp eye hit the ground. I'll call that a good trade, he said simply. Naruto blinked. Dude. That's metal. Gaara looked ahead, where the smoke was starting to clear. He could feel it, the pressure rising again. Madara was still there. And this time, they had no illusions left. Both Naruto and Gaara stood ready, eyes locked on the thick smoke swirling ahead. They felt it, a presence cutting through the haze. But nothing emerged. Gaara's Rinnegan flared. Behind you. A limbo clone shot between them, aiming straight for Naruto. Gaara intercepted it just in time, but the force of the blow sent him skidding back. Naruto turned to check on Gaara, just as the real Madara materialized inches in front of him. Smart tactic earlier, Madara mused, his hand raised. Mind if I steal it? His eyes flashed. Izanami. Naruto froze. Gaara's seal closed around the limbo clone, but he was too late. Naruto. Madara's grin widened. You were far too easy to trap. All you do is clone yourself, hurl tailed beast bombs, and repeat your little Raisnon tricks. A predictable, one-trick pony. Took me 2 seconds to read your whole playbook. He turned, his eyes falling on Gaara. Now, shall we continue? But then. Gaara blinked. His face twitched, not in fear, but something like nostalgia. Naruto was forming a familiar hand sign, a confident grin tugging at his lips. Smoke erupted. Sexy no jutsu. Out of the cloud emerged a sultry, blonde kunoichi with glowing fox eyes and a black and yellow chakra bikini, flickering like fire. Madara stared, genuinely dumbfounded. Gaara's mouth fell open, just a little. Was that a smile? In the same instant, the sexy blonde spun in midair, and slammed a roundhouse kick into Madara's jaw, launching him into the ground with a crash. The smoke cleared to reveal a furious Naruto, back in his true form. Don't you ever assume you've seen all my tricks? Madara staggered to his feet, rubbing his jaw. Still dazed. Still confused. Gaara landed beside Naruto, deadpan. I can't believe that actually worked. Naruto shrugged. I spent a long time training with the pervy sage. You think I wouldn't have a few curveballs ready? The earth trembled beneath them. The ground cracked, then lifted. Both shinobi rose with it, hovering atop a chunk of floating terrain. Madara stood calmly, one hand raised. A dark smirk crept onto his face. Chibaku Tensei. 8 black orbs rose into the sky, forming gravity centers around them. Gaara's eyes widened. Destroy the cores, quickly. The 8 spheres sank lower, forming a massive ring. Gravity tore at them from every direction, locking them in place. Madara lifted a finger toward the heavens. Let's see how you handle this. The sky darkened. A shadow fell over the battlefield. Naruto and Gaara looked up. A colossal meteor blazed downward, dragging fire and death in its wake. Gaara smirked. Big one's mine. Shikaku's full avatar erupted around him, forming a tailed beast bomb. Blades of wind spiraled around it as the sphere began to rotate violently. Sage Art, Tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken. Naruto mirrored him, heads of all 8 tailed beasts emerged around him, each forming a bijou bomb aimed at the gravitational cores. Let's light it up. 8 beams of chakra thundered through the air. The Chibaku Tensei orbs erupted in blinding bursts. And Gaara's Rasen Shuriken slammed into the meteor, burrowing deep, slicing from the inside. The sky split open. The meteor crumbled into dust, raining harmless rubble over the battlefield. They landed softly, turning toward the center of the devastation. Madara stood there. Calm. Unmoved. Arms crossed. Gaara's voice was quiet. This is bad. Naruto glanced at him. If this keeps up, you'll run out of tailed beast chakra. And I'll burn out my Rinnegan. Naruto's eyes lit up. Hey. Why not use the Preta path to absorb some of his chakra? Gaara gave him a flat look. Are you stupid? Remember when I tried to extract his soul? He overpowered me. If I try to drain him now, he'll just turn it around and suck my chakra dry. A new voice echoed in their minds, deep, ancient, powerful. The voice of the tailed beasts. You're not alone, sand brat. If you connect to Madara, we can channel our chakra through you. Naruto can help you balance the flow. We'll replenish ourselves through you. Gaara and Naruto exchanged a look. A nod. A silent understanding. Time to push back. Naruto formed his signature seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a burst of smoke, 1,000 Narutos materialized around Madara, each wielding a glowing Rasengan. Madara's smile stretched wide, arms spreading. Almighty push. A massive wave of force exploded outward. Rasengan slammed into it, resisting for a moment, then every clone was erased in a cascading poof. Smoke swallowed the field. Gaara dashed forward, vanishing into the haze. His eyes flicked upward. There. High above, Naruto hung in the air, forming a Rasen Shuriken. The blue flames of Matatabi surged around it, twisting violently. He launched it. Madara sensed the threat and summoned his Susanoo, the spectral warrior forming a shield behind him. As his gaze snapped forward, he spotted Gaara charging, too obvious. Untrusting, Madara conjured 2 massive arms from his Susanoo, swinging down. But Gaara met the assault with chakra-forged arms of his own, both tipped with razor-sharp sand blades. The red-haired shinobi leapt directly in front of Madara. Madara's gunbai twitched in hand. Too slow. But Gaara vanished, replaced by Naruto's flaming Rasen Shuriken. It detonated point-blank against Madara's back. The explosion lit up the battlefield. Gaara and Naruto landed side by side, their eyes locked on the smoke. But Madara shot from the haze with terrifying speed, appearing behind Gaara. A black chakra rod manifested in his palm, impaled. Gaara staggered forward, then dissolved into grains of sand. A clone, Madara muttered, then froze. Behind him, Naruto had locked him in a restraining hold. Holding me down for another hit? Madara asked, smirking, until a pulse of chakra flowed out of him. Madara's smirk vanished. Naruto burst into smoke, revealing Gaara beneath, his palm pressed to Madara's back, Preta path active. What? Madara growled. Stealing your chakra, Gaara said simply. You don't have the strength for that. I know someone who does. Madara's eyes darted forward, and widened. Far off, Naruto sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Limbo, Madara growled. He released 3 Limbo clones, sending them racing toward Naruto. But 3 Gaara clones intercepted them, each wielding a chakra rod. A clash of invisible titans erupted in the background. Madara summoned his Susanoo, trying to blast Gaara away, but Gaara's Shikaku avatar materialized in a burst of sand, restraining the giant warrior. Wood style. Madara shouted. Wood dragon jutsu. 2 dragons burst from the ground, wrapping around Gaara's body. A third colossal one latched onto the Shikaku avatar. The chakra Gaara had stolen was now siphoned into the dragons. Gaara's expression tightened as his avatar began to crumble. Madara's Susanoo tore free, launching him back into the sky. Kamui. Gaara roared. A spatial vortex tore the wood dragons away just in time, only for a massive Yasaka Magatama to slam into his sand defense, blasting him back. Madara smirked, but turned too late. Naruto was already behind him, hurling a bijou bomb point-blank into Susanoo's back. The explosion rocked the air. Naruto appeared at Gaara's side. How'd it go? Gaara wiped dust from his cloak. Got a solid chunk of chakra. Should keep us going, but Madara's still in Edo. He'll outlast us. Gaara extended his hand. Through Naruto's chakra link, the stolen energy flowed to him. Naruto's fists clenched as his form surged with renewed power. That should stabilize this mode. They both looked up to find Madara floating, arms crossed, calm as ever. We need to take away his options, Naruto muttered. He always has a counter. Gaara's eyes flicked across the battlefield, landing on a glint of metal. A flying thunder god kunai. A plan sparked in his mind. Naruto, Gaara said quickly. You never fully removed the nine-tails seal, right? Naruto blinked. What does that have to do with anything? Madara's right there. Gaara extended his hand. Let me see your father's kunai. Naruto handed it over, confused. Gaara's Rinnegan pulsed as he examined the intricate seals carved into the blade, and in an instant, the world dissolved around them. They stood inside Naruto's mindscape. A vast, echoing void. The battlefield, Madara, gone. Naruto flinched. Again. A rumbling voice echoed, what is it, Gaara? Kurama loomed behind the bars, flanked by spectral images of the other tailed beasts, most still bound to the ghetto statue. Only Shikaku and Kurama remained free. Gaara addressed the fox with unexpected authority. Rip the seal off. Now. Naruto raised a hand. Explain first. You know time works differently here, we can afford it. Gaara exhaled. When I scanned your father's kunai with my Rinnegan, I saw everything. The flying thunder god technique, it's built into the seal. At a glance, I could understand how it works. Naruto gaped. Wait, you can do it. You told me you couldn't. It's linked to a specific chakra signature, Gaara replied coolly. The fourth's. Meaning you might be able to use it. Kurama's ears twitched. He gave a reluctant nod. Naruto cracked a grin. All right. I'll let you take off the seal, but only if you teach me how to use that kunai. Gaara didn't answer. He strode forward to the cage, placed a hand on the final seal, and ripped it away. A flash of light. A spectral figure appeared, Minato Namikaze. His golden hair and blue haori fluttered in the wind as he grabbed Gaara's arm. But Gaara didn't flinch. His Rinnegan pulsed. Preta path. The chakra construct dissolved into swirling light, drawn into Gaara's eye. It was never the real Minato, just a fragment of chakra left behind. Naruto stood stunned. That was kind of harsh. Gaara smirked. I needed the data. He extended a palm, channeling the golden chakra into Naruto. Now. He said with calm resolve. Let me teach you the flying thunder god jutsu. With this, we can bring Madara down. XXXXXXXXXX. Naruto nodded after finishing his planning with Gaara as the mindscape dissolved, and the two snapped back to the battlefield. Dust swirled around them, and the air trembled with the lingering aftermath of their last clash. Naruto gripped the kunai tightly, a smirk forming on his lips. Gaara kept his voice low, eyes fixed on Madara. I'll need a surge of your chakra to power the chakra restriction seal, I created it for Madara. My Rinnegan's nearing its limit, I won't be able to use it much longer. Naruto nodded without hesitation. Then let's make it count. Before they could make their move, Madara's voice cut through the tension, smooth and mocking. Are we quite finished playing hide and seek? I'd prefer to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi before sunrise. Naruto raised an eyebrow and flashed a confident grin. Then I guess we better teach you this lesson fast, straight from Naruto's God-tier ninja handbook. With a single hand sign, Naruto shouted, multi-shadow clone jutsu. A tsunami of smoke exploded across the battlefield as 1,000 clones formed, each brimming with chakra. Madara sighed, unimpressed. This again. But the clones were already moving. First technique, 100 Rasen Shuriken. Hundreds of whirling spheres of death tore through the sky toward Madara. In response, he raised a massive Susanoo, its armor gleaming ominously. But even that wasn't enough. The onslaught of Rasen Shuriken detonated in a chain of thunderous explosions, swallowing the Uchiha in a blazing dome of destruction. From within the smoke, the Uchiha's laughter echoed. His body, torn apart, was already piecing itself back together. Second technique, 1,000 Flying Thunder God Kunai. The clones launched their kunai in perfect sync, each one soaring through the sky like a rain of steel stars. They embedded into the ground, walls, and airspace around Madara. Madara narrowed his eyes, smirking. Do you truly believe throwing 1,000 kunai will change anything? Your parlor tricks won't. Chibaku Tensei. Gaara's voice thundered, his Rinnegan blazing. But unlike the typical black sphere, Madara himself became the focal point. The gravity well locked onto him, pinning him midair as the earth trembled. Trees and roots from his wood style shattered under the force, and all the scattered kunai were drawn toward him like iron to a magnet, forming a deadly halo. Madara gritted his teeth. What? Then, a yellow flash. Rasengan. Naruto struck him square in the jaw, smashing him into the earth in a spiral of force. But before Madara could recover. Flash. Rasengan. Flash. Rasengan. 500 clones lit the sky like lightning bolts, teleporting between kunai, slamming Madara from every single possible direction from any type of angle. His regeneration could barely keep up with the sheer velocity and frequency of the strikes. Madara was a blur, torn apart and stitched together at once, helpless in the aerial pinball of pain. Finally, one Naruto rose above, engulfed in golden chakra, forming a tailed beast bomb between the snarling jaws of Kurama's chakra construct. Madara's eyes widened. No. He swapped places with a limbo clone, vanishing just before the bomb was unleashed. He reappeared beside Naruto, hand crackling with black lightning, ready to end it. But he wasn't fast enough. Gaara was already there. He slammed his palm into Madara's stomach, chakra flaring as the seal activated. Madara froze, trembling. His eyes dropped to Gaara's hand, ink-like patterns were spreading across his torso. Gaara looked up with a sly smile. Checkmate. Naruto, already in motion, channeled a surge of chakra directly into Gaara's seal through their linked hands. Both shouted in unison, seal. A blinding light exploded outward, swallowing Madara's form. Ayakak. Madara screamed as the light consumed him, his body flickering between solid and ethereal, fighting to resist, but it was too late. The battlefield went silent. XXXXXXXXX, Allied Forces Camp. Boom. Another explosion shook the skies, followed by a shockwave that rolled across the horizon like a storm. Flaming lights, golden flashes, and streaks of chakra lit up the world beyond the camp's protective barrier. Whoa, how can anyone fight like that? That's a god up there, not a man, we can't possibly fight something like that. He's wiping the battlefield clean. The murmur swelled throughout the ranks of the allied shinobi forces. Wide eyes and open mouths lined the perimeter as shinobi of every nation gazed toward the horizon, where Naruto and Gaara were engaged in battle with Madara. The blazing sky was a living painting of devastation. A soft gasp cut through the growing panic. Hinata's voice rang out, sharp and clear. Look, it's Itachi and Jiraiya-sama. The two legendary shinobi descended swiftly, with Orochimaru slithering just behind them. Their expressions were taut, shadows of their battle against Kabuto still lingering on their faces. Jiraiya scanned the skies with narrowed eyes, his tone sharp. We leave for a few minutes, and the world decides to end without us. Itachi's gaze swept across the camp. Status. Tenten stepped forward, still a bit breathless. The Kaga are prepping the sealing division in case Naruto and Gaara fail. The Hyuga are tracking the fight with Byakugan, and all clans are on standby. Shikamaru's taken charge of strategic coordination, he's already set up fallback plans if the sealing doesn't work. Itachi nodded once, quickly taking stock. His eyes drifted toward the medical tents. He caught sight of Lee kneeling beside Guy, who was bandaged and being treated by Tsunade herself. Shino and Ino coordinated with their clans. Everything was moving, like clockwork under pressure. Jiraiya-sama, called a familiar voice. Jiraiya turned to see Shikaku approaching briskly, flanked by Shikamaru and a few other field commanders. We need direction, Shikaku said, keeping his voice calm. Some units are waiting for orders. Jiraiya folded his arms and gave a long, measured look toward the battlefield. His voice came low but firm, do nothing. A ripple of surprise spread through the crowd. But, one shinobi began. Jiraiya raised a hand to silence him. Right now, anything we do will only get in Naruto's way. This fight, it's beyond anything we're trained for. We move when he says it's time. A tense silence followed, the army hanging on his words. Suddenly, Hinata's Byakugan flared to life. Wait. He's coming back. In a flash, Naruto landed just ahead of them, a Bito slung over his shoulder. His sage eyes radiated quiet intensity as dust kicked up around his arrival. Gasps rang out. It's Naruto. He brought a Bito back. Naruto gently lowered a Bito to the ground. Got him out of the Kamui dimension. He'll live. Probably. Itachi stepped forward, nodding. Good work. What's the status? How's the fight going? Jiraiya asked. Naruto exhaled, hands clasped behind his head casually, like he'd just finished a jog rather than battling an immortal demigod. Tough as ever, he said, grinning. That bastard's got, like, a gazillion powers. And he knows exactly how to use all of them. It's like fighting every final boss at once. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. And you still sound like you're enjoying it. Naruto gave a little laugh, then looked at them all, Hinata, Sakura, Lee, Jiraiya, Itachi, the reanimated legends. His eyes softened for a moment. The real me's still out there. I'm gonna need more chakra soon, he said. But it's not time for backup yet. Not until we've really cracked Madara's armor. He gave them all a bright thumbs up, flashing that same reckless smile that had carried them through so many impossible battles. Then, poof. He was gone. Hinata turned back toward the battlefield, her eyes widening. What is that? A massive beam of light shot into the sky, pure, blinding, and divine. Even the sun seemed to pale beside it. Everyone froze. That light. Is Madara being sealed? Did they win? Nobody spoke. The camp held its breath. XXXXXXXXXXX, battlefield, post-seal collapse. The blinding light fades. 3 bodies crash to the earth with 3 heavy thuds. Gaara blinks through the dust, vision blurred. He grunts, reaching for his blade, until a glint off the metal reveals the truth. His eye. His left eye has reverted to its 3-tomo state. Damn it. I overused the Rinnegan. He gasps. Naruto, we need to, but his voice trails off. He senses it too. Naruto stands beside him, his cloak dimmed to the familiar golden hue of regular Kurama mode. No sage mode. No extra-tailed beast chakra. He exhales slowly, lips thinning. Across the ruined field, Madara stands shirtless, steam rising from his form. The Rinnegan is gone, only a single Sharingan spins in his eye socket. A black seal, identical to Naruto's old containment seal, now glows faintly on his abdomen. For a brief moment, all 3 warriors look at each other in silent realization. They've all been reverted. Madara stares at his hands, baffled. This seal. His voice cracks with disbelief. But Naruto doesn't wait. With a sudden burst of speed, he rockets forward, a massive chakra fist forming mid-sprint. Madara barely sidesteps, raising a wall of roots, wood style, to his left. It snaps into place just as Dark Sister slices through with a hiss of wind-infused steel. Gaara's sword tears the wood apart. Madara retaliates, sweeping Gaara's legs out from under him. The redhead flips to his feet, chakra flaring. One hand grips his blade. The other spins a Raiznon to life. A wood serpent erupts from below Madara's feet, launching him skyward. Naruto races up the twisting roots, yellow cloak trailing behind like fire. He lashes out, misses, and rolls midair, rebounding with a titanic golden punch. Clang. A translucent blue Susanoo arm catches the blow. The second arm counters, smashing into Naruto and popping the clone in a burst of chakra. Madara lands on another wood platform, just in time to see the real Naruto charging with a Raiznon. He flips backward as the Raiznon obliterates the platform. 3 sand spears launch from the left, Gaara. Madara narrowly avoids impalement, running along a new branch, but Gaara stays relentless. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Gaara shouts, unleashing a fireball that engulfs the advancing wood. Madara leaps through the smoke, only to be caught between twin jutsu. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The steam from the collision erupts across the battlefield in a thick mist. Gaara crouches low, pulling from his inventory. 2 massive demon wind shuriken flash into existence. He hurls them into the haze. WHRRRR clang. Madara twists midair, narrowly dodging both, only to see Naruto behind them, catching both in his hands. Wind chakra surges, vacuum style. Each blade ignites with glowing extensions of razor-sharp energy. Let's see you dodge this. Naruto hurls the enhanced shuriken. The wind blades slice into Madara's side, nothing lethal, but enough to draw blood and fury. In the blink of an eye, Madara vanishes. Naruto barely turns, boom. Madara's Susanoo arm punch catches him mid-turn, launching him into a tree. The impact snaps bark and bone alike. Madara descends, fully armored Susanoo skeleton forming around him. But Gaara is already airborne, twin Rasen shuriken in hand. He dives, breaks through the skeletal ribcage, but misses the core. He's above Madara now. Gaara detonates both spheres. The storm of microscopic wind blades shreds into Madara's construct, but the arms suddenly swell in size, deflecting the attack and sending Gaara tumbling higher. He looks up, his breath caught in his throat. Madara's full-body blue Susanoo towers above the battlefield, sword drawn and glinting. Gaara reacts. Sand roars up around him, molding into the Shikaku avatar. Its sword meets Madara's blade with a thunderous clash. Dust spirals outward in a shockwave. Gaara growls. The mouth of his avatar opens wide. Tailed beast bomb, fire. The orb launches point blank into Madara's torso. The explosion snaps the Susanoo at the hip, staggering the giant. Gaara slashes with his avatar's sand sword. But vines of wood style grow rapidly, shielding Madara and seizing Gaara's construct. Madara's Susanoo pivots around the tangled wood, sword poised to bisect both Gaara and his avatar. Shit! A feral roar cuts across the sky. Naruto's full Kurama form slams into Madara's sword arm, biting down and ripping it free from the Susanoo. He claws the chest with glowing fury. The arm regenerates, but the balance shifts. Gaara tears free, and together, they press. Naruto races up Gaara's sand construct, leaping from its shoulder. His clawed arm plunges down, cracking Madara's Susanoo and pinning it to the ground. Madara snarls. A wave of wood erupts, smashing Naruto back as the Susanoo slashes open Gaara's defenses. He ejects from the crumbling avatar just in time. Madara leaps away. Only half of his Susanoo stays with him now as he lands atop a growing tree. Around them, wood-style structures bloom like a forest on steroids. Naruto and Gaara dismiss their avatars and land side by side. The vines close in. Naruto raises his left hand. Gaara, his right. A Reisnon forms, then grows jagged, laced with fire and wind. Wind style, fire style, Raise Inferno. A flaming cyclone explodes outward, consuming the encroaching wood in a spiraling inferno. As the firestorm dies, Madara looms above, perched within a monstrous new Susanoo, 4 arms, 2 demonic faces, all forming the same hand sign. Naruto blinks. Oh crap. From the heavens, a shadow blocks out the sun. Gaara's Rinnegan pulses. Meteor. Madara chuckles darkly. With the seal suppressing me, I can't waste chakra. 1 meteor will suffice. Naruto rolls his shoulders. Just a big ol' rock, right? They lift their hands once more. This time, sparks of lightning chakra spiral with the wind. Wind and lightning. The Reisnon glows electric blue. Does it really need a name? Gaara groans. Naruto grins. Have some flair. Wind style, lightning style, Raisenstorm. The electric vortex fires upward, drilling into the falling meteor, shattering its core and blasting it into chunks. Pieces rain down harmlessly. The battlefield goes quiet. Naruto hops onto a summoned hawk with Rinnegan eyes, courtesy of Gaara's animal path. Naruto's eyes going wide. Wait. How can you just summon like that? TCH, did you forge? Actually, I don't blame you for forgetting the animal path. Gaara says simply. Get going. Madara begins to advance, the seal on his stomach cracked and smoldering. Running won't save you. That seal's dying. And once it's gone, so is your last chance. Gaara doesn't flinch. His avatar reforms behind him. Madara answers with his own, his Susanoo now pulsing with intertwined wood-style bones, its frame cracking with power. You know the difference between us. Madara smirks. You've climbed to the peak, but I've torn through it. The enhanced Susanoo surges forward as it presses Gaara. Madara grins wildly as Gaara's Shikaka starts to crack apart under the pressure of his Susanoo. Any last words? With my power, I am nothing less than a god. After all, if any real god should exist, where is he? Has he abandoned this world? Would he strike me down where I am? He shakes his head. No more. You've been amusing, but I'm done with you. Gaara smirks. Do you hear it? The sound. Madara stops, confused. Suddenly, there's a series of flashes above, like lightning tearing the sky open, and then comes the sound, a deep, resonant rumble, not just thunder, but something far older, wilder, divine. He looks up. What is that? The clouds split. A vortex of wind and nature chakra spirals at the center of a massive storm front forming above the battlefield. A golden blur drops down from the heavens riding the wind, eyes glowing with fierce orange irises and thick sage marks on his face. Cloaked in a shimmering mix of orange and black, an aura of nature energy swirling violently around him, Naruto descends like a comet. He's not just in sage mode. He's entered perfect-tailed beast sage mode, the fusion of his natural energy, Kurama's chakra, and the residual traces of the other tailed beast still echoing inside him. As he hovers above, standing on the back of Gaara's summoned hawk, both hands are clutched together, swirling something massive between them, a Reisnon, yes, but layered with sage markings, flickering blue, golden, and red. The sheer pressure coming from it causes even the storm to bow inward. Gaara grins through bloodied lips. Took your time. Naruto's voice booms down like thunder. Madara. You talk about gods. He raises the enormous swirling mass above his head, massive and alive, as if the world itself is screaming through it. I don't need to be a god, to end one. Madara's eyes widen as he senses the density of nature energy in the air. Impossible. That chakra, what kind of technique is that? The orb in Naruto's hand condenses even more, forming rings of natural energy spinning in opposing directions. The very sky begins to crackle with celestial lightning, as if the world itself recognized the power being unleashed. Naruto flings the attack with both arms, his voice ripping through the air. Senpo, Rasenragen. Sage Art, Spiral Thunder God. The attack rips through the atmosphere like a divine lance, an enormous spiraling spear of Rasengan wrapped in storm and natural energy, lightning dancing along its edges, screaming with the fury of heaven. Madara braces, his fully armored Susanoo pulling up every defense, but the moment it connects, the spiral collapses inward like a supernova. The explosion isn't just light, it's nature itself rejecting him. Thunder screams. Earth trembles. Wind tears through the trees like paper. For a moment, all sound is gone. Then, the Susanoo shatters, layer by layer, cracks of light breaking through it like glass under pressure. The wood skeleton inside splinters, burned alive by raw natural energy. Madara lets out a furious roar, his body engulfed in radiant chakra, eyes wide in disbelief. No. The impact sends him crashing across the battlefield, bouncing across mountains like a comet hitting Earth, until a massive crater is all that's left, smoke and steam hissing into the sky. As silence returns, Naruto lands beside Gaara, cloak flickering but his eyes still sharp. Naruto was about to move, preparing to check if Madara had finally been destroyed, but as the smoke cleared, his heart sank. Madara stood within the crater, blood trailing down his chin, his armor scorched and cracked. Yet his grin remained unshaken. Heh. Madara chuckled, voice low and raspy. That was magnificent. One of the most glorious attacks I've ever witnessed. He coughed, wiping the blood with the back of his hand as his body regenerated, flesh knitting itself back together, courtesy of Edo Tensei. I dare say, this battle is even more exhilarating than fighting Hashirama. Naruto landed beside Gaara, eyes sharp. How long until your eye comes back? Gaara's Rinnegan glowed dimly, flickering. 30 seconds. Naruto's brow furrowed. And the seal on him? Gaara grimaced. 27. What? How are we gonna draw more chakra from the other beasts in that time? Difficult, Gaara admitted. I'm low on chakra too. I'll need some. Naruto clenched his fists. Then we finish this, fast. Without hesitation, they launched themselves forward. Mid-flight, they split paths, crossing in a spiraling arc. Madara smirked, forming half his colossal Susanoo with a single hand. Yasaka Magatama. He unleashed a volley of spinning chakra discs that tore through the air toward Naruto. Gaara ducked low, speeding under the Susanoo's feet while Naruto zigzagged between the discs. Madara drew a wood-style blade from his arm and swung at Gaara just as he closed in. Clang. A brilliant yellow flash burst into view. Naruto appeared in front of Gaara, holding Dark Sister, the black blade crackling with sage chakra as it locked against Madara's wooden sword. Naruto's chakra was tethered through his FTG seal, linked to Gaara in the distance. Gaara wasted no time. His palm slammed into Madara's stomach, right on the weakened seal etched across his skin. Inside Madara's mindscape, it resembled Naruto's once did, a dark, vast plane. But the cage here was colossal, towering into the void. Within, a swirling mass of infinite chakra pulsed with chaotic power. Madara's inner self stood before the gate, fingers closing around the seal. At last. He began to peel it away. But suddenly, a hand clamped onto his wrist. Naruto. You're not done with us yet. Before Madara could react, Gaara sprinted past them both, slipping through the bars of the cage. I'll be taking that chakra, thank you. From all directions, a vortex of purplish chakra surged around Gaara as he activated the Preta path, draining Madara's chakra reserves directly. Madara's eyes widened in horror. I have to stop him. He broke free of Naruto's grip and tore the seal off. The real world exploded. A shockwave cracked the earth, blasting smoke and debris outward in all directions. Naruto and Gaara were flung back but landed firmly, both of them rising to their feet as the dust settled. Madara emerged, but something was different. He looked down at his restored Rinnegan, then clenched his fists. I'm weaker. Even with infinite chakra. I can feel it. High above, Gaara and Naruto stood tall. Naruto grinned. You're not the only one who got a recharge. Gaara's Rinnegan and Kamui Mangekyo spun violently. We drained more from you than you realize. Naruto tossed Dark Sister back to Gaara, who returned the FTG kunai. Ready. Naruto smirked. Gaara nodded. Let's kick his ass. The battlefield trembled as a massive hawk launched from the smoke, tearing across the wasteland like a living missile. Gaara rode atop, sand swirling behind him in a roaring storm. Madara answered with fury. Wood dragons burst from the ruins, chasing the hawk. 3 Yasaka Magatama discs followed close behind. The hawk zigzagged, dodging between dragons. Gaara's sand tendrils whipped and parried, knocking 2 dragons aside. Above, Gaara's Shikaku avatar took form, drawing a bijou bomb. Twang. The tailed beast bomb struck the center Yasaka Magatama. The resulting explosion obliterated the other 2 in a chain reaction. From below, Madara surged into the sky, activating the Azura path. His arm twisted into a massive cannon, charging with burning chakra. Boom. He fired. A streaking FTG kunai zipped into the blast's path. Naruto teleported in, eyes focused. Gotcha. He performed the same technique as Tobirama, warping the massive blast far into the sky, where a shadow clone had prepared a seal. Ka boom. The redirected blast struck Madara from above. But he gritted his teeth, activating Pretapath, absorbing his own energy with desperation. His cannon began recharging when, shunk. A chakra rod from Gaara speared into the side of the cannon, destabilizing it. Boom. Madara's arm exploded violently, staggering him. From above. Bijou bomb. Naruto hurled the massive sphere down at Madara. The Uchiha snarled and released a limbo clone, intercepting the attack with a fierce detonation that shook the heavens. But then, the rod in Madara's arm started to pulse. Wait. Krakum. The implosion detonated point blank, hurling Madara across the battlefield like a rag doll. Naruto hovered afar, breathing hard, but grinning. Hey, that had to sting. But then his sage mode flared, a warning. Behind. Madara burst from underground, body scorched but reforming. With a snarl, he summoned a massive tree, its roots tearing toward Naruto. The blonde flared, exploding into his tailed beast form, ripping through the tree with massive claws. From his jaws, a colossal Raiznon began to form. He charged, but Madara's arm glowed again. Lightning surged down it, shaping a beam of concentrated chakra that fired directly into Naruto's Raiznon. The explosion was catastrophic. Naruto was flung across the field, crashing into the dirt, coughing blood. Madara aimed again. But this time. Wind style, Sandy Rasen Shuriken. A swirling, golden sandstorm flew in, colliding with Madara's cannon blast midair. The impact blew them both back as the shockwave split the heavens. Gaara's hawk swooped down, catching Naruto midair. They hovered, bruised, bloodied, but burning with power. Naruto wiped the blood from his mouth. So, what now? Gaara's eyes narrowed. Now. We stop playing nice. Only one option left. Time to hatch a scheme. Naruto, I need a sample of your blood. What the hell for? Just a precaution. Don't worry. Naruto sighed, wiping the blood off his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a kunai and smeared the crimson across the blade. Here, he muttered, tossing it toward Gaara. Gaara caught it smoothly. A serpent slithered out from his sleeve, wrapping around the kunai before swallowing it whole. Now, Gaara said calmly, get me close to Madara. Naruto grinned. Easy enough. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones burst into existence beside him. All 4 surged forward like streaks of lightning. Madara, floating above the fractured battlefield, narrowed his eyes. His arms transformed, Azura path fully activated. Both limbs morphed into twin cannons, smaller auxiliary barrels unfolding across his shoulders and forearms. Then, an inferno of destruction. Cannon blasts of pure chakra thundered forward, each shot cracking the air like the sound barrier being shredded. The sub-weapons joined the chaos, firing jutsu in bursts, fire style, lightning style, wind style, converging into a kaleidoscope of devastation. Madara's smile widened. Dance for me. Naruto and his clones scattered in a blur, yellow flashes marking their paths through the storm of annihilation. Explosions erupted behind them like an army of miniature suns. 2 clones were vaporized instantly. The third leapt in front of Naruto just in time to shield him from a blast. Naruto teleported again, FTG active, appearing directly above Madara's line of fire. Twisting midair, he brought down a massive Raiznon with a roar. A Susanoo arm formed in an instant, absorbing the brunt of the Raiznon, though it cracked under pressure. The limb shattered, just as Madara countered with a chakra rod aimed at Naruto's heart. But Naruto had already vanished. Flash. Gaara appeared beside Madara, teleported in by Naruto. Chakra rods clashed, Gaara meeting Madara head-on. Then the trap was sprung. 2 serpents shot from Gaara's sleeves, sinking their fangs into either side of Madara's neck. The Uchiha's eyes widened. What? Paralyzed for a split second, Madara could only watch as Gaara materialized Dark Sister in his offhand and slashed. The obsidian blade ripped through Madara's torso, carving up through his cheek in a diagonal arc. Blood sprayed. Nearly bisected, the legendary Uchiha stumbled. But his Susanoo flared again, an instinctive defense. Its arm backhanded Gaara, sending him flying. Gaara tumbled midair, but his hawk summon swooped in, catching him just in time. Naruto zipped beside him. You got him. Madara slammed into the earth below, coughing up blood. He touched his neck, feeling the burning sensation from the snake bites. What is this? His eyes narrowed, but his body had already begun to regenerate at unnatural speed. Gaara's voice rang out. Now. Hit him while he's stunned. He and Naruto launched themselves in opposite directions. In a blink, they both transformed. Gaara entered full-tailed beast mode, his Shikaku avatar towering and grotesque, preparing a bijou bomb Raiznon in its clawed hand. Across the battlefield, Naruto's massive fox form reared its head, gathering chakra into a matching tailed beast Raiznon. The two titanic attacks converged on Madara from both flanks. Madara, bloodied and limping, glanced left, then right. His Rinnegan flared. Almighty push. A gravitational cataclysm exploded from his core. The twin avatars were repelled with colossal force, their bombs hurled into the sky and detonated harmlessly above. The shockwave flattened mountains, splitting canyons anew, felt all the way to the allied shinobi forces. Earthquakes tore through the terrain, turning the battlefield into shattered ruin. Smoke curled from Madara's lips as he exhaled. Blood streamed from his mouth, but the gash across his chest was gone, healed. He looked down at his hands, then clenched them. Unbelievable. Even with infinite chakra, the Edo Tensei body is deteriorating. His gaze lifted, Naruto and Gaara still stood, winded and panting. No matter. I only need to last a little longer. Then, Black Zetsu will ensure Gaara uses the Rinne rebirth. My true return will be at hand. Naruto staggered upright. Gaara landed beside him, his breathing ragged. We have to outlast him, Naruto muttered. His hand tightened into a fist. We can't give up. Gaara glanced at Naruto, his expression unreadable. Ready for a team attack. In an instant, both found themselves in their shared mindscape, the realm of the tailed beasts. All 9 bijou stood before them, silent but attentive. We need all your chakra, Gaara said. The next heartbeat brought them back to reality. Naruto and Gaara stepped side by side, their auras flaring to life. Let's finish this with everything we've got, Naruto muttered. A massive fox avatar surged into being, cloaked in the combined chakra of all 9 tailed beasts. Shikaku's sand swirled within the body, Saiken's misty presence diffused through it, and blue flames danced along its limbs from Matatabi's power. Kurama's burning chakra gave the final shape. The fusion of their powers formed not just a fox, but a monstrous, godlike entity wrapped in the aura of the demonic statue of the outer path, with Naruto and Gaara in its crown. On the opposite end, Madara laughed, elation glowing in his eternal Mangekyo eyes. A pseudo-10 tails. How fascinating. It only makes me more eager to claim the real thing. He activated the Azura path. Metal word and chakra howled as his perfect Susanoo merged with cannon-like weapons, gathering energy for a devastating counterattack. Sage art. They began forming Rasen Shuriken, one after the other, each infused with a different tailed beast's element. Shikaku, wind and magnet release, a sealing Rasen Shuriken etched in curse script. Matatabi, blue flames spiraled in a Rasen Shuriken so hot it vitrified the earth. Isabu, a swirling sphere of crushing water pressure. Son Goku, lava release bloomed in a violent, molten helix. Kokuo and Saiken, joint attack, one in acidic mist, the other in explosive steam, blistering the very air. Gyuki, a black, inky sphere that pulsed with paralyzing chakra. Kurama, growling deep in their core, gathered it all, chaotic, wild, unstable. Gaara, channeling the Gedo statue's resonance, helped stabilize it, binding the raw destruction into a single volatile core. Together, Naruto and Gaara raised their fused weapon high. Sage art, super-tailed beast Rasen Shuriken. The colossal fox surged forward, each chakra arm dragging a fraction of apocalyptic power. Madara's perfect Susanoo charged to meet it, cannon primed. Come then. Madara screamed with a maniacal grin. The moment they clashed, the world disappeared. XXXXXXXXXX Allied Forces Camp. Get down. Hinata cried, her Byakugan already blinded by the radiance. Take cover. Jiraiya bellowed. The 4 reanimated Kage stood together, hands clapping as the 4 red yang formation erupted, crimson walls sealing the area. The explosion was reality-breaking. The 4 red yang formation, said to withstand even bijou, shattered like glass. Tsunade slammed her fist into the earth, raising a slab of stone for cover. Tenten threw chains and latched onto the terrain, grabbing Lee just in time. Orochimaru sunk into the ground, snakes anchoring him. Itachi Susanoo shielded a dozen shinobi under its glowing orange ribcage. Hashirama stood unmoved, absorbing the shock with titanic wood-style defenses. Sakura and Hinata clung to Jiraiya as he held fast in sage mode. The wind died. Light faded. Dust choked the horizon, all that remained was silence, and then the gasps of those who survived. What happened? Itachi asked. Hinata activated her Byakugan again, searching. Her eyes widened. And Naruto. XXXXXXXXX high voltage. The aftermath. High voltage. A colossal trench split the entire continent, wide enough to reveal the ocean beneath. The land trembled. Water poured in from the horizon. Above the abyss, a shredded silhouette floated, Madara, bloodied, armor tattered, laughing hoarsely. Had I not been Edo Tensei, I'd be dead numerous times by now, he muttered, amazed. You're the strongest shinobi I've ever faced. On the cliff edge, Naruto and Gaara lay sprawled, their chakra depleted. Gaara's Rinnegan had dulled. Naruto's cloak had vanished. Their bodies bore deep gashes. We have to stop him, Naruto muttered. Gaara remained silent, only glaring. Madara descended before them, still smug. But you won't. The moon's eye plan will proceed. Naruto shakily formed a Raiznon. Gaara summoned a final wind scythe. Like hell it will, they roared together. They charged. Only to stop, mid-stride. Shit. Gaara barked. Limbo clones had appeared, invisible and deadly. Before they could react, two Susanoo blades pierced their chests, impaling them right in the heart. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki. Goodbye, Gaara of the desert. Is Madara fucking crazy? He remembers that he still has to keep us alive, right? Thankfully I prepared for something like this. Gaara thought. Their techniques faded. Their bodies collapsed as they died. Madara's eyes gleamed with inspiration. I'll use impure world reincarnation. Raise them as my enforcers, poetic. But something was wrong. Their bodies dissolved into smoke. What is this? Madara asked, stepping back. A voice echoed inside his head. A trap. Madara screamed. Unseen pain exploded through him. He looked at his arms. Markings spread like poison. The curse marks. The snakes. He realized. Gaara's snakes. Twin cursed seals of heaven burned into his shoulders. Chakra flared violently. From his left shoulder, Gaara erupted. From the right, Naruto tore free. Still cloaked in tailed beast chakra. Still armed. Still burning with will. Looks like we owe Orochimaru one, Gaara muttered. Naruto tossed a marked kunai. Has enough time passed? Gaara nodded. Naruto grinned. Perfect. Flash. Jiraiya and Itachi suddenly were teleported onto the battlefield. Madara grimaced. More backup. You think this changes anything? Naruto stepped forward. No. It ends now. Jiraiya gave Naruto and Gaara a quick thumbs up, his trademark grin flickering across his face. You think Orochimaru was the only one who could help you guys out? He raised his voice, gaze snapping to the skies. Do it now. Madara looked up instinctively, and froze. Above him, two shadowy shapes hovered in the darkened sky. Twin animal path birds, smaller and swifter than the one Gaara had summoned earlier, circled ominously. Standing atop them were two tiny figures, Fukasaku and Shima, the famed toad sages of Mount Maiboku. Their throats bulged, their lungs expanding. And then they sang. A haunting harmony, discordant and surreal, pierced the battlefield. The sound wrapped itself around reality, a spectral net of illusion that crackled with power older than time. Frog Song, a perfect duet genjutsu that attacked not the body, but the soul. Naruto and Gaara leapt backward, their instincts honed to precision. The melody struck Madara squarely. His eyes widened, his chakra flared in resistance, but too late. The sound hit him like a wave of sleep. He staggered once, his limbs trembling, before falling to one knee with a strangled scream. The air around him rippled, and then silence fell. He was still. Breathing, but dazed. His limbs refused to move, chakra trembling and disrupted by the sheer mastery of the genjutsu. His gaze rose slowly, dazed and glassy, toward the heavens. Unblinking. Confused. Naruto raised a hand to the sky and gave the toads a thankful thumbs up. Fukasaku and Shima bowed slightly in response before vanishing with a puff of smoke. Madara's eyes twitched. His lips barely parted. And then, he saw it. A single, floating eye hovered above him. Not Gaara's. Not Itachi's. A lone crow, black as obsidian, its wings stretched wide in the moonlight. Its eye was grotesquely large, glowing with unmistakable power. A crimson iris, ringed with four harsh, pointed commas spinning in a blur. It spoke. And the voice it used was Itachi Uchiha's. Koto. Madara's Sharingan widened instantly. He recognized it. The one genjutsu he could not control, could not anticipate, and most importantly, could not resist. He tried to move. Tried to summon his limbo clones to swap himself out, just like before. Amatsukami. Too late. The genjutsu landed. Shirsui's chakra, embedded in the crow and set loose by Itachi's final command, surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Madara's eye caught the technique full on. The chakra drilled through his optic nerves, tearing into his brain, bypassing defenses with ruthless precision. Faster than sound. Almost faster than thought. But Madara was Madara. His body tensed. Shirsui's chakra surged forward with a single command. Protect the leaf. Madara recoiled, every fiber of his being fighting the alien impulse. His chakra rose violently, instinctively trying to purge the invader. The two forces clashed in the space between nerve and mind, like thunder roaring beneath the surface. Time itself slowed, just a fraction. 0.005 of a second. That was all Madara needed. His fingers twitched. His vision blurred. And then, his entire body shimmered and dissolved. Izanagi. The ultimate Uchiha failsafe activated, sacrificing one eye to render illusion into reality, and reality into illusion. Madara ceased to exist, at least, the version of him caught in the genjutsu. The moment reset. Time caught up. And a new Madara, untouched by Koto Amatsukami, stood several meters away, panting heavily. His breathing was ragged. Being fully blind in two eyes was the cost. But he was alive. Free. And absolutely livid. You dare try that on me, he growled, his voice a mixture of awe and fury. Naruto's fists clenched. Gaara's chakra began to surge again. Madara's gaze flicked from one to the other, then up at the sky where the crow had vanished. His smirk returned, thin and dangerous. You'll need more than ghosts and illusions to stop me. But for the first time, Madara looked shaken. And then, a pulse. Thick, choking chakra exploded from the smoke. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He's still alive. Itachi, his Mangekyo glowing, stepped forward beside them. He used Izanami earlier. And now. Izanagi. That's both eyes gone. Naruto clenched a fist. So he's blind now. This is our shot, he's on his last legs. Gaara's gaze darkened. Don't be so sure. From the rising smoke, a silhouette began to form. Slow. Deliberate, the wind stirred as something massive took shape behind it. Krakoom. A gigantic ribcage of violet chakra burst outward, growing with impossible speed. Arms, then a torso, then a demonic, skeletal visage. Susanoo, formless and furious, loomed behind Madara, dwarfing even the trees around them. Thick roots ripped through the ground, spiraling up and out like serpents. Wood style, ancient and divine, laced through the battlefield, covering the earth in writhing limbs of living chakra. Naruto's face paled. No way. Jiraiya's voice was grim. He's blind. But he's still got enough chakra to crush mountains. Gaara's voice was low, remembering. He doesn't need eyes to use Susanoo. He doesn't even need them for wood style. It's chakra, pure and overflowing chakra. As long as he can mold it, he's still a god. Madara stood amidst the chaos, his head tilted back. His sockets were empty, but his mouth curled into a smile. You think blindness is defeat? The Susanoo raised its arm, and brought it down. Boom. The ground exploded, shockwaves blasting outward as Naruto, Gaara, Jiraiya, and Itachi split in different directions to avoid the crushing blow. Trees snapped. Rock shattered. Madara didn't need to see. He felt the battlefield with chakra. Every footstep. Every breath. Every movement stirred the air, and the wood style responded to it like nerves in a living body. Naruto charged first, a raise-non in each hand, leaping high, but a forest of wooden spikes erupted midair, slamming him into the ground. Gaara launched a wave of sand to catch Jiraiya's jump, propelling him higher as the Toad Sage fired a massive fire-style jutsu straight at Madara's face. Fire-style, flame bullet barrage. The flames engulfed the Susanoo, but Madara didn't move. The armor of chakra tanked the flames like mist. Then, with a casual swing, the Susanoo's arm smashed Jiraiya out of the sky. He hit the ground hard, coughing blood. Itachi blurred in next, using body flicker to reappear behind Madara. His blade swung for the spine, but wooden tendrils burst from Madara's back, twisting like snakes, catching Itachi's arm and flinging him into a cliffside. Gaara tried to trap Madara with a full-scale desert coffin, slamming the ground with both hands, sand spiraling toward the Uchiha's feet, but a chakra shockwave blasted the sand away. Then, before Gaara could retreat, Susanoo's hand swiped sideways. Crack! Gaara screamed as he was sent flying across the field, sand scattering from his body like blood. All four hit the ground, scorched, broken, and battered. Smoke and dust whirled around them. Madara stood in the center, breathing heavy but upright. Blind, bleeding, but terrifying. You children speak of sealing me, he growled. But you cannot even survive me. He lifted a hand. Chakra began to rise again. Let me show you what true despair looks like. Boom. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The titanic wave of flame swallowed the battlefield. Naruto and Gaara were launched backward, crashing through stone and rubble, smoke curling off their scorched bodies. From within the inferno, Madara emerged, cloak burning, but his aura towering. For the first time, he looked furious. I will not lose to the likes of you, he bellowed, voice thundering with rage. Though his eyes were now blank and sightless, they seemed to glow with pure force of will as he slammed a hand to the ground. With style, great Buddha formation. The battlefield erupted upward. Trees speared through the earth and twisted into an enormous statue. A towering, wooden Buddha roared to life, its colossal size casting a shadow over half the battlefield. Susanoo armor wrapped around it, forming a devastating fusion of Uchiha and Senjumite. Even with no vision, Madara felt the battlefield through his chakra and commanded it like a god. You will die here. From the burning rubble, Naruto and Gaara leapt forward, coughing smoke, bloodied, barely standing. Naruto's sage mode flickered in and out. His jacket hung in blackened shreds, one sleeve the only thing intact. Damn. He panted. I can barely form a Raiznon. Gaara limped beside him, his garments burned nearly to ash. Guess we've got one last move. They exchanged a glance. Gaara shook his head. We're not done yet. You thinking what I'm thinking? Naruto said. Shape and form, Gaara confirmed. Everything we've got left. Everything. They stepped closer. Gaara raised a trembling hand, and the sand that lay scattered across the battlefield stirred. But it wasn't ordinary sand. It shimmered like black iron. His magnet release drew the iron-rich sand to him, and with a surge of chakra, he infused it with crackling lightning, supercharging it until every grain vibrated with violent energy. Beside him, Naruto formed the swirling base of a Raiznon, the wind-natured chakra harmonizing with Gaara's magnetic storm. Behind them, Jiraiya appeared, bruised and bloodied but determined. You didn't think I'd sit out the grand finale, did you? He placed a hand behind Naruto, channeling his sage chakra into the technique. To the left, Itachi appeared, half his cloak burned off, Mangekyo blazing. Out-coated in black flames. With a swift motion, he cast Amaterasu upon the rotating orb of chakra and sand. The black flames fused into the sand, sticking to each vibrating grain. What formed next was not merely a weapon, it was a cataclysm. A mass of magnetized, lightning-charged, Amaterasu-coated sand, spinning around a Raiznon core, a storm of iron and flame. Magnet release, Rasenland sandstorm. Naruto, Gaara, and Jiraiya hurled forward, chakra trailing like comet tails. The sand spiraled outward, a screeching drill of cursed lightning and fire, roaring with fury. The massive Buddha raised both Susanoo-coated hands to meet it. Boom. The impact was apocalyptic. One hand shattered instantly, sand drilling through the dense chakra. The second withstood the blast for half a second longer, before the Amaterasu-coated grains seared through it like molten blades. Madara's expression froze as the storm reached him. What? The Rasenland sandstorm slammed through his chest, and then detonated. A black and gold shockwave exploded outward, tearing the Susanoo and the Buddha apart in an instant. Flames whirled in the sky. Metal sand scattered like meteor dust. Madara's right side disintegrated, completely annihilated. He dropped to his knees, utterly stunned. No Izanagi. No eyes to absorb the chakra. No limbo clones left to escape with. The sand, the wind, the black flames, all mixed with sage chakra, left nothing to manipulate or counter. He was out of options. The colossal statue behind him shattered. The Susanoo fragments faded like dying embers. Naruto and Gaara stood, arms extended, hands still crackling faintly. Jiraiya dropped to one knee behind them, wheezing but grinning. Itachi's figure stood atop a ruined outcrop, Mangekyo dimming, gaze solemn. The battlefield was quiet. That was all we had, Naruto whispered. Gaara gave a faint smirk. Then let's hope it was enough. Smoke and silence. The battlefield was scorched and cratered, the charred remains of Susanoo armor and the Buddha statue littered across the shattered terrain. For a long moment, nothing stirred. Then, a pulse. A surge of chakra ignited at the center of the blast. From within the smoking crater, Madara's body began to reform. Flesh stitched itself together, bones cracking back into place. His face reappeared, scorched but set in pure fury. His arms extended as he stood up slowly, still completely blind, yet guided by sheer killing intent. You think, this is enough? You think you've won? He stepped forward. His voice shook with rage. Why? Why do you resist peace so desperately? His chakra erupted, a dark tsunami pressing down on the battlefield. The world is broken. War, hatred, bloodshed, it will never end. The infinite Tsukumi is not destruction, it is salvation. He roared. And you stand against it. Against me. With an upward lurch, his Susanoo reformed around him, not pristine like before, but twisted, partial, flaring in jagged, unstable blue light. A broken warrior's vengeance given shape. Before anyone could react. Boom. A Susanoo arm crashed into the earth, swatting Itachi away like a doll. Jiraiya flew backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he smashed into a cliffside. Naruto barely raised a hand before the second fist struck. He was sent hurtling into the air, disappearing into the distance. Only one remained. Gaara. Gaara stood his ground, unmoving, the last defense between Madara and the world. The sand around him quivered, not with fear, but with pressure. Madara's broken Susanoo loomed overhead, a specter of vengeance. You. Madara growled, his voice venom. You've been the most troublesome. He dropped down, landing heavily a few meters away from Gaara, the ground cratered under the force. You're no Uchiha, not a Senju, not even a reincarnate of Indra or Azura. So why? Do you fight so hard? Why do you continue to believe this world can be saved? Gaara said nothing, his mismatched gaze calm. Madara extended a hand. A wave of wood erupted and wrapped around Gaara, binding him in place, forcing him to his knees. His arms were restrained, sand swirling in vain against the encroaching binds. You should be honored, Madara whispered. Gaara's breath hitched. Something cold and formless slid along his spine. His sand trembled, but it wasn't fear. It was invasion. From behind, a slick, black mass slithered from the shadows, rising like oil from the earth. It coiled around his legs, then slithered up his torso. One of Gaara's eyes flared wide as he grunted in pain, while the other, his Rinnegan, implanted into his right eye socket, began to glow with pulsing life. Ah, perfect, a voice hissed. Black Zetsu. His inky mass rapidly coated half of Gaara's body, encasing it like tar. The puppet master had found his host again. You held on well, Gaara, but this body belongs to the will of Madara. Madara stepped back in elated awe as he watched Gaara's right hand begin to form seals against his will, fingers twitching unnaturally. That chakra, that jutsu. Madara laughed in ecstasy. Rinne Tensei. At last. I will truly live again. The Rinnegan in Gaara's eye shone with ghostly light, and the world darkened for a moment as a spiral of resurrection chakra expanded from his body. Black Zetsu's face split open in an ecstatic grin, and Madara leaned closer, far too close, eager and ravenous. The moment it completes. I'll pluck that eye out myself. The energy spiked. Wind howled around them. Gaara's mouth opened, but it wasn't his voice that screamed. Yes. Return me to life. Madara leaned in. But then. Form. A flash of divine red light. A blade of pure sealing chakra pierced through all three of them in a single, clean thrust. The Totsuka blade. Itachi's ethereal Susanoo stood behind them, arm outstretched, its sacred gourd open. Enough, Itachi said softly. The blade had pierced through Madara, Black Zetsu, and Gaara's body in one impossible strike. Madara's expression turned from glee to horror. No, you, how? Black Zetsu shrieked, trying to peel himself free from Gaara's body, but the blade's ethereal pull was absolute. We were so close. I was the will of. Sucked. The three were dragged into the gourd like smoke caught in a vacuum. Madara's screams, furious and undignified, echoed across the void. I curse you, Itakayo Taidathio. And then silence. Within the sacred gourd of Itachi Susanoo, Madara and Black Zetsu were cast into an eternal, illusory dream, a world of blurred laughter, drunken confusion, and endless intoxicated bliss. A fitting purgatory for those who sought to trap the world in a dream. But the ceiling wasn't over. Gaara's body, though limp and halfway absorbed, suddenly flared with one final burst of chakra. Izanagi. In that single moment, reality rewrote itself. The ceiling still held for Madara and Zetsu, but Gaara. Nope. The battlefield, once scorched by fire and cracked by stone, now sat in a stunned silence. The dust settled. The Totsuka blade vanished. And so too did Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu, swallowed into a drunken eternity where even their ambition would be drowned in confusion and illusion. Near the center of the shattered ground, Gaara knelt, his breathing ragged. His left eye, where the Kamui Sharingan had once spun in silent power, was now a blank, empty socket. He clenched the side of his head, exhaling slowly. There was no pain, only emptiness and relief. Naruto stumbled over, one arm around Jiraiya's shoulder for support, both of them bloodied and battered, but grinning like idiots. "You okay, Gaara?" Naruto asked, half laughing through heavy breaths. Gaara stood, swaying slightly before catching his balance. He blinked once, the sand swirling behind him protectively. Then, despite it all, he smiled. "I'm fine. He's gone." Naruto blinked, wide-eyed. "Wait, we did it." Jiraiya tilted his head, looking around the smoldering crater. "That was the last of them, right?" Gaara nodded once. "Sealed. Dreaming forever." There was a pause. And then it hit them. They'd won. Madara Uchiha defeated. Black Zetsu sealed. The infinite Tsukumi averted. "We did it." Naruto roared, pumping his fists in the air. Gaara, Naruto, and Jiraiya all yelled out in unison, their voices echoing through the ruined battlefield as if trying to shake the heavens. Yeah. Jiraiya, half laughing and half crying, threw an arm around both boys. "Damn right we did." Naruto grabbed Gaara's wrist and pulled him into the dumbest, happiest victory leap the battlefield had ever seen. The three of them jumped together, laughing like kids after a prank. Dust and chakra shimmered around them, rising in golden motes as the sun finally broke through the clouds above, bathing them in warm, victorious light. From a ridge above, untouched by the chaos below, Itachi stood. His Susanoo slowly faded into the wind behind him. His face was calm, unreadable as always. But his lips curved. A small smile. He watched them, those few who had chosen the harder path, the real one. Who had walked through fire and sorrow and still chosen to laugh in the end. His cloak billowed quietly in the breeze. "You did well," he whispered. "All of you." The sun rose higher. And at long last. Victory. Chapter end. Chapter 66, the end of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Gaara's POV. The wind felt clean again. It blew gently through the ruined valley, tugging at what little remained of his scorched robes. Ash still floated in the air, but the oppressive weight that had choked the battlefield moments ago was gone. Lifted. His body ached. Muscles sore, chakra nearly empty. His left eye, hollow. Yet inside, peace. He stood silently while Naruto and Jiraiya still celebrated nearby, letting their joy echo into the sky. Gaara was smiling too, but softly, inwardly. The kind of smile that came from surviving something no one was meant to survive. His sand stirred beside him, tired, but loyal. "It's over." He looked down at his hand. Blood smeared the fingers from where he had ripped the Sharingan from his palm earlier. A necessary loss. A worthy loss. For the first time in what felt like hours, he exhaled deeply and closed his remaining eye. The silence was peaceful. The battlefield was finally still. Smoke drifted from craters across the ruined land, and the last echoes of combat faded into the wind. My cloak, scorched and torn, fluttered gently at my sides. I stood at the center of it all, with Naruto, Jiraiya, and Itachi nearby, silent, worn, but alive. I took a breath. The Rinnegan pulsed in my right eye, heavy and cold like a weight of fate. My body still ached from the fight, but there was one last thing I needed to do. I lifted my hand. The ground beneath us groaned, splitting open with a violent rumble. The air turned bitter cold as a shadow rose from the earth, a familiar one, though no less ominous than the first time I saw it. The Gedo statue. Its monstrous fingers clawed into the sky, its hollow maw opening with a terrible creak. Naruto flinched. I could feel Jiraiya tense beside me. "You're really summoning that thing?" he asked, voice edged with caution. I nodded. "Just to finish this." From within its mouth, 7 radiant orbs of chakra spiraled out, each vibrating with raw, ancient power. I watched, unmoving, as they took form, each one a creature I had only seen bound in chains or forced into battle. Matatabi emerged first, her flames a calm blue glow. Then Isabu, his great shell shifting as he glanced at me. Son Goku stood proudly, snorting smoke, while Kokuo appeared with a solemn nod. Saiken oozed forward with bubbling curiosity, and Komiai hovered above, her wings radiant. Last came Gyuki, massive, intimidating, but peaceful. I looked them all in the eye. "You're free now," I told them. "You don't belong to anyone." None of them spoke, but I felt it, the weight of their gazes. There was no hatred in them. Just understanding. One by one, they turned and began to vanish into the wilderness. I let them go. Naruto stepped up beside me, giving me a look and a quiet smile. "We actually did it," he murmured. I didn't smile, but I felt something stir in my chest. Relief. Pride. It was hard to say. Jiraiya chuckled. "You kids are crazy, you know that." I lowered my hand and turned my thoughts inward. The battle was over. The threat was sealed. But one last thing lingered. A soft chime echoed in my ears. Bell, system notification, checkered flag quest chain complete, fourth great ninja war, sever the cycle of hatred. Main objective complete, defeat Madara, heavy check mark. Reward, mystic eyes of death perception eye. See the lines of death. Sever fate itself. A transcendental power born of resolve and rebirth. Bonus objective 1, seal black zetsu, heavy check mark. Reward, karma seal. Bonus objective 2, prevent Kaguya's resurrection, heavy check mark. Reward, Otsutsuki bloodline. Defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki, cross mark failed stop sign reward, none her emergence was halted, but she could return in the future depending on your decisions. Clear Naruto, Shippuden storyline, heavy checkmark success, party popper a chapter closes, but the stars whisper of greater trials ahead. Blue book new storyline unlocked, Otsutsuki invasion arc. New moon main quest, moonlit reckoning large blue diamond, something stirs beyond the stars. Full moon first quest, confront Tonari Otsutsuki. Objective. Travel to the moon. Stop Tonari Otsutsuki before the moon crashes into the earth. 12 o'clock time limit, 3 years. Round pushpin target location, hidden chamber of the moon palace. Rewards. I stared at the golden text glowing across my vision, letting it all sink in. Mystic eyes of death perception. Karma seal. Otsutsuki bloodline. A smirk pulled at the corner of my lips. Not bad at all. I reached up to my face, fingers brushing against my left eye. The blank Sharingan embedded there had served its purpose, and now, it was just a placeholder. I took a sharp breath and yanked it out, a wet squelch echoing in my ears as pain lanced across my face. My eye socket throbbed, blood running down my cheek, but I didn't flinch. Instead, I activated the karma seal. It bloomed to life across my body, golden, intricate patterns rippling from my left hand up my arm, curling across my chest, neck, and face in elegant, symmetrical trails. The wound in my eye sealed instantly as my body began to regenerate, not just healing, but transforming. I staggered slightly as power surged through me. I clenched my fists as I felt bones shift, nerves rewire, my chakra coils expanding to absurd heights. My left eye opened. And with it, came the Byakugan, pale, milky white, yet far more refined. I could see everything. Every chakra point. Every movement. Every threat. There was nothing beyond my vision now. From my forehead, just above the crimson tattoo, my mark of love, a horn grew. Smooth, pale ivory, curving just slightly upward. I reached up and touched it, feeling the change. Yet, somehow, I still felt like myself. Still Gaara of the sand. Just reborn into something more. Naruto's eyes widened at the dramatic change. Whoa. Jiraiya took a cautious step back. Okay, that's new. A sudden stillness fell over the battlefield. The air shimmered, like a thin veil of water rippling across the world. The scent of wind, earth, and scorched chakra gave way to something ancient, divine. Then, he appeared. Floating inches above the cracked battlefield, draped in flowing robes adorned with 6 Magatama and the Rinnegan etched into his palms and forehead, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths. His presence was overwhelming, not in brute force, but in tranquility so pure it pressed down like gravity. Everyone froze. Naruto's jaw dropped. Jiraiya instinctively stepped back. Itachi's Sharingan spun with quiet tension. But I did not flinch. I see. The sage said, his voice calm, deep, and echoing, as his gaze slowly drifted across the battlefield, Naruto, Jiraiya, Itachi, then finally landed on me. His eyes narrowed. You carry my mother's blood in a way that I have never seen before. The space between us crackled, and for the first time since Madara, I felt true pressure. Are you of her kin? He asked quietly, solemnly. I didn't avert my gaze. I didn't bow. I answered clearly. If you mean to ask whether I'm of the Otsutsuki, then yes. By blood, I suppose I am now. A pause. Though, I added, my voice sharpening, if you're asking whether I intend to devour this world, you need not worry. This planet is not mine to harvest. The sage's brow furrowed. I felt it then, tension, like a bow being slowly drawn. So I acted. In a breath, I summoned the mystic eyes of death perception. The world shifted, every living thing became a web of death lines, and the sage himself glowed with faint impermanence. Even in this spiritual form. I can see the lines that I need to sever and kill him right now. I was too focused on what I could see, lines of death, glowing faintly in the world around me. Cracks in the illusion of permanence. Weaknesses waiting to be severed. So this is the power of the mystic eyes of death perception. Those Otsutsuki aliens are fucked. I exhaled slowly. My chakra was perfectly calm. My body, revitalized. My mind, sharper than ever. If I needed to, I could sever it all. Even him. I took one quiet step forward, tilting my head slightly as I focused. This world is mine to protect, I said softly. But if you see me as a threat. The silence that followed felt eternal. But then, the sage exhaled. The pressure vanished, like fog in the sun. A small, tired smile crossed his face as he took in my power. He drifted closer, not as a god, but as a man. I came to offer gratitude, not conflict, he said at last. You have not only stopped Madara, you have freed the world from its path of suffering. The tailed beasts. He looked behind me as I turned. The ghetto statue still stood, the tailed beasts stirring in their chakra forms, each one watching in stunned reverence. My children are free again. The sage lowered his head. To all of you, I thank you. I nodded once. My eyes still glowed, but I allowed the lines to fade. He was not my enemy. Not today. You're welcome, I murmured, and the karma seal on my hand dimmed slightly in agreement. The atmosphere around us shimmered with a kind of divine calm as the sage of six paths walked among the tailed beasts, his children. They stirred in awe, not fear, their chakra pulsing like waves across the cracked battlefield. It was a reunion long overdue. I stepped forward, eyes lingering on the form beside me, Shikaku. He looked calm. Not agitated. Not snarling or impatient. Just standing there in silence, watching his siblings, a rare softness in his expression. This is your chance, I told him quietly. I said I'd let you go once this was over. That I'd be strong enough to protect this world without you. He turned toward me, his massive one-eyed gaze narrowing. TCH. About time, brat. Thought you'd keep me leashed forever. I smiled faintly. You're free, Shikaku. I raised my right hand, the karma seal pulsing gold along my skin. With a flash of chakra and my Rinnegan swirling with quiet gravity, I undid the final tether. Shikaku's body glowed and began to dissolve into pure chakra, drifting toward the others. Don't die, Gaara, he muttered as his form faded, or I'll be the one to come back and kill you. Fair enough. I let out a breath as the final trace of his presence vanished from within me. A strange emptiness remained, but it was quickly filled with something else. Purpose. I turned my gaze upward. The mystic eyes of death perception remained active. The world still shimmered in white lines of impermanence. Even the sage, in his spiritual form, had death lines. The tailed beasts. The air. The stars. Everything could die. Even gods. A thought surfaced in my mind, one I hadn't truly dared to explore until now. There was something beyond Kaguya. Something vast. Distant. A being whispered in Boruto, the Otsutsuki god. If such a thing existed, I could kill it. Not now. Not yet. But this power, it didn't care about regeneration. It ignored immortality. Even time, space, or dimensions couldn't protect a target from the line that could be cut. Give me time, a few years maybe, and even the divine will have something to fear. My right hand twitched slightly. I could feel the pressure of it, the toll. These eyes weren't meant for constant use. The strain was subtle at first, but it was building. So, I closed them. The death lines disappeared. The world returned to color. As the Sage of Six Paths extended his hand, golden light enveloped Naruto. I watched in silence as the energy surged through him, lifting dust and wind from the ground around us. Naruto's eyes glowed, cross-shaped pupils burning like stars, as the Six Paths Sage mode awakened inside him. His injuries faded. His chakra surged like the sun being reborn. For a moment, I smiled, seeing him at his fullest. You really are the child of prophecy, Naruto, Jiraiya muttered behind me, awestruck. But something tugged at the back of my thoughts. I turned to the sage. Sage, what about Sasuke? He paused, his ancient eyes reflecting sorrow. I was unable to intervene when he died, he said quietly. I did not expect his path to end so soon. And now, he is not strong enough to withstand my full blessing. His soul is quiet, resting. I narrowed my eyes. Right, this wasn't the same as the original timeline. In this timeline, due to my changes, Sasuke was cut down by Kabuto and Obito during his battle with Itachi. Shit. Will he even be able to awaken the Rinnegan anytime soon after I resurrect him? I think I will have to recruit Tonari after I deal with his plan of dropping the moon on Earth. Even so. I clenched my fist. I have a plan. When the time comes, I'll use Rinne Tensei, or I'll have Obito do it first. Not just for Sasuke. For others too, those taken too early. If I can stabilize my body enough, I'll bring them all back. There was a long silence. Naruto exhaled, the new light of Six Paths power still radiating from his skin. You can really do that? I nodded. Eventually. My body's evolving. I've awakened something that transcends the normal rules. Time is all I need and vitality is something that I no longer lack. Itachi turned his head slightly, shadows hiding his expression. Thank you. Jiraiya clapped a hand on my shoulder. Then let's deliver the good news to the others. He turned to the others, scanning the horizon. We should regroup with the remaining allied forces. There's still work to be done. We need to secure the wounded, bury the dead, and plan for whatever comes next. I looked down at my hand, feeling the dormant warmth of the karma seal curled along my skin, like gold ink beneath my veins. There was still more to come. But for now. I turned to the others. Let's go. Time skip, Allied Shinobi Reunion Gaara POV. The battlefield had long since quieted. Fires were doused, craters filled, and makeshift tents lined the remains of the scorched terrain. Despite the scars left by war, the mood was light, almost impossibly so. Cheers echoed through the air. Allied shinobi, leaf, sand, stone, mist, and cloud, stood shoulder to shoulder. Some had arms slung over each other's shoulders, others wept, and many simply laughed, exhausted but alive. Naruto was swarmed instantly, lifted onto shoulders and passed around like a living legend. Itachi stayed quietly by the edge, offering brief nods to those who noticed him. Even Jiraiya looked ready to shed tears, sake in hand, muttering something about how proud he was. But I had other things on my mind. I scanned the tents until I found her, Tsunade, still in her tattered cloak, arms crossed as she observed a report from a medic Nin. Her presence still radiated command. I stepped up behind her. Tsunade. She turned. Her eyes softened slightly. Gaara. I heard you were awake. You all right? I'm fine, I said simply. I need to know where Obito Uchiha is being held. Tsunade's brows knit together. He's in isolated custody. Underground, reinforced by ceiling tags. We weren't sure what to do with him yet, why? I stared at her a long moment, then said. I have a plan for him. The medic beside her excused himself awkwardly. Tsunade folded her arms. You're not planning on sparing him, are you? No, I replied. Not unless he gives me reason to. But Obito's existence still has use. Redemption is possible, if you know how to extract it. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, but something in my tone made her pause. Fine, she said at last. You'll be escorted. But Gaara, whatever it is you're planning, be careful. He's still dangerous. I gave a brief nod. I wasn't doing this out of sentiment. Underground detention chamber, hidden reinforcement bunker. The cold stone corridor echoed with the sharp footsteps of shinobi guards, ceiling talismans glowing faintly along the walls. I didn't say a word as we approached the reinforced door, the one behind which Obito Uchiha waited, shackled in silence. His fight was gone. I had taken his eye, shattered his delusions from within, and beaten him into surrender. There wasn't anything more for him to say to me. I gestured to Kabuto. Bring them in. With a pulse of chakra and the appropriate hand signs, the technique triggered. 4 figures emerged in a soft glow of white ash and chakra, Kakashi Hatake, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Rin Nohara. The very people that Obito had failed, betrayed, or lost. They stood silently for a moment, gazing at the sealed cell ahead. None of them spoke, until Kakashi finally broke the silence. Let me go first. The rest nodded. I turned away. I'll remain outside, I said flatly. Whatever is said in there, is not for me. Minato gave me a nod of gratitude. Kushina squeezed his hand. Rin looked nervous. But they entered. The door shut behind them as they began to engage in a very deep conversation. I stood there, arms crossed, leaning on the cool stone wall as I stared ahead, thinking. Not about Obito, really. He didn't matter anymore to me. I had what I needed. He had lost the Kamui. I had gained far more. Indifference. That was the best way to describe how I felt. He had taken Sasuke's life. Tried to destroy the world. Declared war upon the 5 great nations. A few haunting apologies wouldn't redeem him, not in my eyes. And the way he's hurt so many people, how he manipulated and twisted everything. I know most people probably want him dead. And truthfully, if that's what they choose for him, I'll accept it without any second thoughts. Though I had made one final decision. If he was going to die, and I had no doubt most would demand it, then I'd ensure he did something useful first. Before he goes, he'll cast Rin Tensei. I still have another Rinnegan eye in my inventory that is waiting to be used. I will implant it in him. I think I know Obito well enough to believe he would do this. If it's his final act before death, it might be the least he can do to make amends. He owes it to them and he would be happy with resurrecting Rin. I should likely start making a list of people who need to be resurrected. End of chapter. Chapter 67, Resurrection and Visit to the Moon. The wind was calm as I stood at the head of the gathering, feeling the weight of 1,000 eyes on me. Across the wide open field, the shinobi of every nation, leaf, sand, stone, mist, and cloud, stood united, battle-worn but victorious. Their faces bore the marks of war, scars, exhaustion, and grief. I stood with Obito beside me, shackled but strangely composed. A single Rinnegan pulsed in his right eye, my doing. Necessary for what we plan on doing. I raised my voice, steady and clear so everyone could hear, even the ones furthest at the edge of the field. Today, we close the final chapter of this war. The murmurs among the crowd hushed immediately, anticipation thick in the air. Obito Uchiha, I said, my gaze flickering sideways to him, has committed crimes that few can ever truly atone for. His actions caused the deaths of thousands. He tore families apart, destroyed homes, and plunged the world into chaos. I let that sink in. I saw hatred simmer in many faces. Others just looked hollow, as if they couldn't even summon the anger anymore. Justice demands his life. And he accepts that. I could feel the tension ripple through the crowd, but I pressed on, keeping my voice even, factual. Detached. But before his execution, he will use the power of the Rinnegan, Rinne Tensei, to restore those we lost. Every man, woman, and child who fell because of this war. A gasp rolled through the crowd. I saw it, the hope rekindling in their eyes, the disbelief slowly morphing into stunned joy. Minato Namikaze. Kakashi Hatake. Kushina Uzumaki. Rin Nohara. Countless others. All will return. I paused, letting the weight of the announcement settle over them. This is the deal. His final act will not be of destruction, but restoration. Prepare yourselves, I said to the allied shinobi forces. In a few moments, you will see the ones you lost again. A long silence stretched out, broken only by the sound of the breeze stirring the grass. I could feel the emotion simmering, grief, relief, anger, hope, all blending into a single overwhelming wave. Obito stood still beside me, the lone Rinnegan in his right eye gleaming under the open sky. He slowly pressed his hands together, forming the final hand sign. His voice was low but clear, ringing out across the silent battlefield. Outer path, Rinne Tensei. The moment the words left his mouth, I felt it, a deep, primal shift in the air. The Rinnegan activated to its fullest extent, a surge of overwhelming power erupting from Obito's body, twisting reality itself. A ripple in space connected us to a force beyond mortal comprehension, an invisible gateway between life and death. I stiffened slightly, instinctively preparing for anything. Even the shinobi around us, battle-hardened as they were, stared in awe, some shielding their eyes as the blinding spiritual force descended. Above us, the King of Hell, the embodiment of judgment from the Pure Land, manifested. It wasn't visible to the naked eye, not truly, but somehow, we all felt it. A massive presence, ancient and impartial, overshadowing the world like a god surveying the living. This time, however, the King of Hell wasn't here to punish or consume. This time, it opened its enormous, unseen mouth, and life flooded out. Countless souls, shimmering like streams of light, pure and radiant, poured from the abyss and rained down upon the earth. They danced through the air like migratory birds returning to their nests, unerringly finding the bodies they had once belonged to. I watched, unmoving, as the first soul slammed into its vessel. A sharp gasp echoed across the field. The first person awakened, then the second, the third, the 10th. Like dominoes falling in reverse, death itself was undone. All around us, the ground seemed to tremble, not with fear, but with hope. Being reborn, mothers embraced sons. Comrades embraced comrades, tears and laughter mixed in a chaotic, beautiful roar. Every fallen shinobi from the war, and even others long past, began to rise, clutching their chests, gasping for breath, looking around in stunned confusion. I simply stood there and watched. Stone-faced. I had expected this. Planned for it, but even I wasn't prepared for the sight of an entire world breathing again. In the corner of my vision, Naruto had collapsed to his knees, tears pouring down his face as he laughed and cried at once. Jiraiya put a hand on his shoulder, fighting his own tears. Itachi simply closed his eyes, a silent prayer on his lips. Obito, his body trembling, sank to his knees, the effort nearly killing him. I didn't move to help him. I had given him one final purpose. And he had fulfilled it. Around us, the world was waking up again. And for the first time in a long, long while, there was no enemy left to fight. There was only life. The sheer volume of souls raining from the King of Hell was staggering. Names, faces, and memories all blurred together as streams of light pierced across the open skies. The first awakenings had already begun, but it was far from over. Obito was struggling. I turned my head slightly, observing him with cold detachment. He was gasping, his skin pale and cracked like old stone, his chakra leaking from his body in ragged streams. The Rinne Tensei was devouring him piece by piece, it was tearing apart his existence to pay the price for returning so many lives. He hunched forward, blood dripping from his mouth, his lone Rinnegan flickering weakly. If he stopped now, the resurrection would fail, too many souls would be stranded halfway between life and death. The thought stirred something faint inside me, can't have that now, can we? I stepped forward. Extending my left hand, I let the power of my own Rinnegan bloom, its gold and black ripple gleaming ominously in the light after the new changes to my body. Chakra, thick and heavy, poured from me into Obito. He jolted, the sudden influx of power stabilizing his withering frame just enough. Obito's dull eye widened in shock, but he didn't resist, grimacing, he refocused, clutching his hands into tighter seals as he pushed the jutsu to its conclusion. And then it happened, the souls condensed, finding their marks. One by one, the great names of history, long faded into memory, were reborn. Nawaki gasped awake, clutching his chest. Denkato stumbled to his feet, blinking at the sunlight. Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang, stood tall and proud once more. In the distance, there was a flash of chakra as Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju themselves opened their eyes, their very presence shaking the ground faintly. From the ruined fields, a laughing figure emerged, Might Due, youthful and alive, pounding his fists together in joy. Then came a sight few could have imagined, the entire Uchiha clan began to rise, 100 strong, men, women, children, each bearing the crimson Sharingan in their eyes, staring at the world they had been stolen from. And opposite them, the proud warriors of the Senju clan, their ancient rivals, rose as well, faces full of awe. The Uzumaki clan, too, red-haired, radiant, their chakra potent and fierce, smiled as they embraced one another in rebirth. A little further, Pakura clutched her chest, her body still glowing faintly. Sasori's parents reached out toward each other, tears streaking their cheeks. Then, Sasori himself awoke, no longer a puppet, but human once more, alive. Near the center of it all, two figures materialized in unison, Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke staggered upright, blinking rapidly, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. Itachi caught him in a quiet embrace. Their story, it seemed, was not over yet. Not far from them, a great golden flash erupted. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were reborn together, gasping in tandem, falling into each other's arms. Kakashi Hatake awoke a few feet away, confusion clouding his expression, until his eye locked onto Minato, and something like boyish relief broke over his face. And there, Rin Nohara, alive once more, stood shyly behind him, her hand reaching out as if afraid she would vanish again. On the far side of the battlefield, heavy footsteps rumbled. The fourth Reikage, grunted, flexing his muscles. Beside him, Killer Bee let out a loud laugh, throwing up his arms. We're back, fools, yeah. Finally, from the shattered cliffs, a hunched old figure slowly pulled himself upright. Anoki of the Stone, the stubborn old Tsuchikage, grumbled something about damn kids and lousy paperwork even as tears streamed freely down his face. All around me, the world came alive again. Families reunited, friends collapsed into each other's arms. Enemies turned allies wept openly. It was enough to make even the most cynical heart stir. I let out a slow breath. This was the result I had calculated, and yet somehow, it still surprised me how bright the world felt now. Obito collapsed completely beside me, his breathing shallow, but his part was done. I turned my head away. I had no more use for him. And for the first time in a long time, the wind whispered through the battlefield, not with cries of war, but with the sound of a world given a second chance. I turned away from Obito, assuming he would slip into death now that his task was complete. But the sound of weak, ragged breathing caught my ear. I looked down. Obito was still alive. Barely, but alive nonetheless. I muttered under my breath. Maybe it was the vitality I'd infused him with to ensure the resurrection took place, maybe sheer stubbornness that Obito was always known for. I crouched down, observing him more closely. His body was broken, far beyond any normal recovery, and yet, there was a faint pulse, flickering like a candle in the wind. Most people would probably finish him off now, call it mercy, still. I pressed my palm lightly against his chest, channeling a thin, stable flow of chakra to stabilize his breathing. You don't get to die just yet, I said quietly. I'd suddenly decided. Obito Uchiha would live, for now, although I would be taking away his Rinnegan and Sharingan. Around us, the reactions were deafening. Naruto was sprinting across the field, leaping into the arms of Minato and Kushina. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, but his smile was blinding. Kakashi knelt down, holding Rin's hand as if afraid she would vanish if he blinked. Minato placed a steadying hand on his shoulder, grounding him. Sasuke and Itachi stood a few paces apart, both silent, both staring at each other with emotions too tangled to describe. Itachi smiled faintly. Sasuke just looked away, his hand trembling slightly before he slowly reached back, accepting the gesture without words. The Uchiha clan clustered together, confused but alive, many of them recognizing Itachi and murmuring his name with awe or suspicion. On the other side, the Senju and Uzumaki clans gathered too, the ancient bloodlines reborn into a new era. The Raikage was slapping Killer Bee on the back so hard it echoed across the field. Bee laughed it off, throwing a freestyle rap about second chances that made several shinobi groan aloud. Anoki was sitting on a rock, muttering about how he'd been looking forward to retirement in the afterlife but would have to live a little longer to watch these brats fix the world. Tsunade stood in stunned silence, her hand over her mouth, tears slipping from her eyes unchecked. I caught her looking toward Nawaki and Dan, both alive, both smiling at her with the kind of love only the dead could truly understand. For a moment, no one fought. No one argued, there was just the overwhelming feeling that maybe, just maybe, the cycle of hatred could be broken. I stood up slowly, turning my gaze toward the horizon. The sun was rising over the battlefield, golden and blinding. A new world was beginning. Today was a victory. Time skip, several weeks later. The world had changed. Truly changed. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, and the mass resurrection of countless souls, the cycle of hatred that had once chained the shinobi world seemed, at last, to loosen its grip. Villages that once fought and bled against each other now sat at the same table. Old grudges were laid to rest alongside the dead who had been given a second chance at life. The five great nations established a real, working alliance, one not built on shaky truces or whispered suspicion, but something stronger: trust, hope. The resurrected Senju and Uchiha clans, long thought to be ghosts of history, took the lead in guiding the next generation. Naruto, hailed as a hero across the lands, began working closely with the other Kage to create an era where children would no longer have to be soldiers. It was strange, at first. A world without constant war. A world where strength was not used for conquest, but protection. It felt fragile, but it was real. It was enough. As for me, I returned to Sunagakure. Or rather, my body did. I stood now in the Kazakage's office, silent, gazing at the familiar village outside my window. The endless desert stretched out like an old friend, warm and unchanging. I shaped a single sand clone beside me, pouring just enough chakra into it to sustain it indefinitely. It wore my robes, bore my face. A perfect stand-in. It bowed its head respectfully. I will handle things here, it said. I nodded once, fastening the lightweight traveling cloak around my shoulders. Without another word, I stepped out, the desert winds parting before me as I moved. The world was healing. But I had seen too much, felt too much, to simply sit still and wait for the next storm. A new threat was already looming. A remnant of the Otsutsuki. The moon. Tonari Otsutsuki. I didn't know what I would find up there, but if this world was truly to know peace, then I had to confront it before it festered into something worse. The mystic eyes of death perception pulsed faintly under my closed eyelid, as if sensing the journey ahead. I smiled faintly. Time to begin the next chapter. Without looking back, I vanished into the desert, leaving only swirling sand in my wake. The desert stretched out before me, endless and silent, the last place I would see before leaving this world, if only for a little while. I lifted my right hand calmly. The golden markings of my karma seal immediately began to glow, swirling across my skin like living fire. The air around me vibrated, dense with strange energy, different from chakra, heavier and older. It felt alien. Otsutsuki. My body, once purely human, now carried the bloodline of ninja aliens, and with it, their forbidden power. Open, I commanded quietly. The karma seal pulsed once, then split apart like a blossoming flower. Before me, the fabric of space shattered, ripping open into a massive swirling portal. On the other side, I glimpsed the pale, barren surface of the moon, and the hidden palace where Tonari Otsutsuki awaited. The gravity tugged at my body, but I planted my feet firmly in the sand. I tightened the cloak around my shoulders. No fear. No hesitation. I stepped forward without a moment's pause, letting the portal consume me whole. The moment I emerged, an icy chill bit at my face. Thin, almost non-existent air, cracked stone and ancient ruins spread out under a cold, distant earth hanging in the sky. I stood alone on the surface of the moon. Above me, a colossal palace floated in the sky, bathed in eerie silver light. I could already sense it, a heartbeat. A presence stirring within those walls. Tonari. He knew I was here. Good. I narrowed my eyes, feeling the mystic eyes of death perception faintly flicker to life under my eyelid, even though I kept them suppressed for now. I flexed my fingers once, feeling power course through my blood like molten fire. Time to end this before it begins. Without another word, I shot forward, sand trailing behind me in a streak of gold, toward the floating palace of the Otsutsuki. Chapter 68, Dealing with Tonari. The cold moon dust crunched under my sandals as I sprinted across the lifeless terrain. Above me, the floating palace loomed closer, casting a ghostly shadow across the battered surface. As I approached the massive structure, the portal that connected it to the ground shimmered into existence, a bridge of silver light. An invitation, or a challenge. Either way, I accepted. I launched upward, sand coiling around my feet to give me a sudden burst of speed. In an instant, I landed at the palace entrance, my cloak billowing in the cold lunar breeze. The silence of the moon was heavy, cold, like the surface beneath my feet. I walked through the palace gates, I scanning the intricately carved hallways, until finally, I found him. Tonari. He stood alone at the edge of a marble platform overlooking Earth. His back was turned to me, his pale robe swaying gently in the lunar breeze, if such a thing existed. "I've been watching your world for a long time," he said before I could speak. "Endless wars. Bloodshed. Pain passed down like inheritance." His voice was steady, but something in it cracked, like an old scar opening. I watched from here as nations tore each other apart. As children were raised only to kill. As peace became just a pause before the next slaughter. I stepped forward slowly, my sandals crunching against the polished stone. "I've lived that life," I said. "I was raised to be a weapon in that cursed system. But are we not changing that now? Even I grew up to be something different." He turned then, the silver light of Earth reflecting in his pale eyes. "You were an exception," Tonari replied. "But exceptions do not rewrite the rule." He gestured toward the planet. "I see how fragile your so-called peace is. I saw the first war. The second. The third. Now the fourth. Tell me, what has changed?" I clenched my jaw, but didn't raise my voice. "You're right," I said. "We've made mistakes. We've lost too many. But we're trying. We just ended a war that could have ended everything. We brought back the dead. We united enemies. People who used to hate each other now fight for one another." I looked him in the eye. "That matters." Tonari shook his head, stepping away from the edge. "You think your world deserves to continue because of a few hopeful words? Because of one fragile moment of unity?" He raised his hand, and I felt the tremor in the air as chakra stirred around us. "No," he said. "I will not watch another century of bloodshed. I will do what no one else has had the resolve to do." He raised his eyes to mine. "I will drop the moon upon the earth. I will wipe away the filth and give the world a clean slate." I didn't move. I just looked at him. "You're not saving anyone," I said. "You're giving up." Tonari's expression didn't waver, but I saw the flicker in his gaze. "You speak of peace like it's permanent," he said. "But it isn't. Your kind proves that again and again. You are flawed. All of you." "We are," I said honestly. "But we're also capable of more than you think." My chakra stirred now, quietly, not in challenge, but in readiness. "You think destruction will cleanse the world. But you're only repeating what caused all this in the first place: fear, pain, and running from it all." Tonari's hand twitched at his side. For a second, I thought he might reconsider. But then he turned, and his eyes hardened. "It's too late." The floor beneath us trembled. I felt the tension in the air rise like a coming storm. He was preparing to fight. So was I. Sand began to swirl around me, rising in delicate spirals. I whispered under my breath, "Then I'll stop you here." His body lit up with divine power. Tonari's hair rose like a halo as his form was engulfed in a radiant cyan aura, spiraling with pure Tenseigan energy. His eyes, once still and composed, now blazed like twin suns of judgment. He raised his hand to the sky above the ruined palace ceiling. From thin air, a massive golden wheel of light materialized. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion, a technique of pure devastation. It spun, humming like the end of the world. In the past, I would have met it with sand. But now. I raised my ARM.my karma seal pulsed gold across my skin and then shifted, twisting, spiraling, absorbing the very nature of the jutsu before it could even finish expanding. A portal bloomed beside me, rippling black and gold, and Tonari's own redirected light blast roared back out of it behind him. He barely spun in time to evade, but I didn't give him a second. I was behind him in a flash, kicking his side. He blocked, but skidded across the palace floor, leaving scorched lines in the stone. I felt the Rinnegan burn in my right eye as I glanced briefly toward Tonari. That eye, Madara's eye, still had untapped power, but it wasn't compatible with me. Limbo wouldn't come no matter how I tried. His essence resisted me. Because it isn't mine. I wondered, if I removed it, let my Akatsuki blood awaken naturally, what would grow in its place? Tonari's golden light surged again as he roared, pushing his body beyond its limits. "Golden will reincarnation explosion," he shouted, swinging the colossal disc of chakra down at me like a divine guillotine. With a single motion, I raised my hand and absorbed the attack, not crudely like the Preparations, but efficiently, like siphoning breath from the wind. The golden disc collapsed into a stream of energy and vanished into my palm. My body tensed, resisting the immense power, but I held firm. Tonari's face twisted in disbelief. "You absorbed it. Completely." "I warned you," I said quietly. "I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to end your delusion. He launched toward me again, this time with pinpoint strikes of Tensigen-enhanced chakra, faster, more precise, but still flawed. I opened a small rift in space behind me and stepped through it, reappearing above him. His head whipped up just in time to see me crash down, slamming him with a heavy strike reinforced by gravitational pressure. He skidded across the marble floor of the Moon Palace, coughing, the air knocked out of him. You speak of cleansing humanity, I continued, my voice echoing. But you've never lived among them. Never bled beside them. You think you're above them because you were born here, because you inherited power you don't fully understand. Tonari's eyes glowed as he stood, shakily. You're wrong. I do understand it. I've watched your wars from above. Your hatred. Your endless cycle of pain. Then maybe you should have come down sooner, I said, narrowing my eyes. Fighting from afar only breeds ignorance. He screamed in frustration and summoned another attack, a massive, condensed beam of light from the Tensigen, shot straight at me. I didn't dodge. Instead, I reached forward, and cut the beam. With my mystic eyes of death perception now active, I could see the death lines even on chakra itself, on light, on energy, on reality. I traced a hand through the air and slashed the invisible line running down the core of the blast. It collapsed instantly, unraveling in a wave of broken particles. Tonari stared at me in horror. What are you? I descended slowly toward him, my eyes still glowing with black rings and crackling white lines. I'm someone who survived everything you thought you understood. I've become more than just a shinobi. But even now, I don't use this power to judge others. Tonari trembled, weakened by the sheer drain of the battle. His chakra cloak flickered. I walked closer. He tried to raise his hand again, one final, desperate attack, but his arm shook too much to aim it. You've lost, Tonari, I said, not with malice, but with truth. And I'm giving you a choice. I extinguished my death eyes and released a slow breath. You can continue clinging to a false interpretation of Hamura's legacy. Or you can listen. And we can prevent the real enemies from tearing this world apart. Tonari stared at me in silence, panting. Finally, the golden light of the Tensigen chakra mode dimmed, flickering out entirely. He collapsed to his knees. Then speak, he said at last, and tell me what you believe Hamura really wanted. The silence of the moon was deeper than any desert night. I stood outside the ruined halls of Tonari's palace, the broken remnants of our battle scattered around me like memories waiting to fade. But there was something unfinished in all of this. Tonari's resolve may have been broken, but his confusion still lingered. If I was truly going to end this, truly bring clarity, I needed to do more than just speak for Hamura. I needed Hamura himself to speak. I closed my eyes and let the world fall away. The karma seal bloomed across my body like golden fire, and I reached, not with my hands, but with my will. Somewhere in the unseen layers of the world, where chakra and spirit converge, I called out. Hamura. Sage of the moon. If your will still lingers, hear me. Nothing, at first. Then, wind. But not the kind that touched skin. It passed through my chakra, like a breath from beyond time itself. My Rinnegan pulsed dully behind my eyelid. And then, I saw it. A shape in the void. A presence, calm, towering, serene. He had long white hair that flowed like silk, a gentle aura around him that radiated immense power restrained by infinite wisdom. The same crescent moon symbol marked his forehead, but unlike the divine pressure of the Sage of Six Paths, his presence was quieter, more reserved. He didn't speak with words. He resonated. You have reached far, Akatsuki child of Earth. I opened my eyes, and in that moment, Hamura's spiritual form was visible, hovering above the cracked stone of the palace. Tonari had emerged from the shadows, his eyes widening in disbelief. Hamura-sama. Hamura turned his head slowly, meeting Tonari's trembling gaze. You have misread my silence, Tonari, his voice echoed gently. I did not create the moon to separate or destroy, but to preserve. My will was not vengeance. It was hope. Tonari fell to his knees. I thought. I was continuing your legacy. You chose fear. And fear blinds even the purest blood. I said nothing. I just watched as the illusion of purpose unraveled in Tonari's expression. Hamura's form floated forward and placed a spectral hand on Tonari's shoulder. You are not beyond redemption. Tonari broke down, not with words, but tears. And for the first time, the moon felt less cold. I stepped forward, the silver light of the moon casting long shadows over the shattered palace. Hamura and Tonari stood before me, one a spirit from the dawn of chakra, the other a man slowly piecing himself back together from the ruins of pride and delusion. But peace was never permanent. I knew that better than anyone. I didn't come here just to stop a misguided plan, I began, my voice steady. There are greater threats, and they're coming. More Otsutsuki. Tonari looked up at me, stunned. Hamura's expression was unreadable, but I felt a ripple in the air, a silent acknowledgement. They're not like you, Hamura. Not like Kaguya, even. These ones are stronger and even more ruthless. If they set their eyes on Earth again, the world won't survive without preparation. Hamura's eyes, pale and endless, met mine. Tonari's hands clenched at his sides. Then what do we do? We've already sacrificed so much. I looked between them. You don't need to sacrifice anything anymore, I said. You need to protect. That's what Hamura truly wanted. And for that, you'll need strength. I turned to Hamura. Bless Tonari. Share your strength with him, not as a punishment, not as penance, but as a guardian. Someone who understands this moon. Someone who won't let it become a weapon again. Hamura gazed at Tonari for a long moment. Then, he nodded. So be it. The spiritual form of the Sage of the Moon lifted one hand. A cascade of gentle silver light flowed from his body, pure and unshakable. It enveloped Tonari, who staggered back, overcome with emotion. His eyes shimmered with renewed power, and the air around him seemed to settle, less tense, more balanced. A guardian reborn. I'll protect the Earth from here, Tonari whispered, eyes wide with new clarity. I promise. Hamura floated higher, his robes flowing with the stillness of the stars themselves. As he drifted into the cold of space, he turned back one last time. I will watch from space for any extraterrestrial threats. And if I notice something amiss, I will return. Then he was gone, fading like a dream into the black canvas beyond the moon. I let out a quiet breath. So this was the start of the next chapter. Not war. Not conquest. Preparation. And I would make sure the Earth was ready. I stood over Tonari as silence returned to the Moon Palace, cold, sterile, ancient. The shattered remains of our battle still littered the chamber. Cracks ran along the floor, and faint blue dust from the Tensigan shimmered in the still air like snow suspended in time. Tonari knelt in the rubble, not in pain, but in thought. I could feel it. I'm opening a portal back to Earth, I said calmly, lifting my hand. The golden spiral of my karma seal flared, and space bent to my will. A tear formed in reality itself, a smooth rift that showed the dunes of the wind country on the other side. You're coming with me. He looked up, his voice hoarse. To Earth. After all I tried to do. Yes, I replied, my tone resolute. You've seen the world from above. Now it's time you walk through it. He hesitated, the wind of the portal brushing through his white hair. And if I refuse? I stepped closer, locking eyes with him. There was a long pause. The swirling portal hummed like a heartbeat, warm and alive. Finally, Tonari rose to his feet. Then. I will go. If only to see what kind of world you are willing to protect. I nodded, saying nothing more. Together, we stepped through. The blinding white of the moon gave way to golden sands and deep blue skies. The wind hit me first, warm and familiar. The sun above the hidden sand village was gentle today, almost as if the land itself recognized its protector's return. I dismissed the portal behind us with a flick of my fingers. Tonari stood silently beside me on the rocky outcrop just outside the village, gazing down at the vast settlement below. That is Suna, he asked, wonder creeping into his voice. I gave a short nod. My home. You're not a prisoner. But you are being watched. Don't make me regret this. His eyes narrowed slightly. And you still trust me? I looked ahead, watching the wind dance across the sand. No. But I trust that you can change. We descended slowly toward the village gates. End of chapter.